Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Way high, Forest Island. The night shrouded the dense forest in an eerie silence, the only movement coming from the shifting shadows between the towering trees. A figure flickered through the darkness, swift, silent, almost imperceptible. Then it stopped. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled silver onto the ground. There, standing between two massive trunks, was a young man dressed in black. His sharp features and resolute expression were illuminated just enough to reveal a pair of piercing, star-like eyes locked onto a looming structure ahead. A massive building loomed in the distance, its walls swallowed in darkness. Glancing at his wrist, the young man muttered, "It's time." Just then, voices drifted through the night. "Stay alert. Mr. Lynn has ordered increased security. No mistakes, understood?" "Yes, Captain." A dozen men responded in unison, their Pokémon, Growlithe, Rhydon and others, perking up in sync. Their sharp eyes scanned every corner of the perimeter. Even a Diglett wouldn't escape their watch. The patrol teams moved in a rigid rectangular formation, rotating shifts with precise coordination. Overhead, laser sensors guarded the building's entrance, ensuring that no one could slip through undetected. At least, that's what they thought. In the shadows, hidden behind a towering tree, Liu watched silently. Then footsteps. Soft, calculated. Someone was approaching. Liu pressed his back against the tree, steadying his breath until it was indistinguishable from the wind. Moonlight soon revealed a young man walking towards the base, a white coat draped over his shoulders, sharp brows furrowed in thought. A nameplate glinted at his waist, Lynn Fan. Liu's eyes flickered with recognition. A perfect opportunity. As Lynn Fan strode forward, his gaze darted around with a faint trace of unease. "Strange, why does it feel like I'm being watched?" he murmured, rubbing his temples. His suspicion lasted only a moment. Convinced of the fortress-like security, he dismissed the thought and continued toward the experimental base. He never made it. Thud. Lin Fan collapsed to the ground, his world fading to black before he could even call for help. Liu stepped over his unconscious form, swiftly stripping off the white coat and extracting an electronic chip from his pocket. Timing his movement with the shift change, he walked calmly towards the entrance and slid the chip into the scanner. Ding. The door unlocked. Without hesitation, Liu slipped inside and made his way toward the elevator. The researchers inside were busy, their focus locked on their tasks. No one paid attention to the newcomer in the white coat. -3. He pressed the button and exhaled as the elevator descended. The moment the doors slid open, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Sign-in location, Linzado Underground Laboratory, 3rd level. 3-star check-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the Power of Viridian. Liu's heart pounded. The Power of Viridian. A legendary ability blessed by the Viridian Forest, allowing him to communicate with Pokémon, heal them, and, if used to its full potential, enhance their strength beyond limits. He clenched his fists, his excitement barely contained. This was worth it. It had been a full month since he arrived in this world, Aquamarine. A world where Pokémon became real. 150 years ago, Pokémon inexplicably entered Earth, triggering the formation of mysterious secret realms. These realms altered the course of history, replacing technology and traditional jobs with Pokémon-centric roles. The strongest trainers held power comparable to nations. On his first day in this world, Liu unlocked the check-in system. 2 types of check-ins existed. Ordinary sign-in, rewards varied based on location, but most were 1- or 2-star prizes. Designated sign-in, rarer, riskier, but always 3 stars or higher. This was his first 3-star designated check-in. And the reward had been worth the wait. Taking a deep breath, Liu checked his watch. Plenty of time left. His lips curled into a smirk. Might as well see what the Lin family is up to. He recalled the announcement at the Magic City conference last week. Something big was brewing within the Lin family's experimental division. His curiosity got the better of him. Liu reached for the door handle. Click. The door slid open. And then, his instinct screamed at him. A crushing aura erupted from deep within the lab, sending a chill down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. Without hesitation, Liu turned and ran. Not towards the elevator, That was too slow. He dashed up the emergency stairwell, his body a blur as he raced towards the exit. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted behind him, shaking the entire facility. A heat wave slammed into his back, sending him sprawling forward. Liu gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet. But the ominous feeling only grew stronger. And then, boom! The roof collapsed. A massive white and purple silhouette shot into the sky, debris scattering in all directions. From the heart of the destruction, a pair of cold, piercing eyes locked onto the world below. A legendary existence had awakened. Mewtwo. A legendary awakening. A massive hole gaped in the roof of the Lynn family's experimental base, and from the rubble, a white and purple humanoid figure ascended into the sky. Mewtwo. It hovered silently, its piercing gaze sweeping over the area. A wave of invisible pressure radiated from its body, locking every nearby Pokémon and trainer in place. The once alert patrol Pokémon, Growlithe, Rhydon and others, collapsed, trembling under the overwhelming force. Their trainers, frozen in terror, could only watch as Mewtwo exerted its sheer dominance. Liu's breath caught in his throat, his heartbeat pounding against his ribs. He was seeing Mewtwo with his own eyes. But before he could revel in his luck, alarms blared. The defensive fortifications of the experimental base activated. From the surrounding walls, dozens of strange machines emerged, each one armed with black disc-shaped devices at their base. Crackle! The machines charged up, sizzling with high-voltage energy. In the next second, the current fused into a single massive energy beam and shot directly toward Mewtwo. Liu's chest tightened. This was bad. Yet, Mewtwo's expression remained eerily calm. Anyone standing close enough, however, would notice something beneath that icy exterior, a flicker of pain and confusion in its eyes. But even injured, it was Mewtwo. It lifted its arm with deliberate precision, a blazing blue light swirling in its palm. Boom! The moment its psychic energy clashed with the electricity, the air trembled from the sheer force. Shockwaves rippled outward, shattering glass and sending debris flying. The entire base cracked, ground to ceiling. Then, the laboratory collapsed. Everything crumbled into dust. Liu barely registered what happened before he felt the ground beneath him disappear. Darkness swallowed his vision. The aftermath. A few minutes later, a distant roar jolted Liu awake. His vision swam as he struggled to sit up, blinking against the cloud of dust and debris. The once imposing laboratory was now nothing but ruins. Completely wiped from existence. Mewtwo, however, was nowhere in sight. Liu wasted no time. He ignored the twisted bodies around him, some unconscious, others possibly dead, and rushed in one direction. Because now, he could hear it. A voice. Not words, but a pained cry echoing through his mind. The power of Viridian. The gift he had just acquired allowed him to hear Pokémon's hearts. And right now, it was leading him straight to Mewtwo. A fallen legend. Pushing through dense foliage, Liu's footsteps quickened. Then, he saw it. Lying motionless on the forest floor was none other than Mewtwo. Even in its weakened state, it radiated immense power. But its once brilliant white skin was charred black, and its breathing was ragged. It was still trapped in a nightmare, its body trembling slightly as stray energy flickered around it. Liu frowned. This is bad. Just then, a bright green light flickered in his palm. The power of Viridian activated. The moment the glow manifested, Mewtwo's rampaging energy calmed. The green light condensed into a thin film and gently wrapped around Mewtwo, stabilizing its condition. But Liu sensed something deeper. The real damage wasn't physical. Mewtwo's mental state was in shambles. Like a fractured mirror, its mind was riddled with cracks, memories distorted, its very essence barely holding together. What the hell happened to it? A thought flashed in Liu's mind. Mewtwo was down. Vulnerable. And he was the only one who could help it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, Liu threw an Ultra Ball. Conquering a legend. The ball flew toward Mewtwo, engulfing it in light. It trembled. Once. Twice. Then. Click. Ding. Congratulations, host, on capturing Mewtwo. Determining Mewtwo's status as a legendary Pokémon. Intimacy level, +60. Liu let out a slow breath. He had done it. Even though Ultra Balls normally couldn't capture legendary Pokémon, the timing had been perfect. If Mewtwo had been conscious, this would have been impossible. A small smirk played on Liu's lips. What a steal. With Mewtwo secured, he let out a soft whistle, dusted himself off, and headed toward the exit. News shockwaves. That evening, The world exploded with headlines. Small Blue Diamond mysterious Pokémon destroys the Lynn family's experimental base. Small Blue Diamond Lynn family's strongest laboratory reduced to rubble, the heir left unconscious. Small Blue Diamond secret experiment exposed? The birth of the strongest genetic Pokémon. Small Blue Diamond illegal experiments backfire, will the Lynn family fall? By 7 p.m., the news dominated the top trending list. Speculation ran wild. The Lynn family? The Lynn family from Magic City. Who the hell would dare attack them? Weren't they supposed to reveal a major breakthrough soon? Looks like karma hit first. Okay, but where is this mysterious Pokémon now? A new plan. Liu scrolled through the news, exhaling in relief. The Lynn family had suffered a major blow. Perfect. Now that the heat was off him, it was time for his next move. First stop, the Pokémon Center. Modern Pokémon centers in Aquamarine were high-tech marvels, equipped with advanced healing devices and even space backpacks for trainers. Though his Viridian power could heal Mewtwo, his abilities were still too weak to restore its mind completely. The Pokémon Center's equipment would amplify his power, increasing his chances of full recovery. But before that, there was one last thing to take care of. The random lottery. System, draw my reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Gible. Liu's eyes widened. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon? The moment the announcement ended, a soft glow materialized in front of him. A small, blue, shark-like Pokémon emerged, blinking its big eyes as it nestled into Liu's arms. His detection skill automatically activated. Small Blue Diamond Pokémon, Gible. Small Blue Diamond potential, elite level, higher than average pseudo-legendaries. Small Blue Diamond level, 1. Small Blue Diamond ability, Sand Veil, boosts evasion in sandstorms. Small Blue Diamond type, Dragon Ground. Small Blue Diamond skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Sand Tomb. Small Blue Diamond combat power, 100, comparable to level 10 Pokémon. Liu's grin widened. This was a jackpot. Gible nuzzled against him, letting out a small, happy cry. Liu chuckled, scratching its head. We're gonna get along just fine. But for now. With Mewtwo secure and a new partner in hand, Liu vanished into the night. Next stop, the Pokémon Center. His journey had only just begun.
His parents passed away, and the only thing left behind was an apartment in the center of Shanghai. However, the original person has a withdrawn character and does not interact with others very much. Teacher's classmate also doesn't know the original person. Moreover, there is only 1 week left until the graduation exam, and everyone is busy strengthening their strength and reviewing. This is also convenient for Liu. Standing outside the glass door, in front of you is a majestic and neat building complex, with 6 characters written on the top, Magic City Pokémon Center. Compared with some third-tier cities, the Magic City Pokémon Center obviously needs to be built much more spectacularly, with a huge flow of people. It is not just a building, but a trading center with the Pokémon Center as its core. People are coming and going, and you can see people walking around with some small Pokémon, such as Oddish, Eevee, Persian. This is also one of the symbolic buildings of the Magic City. In today's era, Pokémon has been integrated into people's lives, and they can be seen everywhere. On the right side of the Pokémon Center is a special rental industry, with the words Didi Toros and FIFA Pi Giotto shining in the night. But the most eye-catching thing is a pure white eggshell standing in front of the building complex. There was a small hole in the pure white eggshell, and the surface was uneven, as if a Pokémon was about to shell smash out. It is said that there is this sign in front of the Pokémon Center in every city. Liu glanced lightly and walked into the door. Drop. Sign in location, Magic City Pokémon Center. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the Energy Cube making machine. Manufacturing machine, Energy Cube adding tree fruits of different types and qualities will generate energy cubes of corresponding quality to supplement the energy required by Pokémon. Making machine. Liu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the Pokémon Center was not only a 3-star check-in location, but also gave him such a good reward. This reward came just in time. He had not conquered Pokémon before, and the 100,000 he received from signing in was still enough. But it's completely different once you capture Pokémon. Just providing the energy cubes that Pokémon needs every day is a huge expense. Therefore, prospective elite trainers often come from well-established families. Ordinary people have to work hard and save money even if they support a Pokémon with middle-level qualifications. The manufacturing machine can be said to have delivered a pillow for sleep. You know, energy cubes are a real luxury product compared to ordinary Pokémon food. He could hardly wait to use the manufacturing machine. However, looking at the people coming and going in the lobby on the first floor, I still reluctantly suppressed this idea. The Pokémon Center has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby. Once you enter, you will see the counter window with an unobstructed view. The electronic screen above the counter is constantly refreshing information. Even at night the hall was very uproar with people coming and going. At this time, Rollout crossed the words on the electronic screen. Recruiting teammates for the Silver Secret Realm assessment requires flying Pokémon. The high-level trainer assessment will begin at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please prepare in advance. Lynn spends a lot of money to find mysterious Pokémon. The attribute is psychic and its strength is no less than that of a quasi-god. If you have any clues, please dial 1 and you will be greatly thanked. Liu looked up and saw the last one, eyes narrowed slightly. The Lynn family was indeed taking action, but perhaps the experiment was too confidential. Except for the heir of the Lynn family he met that day, no one else knew anything about Mewtwo. The only message is psychic type. This would be of great benefit to him. At least there's no need to be secretive. After all, although the Lynn family's experimental base was destroyed, a starved camel was bigger than a horse and was still a threat to him. The Secret Realm assessment mentioned on the electronic screen is also an important way for trainers to improve their strength as soon as possible and obtain resources. According to the level of the Secret Realm, it is divided into 6 levels: Tetsu, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and King level. However, most trainers are middle level and high level, and there are only a few who have reached the elite level and can assess alliance prosecutors. The entry barrier to the Golden Secret Realm is the elite trainer. As for the King level Secret Realm, there is currently only one Dragon Kingdom, which is strictly controlled by the state. The levels of trainer from bottom to top are beginner, middle level, high level, elite, gym leader, quasi-elite, elite, and champion. Champions and above have not yet been determined and are collectively referred to as masters. After all, a trainer that can conquer mythical beasts has never appeared in public perception. If an ordinary trainer can conquer a Yuzinjia, he is extremely lucky. Liu went directly to the second floor without staying in the lobby. Above the second floor is the hospital. There is also a registration window here, and the trainer needs to register based on the Pokémon's injury level. He walked to window 10. Window number 1 is an emergency room and is treating endangered Pokémon. Their lives are at stake. The window he went to provided rental equipment and rooms. Compared with the previous windows, no one showed up at window 10, and the staff inside were also in a daze of boredom. It wasn't until Liu walked in front of her that the girl slowly raised her head. After seeing the boy's appearance clearly, the staff member's cheeks turned red. Hello? What do you need? I would like to rent treatment equipment and rooms. Okay. After typing on the screen with a red face, the staff handed over a card from behind the counter. This is your room 016. You can reach it by turning right from the front. Okay, thank you. After Liu paid the rental fee of 1,000, he followed the staff's instructions and arrived at the door of room 016. Behind him, many trainers looked at Liu's back in surprise and said hoot hoot. Is he going to heal the Pokémon himself? Young people are so brave. There is still a lack of social polish. There was a dissound. Swipe through. Liu entered the room. It looked much bigger from the outside, with various instruments. He excitedly took out the manufacturing machine he had just been awarded. Then throw the 2 green Salak berry obtained by signing in before into the machine. Buzz buzz. The machine roared. After a minute, the shaking finally stopped. The lid above slowly opened, and a very attractive aroma wafted out. Supreme-grade quality energy cubes. Liu couldn't help but exclaimed. This kind of quality is simply not found in the world and is hard to find for $1,000. You know, middle-grade energy cubes can sell for 10,000. He was looking at 2 energy cubes when a growl whined suddenly from the solace of his feet. Looking down, he couldn't help but smile. Gible was looking at him eagerly. Liu took out one of the pieces and gave it to Gible. Gible held the crystal-clear energy cube in his hands, his eyes sparkling, and he bit it in one bite. My mouth is drooling on it. Liu smiled, let it eat slowly, and then walked towards an instrument with a helmet and bracelet. Stand still in front of the bed. With a bang, the Ultra Ball opened, and an unconscious Mewtwo appeared on the bed. His eyes were closed, still in pain. Liu put the helmet on Mewtwo, attached the patch, and also put on the bracelet himself. Next moment, a vibrant force slowly surged towards Mewtwo, washing away its celestic body. A vibrant force slowly surged towards Mewtwo, washing away its celestic body. Visibly, Mewtwo's body began to relax. The charred blackness on his body also disappeared, returning to its original crystal white color, and the wounds on his wrists and chest gradually healed. Sweat gradually slid down Liu's face. He frowned. Rather than the physical damage, the next thing that matters is that he wants to heal Mewtwo's mental contest condition. Following the instrument, Liu slowly probed into Mewtwo's mind. At this time, its mental power is like a funnel whirlpool, constantly escaping psychic outwards, making it extremely weak. He controlled the green light spots to cover each funnel vortex. After the light spots cover it, the vortex slows down, the opening of the funnel is slowly filled, and the energy no longer escapes. 5 minutes later, Liu was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Mewtwo opened his eyes on the bed. The purple eyes are like the most dazzling gems, as if they can suck people in. The pressure of the Divine Beast suddenly came. Gible, who was originally eating energy cubes with great interest, tensed up and subconsciously stood in front of Liu. Roar. It looked at Mewtwo on the bed and roared with hostility. but his body was shaking a little, and he was obviously struggling to hold on, feeling very scared inside. Mewtwo heard the sound, and the Divine Beast's momentum dropped. It seemed to be aware of the situation at this time, and its eyes were filled with mist-like confusion. Seeing this, Liu patted Gible comfortingly, and felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Mewtwo stood up and looked at Liu with disbelief. Because of that 60 degree of intimacy, there seemed to be a hint of dependence deep in Mewtwo's eyes. Mewtwo was extremely shocked. The moment he was created, his heart was filled with destructive emotions, and he wished that everything he saw in front of him would disappear. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. At the moment when it passed out, it vaguely felt a warm power rushing towards it. And just now, this power appeared again. It saves itself. Mewtwo, smelling salts, realizes this. If it weren't for the person in front of it, it would have suffered a nervous breakdown. Thank you. It took a deep look at Liu and opened its mouth to speak. Liu is not surprised that it can talk. Mewtwo is the artificial Pokemon with the strongest genes, and it can also talk in the original work. On the contrary, Gible has a big mouth. I didn't expect this strange humanoid Pokemon to be able to speak human words. After the Divine Beast's momentum subsided, Gible became less afraid of it and approached with some curiosity. It stretched out its right paw and quietly poked Mewtwo's leg. Mewtwo glanced at it briefly, but had no other reaction. Watching the interaction between the two Pokemon, Liu's last worries were put aside. Exploration is activated. Pokemon, Mewtwo, Spirit Recovery 10%. Qualification, Level 2 God. Level 40. Ability, Sense of Oppression, gives rival a sense of oppression, reduces the number of times rival uses skills, and has a certain chance of making it unable to use skills. Attribute, Psychic. Skills, Laser Focus, Confusion, Disable, Swift, Life Dew, Ancient Power, Psycho Cut, Safeguard, Amnesia, Aura Sphere. Combat Power Value, 6,000, Recovering. 6,000 Combat Power Value. Liu was stunned, and then burst into ecstasy. He knew Mewtwo was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. It was so incredible. Combat Power Value is an important factor in evaluating trainer level. 0 to 80 is the junior trainer, 90 to 200 is the middle level, 200 to 400 is the high level, 400 to 800 is the elite, and 800, 1000 is the gym leader level. 1000 to 2000 is a quasi-god, and above 2000 is an elite. As for the championship, you have to win the elite competition in the Diamond Secret Realm. The average comprehensive combat power value ranges from 4000 to 5000. Unfortunately, Mewtwo's mental contest condition was still severely damaged, and Liu only stopped its energy from escaping. It can only be repaired slowly. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to fully exert the combat power, which is currently only about 600. But Liu doesn't feel it's a pity. Mewtwo has now recovered to 10%, and full recovery is just around the corner. Liu gave Mewtwo the remaining Supreme Grade Energy Cube in his hand. Mewtwo obviously smelled the fragrance, and when he was about to eat the delicious food, he gave up the reserve of the mythical beast and swallowed it in one gulp. I saw it squinting its eyes in enjoyment, and its body was glowing with fluorescence. Subsequently, Liu was surprised to find that Mewtwo's recovery speed increased by 2%. At the same time, Gible also happily finished the last bite of the energy cube. Drop. Gible's level has been increased to level 6. As expected of supreme grade quality, Liu sighed. Gible's qualifications have reached elite, so upgrading is much more difficult than ordinary Pokemon, but the supreme grade energy cube has jumped to 6 levels in one fell swoop. Jingle bell. Suddenly a bell rang. Brotherly, came a clear female voice like an aureole. You finally answered my call. The female voice sounded like an accusation, but it was actually charm. Xiao Ai, I just came back. Liu was a little helpless. How are you preparing for the graduation exam? Not bad. Hearing Liu's seemingly perfunctory tone, Xiao Ai pouted and suddenly became angry. The graduation exam determines Pokemon University. Brotherly, you can't take it seriously? Otherwise, I will supervise you now. Okay, I know you are worried about me, and I know it. Liu comforted Xiao Ai opposite him with a gentle voice. At first glance, Xiao Ai on the other end of the phone had a blush on her cheeks, which spread to her ears, and she touched the corner of her clothes uncomfortably. Then he snorted proudly, but he hesitated and couldn't say anything. By the way, brotherly, I want to go to the battle club to train. Do you want to come with me? Club? The one near the Pokémon Center. Xiao Ai's voice was excited and he nodded like a pound of garlic. But when he remembered that Liu couldn't be seen on the other side of the phone, he stopped. Liu pondered for a while and then said, okay, I'll go with you. Yeah. Xiao Ai screamed in surprise, and then she realized that her voice had been heard. See you soon. After saying this hastily, she hung up immediately. Doduadu. Liu looked at the phone and laughed dumbly. Xiao Ai's full name is Li Aizi, and he is the neighbor living on his right. The original person didn't go out much before, but Liu always ran out and would bump into Xiao Ai every time, so they became familiar with her. He and Xiao Ai are similar in age. The other party also graduated from high school this year and took the exam for Pokemon University. After returning the key card, Liu left the Pokémon Center. After buying a Pokeball Gible from a nearby store, I went to the club on the other side. As the name suggests, the club is a place for trainers to practice. You can also earn bonuses here. In order to get the sign-in reward, he originally planned to go to the Battle Club, but after Xiao Ai's invitation, he took advantage of the opportunity and came along. Compared to the Pokémon Center, the Battle Club is underground and has a more lively atmosphere. As soon as I entered, I heard a group of people cheering. Drop. Sign-in location, Magic City Battle Club Arena area. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, 10 times experience card, 1 week. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 10 times the experience card. Liu raised a smile on his lips and walked towards the direction where the crowd gathered. Come on Bulbasaur, whip it with Vine Whip. Don't be a coward, Froakie, just do it. Damn it, who put the poison gas? It stinks like hell. Ha 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 ha. Gloom knocked out Oddish and his trainer and made them foam at the mouth. It made me laugh so hard. Come on. The atmosphere in the fighting club was in full swing, with cheers and cheers coming one after another, and everyone was as excited as a chicken. Liu raised his eyebrows and walked into the audience. There are 2 arenas on the stage. After Gloom and Oddish finished competing, only one arena was left to compete. The 2 parties are none other than Froakie and Bulbasaur. The audience in the stands were very excited as they were both Pokemon from the Yuzan family. After all, Pokemon from the Yuzan family were rare. Now there are 2 at once, which is quite eye-catching. The number of people in the stands was 2 to 3 times that of before, with a slight number of 400 to 500 people. It can only be said that the Battle Club occupies a large ground and can accommodate thousands of people. The 2 trainers were shouting and blushing, and they were coming and going. One moment, the arena was filled with bubbles, and the next moment, the sky was filled with flying leaves. The audience was dazzled. Whenever the side he supports gains the upper hand, he shouts excitedly. When you lose slightly, you sigh with regret. The big screen in the ring clearly displayed the odds between the 2 sides, and now Froakie's was obviously higher. Liu is not surprised that the grass type restrains the water type. After watching it for a minute, he also scanned the QR code on his seat and placed his bet on Bulbasaur. Although Froakie has higher odds and will win more money if he wins, judging from the situation on the field, Bulbasaur is still the leader. Ding. 500 payment successful. Brotherly, who did you choose? At this moment, the familiar fragrant fragrance came from his side, and Liu turned his head. An outstandingly beautiful girl bent down and looked at him curiously. She had a pair of bright eyes, clear and clear. Seeing Liu turn around, he couldn't help but smile. His eyes were curved like crescent moons, and his elegant and graceful temperament was revealed for no reason between his frown and his smile. Xiao Ai, brotherly, why are you here? I've been waiting for you in the training area. As Li Iz spoke, his fair and tender cheeks bulged, making people want to pinch him. I want to participate in the ring competition, so come over and have a look. Liu's face didn't turn red when he said this, and his heart didn't beat. He couldn't say that he was infected by the atmosphere and forgot about her as soon as he entered here. Xiao Ai covered her mouth in surprise, and her attention was diverted as expected. Brotherly, do you have the Earl Dervish Pokemon? Liu nodded. He didn't lie, he did have the idea of fighting in the ring. Actual combat is an important way to improve strength. And you can win money in the competition, so why not? Xiao Ai was a little confused and worried when he heard this. Brotherly, you have just conquered Pokemon. Why not go to the training area to train for a few days before going into actual combat? Her original intention of calling Liu was that they would go to the club's training area together, but she didn't expect that this was his purpose. How can anyone participate in an arena competition just after capturing Pokemon? Do not worry. After Liu finished speaking, he glanced at the stage. The referee promptly announced the result of the game. Congratulations to Bulbasaur for winning. There was a ding on the wrist. Battle Club transferred 1,000. I'll treat you to dinner later. Liu was in a good mood, paid the ticket, and then got up and headed to the registration point. Seeing that Liu had already made his decision, Xiao Ai stopped trying to dissuade him. He just followed him with a hint of sadness in his eyes. For 10 consecutive matches, the bonus is 20,000. Liu was immediately interested after listening to the introduction by the staff at the registration office. According to the rules of the club, after successfully challenging the original champion, as long as you successfully defend the ring and win 10 games in a row, you will receive a bonus of 20,000 and become a VIP member of the club. VIP members enjoy 50% discount on club products. Registration and ticket fees are free. I want to sign up and compete as soon as possible. He made a prompt decision. In addition to the training area and the ring area, the club also has an area dedicated to selling skill chips. In the Magic City Building Mall, a tackle skill is sold for 1,500, with a 50% discount on Captivate, which is not a small deal for Liu. The reward of 100,000 yuan he received for signing in was less than 30,000 yuan. Li Iz hesitated to speak behind him. It sounds like the rewards for the challenger are quite generous, but efforts are linked to rewards. It sounds easy to defend the challenge for 10 games, but only a small number of people succeed. If you fail in one round, all your efforts will be wasted. The match between Froakie and Bulbasaur just now was just a normal battle, not a challenge to the champion. Li Iz's worried look grew stronger, and his eyes as bright as stars seemed to be condensed with a layer of water. Liu was sitting peacefully in the waiting area. Use the 10 times experience card. The next second, the card turned into a white ball of light and melted into the Pokeball containing Gible. Dip, the 10 times experience effect is activated. 5 minutes later, the arena match is announced to begin. The audience who were about to leave immediately sat down. Who wants to challenge the challenger? I remember the challenger in the last issue was Brother Shan. Brother Shan? That's terrible for rival. Ha ha ha, I want to see who can't think of it. I want to challenge Brother Shan. Didn't you look at the leader list? It's about to start, stop beeping. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee called out the 2 players. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, a strong man named Shenji appeared. Then, the audience stared wide-eyed at the other side of the ring. Under the watchful eyes of 400 to 500 people, Liu slowly walked onto the stage. After a second of silence, a burst of boos erupted in an instant, which was in sharp contrast to what he had just said. No, that's it. TCH, what's so interesting about this? I thought it was really a similar level. Let's go, it's really boring, wasting my ticket money. Listening to these ridicules, Li Iz's heart tightened in the audience, but he could not refute, so he could only look at Liu intently. The man named Brother Shan looked Liu up and down, the interest in his eyes disappeared, and he waved his hand in disappointment. Kid, I don't have time to play house with you. You should just admit defeat now to avoid having to pay for treatment. Why don't you start yet? Liu looked calm and spoke directly to the referee. The referee was stunned for a moment, feeling surprised. This was the first time he saw someone seeking death. Then he waved a small flag and announced the start of the game. Haha, don't cry for a while. Brother Shan laughed angrily when he heard this. With a wave of his hand, a sturdy sand shrew appeared in front of him. When the audience saw the familiar sand shrew, they immediately started cheering. The odds of both sides displayed on the big screen have reached 10 to 1. It can be said to be the game with the highest odds in recent times. Liu glanced at the top of his head with a look of pity. The club stipulates that players cannot bet, otherwise he will make a lot of money this time. I'm afraid you'll cry and call daddy later. Suddenly, a Pokeball was thrown. After the light dissipates, a shark-like Pokemon appears in front of everyone's eyes. Gible, Garchomp's Earl Dervish form. The referee couldn't help but exclaimed in disbelief. When he read out his name, a look of astonishment flashed across the faces of the audience who were originally unaware. There was a commotion in the audience. Gible doesn't know many trainers, since they are very rare to see, but most of them have heard of Garchomp. This is one of the most awesome quasi-gods. A dual-type Pokemon with extremely rare Dragon-type and Ground-type. Not to mention seeing him, few people have heard of him, and everyone has a look on their face. Li Iz's beautiful eyes widened and her little hands clenched tightly. She looked at the exceptionally handsome young man on the stage, but her heart was beating strangely. Brother Shan, who was opposite him, froze on the spot, and a chill instantly surged down his back. Goosebumps appeared. How could it be? He murmured in disbelief, feeling a little dazed. This is exciting. This is my first time seeing a quasi-god Pokemon. Not necessarily, it's just that in Earl Dervish form, Brother Shan has been the ringleader for a week. The comments from the audience reached Brother Shan's ears. He was shocked and immediately came out of his trance. That's right, don't panic now. Sand Shrew, roll out tackle. Upon hearing the command, Sand Shrew immediately contracted his limbs, curled up into a ball, and rolled towards Gible with maximum strength. Liu narrowed his eyes. Go head to head, Gible, tackle. Next moment, Gible's eyelids lowered slightly to block the fierce light flashing in his eyes, his limbs slightly bent, his feet kicked hard, and his body shot out like an arrow from a string. Its explosive power is astonishing, and it does not lose the reputation of the ultimate form of the Sand Emperor, Garchomp. The two collide. The air was stagnant for a second. Bang! Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Sand Shrew was knocked into the air, forming a parabola and hitting the ground. A gap instantly opened in the arena ground. On the other hand, Gible stood motionless on the field, looking down at his defeated opponent with so much momentum. The situation is clear at a glance. Hiss. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but take a breath. Sand Shrew, get up. Brother Shin shouted heartbrokenly, clutching his chest and almost out of breath. Sand Shrew seemed to hear his master's voice in a trance, and his limbs twitched a few times, trying to stand up. Aren't you going to admit defeat yet? Liu's cold voice sounded like a death sentence. Brother Shan gritted his teeth and tightened his cheeks, but he still refused to admit defeat. At this moment, he really had the urge to call daddy. As long as you can let him go. He defended the ring for a week, but he didn't expect the moment of failure to come so quickly. It's just a move. Why? He doesn't want to accept it. Liu didn't know what was going on in Brother Shan's mind, but he liked quick decisions, so he gave the last order. Gible, Sand Tomb. Sand Shrew had just stood up, but his body was still swaying unsteadily. Suddenly his feet went soft and he felt like he was slowly sinking. It looked down and found that the arena had been covered in yellow sand at some point, and he was stuck in quicksand. Creak. Brother Shan stepped on the ground and was stunned for a second. He quickly shouted heartbrokenly, I give up, I give up. As soon as he finished speaking, Gible took back the yellow sand covered by ground. One person and one Pokemon stood there, looking exactly the same in difference, but their extremely powerful strength was dazzling. The referee woke up at this moment, jumped onto the ring, and shouted, Congratulations to Gible for winning, the challenge is successful. This sound woke up 400 to 500 people in the stands. Everyone was silent for a while, and then the sound of discussion suddenly erupted like a swarm of bees flying into the sky. Crush the game. Damn it, this arena match is so worth it. The 100 tickets are for nothing. Oh my god, it turns out this is the power of the quasi-god Pokemon. Dang, that guy is so handsome. Nice, brother. From this moment on, Li Yu's name began to enter the audience's field of vision. Li Iz in the audience had tears in his eyes, his heart was surging and he couldn't control himself. The seed that was originally buried deep in his heart grew into a towering tree in an instant. With just one move, Li Yu proved his strength. Become the champion? Brother Shen fell down on the ring in despair, and was finally helped down by his companions. There was still a lot of sand on the back of his clothes. Congratulations to the host for winning the first battle, the 10 times experience is activated, and the Gible level is raised to level 9. Good. Li Yu smiled for the first time after the game started. Under the contest condition with 10 times the experience, the level increased rapidly. In just one game, he was promoted to 3 levels. Li Yu has become the new champion. There are 10 minutes to sign up to challenge the new champion. The referee excitedly picked up the microphone and announced. As soon as the words fell, the auditorium was filled with people, and they all rushed towards the registration point. Seeing this, Li Yu was stunned for a moment. Is it because everyone loves difficult challenges? He was puzzled, but everyone's ideas were surprisingly simple. Nonsense, although Roshan is powerful, how can you usually see a small club of quasi-god Pokemon? Even if you get beaten, it's worth it. That's right. They come up to contribute to performance and lend a helping hand to Li Yu. Sit firmly in the position of challenger. If Li Yu knew the inner thoughts of the audience, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. Li Shen, choose me. Go away, your Caterpie still has the nerve to show off? He's not afraid of being embarrassed if he stands with Gible. But, it's none of your business. How good is your Magikarp? The manager of the club received the news and rushed over. Before he could flatter Li Yu, he heard a loud quarrel at the registration desk and hurried over to stop it. Ahem, everyone, calm down, first come, first served. As soon as the club manager took action, the scene instantly became quiet. Everyone hurriedly ran to queue up to sign up, not daring to waste time arguing. Puff. Seeing Li Yu's speechless expression, Li Iz laughed out loud, with 2 dimples looming. Li Yu originally just looked helplessly. After discovering the dimple, he felt itchy and couldn't help but poke it. After poking, he was stunned by the soft feeling on his hand. Li Iz's little face turned red immediately, and his head was about to get angry. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became extremely ambiguous. The break is over, welcome the next challenger to the stage. The referee's voice interrupted the atmosphere between the two. Li Yu turned around and saw a young man with yellow hair standing on the stage, eager to try. Li Shen, come quickly. The young man jumped up and down excitedly, but Li Yu's expression did not change. Mosquito repellent frog, use water gun. The yellow-haired young man is still confident. Water can restrain ground. Maybe he will win? Gible, sand attack. Li Yu remained calm in the face of the restrained attribute and gave a calm command. Hearing this, Gible raised his paw, and a small storm vortex suddenly swept away all the sand in sight. Onor KK2 The water gun is completely submerged in the small sandstorm, which just adds a little humidity and makes some of it flow like muddy water. The offensive continues unabated. Sandstorm roared past, leaving the mosquito-repellent frog lying on the ground with its eyes dizzy and losing its ability to fight. 10 times the experience is opening. Gible level has been raised to level 9. 10 times the experience is opening. Gible level has been raised to level 12. Trigger new skill, Dragon Breath. 10 times experience is opening. Gible level has been raised to level 17. After the last Weedle fell to the ground, the referee shouted, "Congratulations to the champion Li Yu for successfully defending the ring and winning 10 games in a row." His voice was trembling. The club manager who was watching smiled with a smile on his face. The stronger the champion, the better it is for the club. There was even a celebrity champion in Beijing. The moment he saw Li Yu, the club manager had the same thought in his mind. In the audience, there was sparse applause at first, then more and more. The sound became louder, and finally turned into a tsunami of sound, sweeping the entire audience. Li Shen, Li Shen, Li Shen. Under the overwhelming cheers, this name resounded throughout the battle club for a long time. After Li Yu left, the audience still refused to leave. It's so strong, this is a genius. Win 10 games in a row in an hour. I have been in the club for a year and I have never seen such a fun battle. The rush of blood and brain during competition indirectly inspired many trainers and gave them a goal to strive for. Ding, Moto Bank reminds you that the card number ending in 9562 will be credited to 20,000. Looking at the information on the electronic screen, Li Yu's eyes filled with a touch of joy. This trip to the club was well worth it. Xiao AI, let's go to the training area together. Their original purpose was to conduct special training, and Li Yu still had an idea that needed to be verified, so he was not ready to leave just yet. Li Iz nodded obediently and occasionally glanced at Li Yu beside him. Her cheeks were red and she didn't know what she was thinking. The two of them just took steps. Godly, wait. Li Yu turned around and happened to see the pot-bellied club manager running towards him, panting. What's up? Ho, Li Shen, this is our VIP member card. You forgot to take it. Li Yu took the card. The card is black, with a faint layer of golden light floating around, making it low-key and luxurious. Li Shen, are you interested in joining us? The club manager finally said the purpose of his visit. Li Yu was stunned. 2 trainers passing by accidentally heard it and couldn't walk. Wow, they're inviting Ri Shen to join the club. That's great. The Magic City Club has extremely rich resources, and the elite trainer Electric Man was picked up by them. The electric boy who rose to fame in the novice competition. Yes, it seems that the Magic City Club can add another general. Oh, I'm so sore. The conversation between the 2 people reached the ears of several people. When the club manager heard this, he immediately puffed up his chest proudly. The club will specially train its own trainers. If you are successful in defending the competition, you can directly receive the club's share and even become the owner of this place. His tone was full of bewitching, expressing that all resources would be tilted towards Li Yu, allowing him to quickly grow into a powerful trainer. It is difficult for ordinary people not to be tempted when hearing this condition. The 2 trainers had just finished listening. Their expressions were extremely excited, their hands clenched into fists, and they looked even more nervous than the people involved. There are still conditions. Li Yu Fengqingyun replied calmly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The club manager, who was still talking non-stop, felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, you are indeed the god of Li. We do have the conditions. If you join the club, you will naturally become a member of the club. The unfinished meaning of his words was understood by everyone present. Once you join the club, you are completely bound to it. Although you don't have to worry about resources and expenses, your freedom no longer exists. It's natural to help the club play games every day. Li Yu refused without hesitation. He's not that short of money yet. The manager felt a little pity, but still smiled like a spring breeze. After hearing that the 2 were going to the training area, he took the initiative to take them to choose a room. The disbelief on the faces of the 2 trainers did not fade away after the 3 of them left. They couldn't believe that Li Yu didn't even hesitate when he was so captivated. The 2 looked at each other, and one of them said, geniuses are really different from us. The other person nodded seriously, indeed. They both sighed at the same time. Brush. If you swipe your VIP card, the fee is free. The electronic door opens. Drop. Sign-in location, Magic City Battle Club Training Area. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, EXP share. Li Yu smiled, with a flash of understanding in his eyes. When he entered the club before, he found that the sign-in location was in the ring area, which made him suspicious. You can also sign in the training area? It turned out that he was right. EXP share, after carrying it, you can still share experience without participating in combat. Use it with the skill chip to accelerate the learning effect and quickly improve your skill proficiency. Surprise flashed in Li Yu's eyes. With EXP share, he naturally doesn't have to worry about the massive amount of experience required to level up Pokémon. After all, both Mewtwo and Gible are in great demand for experience. Bang, bang. In a flash of light, 2 Pokémon appeared in the training room. After thinking for a moment, Li Yu directly gave EXP share to Gible. The effect of the 10 times experience card is only for 1 week. In an instant, a light flashed across Gible and Mewtwo, proving that the 2 Pokémon were sharing their experiences. If he captures more Pokémon in the future, the scope of EXP share will be expanded. Only then did he have time to look at the environment in the training room. There are rings hanging above the room for training for flying Pokémon, and there are treadmills and sandbags in the corners for fighting Pokémon. The ground material can be selected before entering the room. The room he chose has a gravel ground to facilitate the use of his skills. In addition, there is a vending machine at the door, with countless skill chips lined up in the vending machine. He stepped forward with interest and saw that he indeed had the dig skill. Li Yu clicks directly, swiping the card and making purchases smoothly. After the discount, the dig skill only costs 1,000. The dragon type is rare, so the skill chips are very few. After Li Yu scanned one of the columns, his eyes widened in surprise. There really is a dragon claw skill here. The price is as high as 20,000? It's also 10,000 after discount. Li Yu gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. Plop plop. The chips fell one after another. Li Yu squatted down, opened the package, and took out 2 thumb-sized chips. Gible, come here. Gible walked over with his head wagging, looking very naive. Li Yu squatted down and put Dig's skill chip on Gible's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the chip turned into an earthy yellow light ball and entered Gible's body along his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the chip turned into an earthy yellow light ball and entered Gible's body along his forehead. 10 seconds later, Gible suddenly opened his eyes after closing them tightly. His eyes sparkled. Its blue claws were covered with a layer of kaki, and it pressed towards the ground. The sand and gravel within 1 meter in front of it changed instantly. Just then, Gible made a sudden grab. In an instant, ground was flying, and Gible's claws were like the sharpest drill bits, directly cutting off most of the ground within the range. An entrance leading straight down gradually took shape. That's it. Li Yu nodded with satisfaction and stopped Gible from continuing to dig. After having EXP share, Gible's mastery of skills has skyrocketed. It took some time to adapt to a skill that he had just learned before. Li Yu was deeply aware of this when playing in the ring. But now, this adaptation period has been shortened to almost nothing. Okay, time to try Dragon Claw. Li Yu took a deep breath and put the second chip on Gible's forehead. Under his expectant gaze, the chip turned into a purple light ball and entered Gible's mind. During this process, Gible looked painful and the time extended to 1 minute. In this minute, Liu was in great torment. The Dragon Claw skill can only be triggered after level 30, and he is not sure whether Gible can fully master it. But I believe that as long as he learns the basics, it will be enough. Gible is currently unscrupulous. Ouch. Finally, the chip was fully integrated, and Gible opened his eyes, feeling very excited as if he had received a precious treasure. Use Dragon Claw. With a command, Gible opened his sharp claws, a purple halo appeared, and he suddenly swung towards the wall. Smoke and dust are everywhere. Liu lightly fanned with his right hand. After the dust dissipated, he saw 3 scratches half a meter deep on the white wall. When Gible saw it, he jumped for joy. Liu touched its head, and her thoughts started to change, and the training officially started. A week later, graduation assessment is about to begin. The Magic City is a little hot in June, but it's not like a blazing fire. Every year, the graduation examination attracts a large number of people to watch, causing traffic to come to a standstill. Therefore, Pokémon troops were stationed in the suburbs early to maintain order. This year, the Bronze Secret Realm in the southeastern district of Magic City was selected as the assessment site for the senior high school students in Magic City. The entrance to the Bronze Secret Realm. It was crowded with anxious candidates and parents. Liu even saw more than a dozen cameras filming the candidates to record the students taking the assessment. There is a large floating screen at the entrance called the scoreboard. During the Secret Realm assessment, you need to defeat Pokémon of different levels to obtain different scores, and the final total score will be used to rank the players. Those with points above the passing line can successfully enter Pokémon University. The higher the points, the more options there are to choose from. Of course, in addition to battles, you can also gain certain points by capturing Pokémon. The amount of points is determined by the Pokémon's qualifications. What is obtained in the secret area belongs to the candidates themselves. However, candidates cannot attack each other and snatch points. After all, most high school seniors only have 1 or 2 Earl Dervish Pokémon, which is not enough to start a battle. It can also be regarded as a protective measure for candidates. Liu heard that after entering Pokémon University, this kind of protection is no longer available. In the Secret Realm, you need to be careful not only about Pokémon, but also about humans. The difficulty is greatly increased. But even now, it is the first time for senior high school candidates to take the Secret Realm assessment. Liu stood among them and saw that some people's calves were trembling. The eyes looking toward the entrance were filled with horror. There was a boy in front of Liu, and the sweat on his back had soaked through his shirt. He doubted that he could squeeze out the water. This didn't surprise him. In previous lives, the college entrance examination was also a national event. In Aqua Blue Star, graduation assessment is also a top priority, and it is normal to be nervous. Therefore, the calm Liu is very conspicuous among the candidates. Boss, look at that candidate. The cameraman glanced lightly, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise to the production director behind him. Director Wang glanced at the camera nonchalantly. The handsome and tall figure immediately dissipated the summer heat and refreshed people's spirits. Take a few more close-ups, they will be used for the evening news broadcast in Shanghai. After hearing this, the cameraman became more attentive in taking photos of Liu. At this time, neither of them could have imagined that the boy they accidentally photographed would arouse heated discussion in this assessment. Since it is the first time to identify fingerprint information, the waiting time is longer. By the time we got to Liu, half an hour had passed. After verification by the Pokémon troops stationed in the Secret Realm, Liu successfully passed and entered the Secret Realm. The entrance to the Secret Realm is a light curtain, which looks particularly magical, as if normal reality does not exist. Liu tentatively put his hand into the light curtain. In an instant, the space changed, and he was completely sucked into the Secret Realm. Stepping into the light curtain in front of you, the noisy sounds from the outside world are completely isolated. At the same time, every year on the broadcast date, viewers in Shanghai are accustomed to sitting in front of the TV early and waiting, regardless of whether there are candidates at home. Watch the live broadcast of the secret assessment. Finally, the live broadcast has started. The opening scene was a burst of fireworks, which turned into the character's graduation assessment from the Magic City. The prologue begins. The perspective is taken from a high altitude. The live broadcast camera slowly zoomed in. A huge valley appeared in everyone's field of vision. There are groups of Pidgeotto and Spearow running in the sky, Diglett appears on the ground from time to time, and Metapod and Butterfree shuttle through the woods. Next to the lakeshore, Golduck walked by in a swaggering manner. Squirtle hides under the water, occasionally blowing bubbles. As soon as this scene of Pokémon harmonizing with nature appeared, it instantly captured all the viewers before the live broadcast. Wow, it's so beautiful. I also want to go and examine the Secret Realm. Not everyone can be a trainer. These Pokémon now look harmless to humans and animals, but in battle, they can be a monster with just one punch. I wonder who can take first place in this year's standings. I remember that last year the first place was so crowded. Not only people from Shanghai University of Science and Technology, but also people from Beijing University and Qingda University came. The competition in the Magic City is already fierce, and the value of being number one in the standings is much higher than that in third-tier cities. Countless barrages floated above the live broadcast. People are talking about the rise. At this time, the candidates had just entered the Bronze Secret Realm. After entering, candidates will be transported to various locations in the Secret Realm, with uncertain locations. Liyu's eyes drooped slightly. The trees in front of him were lush and lush, with swaying branches and leaves, and rustling sounds, as if they were welcoming his arrival. But that quiet and deep forest path seemed like a bloody mouth, mysterious but dangerous. It's daunting? Drop. Sign in location, Magic City Bronze Secret Realm Mysterious Forest. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward European Emperor's Halo. The European Emperor's Halo. The host will be blessed by the God of Luck within 1 hour, and you will be the European Emperor. Successfully sign in at the special location and get a chance to win a random draw. Successfully sign in at the special location and get a chance to win a random draw. European Emperor's Halo. Liu was refreshed. He didn't expect that he would be given such a big surprise when he first came to the secret realm. This is simply cheating. After all, this sign-in also revealed another piece of information. The forest in front of you is called the Mysterious Forest. Just from the literal meaning, we know that the danger is extremely high. In the secret realm, having the European Emperor's aura is definitely the greatest weapon, maximizing your luck and completely avoiding all risks. Even, his chances of encountering highly qualified Pokémon are also greatly increased. Thinking of this, Liyu's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, what made him happiest was the accidental triggering of a random draw. In the past, it was only triggered by designated sign-in. Unexpectedly, this time, as soon as you entered the secret realm, the lottery opportunity was also triggered. System, start the lottery, he said immediately. During the random lottery, congratulations to the host for obtaining Mew's Origin Power Fragment *1. What? Hearing this, Liyu's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he just heard. The fragments of Mew's original power are more than just cheating, they are going to heaven? The next second, a purple diamond-shaped fragment the size of a finger appeared, making no sound and floating quietly in front of him, as if they were just tiny fragments. But Liu didn't dare to have the slightest contempt. His probing technique carefully swept over it, and in an instant, complete information about the fragments emerged. Scan result, this fragment is a super powerful law fragment. There are 18 kinds of law power in the world, corresponding to the 18 attributes of Pokémon. Understand the power of this law, be promoted to a divine beast, and your strength will be greatly increased. It dawned on him instantly. Mew is a psychic fantasy beast, and its original power represents the superpower law. The power of the origin is the power of the world, the power that creates everything, and the growth and destruction of all things are related to laws. The attribute energy of ordinary Pokémon is extremely thin, 1/1000th of the source power. There is no doubt that the fragments of Mew have integrated the source of law and are one of the sources of psychic type. After understanding everything, Liu felt as if he had been hit on the head. But he quickly smelling salts and summoned Mewtwo with a wave of his hand. As soon as Mewtwo appeared, his sharp purple eyes stared at the floating debris, his eyes filled with covet. It feels an extremely attractive force to itself. After a while, the purple fragments flew towards Mewtwo's chest and slowly integrated into it. The moment of complete integrated union. A layer of fluorescence appeared on Mewtwo's body. The fragments have been integrated union. Mewtwo spirit contest condition increased by 8%. 20% has been restored. It is indeed a fragment of source power. Liu was overjoyed. Supreme grade quality energy cubes can only restore Mewtwo by 2%, while small fragments with a volume less than 1/10 of the cube can restore up to 8%. Nowadays, the combat effectiveness that Mewtwo can exert is almost the same as that of a quasi-elite. Mewtwo closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand. Instantly, the majestic psychic condensed in its hands, and the entire forest seemed to be shaking at this moment, and invisible changes began to brew. Violent fluctuations came from the entrance of the forest. What a heaven-destroying aura it was! Everything he passed seemed to slash the entire secret realm. What is that? It seems that the majesty is inviolable. Lewin stared in the direction of the mysterious forest in surprise. At the same time, he felt like the psychic inside his body was about to stir. This is the power inherited from his family. Why was it activated for no reason? Now he has no ability to control the power in his body? Ah! Lewin screamed and fell to the ground. Fertile. Abra nervously ran to her owner, but at this moment, her body couldn't help but succumb to the ground. The eyes looking towards the lost forest are full of fear. In the valley, Sandshrew moved his ears alertly. Then, it showed no signs of fighting. He simply gave up on the fruit on hand and dug desperately. He disappeared within 10 seconds. Tulio, who was fighting against him just now, was stunned and stood there at a loss. The lake surface suddenly began to undulate violently, and groups of Magikarp and Goldeen jumped up and down, jumping out of the water from time to time. Lee Izzy, who was observing from the shore, frowned. The hand that picked up the electronic screen put it down again. No, let's contact Brother Lee later. I have to win points quickly and form a team with him. Determination flashed in the girl's eyes. Is Lewin sick? How come all the Pokemon trainer battled ran away and surrendered without a fight? Is the assessment this year so simple? No, what is going on? A question mark flashed across the live broadcast barrage, and the audience was quite surprised to see the changes in the Bronze Secret Realm. Since the assessment has just begun, the camera will only focus on people who were slightly famous before. Therefore, no one discovered Liu and Mewtwo. At the late stage, only the candidates at the top of the scoreboard will be captured by the camera one by one. Liu family. There was a chaos of war and chaos. What's wrong with Fanner? Nothing will happen to him, right? Ask them to suspend the assessment and get Fanner out. How can the graduation assessment be suspended? I hope Fanner is okay. The middle-aged man looked nervous, clenched his fists, and stared at the live broadcast without daring to blink. Strength. Boundless power is coming to you? Mewtwo was suspended in the air, the power in his hands still gathering. Being in it, Mewtwo can clearly feel the rapid improvement of his psychic, and he is addicted to the power of infinite transcendence. It seemed that with just one thought from him, the forest below could be destroyed. Mewtwo, that's it. Just then, a familiar voice stopped it. Mewtwo didn't hesitate, his expression calmed down, and his boundless power was instantly withdrawn. Then he landed slowly and stood obediently on Liu's side. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. I almost destroyed the bronze secret realm. He also didn't expect that the power of Mewtwo who absorbed the fragments of the original power would become so powerful, even more terrifying than when he first saw it. But Liu is undoubtedly excited. The stronger Mewtwo becomes, the more unbeatable his trump card becomes. System, activate the European Emperor's Halo. After summoning Gible, Liu said to the system. The European Emperor's Halo has been activated, and it lasts for 1 hour. Hearing this, he was satisfied with Liu and walked towards the lost forest. A gentle breeze ripples among the trees. As you walk around, you can feel the natural scent of flowers, plants, and trees. I have to say that if it were not for the assessment, it would indeed be a kind of enjoyment in an environment like the Bronze Secret Realm. Soon, a rustling sound was heard coming from the bushes. Liu pushed aside the grass and looked around. A dark blue Pokémon with a fire on its back was busy carrying fruit. Sakura berry, Oran berry and Pecha berry. Then I'm welcome. He picked up more than a dozen tree fruits and put them in the space backpack behind his back. Squeak. The Pokémon on the ground yelled at Liu in dissatisfaction. The Pokémon on the ground yelled at Liu in dissatisfaction. Pokémon, Cyndaquil. Qualification, high level. Level 10. Ability, fierce. Skills, Leer, smokescreen, ember. High level. Liu raised his eyebrows. High-level Pokémon mostly appear in Bronze Secret Realms, and are relatively rare for trainers. You can also redeem a lot of points. But thinking about his European Emperor's aura, he was not surprised. There will only be more Pokémon with higher qualifications, not less. For example, now, after just walking a few steps, you can get Pecha berry and Sakura fruit, which can break the effects of poisoning and paralysis, as well as Oran berry, which can restore physical strength. The first two can be used as potions or consumed alone. The latter can create energy cubes. Liu's mouth curved with satisfaction, and he took it and left without stopping or choosing to fight. Any more fights would be a bit too bullying of the Pokémon. You can't catch one and pluck it hard. Cyndaquil looked at Liu's walking back, squeaked twice, and was very angry. Eyes rolling. Like a sneak attack. Just then, Mewtwo glanced back at it. Cyndaquil immediately curled up her neck and ran away without stopping for even a second. Liu's goal this time is to be a quasi-elite, so high-level qualifications are really not eye-catching. The pace quickened and he entered the depths of the jungle. Suddenly, a sharp growl came from the distance. It's a Beedrill group. Run, run. Ugh, I'm most afraid of bug-type Pokémon. They're coming. Liu turned to one side. 2 men and 1 woman ran away from him. The girl even summoned a Pidgeotto and jumped out with a frightened expression. Buzz buzz. Behind the 3 people, a whole bunch of Beedrills show up. They are all yellow, have bodies divided into 3 segments, have red and round eyes, and have a poison barb on the end of their tails. The high-frequency vibrating wings have complex patterns. It's obvious that their habitat is ahead. I don't know how those 3 people provoked them just now, and they actually came out in full force. The 3 people ran very fast, probably running for their lives frequently, and soon disappeared. Beedrill did not catch up, but instead noticed Liu standing by the tree. Swish. All eyes were on him. Listening to the humming vibration makes one's skin crawl. But Liu's expression was strangely calm. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of a smile. Damn, those 3 are so unreliable, they are the only ones causing trouble. Yengo welfare, such a good-looking little brother. What's the use of looking good? As a trainer, my reaction is too slow. I'm probably going to be killed by this. It's so miserable, I dare not look at it. The barrage has everything. Mostly scolding the 3-man squad. After all, the camera just turned to the depths of the mysterious forest, and the whole process was broadcast live. The director accurately grasped the audience's psychology. People like excitement. Trainer has gone even further. Intense battles and conflicts are what the audience likes to watch. Therefore, even if the 3 people left, the camera still did not move and focused on Liu. The director sighed sympathetically behind the camera. There is no other way. For the sake of ratings, I can only expose your miserable situation to the public. Even though he said this, he was ruthless in controlling the director. In the secret realm, most candidates will choose to form a team for the assessment, and the points will be divided equally. There are very few people like Liu who work alone. At first sight. Quite novel. And everyone also wants to see how he will deal with the Beedrill group. If the situation cannot be sustained, Pokémon troops will naturally enter the secret realm to rescue the candidates. The barrage also floated words such as nervousness and sweating at the right time. Faced with such a situation, Liyu's expression didn't change at all. But at this time, his heart was not at peace either. Not the fear that the audience thought, but excitement. What he saw was not Pokémon, but a large number of points rushing towards him. With Mewtwo, a mythical beast whose combat power is worth cheating, these Beedrills are simply an appetizer. Not even enough for one plate. The European Emperor's halo is indeed worthy of its name. Gible, Dragon Breath. Mewtwo, please support us at any time. Don't let Gible be attacked. Hearing this, the two Pokémon nodded at the same time. Gible, who was still a little nervous at first, suddenly became bolder when he heard that Mewtwo was nearby. The only trace of nervousness disappeared. Gible stood still and began to brew. Then, a strong breath surged up from its abdomen and gathered near its throat. As Gible opened his mouth, that strong aura spurted out instantly. The blue dragon breath turned into surging energy, sweeping through normal like a strong wind, heading straight towards the Beedrill community. The powerful dragon breath instantly overwhelmed the first row of Beedrill figures. The next second, I saw that the huge impact directly sent the two closest Beedrills flying away and fell into a coma. Beedrill, who was almost attacked in the first row, saw this and his red eyes flashed suddenly. Then he began to retreat and his actions became cautious. A few more sneaked around behind. When Gible is exhausted, he goes around to attack him. The poison barb on his tail shines brightly. Behind Gible, the future Quasi God. What is the other Pokémon? Can anyone give an answer? I've never seen it before. It seems very powerful. So cool. Fighting against the Beedrill group alone is definitely the most exciting scene in the graduation exam. Countless barrages follow the battle situation and the mood is ups and downs. After Gible used Dragon Breath, they knew they were on the wrong track. The boy in front of me is definitely a trainer who cannot be underestimated. At the same time, Poison Barb comes out. Ding ding ding. But suddenly fell to the ground. An invisible energy barrier blocked Drill's attack. Mewtwo takes action. It had an indifferent expression, and its purple eyes glanced condescendingly at a few Beedrills. Suddenly, the Beedrill group strangely stopped moving. An ominous premonition began to spread to the entire colony, and the buzzing of wings became more frequent. Pokémon's premonitions are always spot on. Sudden, swift. Liu issued an ultimatum. Mewtwo waved his hand slightly. The mysterious forest burst out with a burst of starlight, like stars falling, extremely dazzling. The starlight shines in front of the Beedrill community in a blink of an eye. The next second, the explosion exploded, sweeping away the entire Beedrill group that was coming towards us. Dust instantly filled most of the battlefield. Buzzing. The Beedrill flock flapped their wings vigorously, but to no avail. In the dust, one could only see them falling from the air one after another, whether they were unconscious or passed out. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating Beedrill. EXP share is starting. Gible's level has been raised to level 18. Hey, EXP share is starting. Gible level has been raised to level 20. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating the Beedrill leader. Mewtwo has gained 10,000 battle experience points. Drop. As the Beedrill group fell, a series of system prompts sounded in Liu's mind. As the Beedrill group fell, a series of system prompts sounded in Liu's mind. Liu looked happy. As Gible gained a lot of battle experience, his level began to increase. Before he could come to his senses, watch as Gible's levels continue to rise. Originally it was level 17. Now, upgraded to 6 levels in a row. We are only 1 level away from level 24 evolution. Finally, wait until the last Beedrill leader is defeated by Mewtwo. Under experience sharing, a prompt appears to remind Gible to reach level 24. This moment, Liu couldn't help but swallowed. He was very pleasantly surprised. The European Emperor's halo is indeed a cheating weapon. An unexpected encounter with the Beedrill group directly caused Gible to continuously level up, almost as fast as when he was guarding the ring in the club. At that time, 10 times the experience was unlocked. Certainly, with EXP share, Mewtwo's battle experience is shared with Gible, and the effect is no less than 10 times the card. Click. The little shark roared and his body shape began to change dramatically. It is bathed in the light of evolution. The light seemed to be the only thing in the world, so dazzling that it was addictive. Seeing this scene, the audience in front of the screen couldn't help but scream after being stunned for a second. The barrage suddenly broke out on a large scale. The 4 words light of evolution accounted for 90% of the comments, and the rest were basically meaningless exclamations such as ah or oh my god. No one could have imagined it. You can witness the evolution of Gible with your own eyes. The ups and downs of the climax are like normal sea water, coming layer by layer, making the audience dizzy. It was originally just a graduation assessment, but it turned out to be such a wonderful scene. This was beyond anyone's expectation. Suddenly, the director behind the live broadcast found that the number of viewers suddenly exploded to a peak. The total number of people reached 5 million. This number was only available on the last day of the competition in previous years. But this year, achieved it on the first day. It's all because of the boy in front of the screen. The director behind the graduation examination pondered for a while, then Rival ordered. Next, arrange a camera to monitor him at any time. Once there is a wonderful scene, it will be broadcast immediately. The staff nodded seriously. Hurry down and make arrangements. The director turned back and looked at Liu completely changed. Before it was unbearable and pity, but now, it reveals ambition and appreciation. He had a premonition. The boy in front of me will make this year's live broadcast of the graduation assessment in the Magic City a classic. The director wanted to seize this opportunity. He doesn't want to be the assistant director on stage year after year. He wants to give it a try. Lost Forest. After a while, the light slowly dissipated, and Gible, a dragon-type Pokémon covered in dark purple scales, was born. There are protrusions on both sides of its head and a circle of blue-gray stripes. The original fins on its head have been moved to its back, and its limbs are slender. The tail is no longer short, but very thick, and the hands have become much sharper. Like a knife blade. Gible seems to have suddenly grown from childhood to normal as a teenager. In addition to the changes in appearance, it can be seen that its mental contest condition has also undergone obvious changes. The golden pupils dilated slightly, flashing with confidence and satisfaction. Chaka. Feeling the changes on her body, Gible couldn't help but squint her eyes and wave her paws excitedly. From time to time there is a rustling sound. Even Liu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Gible completed its evolution in just 2 weeks. This speed is really amazing. If I say it, I'm afraid it will scare everyone. However, being able to evolve so quickly is indeed due to various coincidences. Superior qualifications, 10 times the experience in the beginning, EXP share later, and the European Emperor's aura that is still in effect now. Undoubtedly, this has accelerated Gible's evolution. The birth of Gible is both unreasonable and expected. Pokemon, Gible. Qualification, Elite Level. Level 24. Ability, Sand Hidden. In sandstorm weather, the dodge probability is increased by 20% without losing physical strength. Attribute, Dragon, Ground. Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Sand Tomb, Dragon Breath, Bulldoze, Dig, Dragon Claw. Evolution skills, Double Split, Rock Slide. Combat power value, 269. Liu's lips curled up slightly when he saw Gible's attribute interface, especially the combat power value. Now Gible's strength has reached high-level trainer. Seeing his smile, after the barrage stopped for a second, it completely exploded. No, is it all part of his plan? Otherwise, why wouldn't I be surprised at all? How old is he? I do not believe. Tisk, trainer who plays tactics is heartbroken. This is a genius, voluntarily offering your knees to the boss. Due to Liu's extremely deceptive performance, the public soon misunderstood that this was all part of his plan. The live broadcast audience was instantly in awe. However, because of Gible's evolution, people's shock and exploration of Mewtwo have been forgotten. After all, compared with the strength of an unknown Pokemon, the famous quasi-god is more attractive. Among the 5 million viewers, there are many people from various industries. Liu's live broadcast quickly attracted the attention of one of them. Lu Chen was dumbfounded after watching Liu's series of operations. He was simply amazed. Afterwards, the live video interception began non-stop. The most important thing for them in this business is efficiency. When Gible was about to evolve, he had already started preparing copywriting. Wait until the dust settles now. Send with 1 click. Call. Lu Chen took a breath and watched with anticipation as the comments on the account began to rise at an alarming rate. Magic City Alliance branch. This guy is pretty good. A middle-aged man with a stubble on his face and a sturdy body looked at the screen, looked at Gible, and said to the people around him. The woman said nothing, her eyes focused. When the middle-aged man saw that the other party was ignoring him, he curled his lips indifferently and continued to focus back on the live broadcast. Liu is unaware of what is happening in the outside world. He didn't know what he just did, but it was broadcast to 5 million people through live broadcast. Gible's evolution gave him an unexpected surprise. At the same time, he didn't forget his purpose either. Capture a Pokemon with outstanding qualifications? So, Liu continued walking deep into the Lost Forest. While searching carefully, he used the detection technique to check the attribute information of the passing Pokemon. Gible flew carefully in the air. This is the first time it has tried flying since it evolved. Its arms are close to its body, and the fins on its arms are like the wings of an airplane, normal, to control balance. Maybe it was because I just started learning, and Gible tried too hard. But its dark golden eyes flashed with energy, and it quickly adjusted its form. Become more proficient. In the next nearly half an hour, Liu discovered many Pokemon with high-level qualifications, and even elites. Occasionally 1 or 2 at the museum leader level. But there is still a gap between what he wants. He wasn't in a hurry, but his pace quickened. The next second, as the leafage was swaying, a black shadow suddenly flashed across and disappeared deep into the forest in the blink of an eye. Liu thought he had seen it wrong, but the detection technique was accidentally triggered. Pokemon, Scyther, different color. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Level 28. Ability, Bug Premonition. When the physical strength does not exceed 1/3, the bug type's power increases by 1.5 times. Attribute, Bug, Flying. Skills, Quick Attack, Leer, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Double Team, Double Hit, Slash, Focus Energy. Combat power value, 280. Scyther, a higher combat power than Gible? Liu became energetic immediately. Different colored Pokemon? This was his first time encountering it. Different colored Pokémon are no less precious than quasi-gods. Even if it's a heterochromatic Weedle, that's a rare sight. Not to mention that Scyther in the Scyther evolved form can Mega Evolve, which is very valuable as a breeder. The European Emperor's halo really works. After Liu finished speaking excitedly, he took the Pokémon and walked in the direction where Scyther flashed. Soon, he saw the heterochromatic Scyther. The most eye-catching thing about Scyther is the sharp scythes on both arms, which are so sharp that they glow with cold light. At the same time, there are also sharp edges and corners on the thighs. But the most extraordinary thing is that this Scyther is not green, but completely black. This black Scyther is inexplicably domineering and surrounded by an aura. This shows that this Scyther must be a leader Pokémon in the group, otherwise it would not have such a powerful momentum. But it's not actually strong, it's just that all parts of its body are very well proportioned, and it seems to be able to attack and defend. Liu suddenly felt like he had found a treasure. Certainly, he was not the only one who felt this way, but also the trainers watching the live broadcast. Since the Beedrill showdown just now, Liu has become famous. The director also knew that he was receiving a lot of attention at this time, so Liu's shots took up a quarter of the entire live broadcast, even surpassing the previously slightly famous trainer. Even though he didn't have any battles for half an hour, there were still many viewers paying attention to his every move. When Black Scyther appears in the live broadcast room, all the audience couldn't help but scream in surprise. The barrage exploded again. The number of live broadcasts increased again. The director looked at the background data and grinned almost to the back of his ears. This kid is really lucky. While he asked the director to pay attention to the camera, he admired the young man in front of the live broadcast. Apart from anything else, in his opinion, this kid is really good at catching the public's attention. The climax comes one after another. It was dizzying to watch. I just thought that Gabite's evolution was the pinnacle of today's live broadcast, but I didn't expect that this kid could actually encounter a different colored Pokémon. He was responsible for almost all the good things in the world. Right now, the middle-aged director felt slightly jealous. At the same time, Lu Chen's marketing copy for this live broadcast also successfully became a hot search after half an hour of fermentation. Although it is still at the end, many people have already noticed it. After watching the wonderful edited video, they couldn't help but get excited and quickly searched for the live broadcast of the graduation assessment in Shanghai. Click to enter the live broadcast room. I read that right. Hey guys, I saw a different colored Pokémon as soon as I came in. What's going on? Come here to worship the boss. How can there be different colored Pokémon in the Bronze Secret Realm? This is the European Emperor. The boss seems to be not only strong, I am really convinced. Studio. Liu couldn't help but took a step forward, wanting to take a closer look. The audience's hearts also beat faster following his footsteps. He doesn't move much, but he accidentally stepped on a branch under his feet and made a clicking sound. I saw a flash of light in Scyther's eyes, his wings vibrated rapidly, and he flew behind the tree in the blink of an eye. Liu was exposed. The audience in the live broadcast room was much more nervous than he himself was, envious and scared. After all, Pokémon of different colors often represent strength. However, Liu's expression in the camera remained calm, without any panic. This battle is inevitable. He wants Scyther to surrender willingly? Just. Scyther was fierce and showed his sharp sickle at Liu. Paired with the black armor like normal shell and the cold temperament all over his body, Liu even had the illusion that he was being targeted by a killer. He immediately said to Gabite, "Gabite, Dragon Breath." The blue dragon breath spread out like a net, covering Scyther. Presents a surrounding contest condition, gradually approaching. Black Scyther did not sit still and did not panic at all when Dragon Breath approached, obviously experienced in fighting. Then, when Dragon Breath attacked in the next second, his body suddenly exerted force, like a bolt of lightning, suddenly disappeared in place. The sound of howling wind was stirred around, disrupting the direction of Dragon Breath. Liu narrowed his eyes. Gabite, close. Gabite kicked her foot, her speed also reached its peak, and she moved silently in front of Scyther. Scyther just stopped. The fierce claw wind, sucker punch, is coming right in front of you? It turned its head, and the dragon claw traced along its neck and shoulders, leaving a deep mark. Black Scyther groaned. The blue dragon energy slowly dissipated, and the scar on the shoulder began to slowly shed blood. It looked down at the scar on its shoulder. When he looked up again, his expression instantly became more serious, realizing that the Pokémon in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he thought. Seeing that Gabite's dragon claw was about to attack, Scyther's wings vibrated at high speed and took off instantly. Gabite, double chop. Liu was interested in training new evolutionary skills and immediately ordered. Hearing this, the two fins on Gabite's arms stood up and immediately became extremely hard, glowing faintly with white light. The next second, the fins were like the sharpest blades, attacking Scyther head and head. Continuous slashing seems to be free of charge. Crazy output. The audience in the live broadcast room was captivated by this scene and watched the battle between the two Pokémon with fascination. What's more, a middle school teacher immediately posted an emergency notice in the class group. Watch the live broadcast of the graduation assessment in Magic City now, give a profound analysis of the battle between Scyther and Gabite, and write a 1,000-word review. It was a middle school student who didn't know why the graduation exam was on holiday. After receiving this notice, they all lamented. They listlessly followed teacher's instructions and turned on the live broadcast. The moment the two Pokémon came into view, he was suddenly shocked. The moment the two Pokémon came into view, he was suddenly shocked. The malaise suddenly disappeared. Watching the battle between Gible and Black Scyther, her face immediately glowed. He refused to look away for a moment. At the same time, the admissions offices of several major universities have also begun to focus on the live broadcast of the graduation assessment in Shanghai. Look at Liyu's performance in the camera. His eyes lit up slightly. At this time, the director changed the scene. Teacher couldn't even maintain his temper and immediately cursed. The students were even more angry and yelled. Phone calls flew to the live broadcast room like a snowflake. We want to watch the battle between two Pokémon. Don't let us pick fruit from the tree. What's wrong with you? If the war isn't broadcast, what kind of bullshit is being broadcast? Is Majida crazy? Within a few minutes, even the leader of the live broadcast platform called to express condolences. I know that the graduation assessment does not focus on one person, but special circumstances will be treated accordingly. When will the live broadcast of the Celestic Pokemon battle be held every year? Director Wang nodded. He promised with a worried look on his face that he would move the camera back immediately. He put down the phone and found that the electronic screen was wet with sweat from his palms. The director just made his own decision. Because there were relatives of his in the graduation assessment, I deliberately gave him more shots. Did not expect. He stabbed Luzi in one fell swoop. In just 5 minutes, a series of phone calls and personal inquiries from big shots proved that the live broadcast in front of them was no longer controllable by them. This completely exceeded Director Wang's expectations. His inner evaluation of Liu has improved again. Make up your mind. No matter what, he must be highly praised in this year's graduation assessment. Maybe in the future, when the other person becomes famous, he can still remember this favor. Director Wang handled the directing incident well. The camera turned back to the Lost Forest. Black Scyther was not hit by 2 consecutive blows, but instead 2 clones appeared in front of him. It's double team. Danmaku recognized this move. Liu also didn't expect Scyther to lose easily. After all, in terms of combat power alone, Gible is slightly inferior. Soon, 2 Black Scyther's gleaming scythes crossed to form a cross. Start the stockpile and swing hard. A dazzling brilliance bloomed instantly. Slash towards Gible fiercely. Gible, bulldoze, rock slide. Because Scyther is too fast, this exchange was ordered by Liu using the power of Viridian. His palms glowed faintly with green light. However, the live broadcast at this time is focused on 2 Pokémon. Trainer was ignored. As the Kuang Sand Emperor, Gible showed her talents without hesitation. Stomp your feet hard. A deafening roar suddenly sounded in the forest. With Gible as the center, the soil fissure has opened up layers of gaps and spread rapidly to the surrounding area. Earth and rocks were dug up, and everything within 5 meters of the bushes collapsed. Before the audience could react to the changes in the mysterious forest, Gible moved again. The largest rock within 5 meters actually levitated. The target is Black Scyther's cross slash. He actually had to fight against the sharp knife. Just hear a bang. The two met in the air, and the gravel flew instantly. Smoke and dust filled the air. The lens was blocked by dust. The barrage flew quickly, and everyone was concerned about the situation. Wait for the dust to clear. Just listen to Liu's voice from the live broadcast. It's now. The audience's eyes widened. As the flying gravel shattered the fake clones, only the real one was left in Scyther. Gible looked across. Its claws sparkled. Then, he rushed towards Scyther's weakest point. Scyther screamed in pain. It was not willing to fight and immediately prepared to retreat. As his wings flapped, he was actually ready to run away. How could Liu give it this chance? Blink. When Scyther was gasping for air and running away, Gible exerted force with her feet, and the fins returned to the horizontal position, and flew up to pursue the victory. Black Scyther at first sight. Panic flashed in his eyes. It also wants to take advantage of its body, rush up to soaring in the sky, and use all its strength to escape. Just don't know why. The weak spot that had just been attacked suddenly felt sore. Confusion in the mind. He actually made a fatal mistake and stopped in front of the live broadcast camera. In the blink of an eye, time seems to have pressed the pause button. Gible suddenly tackle away. Boom. Black Scyther hit the ground, the scythe twitched a few times, and lost its ability to fight. Liu wins? After a brief blank period, the barrage in the live broadcast room was like a tsunami coming towards normal. Fuck, too strong. This is the most exciting battle I have seen in recent years. It's not in vain that I wasted so much traffic. It's so beautiful. Woohoo. I declare that Liu is my future male god. It was so fun, but I didn't understand the winning trick in the end. Am I the only one? +1. Only a handful of people had issues with the final move in this matchup, with the majority being in celebrate Liu's victory. The middle school students who were summoned by teacher to watch the live broadcast were even more excited. I wish I could go into battle myself. Boys and girls at this age are often the most easily affected by emotions. Liu's performance convinced them. After this battle, there are many students who follow his example. Seeing Black Scyther lying on the ground, Liu's eyes shone with excitement. A voice sounded in my mind at the same time. 1 hour has passed and the European Emperor's halo has expired. People watching the live broadcast didn't know what happened just now, but Liu knew it very well. The reason why he was able to win so easily was due to the European Emperor's halo. During the battle, he relied on the guidance of the halo to quickly find Scyther's weak points and directed Gible to attack. At last, while Scyther was escaping, others couldn't see it, but Liu found that there was a vague light surrounding it, like a restraint. He understood immediately, seized the opportunity and let Gible attack. Otherwise, based on Scyther's combat power and rich combat experience, it is not certain who will win. Dida walked a few steps to Scyther. Liu was not condescending, but squatted down. Although Scyther lost the ability to fight, he was not unconscious, and vigilance and alertness immediately flashed in his eyes. When Liu saw it, he admired it even more. The next second, I saw him take out a great ball. Press gently. Puff. In a flash of light, Scyther on the ground disappeared. The great ball trembled a few times. Then there was no movement, indicating that Liu successfully conquered. There was a smile on his lips. Press great ball again. Black Scyther reappeared on the grass. However, when it looked at Liu at this time, it was not as rude as before the battle, but more surrendered. He glanced at the camera behind him. Liu stepped sideways to block it, and then a bright green light emitted from his palm, gently covering its injured shoulder and chest. Feel the warm power running through your body. Scyther closed her eyes in addiction and relaxed all over. When he opened it again, all injuries had recovered. All the power is back. Scyther stood up, put away all his guard, and looked at Liu with eyes full of admiration and intimacy. It used to be withdrawn and not gregarious. Liu was the first person to treat it well. At the same time, a sign-in reminder sounded in Liu's mind. At the same time, a sign-in reminder sounded in Liu's mind. Drop. Publish the designated check-in location. Sign-in location, Bronze Secret Realm Fantasy Valley. Is the designated sign-in issued again? Liu raised his eyebrows, looking forward to it. Because this is the second time a designated sign-in has been released since the system was triggered. The first time was the underground experimental base. He directly gained the power of Viridian. I wonder what I can get after signing in this time? There was a hint of interest in his eyes, and he was ready to leave the Lost Forest. With Scyther operating deep in the mysterious forest by his side, the way out is very simple. A few minutes later, Liu left the forest unimpeded. By the way, Scyther and Gible were also asked to cooperate and get to know each other, and solved Ursaring and Arbok. With increased experience, Gible levels up again with EXP share. The level 25 prompt sounded. He looked at the clear river in front of him and asked the Pokémon to take a break. But Liu was not idle. Thought I had some Oron berry on hand. He sat by the river, took out the orange fruit, and put it into the energy cube making machine. Soon, 5 minutes later, made from a high-level quality energy cube, Liu looked thoughtfully at the orange square in front of him. In the past, the quality of the fruit was very high, so it could produce supreme-grade quality. Now Oron berry is of normal quality, but it can also make high-level energy cubes. This manufacturing machine is really a treasure. Liu couldn't help but sigh. No worries at all. After all, Oron berry, even bronze mysteries are not rare. The energy cube is less than supreme grade though, but Scyther liked it very much and was unconsciously attracted by the fragrance. Slowly walked to him. Just. There is a hint of charm in the voice. Liu smiled and handed the orange energy cube to Scyther. Scyther took it with his scythe and swallowed it eagerly. It can be said to be swallowed whole. When he looked up at Liu again, his eyes turned slightly red. Liu looked at it and was stunned for a moment. Like confirming something. A beep suddenly sounded in my ears. Congratulations to the host, Scyther's intimacy is +20. Eating a high-level energy cube will give you +20. He was in disbelief. But my heart is happy. The higher the intimacy with Pokémon, the higher the tacit understanding, and tacit understanding during battle is one of the keys to victory. Liu looked up with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a shadow on the river bank in the distance. Look at the back. The feeling of familiarity grows stronger. Xiao Ai. He called out tentatively. I saw the beautiful figure more than 10 meters away trembled, and then suddenly turned back, revealing a pair of watery eyes. Looking at Li Yueying shining brightly. Brotherly. Li Iz screamed in surprise and released the fishing rod in his hand, not caring about catching the Magikarp in the water. He ran towards Liu. Li Iz couldn't help but threw herself into his arms, and Liu was startled. However, he still put his hands around her gently to comfort her. This scene is very harmonious. It is simply a true portrayal of the quiet times. However, the barrage was not calm at all. My girl Celestic and my boyfriend know each other. How could my goddess be so proactive with a boy? Hey, I'm going to rush into the screen and fix him. The hatred between Liu and his wife is irreconcilable. Everyone celebrates. Handsome men and beautiful women should be together. The melon I ate fell to the ground. Li Iz's reputation before the live broadcast was much higher than that of Liu. She is the school beauty of Modu No. 3 Middle School, and she is also the veritable number 1. At the same time, she was also called a talented girl by the media. One is a big shot who suddenly emerged during the live broadcast, and the other is a school beauty who was famous before the live broadcast. Everyone never guessed that the two actually knew each other, and it looks like still very intimate? Maybe it's my sister. A sour barrage drifted past, and it turned out to be the lemon-haired one. After Li Iz calmed down, he realized the current situation and hurriedly got out of Li Yu's arms. Her cheeks were already red. The ears are no exception. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say. It was Li Yu who broke the somewhat awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. He asked, Xiao Ai, why are you here? As soon as I entered the secret realm, I was teleported here. Where is Brother Li? After hearing the question, the blush on Li Iz's cheeks slowly dissipated, and finally returned to the way the two of them normally get along. There was a strange sense of loss in my heart. The warmth of that embrace just now seemed to still remain in his mind. It made her feel nostalgic. I just came out of the Lost Forest, Li Yu explained. The Lost Forest. Li Iz was surprised. After hearing this, he couldn't care less about Kisi in his heart. He frowned with an anxious look on his face. Brother Li, are you not injured? Her father is a high-level executive in Magic City Alliance and knows some inside information. The Lost Forest is as its name suggests. There are more than just Pokémon in the forest. It is said that those who entered the secret realm in the past even got completely lost in it and could not be found. Before going for the assessment, her father also called her and gave her numerous instructions to avoid the Lost Forest. Did not expect. Brother Li's initial teleportation location was in such a dangerous location? Li Yu shook his head in confusion. I was also surprised to hear Li Iz's explanation. But thinking of the European Emperor's halo, he knew why. Xiao Ai, where are you going later? Li Iz bit his lower lip slightly, thought for a while and then said, I'm not sure either. Brother Li, do you have somewhere to go? I'm going to the valley. The valley? It's not far from here. Then I'll go with you. Li Iz immediately cheered and put away the fishing rod. Anyway, the water-type Pokémon caught here has almost enough points, so it will be no problem to pass the assessment. Moreover, when I think of being with Brother Li, the boring graduation examination seems to become a lot more interesting. The two of them walked along the river towards the valley. Half an hour later. Drop. Sign-in location, Magic Valley Bronze Secret Realm Fantasy Valley. Hey, check-in at the 4-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Scyther Mega Evolution Stone. Trigger a random draw. Mega Evolution Stone. Li Yu was stunned. Then came a burst of ecstasy. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Fortunately, the audience at this time thought that he had conquered Scyther and was happy to meet his companions again. Otherwise, you may think there is something wrong with Li Yu. Li Yu never expected that there would be a 4-star check-in location in the Bronze Secret Realm. To know, he went through a lot of hard work in the beginning. Entering the underground of Linzadeo Experimental Base is just a 3-star location to sign in. This was his first encounter with a 4-star location. The reward is an extremely rare Mega Evolution Stone worth thousands of gold. The next second, Li Yu flashed his hand. A stone with a red swirl in the middle of a white ball appeared. He quickly clenched it and put it in his space backpack. Although this stone will not be used for the time being, it will determine Scyther's Mega Evolution in the future. Although this stone will not be used for the time being, it will determine Scyther's Mega Evolution in the future. Mega Evolution allows Pokémon to exert powers that cannot be obtained through normal evolution, increased the upper limit of Pokémon's strength. The degree of preciousness is self-evident. The Pokémon after Mega Evolution are no less powerful than quasi-gods. Not to mention that it is obvious that Scyther, who is originally a heterochromatic, must evolve to surpass a quasi-god. This literally gives him another trump card. As for the random lottery opportunity, Li Yu planned to leave the secret realm before using it. After all, the reminder of the 4-star location made him feel secretly uneasy. Call. Li Yu took a few deep breaths and barely suppressed his excitement. I saw Li Yu stopped in place. Like a statue. Li Iz looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Fine. Li Yu came back to his senses, shook his head, and walked towards the valley. Based on nearly 100 years of exploration in the secret realm, everyone already knows certain rules. Just like today's Bronze Secret Realm, some experts pointed out that the area is no less than a small county town. Looking at the positioning on the electronic screen, Li Iz said with some surprise. I didn't expect that we would go so far in. We are almost reaching the core area. Normally, according to the level distribution of Pokémon, the interior of the secret realm is divided into peripheral areas, inner areas, and core areas. The mysterious forest belongs to the inner area. The fantasy valley in front of us is obviously the core area. Just walked a few steps. The fog suddenly rises. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. The positions of the trees and rocks that I saw when I entered have all changed. Even Xiao Ai beside him was missing. Only a faint sound could be heard. He instantly realized something was wrong. The system will never make a mistake in its prediction. Since the valley in front of you is designated as a 4-star location, there must be something unusual about it. When he entered, he heightened his vigilance. But, even so, he was still tricked. It is indeed the fantasy valley. Hard to guard against. Xiao Ai. Li Yu raised his voice and wanted to tell Li Iz to leave quickly. Fortunately, although there is no one in sight, but after searching in the fog for a while, I caught a delicate arm. The other party exclaimed. It's indeed Xiao Ai. Li Yu put down his worries and hurriedly wanted to take her away. At the same time, just after capturing the scene of Li Yu entering the fantasy valley, the lens failed instantly. The live broadcast was pitch black. The broadcast room was silent for a second. The staff came to their senses and immediately became noisy, almost blowing off the roof. The barrage floating by at this time was also full of question marks. Director Wang was sweating profusely. He hurriedly contacted the director to transfer the scene, and at the same time ordered, "Go and check what happened. Is there something wrong with the lens?" The scene changes. The live broadcast resumed instantly. Before the audience could rejoice, they were immediately disappointed when they saw the people on the live broadcast. Liu is now the veritable number one. Firmly dominate the list. There is a gap of 100 points between the second place and the second place. The current live broadcast of graduation assessment is nothing more than a show for Liu alone. He's not in now. Even the number of live broadcasts began to plummet. A few minutes later, the news was reported. When the results came out, they were unexpected. No problem could be detected. Shots from locations other than Fantasy Valley are still available. Only in the valley. All cameras are useless. As if controlled by a devil's hand, an ominous premonition fell in the hearts of all viewers watching the live broadcast. What happened? Is there something wrong in the valley? Questions came one after another. Magic City Alliance branch. When the bearded man saw the scene in the live broadcast room, he slapped the armrest and stood up immediately. The woman frowned slightly, with a solemn look in her eyes. When the bearded man looked over, she made a calm gesture, and then took out the electronic screen to inquire about the news. The bearded man waited anxiously for a few minutes before the woman put down the electronic screen. She said with a serious face, "Something happened in the valley. Abnormal energy fluctuations were detected, which have exceeded the level of the Bronze Secret Realm." What? The bearded man was shocked when he heard this and immediately informed Alliance. The status of the two in Alliance is not low, and the high-level joint resolution was quickly issued. End the assessment and now go to rescue the students in Fantasy Valley. The bearded man and woman were notified, and without stopping, they quickly boarded the flying Pokémon and headed to the Bronze Secret Realm. In the Fantasy Valley, hearing Liu's voice, Xiao Ai quickly stopped struggle and clasped her hands back tightly, afraid of being accidentally left behind. She turned her head in panic, only to find that her eyes were covered with a veil, and she couldn't see anything clearly. "I can only draw strength from the warmth of my hands." As if sensing Xiao Ai's emotions, Liu's comforting voice came from the haze. Xiao Ai couldn't help but hold on tighter. Liu also couldn't see the surrounding environment clearly, but he found that his regular power could still communicate with the three Pokémon. Green light groups slowly rose in the fog, like the brightest guiding light. A few seconds later, buzzing and whistling sounds came in an instant. Blink. Scyther, Gible, and Mewtwo all came to Liu. Although he still couldn't see clearly, Liu could tell from the faint black shadow that three Pokémon were coming. This relieved him. The existence of Mewtwo is Liu's greatest confidence. "Mewtwo, use Psychic to dispel the fog." After hearing the instruction, Mewtwo did not hesitate, raised his right hand slightly, and a blue light condensed. The next second, a sudden release. The fog in front of him suddenly disappeared as if it had been exploded. Liu regained his vision instantly. He saw clearly the three Pokémon around him and Xiao Ai who was holding on to him. It's just that he's not happy yet. A burst of colorful light burst out from nowhere, overwhelming Mewtwo's condensed psychic. This light seemed to appear out of thin air in the valley. Extremely abrupt. At this moment, Mewtwo stood in front of Liu alertly. "Raise your arms flat." The psychic in the palm of his hand keeps stockpile, and his attitude is unprecedentedly defensive. Liu looked at it in surprise. But soon, he knew why. An extremely terrifying pressure came on. Immediately afterwards, a clear chirping sound echoed through the sky. Suddenly, the mist condensed in soaring in the sky, and in a few breaths it transformed into an illusory fiery red bird that covered the sky and the sun. Liu widened his eyes in shock and looked at soaring in the sky. The flaming red bird exudes a majestic aura, and its terrifying coercion seems to make all Pokémon worship it. The probing technique was activated unexpectedly. Pokémon, Ho-Oh Shadow. Qualification, Level 2 God. Level, Unknown. Ho-Oh. Liu was stunned. It was a well-deserved Mega Beast, far exceeding the power of the beast. If the Divine Beasts can mobilize the power of rules of their respective attributes between heaven and earth, then top Divine Beasts like Ho-Oh can change or even create the power of rules. Even shattering time and space, tearing apart the barriers of time. Even shattering time and space, tearing apart the barriers of time. But Liu was not surprised. The key point was the word phantom at the back, which made him very concerned. At the same time, Mewtwo floated quietly in midair, his ruby-like eyes flashing fiercely. Its peace was gone. Because rival is strong enough. Even if it is just a shadow, it should not be underestimated. Aura Sphere was brewed successfully, and under the watchful eye of Liu, it launched fiercely towards soaring in the sky. Blue light illuminated the entire valley. There was a bang. It sounded like a devastating explosion. Liu was stimulated by the eye-burning light and had to close her eyes. When he opened it again, the fiery red bird that had just emitted colorful light was gone. Instead, there was a deep passage. Bottomless. Brotherly, what is that? Xiao Ai opened her mouth slightly. He looked into the distance in shock. Liu also frowned. Could it be that the Ho-Oh just now was just a shadow? The two of them walked forward cautiously. After a while, they arrived at the entrance. The closer we get, the clearer the breath coming from the passage becomes. But I don't know why. Liu felt vaguely familiar. It seems that I had a similar feeling there. But before he could think about it, he saw a faint white light coming from inside. He and Xiao Ai looked at each other and walked directly into the passage. Almost as soon as I stepped in, an electronic sound sounded in my ears. Drop. Sign-in location, entrance to Nanchin's Golden Secret Realm. Hey, check-in at the 4-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Great Splitting Skill, Dragon, the Bead of the Advent of the Divine Beast, 1 hour. This. Liu looked around the passage in surprise, not even having time to check the 4-star reward he had received. At the end of the passage is a light curtain. It is also the source of white light. It's unimaginable that this place is actually connected to the Golden Secret Realm of Nanchin. No wonder the Fantasy Valley is clearly in the Bronze Secret Realm. It's actually a 4-star check-in location. He understood immediately. The Ho-Oh Shadow may be the key to connecting the 2 secret realms. But before, there has never been a situation of secret connection. As far as he knows, this is the first time. Hearing what Liu said, Xiao Ai, who was already confused, became even more confused. But she is very well behaved. I know the situation is unclear now, so I don't want to cause any trouble. Waiting aside obediently with Pokemon Vulpix, each Pokemon is exactly the same beauty. Liu did not act rashly. The Golden Secret Realm is indeed precious, but danger also comes with opportunities. Once you enter it, the encounter you face is simply not comparable to the Bronze Secret Realm just now. In the middle, there is a gap of 2 levels. By the way, let's take a look at the reward first and then decide. Liu recited silently while clicking on the introduction to the reward just now. Big/skill, Dragon, a great trick that can tear apart space. With one move, all Pokemon except the mythical beasts will definitely lose. Note, it consumes a lot of energy. According to Gabite's current level, it can only be consumed once. Mythical Beast Advent Bead, after use, it randomly summons a mythical beast to help. The duration is 1 hour. It is indeed a 4-star reward. Liu couldn't help but laugh. The great/skill was simply made for Gabite. It will definitely become a killer move in the future. Once activated, rival has no room for resistance. Apart from that, there is the bead where the Divine Beast descends. When you hold the bead in your hand, it looks just like an ordinary glass bead. But who would have thought? Is this a divine object that can control a divine beast for an hour? The 2 rewards this time made him very satisfied. At the same time, I have greater confidence in exploring the Golden Secret Realm. He no longer hesitated and was ready to investigate. But Liu forgot one thing. Entry into the Secret Realm requires verification of qualifications. He doesn't know either. At the moment when Ho-Oh's shadow was dispelled, an unknown change occurred in his standings. What? Terminate the assessment. Lewin looked at the news on the electronic screen and turned pale. Before, Psychic rioted for unknown reasons, and he had no energy to fight Pokemon and gain points. Finally relaxed a little, but told him to stop the assessment? So what are the results this time? Lewin couldn't imagine that his family had high hopes for him. Lost Forest. The face of a 5-man team that had just entered was equally ugly. Graduation assessment lasted for 3 days in previous years. They were preparing to harvest points crazily on the last day, but now their plans were completely disrupted. The atmosphere of despair spread, and the 5 people suddenly became listless. But they could only walk towards the exit of the secret realm. The live broadcast room stopped, and a line of pause live broadcast appeared in the center of the screen. The news of the termination of the assessment was sent out, and the audience was in commotion. Can someone come out and explain? There won't be an accident, right? Tens of thousands of trainers disappear in secret places every year. No, oh. What should I do with my male divine maiden? My boyfriend is a genius trainer. Are there no protective measures? Go and save people. What are the officials doing? Comments were gloomy. The staff's contest condition was no better. Everyone is worried. No one knew what was going on, and they called Alliance for help. The only thing to do now is to wait. During this time, it is extremely long for Director Wang. It was supposed to be a live broadcast that would bring great fame, but something unexpected happened. But now, he can do nothing. Director Wang covered his forehead, feeling more anxious than ever and about to collapse. Suddenly, Liu's score on the standings. As soon as this comment was posted, it immediately caught the attention of a monitoring officer. He looked over in disbelief. As if confirming something, he slammed the table. He turned back with excitement and said, "Director, there is news about Liu." This sound was like a thunderclap, instantly waking up Director Wang, and he glanced at the standings with his bloodshot eyes. Other staff members also turned to look. A screen showing the standings. The points marked with Liu's name are soaring with unstoppable momentum. The gap with the second place is getting wider and wider. Wait until the dust settles on the standings. Liu actually surpassed the second place by 1,000 points, with a total of 1,600 points. This result, let alone the Bronze Secret Realm, he ranked first in the high-level Silver Secret Realm, and the highest was only 1,000. In the end, what happened? Director Wang almost cried with joy when he saw this scene. The changes in the standings illustrate one point. Liu is still alive and has a wonderful opportunity, so he has soared so many points. The heavy stone in his heart suddenly fell to the ground. Director Wang exhaled, slumped down in the chair. The assistant next to him exclaimed and wanted to help him up. I saw Director Wang waving his hand. It's okay. My legs are a little weak, just let me slow down. It's okay. My legs are a little weak, just let me slow down. When the assistant saw this, he stood aside. Other staff members also relaxed, feeling happy about surviving the disaster. Don't say anything else. Liyu's amazing performance in the graduation examination has let everyone see his strength. If something happens to him, even if they were only jointly and severally responsible for the live broadcast, the result, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to afford it. As long as it's okay as long as it's okay, otherwise I will really curse. The barrage also noticed the changes in the standings. After the surprise, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. Everyone was also in the mood to explore what happened in the valley. This soaring speed, could it be possible that it could repel elite-level Pokémon? Comments have various conjectures. But this idea was a little too outrageous, and a group of people entered the building and started laughing. Liu is indeed my new male idol, but she doesn't brag like that. Just defeat elite-level Pokémon. Ha ha ha, my male idol has become a crazy fan so quickly? That's not how rainbow farts work, bro. Everyone thought it was a joke. Little did I know. In fact, the most unlikely is the closest to the truth. At the same time, after entering the Bronze Secret Realm, the bearded man from Alliance rides on the Bidiao. Another graceful woman flew all the way to the valley on Charizard. The two got off their respective Pokémon. Looking at the valley, the woman's seductive eyes flashed. Then, he turned his wrist slightly. A magnetic card suddenly appeared in the palm of my hand. Then, she walked towards two unusually huge rocks at the entrance of the valley. Come closer. A red light flashed on a stone. Under the red light, there happened to be a square gap. And this gap, it fits the magnetic card in the woman's hand perfectly. The next second, the woman attached the magnetic card to the stone. That's it, she said lightly and entered the valley first. The bearded man seemed to have long been accustomed to her behavior, and followed behind her, not surprised by the scene just now. Of course they wouldn't be surprised. After all, the setting of Fantasy Valley Fog is one of the alternative tests set by Alliance. But this time, the lens unexpectedly failed, which was beyond their expectations. Almost the moment the two entered, the wind in the valley suddenly stopped. It's peaceful here. The heavy fog and scene movements that Liu encountered before did not exist at all. Wrong. The woman suddenly broke the silence, her beautiful eyebrows moved, and she looked at the footprints 1 meter away. The bearded man quickly realized something was wrong. They arrived nearby. I found that there were not 2 sets of footprints, but a series of messy footprints that seemed to be spinning in place. Then, suddenly disappeared. Very strange. Look. The bearded man yelled and pointed to the opposite side. The beautiful woman followed the direction he pointed, and her pupils shrank instantly. That's right. The bearded man seemed to know what the woman was going to say, and nodded solemnly. No, hurry up and get there. The bearded man immediately climbed onto the Charizard, and the woman quickly climbed onto the Charizard. Not even a second of hesitation. Flying directly to a cave hidden in the valley. The hole was originally inconspicuous, but due to the unexpected fluorescence, the 2 senior executives of Alliance were extremely panicked. Wait until you reach the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, I saw the light curtain hidden in the depths. It is clearly the entrance to the secret realm. Moreover, what alarmed them the most was that there was a figure that seemed to be about to enter, etc. Don't go in. A rough voice and a soft voice shouted one after another. Liu's feet that were about to step forward instantly accelerated and stepped forward firmly. Pity. The light curtain flashed. Liu was actually pushed out. He raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked behind him pretending to be fine. Xiao Ai stood up in surprise. The danger level of the Golden Secret Realm was too high, and Liu naturally did not intend to let Xiao Ai take this risk, so he asked her to stay where she was and wait for rescue. But I didn't expect it. The people from Alliance came so quickly. Liu was equally surprised. According to his estimate, it would take at least 10 minutes for Alliance's people to arrive due to the fog in Fantasy Valley. He looked at the light curtain with some regret. It seems that we can't get in this time. When the bearded man and the woman saw that Liu was blocked, they immediately let out a sigh of relief and stopped running. But when he looked at the light curtain, his expression became a little more serious. The bearded man walked up to Liu. She glanced at him helplessly, then laughed and cursed, "You kid." The woman said nothing. He regained his previous taciturnity. Just glancing at Liu from the corner of his eye, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. "You are?" Liu asked deliberately, pretending to know nothing. "I am Hongji, a quasi-elite from Alliance, and she is Suluoluo, one of the Elite 4 in the Demon City. There was an accident in the valley this time, and we are responsible for the rescue. You just..." The corners of Liu's mouth raised a clear arc, and she felt like this. He quickly put it down again. The bearded man Hongji didn't notice it. "Then let's get out of here now." Liu nodded to interrupt the other party's inquiry. At this moment, Hongji's attention was successfully diverted and he hurriedly said, "Yes, come out with me quickly. Everyone is looking for you. Then my graduation assessment." When Hongji heard this, he smiled and patted Liu on the shoulder with a look of appreciation. "Don't worry, kid, no one can surpass your ranking. Not to mention, now that the secret realm has been closed, the assessment has been terminated." Suluoluo took Hongji's words and made the other party look over in surprise. Hongji and Suluoluo have known each other for a year, and this is the first time that she has taken the initiative to talk to someone. This was even more strange to him than the sudden entrance to the secret realm. The assessment has ended. Xiao Ai covered her mouth in surprise. Hunky nodded. Li Aizi couldn't believe it and felt a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. Li Yu was very calm after hearing the news. He is confident in his points. No one can take away the number one that must belong to him. Seeing that he was neither desperate nor lost, both Hongji and Suluoluo had a flash of appreciation in their eyes. Such a reaction is really rare. Either he is extremely confident in himself, or he has strong control over his emotions. No matter what it is the character of an excellent trainer. I really saw the right person, you. Hongji was so excited that he wanted to introduce Li Yu to Alliance immediately. Such talents are what they urgently need. Let's leave here first. We still need to discuss the news about connecting to the secret realm. Solala interrupted Hongji's rambling. Both of them are among the top leaders of Alliance. Suluoluo has a higher status, so Hongji naturally listens to her opinions. Then he stopped talking. Li Yu walked out of the passage and discovered that it was actually a cave entrance. The environment outside was completely different from what he saw at that time. The environment outside was completely different from what he saw at that time. Roar. Charizard's nose twitched, Ember spit up. The bird's wings flapped, and it flew up to the soaring in the sky, bringing up a burst of air. Let's go. Hongji finished speaking softly and took the lead in riding the Bidiao. Surilo also got on Charizard. Li Yu put Mewtwo and Black Scyther into the Pokeball and prepared to leave on Gabite. Suluoluo looked at it and immediately frowned. You two, come to my place. Her voice sounded irrefutable, but in fact she was clearly concerned about Li Yu and worried that they would be in danger. Gabite has only just evolved. And now everyone is worried about Li Yu's safety. If Gabite flying becomes unstable, the gains outweigh the losses. Although Suluoluo frowned, his appearance was delicate and beautiful, and his beautiful eyes were captivating and heart-wrenching. Although there was a bit of seriousness in his expression, it did not diminish his elegance at all. Instead, he had a dashing heroic spirit. Faced with concern, Li Yu thought about it and refused. The two got on Charizard one after another. Hongji originally wanted Li Yu to join him, but after comparing the sizes of Bidiao and Charizard, he gave up the idea. There is always a chance to contact him anyway. Two Pokémon soared into the sky, and it was Li Yu's first time to ride a flying Pokémon. Traveling through the misty clouds, the wind blowing rapidly from all directions hit my face without any obstruction, and I can't help but feel a sense of freedom. Especially looking down at the ground from this perspective. Under the high altitude, mountains, rivers, and cities and villages all look extremely small and simple. The only thing that was a little strange was that he happened to be sandwiched between two girls. Two completely different fragrances came faintly from the front and back. It was a bit uncomfortable for Li Yu to keep the same posture, so he moved his legs slightly forward. As a result, the soft touch from his knees made him freeze on the spot. Before he could react, Suluoluo in front of him turned back and glared fiercely. Beautiful eyes flow, and rebuke is like charm. Li Yu lowered his head and glanced at the area where his knees touched. He felt embarrassed for a moment and sighed in his heart that no wonder it was so soft. Then he quickly said sorry. Suluoluo's eyes flashed with shame and anger, and he couldn't say anything, so he could only quickly turn his head, pretending not to care. But from the tone of her urging Charizard to hurry up, it was also known that she was not in a calm mood. Li Yu had no choice but to move back. But as soon as he moved, he was closer to Li Aizi. The aroma coming from your breath is close at hand. The breaths of the two seemed to be entangled together. Extremely ambiguous. Xiao Ai lowered his head, his ears flashed, and he became more and more shy looking at Li Yu's back, which was less than 10 centimeters tall. Li Yu didn't dare to move at all now. The three people maintained a delicate atmosphere and moved along the exit. Hongji, who was not far away, knew nothing about it. Soon, the secret exit. Li Yu couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief after getting off Charizard. Same. The blush on Li Aizi's cheeks has not yet faded. Suluoluo's eyes evaded. Hongji looked at the three of them in confusion, always feeling like he had missed something. Just arrived at the exit. Suluoluo turned around and left first. He didn't even look at Li Yu, and his attitude was much worse than before. When she thought of the scene just now, she felt that the area below her waist was no longer hers, and she felt awkward. The light curtain flashed. Space transforms instantly. He returned to the southeastern district of the Magic City. Just appeared. I haven't seen my surroundings clearly yet. Li Yu is out. Li Yu. Suddenly, several loud shouts broke the silence of the southeast district. The reporter media who had been squatting around all turned their heads in surprise when they heard this. When I saw Li Yu's face, I immediately rushed to him. Li Yu, what do you think about winning the first place in the graduation assessment this time? What happened to you in the valley? Hello, may I ask if your strength has surpassed that of high-level trainer and broken the record of highest graduate? Li Yu, your graduation examination score has become the first in the country. What do you think of this? Questions came one after another. The microphone was almost close to his face, and the flashlight kept clicking. The media was as excited as bees at the sight of honey. Li Yu felt a buzzing in his ears. Sorry, we will announce the accident in the valley later. The interview is suspended now. Seeing the media's attitude, Hongji quickly stepped forward to stop them. Suluoluo also looked serious. She stood directly in front of the camera, not caring about the previous misunderstanding between the two. As soon as they saw her, the media became more at ease. Suluoluo's face is not unfamiliar to them at all. He became famous in one battle in the elite battle last year. The strength matches the appearance, leaving a deep impression on people. She is also the only woman among the Elite Four in the Magic City. At this time, an official reporter with a blue logo appeared and asked seriously, "So Elite, what accident happened in the secret realm that will terminate this assessment?" Hearing this, Suluoluo pondered for a while and then said, "The valley connects other secret realms. We will send people to test the level of the secret realm and the connected cities later." Two pieces of news came out. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. There was a media uproar. "So Elite, can you explain in more detail?" Reporter asked again, but Suluoluo did not say any more. He immediately contacted the on-site staff to start testing. Suluoluo and Hongji were waiting where they were. After exchanging contact information with the two, seeing that everyone's attention was diverted, Liu took this opportunity to leave quickly with Li Izzy. After returning home, Liu still had some lingering fears. Although he doesn't have any camera phobia, he could hardly open his eyes when he was illuminated by so many flashlights. System, start the lottery. Now, only then did he have a chance. Used the lottery triggered by designated sign-in. In a random draw. Congratulations to the host for winning the Dark Master Ball. As soon as the three words Master Ball appeared, Liu stood up directly from the sofa. Dark Master Ball, 100% capture rate, can forcefully conquer mythical beasts, or Pokémon that others have already conquered. Once conquered, the information imprint left by this Pokémon will be directly eliminated. Overbearing. Too domineering. Liu murmured as he looked at the introduction, absolutely amazed. The Master Ball is cruel enough, but he actually hit the Dark Master Ball. This is simply unbelievable. It can remove the trainer mark and forcefully conquer the Pokémon that already has an owner. What is this concept? Completely breaking the previous Pokeball rules? Not to mention the attribute of the Master Ball itself. If you encounter a mythical beast, it is estimated that in addition to Arceus, who has the name of creation, even mega beasts can be conquered. When I think about this fact, he was so excited. Especially when he thought of the Ho-Oh Phantom he saw today, the momentum he released in that moment left a deep impression on him. Especially when he thought of the Ho-Oh Phantom he saw today, the momentum he released in that moment left a deep impression on him. News of Liu and Li Izzy's rescue spread to the internet at the same time. After watching the interview video, the audience, who had been anxious all this time, felt at ease. The other side. After confirming Liu's safety, major universities began to take action. No matter what the cost, we must recruit Liu into our school. Teacher in all school admissions offices. The order was received almost simultaneously. Beijing University, Shanghai University, Zhejiang University, Hong Kong. All top universities are unable to sit still. I am afraid that if I go slower, I will watch the good talents that are bound to rise in the future be snatched away by other schools. That is simply poaching their hearts. After all, Liu's performance in the graduation examination was so outstanding that he completely crushed other candidates. He's there. Even trainer, who has been trained since childhood, is overshadowed. Liu's light is so dazzling that it can completely burn people. No one else can compete with him. Think of this. Teachers have strengthened their faith. Head to Magic City No. 3 Middle School nonstop. Online. Although Liu's safety was confirmed. But many questions were born from this, and everyone was particularly curious about what happened in the valley. It didn't take long. Alliance announced the findings on the largest public platform. Magic City Alliance. According to the investigation, the Southeast District Bronze Secret Realm Valley mechanism was accidentally activated by candidate Liu, and the connected area is the Nanchinj Golden Secret Realm. As soon as the announcement came out, it was like a tsunami erupting, setting off a huge wave in an instant. The whole Demon City was boiling. Thousands of comments, reposts, and likes within 10 minutes. WTF. Mom asked me why I was kneeling and looking at the screen. Can the secret realms be connected to each other? See you soon? It is actually connected to the Golden Secret Realm of Nanchinj. I would like to ask what mechanism Mr. Liu activated. Even Nanchinj officials who received the news were equally surprised. They also quickly issued an announcement on their official account, which probably meant that they would jointly protect the connection channels with Magic City. As time passed, the news further fermented. Because the announcements from both parties were so shocking, the focus is not limited to one city, but all regions. The secret connection involves all cities where the secret exists, and this news breaks the fixed situation. Especially at the top levels of government. They had to think more. After the secret realm connects the two cities, will the future pattern change? Under the uproar, Liu's name in the announcement was particularly eye-catching and attracted everyone's attention. The marketing account acted quickly. After searching, he quickly edited the highlights of his graduation assessment. A series of keywords such as secret realm connectivity, excellent review of Liu's graduation assessment, big bosses, magical operations, strongest candidate quickly became hot searches. People were stunned by the endless news. At the same time, the name Liu also officially appeared on the local news in Shanghai in the evening. 30 minutes of evening news. His wonderful replay alone lasted for 5 minutes, and the remaining 10 minutes were all the processing measures taken by China Unicom Secret Realm. Among them, Liu, who activated the Secret Realm, could not be surpassed. The evening news watched by more than 20 million people. He took up half the time. Lynn fan looked pale in the private hospital. My heart is always full of anger. After more than half a month of treatment, his life was finally saved. But 3 whole years of research were wasted. Mewtwo disappeared without a trace. Thinking of the black shadow he saw before he fainted, Lynn Fan's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and he wished he could tear him into pieces. Don't talk about himself. Even the entire Lynn family was destroyed due to the explosion of the largest experimental base, and the family's influence regressed back to a lower-class family. Even the former defeated generals can step on them. And he could only lie on the hospital bed and accept the contemptuous and mocking eyes of those people. In the evening report, the graduation examination in Magic City accidentally connected to the secret realm of Nanchinj. Please read the report next. Lynn Fan was immersed in his own emotions. Suddenly I heard the announcement on TV and couldn't react for a moment. After he looked at the news in shock, a figure made him sit up suddenly. I almost thought it was an illusion. Super, Mewtwo. He seemed to be in disbelief and stared at the TV. His eyes grew wider and wider. A few seconds later, he finally came to his senses, and his back was soaked with sweat. Liu. Lynn Fan gritted his teeth. The name was spoken in his mouth as if it was stained with a trace of blood. Offshore villa area. Luan, who had just been taken home, was horrified when he learned about Liu's performance in the graduation examination. He kept looking at the other person's experience in the secret realm, trying to find weaknesses. But when Mewtwo appeared, he couldn't help but frown. Although compared to the other 2 Pokémon, this Pokémon's performance seems unremarkable. At least both the evolution of Gible and the subjugation of Scyther have attracted enough attention. But Luan always kept his eyes on the white and purple figure. He always felt that his psychic disorder this time had something to do with it. Liu doesn't care at all about the disturbances from the outside world. He just wanted to be quiet. But he has the title of the strongest candidate. How could others let him go so easily? Ringing. Classmate Liu, please come to school. The high school teacher suddenly made a phone call. His tone was serious and even his voice was trembling. It seems that he is afraid of not being able to maintain his emotions. After she finished speaking, she hung up. There seemed to be a choking sound before hanging up. Liu thought he heard wrongly, and the next moment the doduo sound sounded. Just a little confused. Suddenly there was another knock on the door. He opens the door. In front of him was Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai's face turned red with excitement at this time. Before Liu could speak, he directly grabbed him and pulled him forward. Hey, wait. Liu said quickly. He hasn't changed into slippers yet. After seeing Liu dressed neatly, Li Izzy pulled him downstairs eagerly. There is a black Mercedes parked downstairs. Brotherly, come and drive. Changing cars again. Liu looked at the car and asked Xiao Ai next to him. Xiao Ai nodded and asked very naturally, Brotherly, do you like it? If you like it, I want to give it to you. It has value. When Liu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Are rich people so willful? He waved his hand and refused. Although the love is delicious, the relationship between the two is undecided and they want $1 million car. Still not suitable. Besides, he still prefers off-roading to cars. The two get in the car. 20 minutes later. See the towering gate of Magic City No. 3 Middle School. Liu is very unfamiliar. The time for his transmigrate happened to be the holiday before the college entrance examination. So, this was the first time he returned to school after arriving at Aquamarine. But what surprised him even more was that he and Xiao Ai were actually in the same school. Xiao Ai, why didn't you tell me before? Liu raised his eyebrows. I don't want to give you a surprise. Xiao Ai's clear eyes flashed and she stuck out her tongue at Liu. Very cute. Liu smiled and shook his head. Enter Magic City No. 3 Middle School together. As soon as I entered, it felt like strong gazes were directed at the two of them from all directions. It felt like strong gazes were directed at the two of them from all directions. Liu has no fear. He raised his head and scanned them one by one. Only then did everyone restrain themselves. But after they left, there was a lot of talk. Oh my god, Boss Liu is actually from our school. They match up so well. No wonder I know the school beauty. Wow, our school is going to be famous. Listening to the buzzing discussion behind him, Liu raised his eyebrows. Drop. Sign-in location, Magic City No. 3 Middle School. Hey, the 1-star location sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, combination card. I saw it was a 1-star sign. Liu didn't care much at first. But after seeing the effect of the combination card, he couldn't help but stop for a moment. Combination card, after use, any 2 skills of Pokemon can be combined with Solation, and the power will be 200% exerted. Although it is a 1-star sign-in reward, the effect is quite good. Liu was satisfied. If the combination card is used well, it will surely be of unimaginable value. After all, the combo move itself is a sure kill move. For example, Scyther's Fury Cutter, if it can be combined with Double Team. That was simply a large-scale group attack. One Pokemon is worth the entire team. Liu thought while thinking. The two quickly walked to the teaching building. In process, Xiao Ai was uncharacteristically silent. She lowered her head. Thinking of the talk about the two being a good match, my heart was pounding. The fair neck began to turn red. A large group of people gathered at the entrance of the teaching building. Liu just appeared. He was surrounded by people. Praise and appreciation poured in. Among the hundreds of students at the door, only Liu attracted the most attention. Student Liu, congratulations on winning first place. You bring glory to teacher and the school. A middle-aged man said with a smile while holding his big belly. The corners of his mouth almost reached behind his ears. Actually, before that, he had no idea that Liu was from their school. The other party is not an outstanding student representative and can be called unknown. There is no sense of existence. But now, Liu is really famous. With the crown of the strongest candidate on their heads, their Magic City No. 3 middle school has become famous. This is totally pie in the sky. To know, their highest result in the past few years in the Demon City No. 3 middle school was only the top 10 in the standings. So, the principal is looking at Liu with extremely loving eyes. Being looked at like this by a middle-aged man with a big belly, Liu had goosebumps. Fortunately, soon a dozen people came to the rescue. There was also an old man among them. See, it's them. The principal quickly moved out of the way and was extra attentive. More than a dozen people looked at Liu with extremely passionate eyes, as if they had discovered some rare treasure. Normal. It can be said to be ravenous. Some of the teachers even wanted to grab people directly. In the end, I was worried that there were too many people around and it would be a loss of face, so I gave up the idea. A man who looked slightly younger, about 30 years old, said impatiently, "Classmate Liu, I hope you can come to our Zhejiang University. Besides, you are also very destined to our school. The Golden Secret Realm in Nanshan belongs to our school. You can enter it freely after becoming a quasi-elite." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but pause. Sure enough, I was satisfied to hear the students around me taking a breath. The doorway was eerily quiet. Before he could continue speaking, cut. A disdainful female voice interrupted him. Seeing the look in Liu's eyes, the mean-looking woman immediately changed her face and gently adjusted her glasses. Liu's talent is still suitable for Hong Kong language. We have a secret realm of fire, which is also gold level. You can enter it by becoming a gym leader level trainer. In addition, the school also has elite trainers. As long as Liu comes, elite will be able to teach in person. Swish. The heads of the surrounding people immediately turned this way. The entry threshold for the Golden Secret Realm was originally elite, but now it has been pushed down to the master level by 2 schools. This. Gudong. Some people couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. Haha, comparing resources? Can you compare to the Demon City? At this time, a rather elegant man spoke. But he spoke without politeness, leaving the female teacher in Hong Kong speechless. I could only stare at him fiercely. Everyone's eyes turned. Look at him expectantly. His eyes were filled with brilliance. The heart was beating very fast. Much more nervous than Liu, the client. After all, whether it is Hong Kong, Zhejiang, or Shanghai, they are all top universities. In previous years, students would beg to go. How can any teacher take the initiative to come and snatch students? Even, don't hesitate to ask for various conditions. Students, parents, including teachers from Mewtwo No. 3 middle school were all eye-opening. The teacher from a first-class university couldn't help but click his tongue. After Jinan and Hong Kong opened their mouths one after another, they did not dare to speak. These top colleges compete for it. How can they share it? I can only watch and eat melon with my hands folded. Well, the teachers looked at each other and sighed. Student Liu, as long as you come to Mewtwo University, we will grant the country's highest scholarship. You can enter and leave all the secret realms in the Magic City at will, plus a chance to choose rare Pokémon. As soon as these words came out, the students and parents who were watching were shocked. The country's top scholarship is a huge sum of money. In addition to free tuition, there is also a 4-year reward totaling 500,000 yuan. Moreover, it represents something extraordinary, not just as simple as having money. This is also a resume. There will be certain preferential treatment for future gymnasium and trainer level assessments. Parents are envious. Each one looked at Liu from time to time, and then at his children. I just want to stuff them back. Rebuild? They are all candidates. Why is there such a big gap? Under various conditions, even Liu himself was a little tempted. Ahem. Sudden. The old man who had been standing spoke. He looked at Liu kindly. Kyoto University can meet all the conditions they mentioned, and we will increase the scholarship 5 times. Besides, I see you tamed a Scyther and the school has prepared an apex-level metal coat for you. I will personally give you a rare item. The value is not inferior to that of a quasi-god. Finally, I promise to let you enter the 3 secret realms guarded by Beijing University and the Tower of Babel. Hiss. The sound of gasping continued. The Tower of Babel was excavated from a secret diamond territory. Later, it was transformed by Alliance and officials and became one of the landmark buildings of Dragon Kingdom. Pokémon levels and qualifications are advanced layer by layer in the tower. Open once every 4 years. Trainer on the leaderboard. Later, he either became a big celebrity representing the country or entered the Alliance and the government. Or gym leader. It can be said that the Tower of Babel means that the future is guaranteed. Not to mention the 3 secret realms, rare props, apex level metal coat. These. Either one is a heavyweight. As soon as the old man spoke, the matter seemed to have been settled. As soon as the old man spoke, the matter seemed to have been settled. Teachers from the other 3 schools heard this. He turned his head instantly. The old man looked like he was looking at a madman. These conditions are more than enough to recruit an elite, let alone a college entrance examination student. Beijing University is very sincere. It's a waste of money. Hear the last words. Liu's heart moved. As the capital city, Peking University naturally has the most abundant resources among all universities. The highest secret in the Magic City is gold. There are also 3 silvers. Not bad though. It can be compared with the Law Manifestation, the 3 famous secret places in Beijing. Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and made a decision. With everyone watching nervously and in the spotlight, Liu slowly raised his head. I am willing to join Jingxi University. Okay. The old man was stunned. He stepped forward excitedly, patted Liu on the shoulder and laughed. Liu also smiled slightly. In addition to Beijing University's sincerity, another reason is because of the sign-in system. He has been staying in Magic City for almost 2 months and has signed in most regions. It's time to start a new region. Moreover, the capital of a country is the center of strength. He wants to fight more strong men, especially the Tower of Babel. Liu is very interested. Following his decision, the students who were watching all looked pitiful. Liu Sr. is no longer in the Magic City. I also want to work hard to get into Beijing University. The parents looked strange and had mixed emotions. It was extremely difficult for his own children to go to Pokémon University, but when it came to Liu, he had the choice of top universities. These schools that they think are unattainable are within easy reach of the other party. Is this someone else's child? The parents were in a daze. The happiest person was the fat principal. The corners of his mouth never dropped after hearing the teacher from Jinan University speak. After hearing the conditions of Beijing University, it was even more shocking. The boss with his mouth wide open can swallow an egg. He knew this student was outstanding, but he didn't expect him to be so outstanding. Even he was a little sore. At the same time, Liu's status in his heart has risen again, and is now on the same level as elite. Especially when the news of Peking University's admission to Liu was released. The name of number 3 middle school must be resounding throughout the Magic City. Thousands of students will come here. This is the best political achievement. Pokemon resources and funding will increase in the coming year. The principal suddenly laughed heartily, and looked at Liu with increasingly kind eyes. Completely regarded as a mascot. Feeling a fanatical gaze again, Liu turned around. After making eye contact with the fat principal, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and clenched his hands. Excuse me, my fist is itchy. At this time, the principal's electronic screen sounded a soft ringtone. He looked away. Liu also breathed a sigh of relief. If the principal continued to watch, he couldn't guarantee that he could hold it back. The principal was obviously stunned after answering the phone. After regaining consciousness, he glanced at Liu in surprise. Immediately afterwards, busy holding the phone and answering respectfully. Humble posture. After hanging up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the fat principal looked at Liu and said with a smile, Classmate Liu, congratulations, Alliance will award you the 3rd level Medal of Honor. Su Elite just asked you to go to the Alliance building in the afternoon. Wow. Moment. There was an uproar at the door of the teaching building. The discussion was like a swarm of bees, exploding with a buzz. Medal of Honor, 3rd class? Did I hear that right? Damn. To get this honor, Alliance must at least make a big contribution, right? How did Liu do it? Isn't it him who activated China Unicom's Nanshan's Golden Secret Realm? Fuck, it's true. I didn't expect Alliance to be so generous. It is said that less than 100 people in the Demon City have received medals. It's terrible. How old is Liu? Oh, tears of envy flowed from the corners of my mouth. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this Medal of Honor is of great significance, otherwise it would not have caused such a big reaction. He had an idea. But there was no change at all on the face. In the eyes of everyone, he appears to be extraordinarily calm, not wavering in the face of such great interests. Seeing this, the old professor from Beijing University stroked his beard and nodded slightly, feeling even more satisfied. This student is not only outstanding. This kind of magnanimity is hard for ordinary people to match. When the other teachers heard this, they agreed quite a bit, with even more appreciation in their eyes, and at the same time, there was also strong regret. Such an excellent student. It's a pity that I can't go to their school. It's all Kyoto's fault. Thinking of this, several teachers unanimously became hostile to the old man. Under the strong light, the old man was content, even a little proud. It doesn't matter if you stare at me. Anyway, I was robbed by Beijing University. The old man looked proud. The other teachers in the admissions office gritted their teeth. Liu didn't know much about their confrontation. After discussing with the old professor at Beijing University to sign the admission agreement tomorrow, he left. At the entrance of Alliance building, Liu had just stepped into the glass revolving door. Drop. Sign-in location, Alliance branch in Magic City. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, tree fruit gift pack. Next moment, a cloth bag weighing 10 pounds appeared on the ground. Liu picked it up. He unzipped the drawstrings on both sides and looked at it. There are hundreds of tree fruits inside, some large and some small, with colorful colors. At first glance, it is very eye-catching, and the exclusive aroma of the tree fruits is intertwined, giving it a special taste. At this time, the front desk clerk twitched his nose. He said to the people around him, "What does it smell like?" "I don't know, it smells so good, I'm a little hungry." "Me too, I don't know what to have for dinner today." Last time, Liu's ears twitched. Quickly put away the drawstring. Then, he opened the space backpack. After putting the cloth bag in, the backpack has no free space at all. It's time to change to a 20 square meter one, Liu thought as he walked towards the front desk of Alliance. The two girls felt someone coming and immediately returned to their seriousness. Just looked up. I was stunned. You are Liu, the front desk lady on the left exclaimed. SHH. This gesture was made by Liu, who was so handsome that the cheeks of the two front desk ladies immediately turned red. Still on the right, he remembered Suelit's explanation and hurriedly stood up. Please follow me. Liu nodded. The elevator reached the 7th floor, and the receptionist led Liu to a door. She bowed slightly, knocked on the door and said, Suelit, Mr. Liu is here. Okay, invite him in. The receptionist made an invitation gesture and left. Liu opened the door. Sure enough, I saw that beautiful face. This is your reward for connecting the Magic City secret realm to Nanchinj. Congratulations. Suluoluo smiled. The whole room suddenly felt like a spring breeze. She held a brass-colored 5-pointed star crystal in her white palm. She held a brass-colored 5-pointed star crystal in her white palm. Liu's expression flashed. The probing technique started slightly. 3rd level Medal of Honor, an honorary badge issued by Alliance, which can only be obtained by special contributors. Holding this medal, the status is equivalent to that of a quasi-elite trainer. You can fly at will and enjoy the right to challenge. Note, this medal is worth 1 million Alliance coins. 1 million. Liu's eyes widened slightly. Although he still has some of the money he received from the club, for trainer, it is completely free of charge. The result is this medal. It's actually worth 1 million? Next moment, he heard Suluoluo's explanation. The 3rd level Medal of Honor can be exchanged for 1 million Alliance coins, and the Alliance in each region can provide exchange. Liu was even more surprised when he heard this. This is real free prostitution? Trainer is a costly profession. Although the results of Krypton Gold are not necessarily linked to the real strength, it is definitely not possible without Krypton Gold. He was worried about where to get money, thinking about not going to the club again. As a result, Alliance came to your doorstep. Think about it. This trip to the Bronze Secret Realm was really fruitful. Besides, he was even more happy to see the significance of the 3rd level medal. Pokémon Integrated Union. After reality, the world has formulated unified traffic laws. One of them, private flying is not allowed in the city sky. There are not many restrictions in the suburbs, unless the strength reaches the quasi-elite level. This also avoids disrupting public order and disturbing the lives of ordinary residents. The right to challenge is what Liu values most. It is equivalent to a security guarantee. Let him have no worries. Don't worry if he encounters an unexpected sneak attack or a taunt battle, he won't be able to fight back. I heard you are going to Beijing University. Suluoluo's eyes were curious, as if he had forgotten the embarrassment of riding together before. Naturally, Liu doesn't know which pot he doesn't open or pick up. Yes, Beijing University is the top university in Dragon Kingdom. I have no reason to refuse. Suluoluo nodded matter-of-factly. Then he smiled. Then, see you in Beijing. Okay, Jingxi. Halfway through, Liu suddenly stopped. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you going to the capital city too? Well, Magic City has cooperated with Beijing City, and I have been here as a representative for 1 year. Liu smiled. He stretched out his hand and said meaningfully, see you in Beijing. After finishing speaking, Liu said goodbye and left. Suluoluo looked at his handsome back in a daze. I don't know what I'm thinking. Lynn Fan browsed the local forum in Magic City. Liu, the top boss in the graduation examination, was admitted to Peking University. The entire post has reached thousands of pages. The comments keep coming. When he saw the title of the hot post, Lin Fan's expression changed and he punched the bed. After clicking in, I was even more stunned. Awesome. Just say who else. As expected of my male idol. The following is a supplement from the original poster. I heard that all the major universities at that time were fiercely competitive, and the conditions were more terrifying than the last. I was there at the time, and I was so excited that I ate everything. South Zhejiang has lowered the entry threshold for the Golden Secret Realm, Hong Kong has Elite Captivate, and Magic City has even offered the highest scholarship. Tisk, 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 it's a pity that we lost to our big brother, Beijing University. Every word of the comments seemed to hit Lin Fan's heart. I should be the one enjoying all this. Lin Fan clenched his fists. Nails dug into flesh. The burnt area on the right side of my cheek hurts. I saw the veins on his neck throbbing, and his eyes filled with a hint of madness. He gritted his teeth and stared at Liu on the TV. I'll make you pay. This voice slowly dissipated in the ward, like an evil ghost from hell. The next day, the conference hall of No. 3 Middle School in Magic City. Liu officially signed an agreement with Hu Wen, an old professor at Peking University. The admission notice will be issued a few days later. After the signing, the happiest people in the conference hall were the fat principal and other school senior officials. Their smiles couldn't be concealed at all. This year only Liu entered Peking University, which is ranked number 1 in the country. But with this reputation, next year's enrollment will be full. Classmate Liu, this is a reward given to you by the school. Mewtwo No. 3 Middle School is grateful for having you. Yes, you are our most proud student. Congratulations came one after another. Liu took the check from the fat principal, glanced at the amount of 200,000 on it, and chuckled. Although he had just exchanged 1 million, he was not short of money. But there is never too much money, and he deserves it. Liu accepted it with peace of mind. Leaving Magic City No. 3 Middle School, Liu walked into the largest commercial building center in Shanghai, 3rd floor, Space Backpack Store. This is the model with the largest capacity in our store, with a full space of 25 square meters. It uses the latest technology and can automatically save the contest condition when items are put in, which can keep the freshness of tree fruits and Pokémon snacks. Listen to the introduction from the shopping guide. Liu bought it without saying anything. The shopping guide immediately burst out laughing. Although this space backpack costs 150,000 yuan, its sustainable use value is high. There is no need to save this money. Out of the backpack store, Liu went to visit the skill CD store again. Whenever skill CDs are sold in the mall, they belong to the club. Therefore, Liu directly showed the club's VIP. As expected, I received the highest level of hospitality. He successively bought skills such as Giga Impact Safeguard Scary Face Sandstorm. Liu didn't notice the full harvest. Behind him, there have been a few figures following furtively. Boss, do you want to take action? Hold on. There is a scar at the end of his eyebrow, and the man called the boss stares at Liu's back with twinkling eyes. Watching him leave the mall, his eyes immediately lit up. Follow me quickly. He gave the order, and the men in black immediately sped up. Busy street intersection. There was a steady stream of people. There are even cameras at the entrances of various shopping malls to capture pedestrians and Pokémon passing by. Whenever you find a Yuzinjia, all the cameras will swarm you like sharks smelling blood normal. The trainer captured by the camera is very proud. Raising his head high, the flames on Charmander's tail burned even more intensely. People gradually gathered around to watch. The number of people gathered slowly increased. One of the cameramen was bored. Yuzinjia is relatively rare, but those trainers are here specifically to gain attention. This kind of thing doesn't happen just once or twice. There has even been an unspoken rule that some people rely on the rarity of Pokémon to attract mass traffic, thinking you can become a celebrity trainer just by being photographed. Unreachable. The cameraman scoffed. He was filming here, just to explain to the boss. Suddenly, the cameraman saw a figure in his peripheral vision. He thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes. It's really him. He shouted excitedly, Liu. Swish swish. The cameraman forgot the occasion. By the time he reacted and covered his mouth, it was already too late. He trailed off. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of his shout. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of his shout. Where is Liu? Ah, is there a big boss here? There was a commotion among the pedestrians. Liu is now famous in Shanghai, especially among the candidates who just graduated this year. It has almost become a god-normal existence. This mall is originally populated by young people. As soon as I heard there was Liu, everyone couldn't help but get excited. No matter whether it is true or not, they rushed towards the direction where the cameraman shouted. In the crowd, several men in black noticed something was wrong and immediately frowned. They were originally surrounded, and they were only a few meters away from Liu, but they were interrupted by a sudden accident. A few people continued to move forward before waiting. I was overwhelmed by the endless flow of people. When Liu heard his name, he realized that something was wrong. When I found a group of people rushing towards me, shouting, I was almost sweating. There was a bang. Pokeball thrown. The wings on Gabite's arm slowly unfolded and hovered upward. The crowd stood strangely still for a moment. The next second, even more crazy. It's really Liu. Wow, his perfected being is so handsome. That Gabite must have evolved during the live broadcast. It's so powerful. Wow, I actually saw the perfected being. The letter girl is willing to be a vegetarian for a year. Everyone ran fast. Several men in black also followed the crowd, enduring the noise and continuing to approach Liu with a clear goal. Seeing that they were less than 1 meter away from Liu, sudden, Gabite flaps its wings vigorously. Call. A whirlwind blew by, and the people running in the front row couldn't help but squint their eyes. Several men in black were among them. Wait until they opened their eyes again. I saw Liu taking one step forward and getting on Gabite in a cool and unrestrained manner. Soaring in the sky, the men in black looked at each other with confusion on their faces. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation in ambush and sneak attack. Not sure how to handle it at all. The shouting in their ears gave several people even more headaches. People screamed with unknown meaning, and were blown to pieces by the howling wind. But this cannot dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Looking down from Liu's perspective, the scene in the center of the Magic City is even more spectacular. With him as the core, the surrounding crowd swarmed in, and there was a steady stream of people coming from the edges. It looks like an ant from a distance. Fuck. I saw thousands of people gathered in a short period of time. Liu marveled at Lear. Finding that the commotion was getting louder and louder, the mall quickly dispatched security to maintain order to prevent the stomp incident from happening. He breathed a sigh of relief. After waving hello, a roar of normal cheers erupted from below. It looked like another riot was about to happen. Liu was shocked, said be careful, lowered his head and patted Gabite. Gabite understands. With a hiss, he disappeared. After finally standing firm in the crowded crowd, I saw Liu's back flying away. Several men in black suddenly felt a sense of despair. They don't have the 3rd level Medal of Alliance, so naturally they can't fly in the city. Want to chase Liu? It's impossible. The boss, who had a scar at the end of his eyebrow, gritted his teeth. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. He fiercely pushed away the onlookers who refused to leave. A young man was immediately pushed to the ground. Hiss. The young man's palm on the ground hurt, and he raised his head and was about to curse. UTM. Before the words were spoken, when he saw the look in the man in black's eyes, he was so frightened that he swallowed them back. This look. The young man couldn't help but shudder. He quickly got up and ran away like shit. Wait until Gible flies away. Liu turned around. It was found that people in the mall were still there for a long time, but security had already begun to evacuate. I didn't expect that I would be so famous now. Liu thought of the scene just now. There is lingering fear in my heart. Very happy at the same time. If he hadn't happened to receive the third-class Medal of Honor and had the right to fly, he might not have been able to escape this battle. I guess the first-line celebrities I saw before transmigration were treated like this. He really didn't know that the live broadcast of the graduation assessment would have such a big impact. He was actually being watched when he went out. But he was wrong about this. The graduation assessment has an impact, but in previous years, even if you ranked first in the standings, it would not be known to everyone in the Magic City. At most, he is somewhat famous among the candidates and parents of that year. The reason why he caused a stir. He became famous in the Magic City by virtue of being the strongest candidate and connecting to the secret realm. His honor is tied to this city. Most people admire Chiang. Moreover, the secret realm is closely related to the development of trainer. Magic City officials are praising Liu. The people are even more proud of him. What Liu didn't know was that by chance, he also escaped a sneak attack. Master Lynn, Before he finished speaking, a loud snap was heard. The old man with the scar at the end of his eyebrow was beaten to the side, and he didn't dare to speak for a moment. Waste. Lin Fan cursed fiercely. The hand on his side trembled slightly. I secretly resented it. For this operation, he sent the most powerful bodyguard team of the Lin family. The man in front of him is at the level of a museum leader. Who knew this guy Liu was so lucky? The people he sent out didn't even touch a hair? I won't give up. Seeing Lin Fan's sinister look, even the male boss in black got goosebumps all over his body. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look any further. Li Iz looked at the entrance examination on the electronic screen and became entangled. She was originally planning to go to Shanghai University, and her points ranked 10th, so she happened to be admitted. But after Brotherly planned to go to Beijing University, she began to waver. In addition to priority admissions, Peking University also has an opportunity for pre-study review. If you pass, you can also enter it smoothly. Brotherly, Li Iz murmured. Watching the trending video, Liu easily killed the Beedrill tribe with his command. She finally made up her mind. 5 days later, Liu received the admission notice from Beijing University. An envelope was placed in a box the size of A4 paper. He opened the envelope. A burst of soft music suddenly sounded. Inside was a USB flash drive and bank card. After inserting the USB flash drive into the electronic screen, I quickly saw instructions from Beijing University. In addition to congratulating him for becoming a student of Peking University, the bank card also contained the promised scholarship of more than 2 million yuan. Other rewards were said to be handed over to him personally after enrolling. Wait until you see the last sentence. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Student Liu is requested to obtain the middle-level trainer qualification certification before September 1st, and bring the admission notice USB flash drive to register at Beijing University. Is middle-level certified? Liu touched his chin and smiled confidently. His performance in the graduation examination. It has long been speculated that it is a high-level or even elite trainer. Pokémon University has different requirements. Ordinary universities can enroll as long as they pass the junior level certification, while top universities such as Beijing University and Shanghai Magic City require middle level. Ordinary universities can enroll as long as they pass the junior level certification, while top universities such as Beijing University and Shanghai Magic City require middle level. Compared with graduation assessment, level certification is very easy. Most candidates have obtained trainer-related certifications before the graduation assessment. Liu is an exception. If others knew that he had not yet obtained certification, they might be shocked. But naturally he doesn't plan to take the first level assessment. Judging from the combat power of Gible and Flash Scyther, they are just enough to qualify for high-level trainer. The elite level also has a chance. As for Mewtwo, that would be a bit bullying. However, the elite level assessment is more troublesome, as it requires collecting 2 gym badges. Liu gave up this plan for the time being. Anyway, middle-level trainer is enough for admission to Peking University. Certainly. According to the rules, the trainer assessment cannot be conducted beyond the next level. But there are exceptions to everything. Trainers like Liu who have received the 3rd level Medal of Honor will naturally receive preferential treatment in Alliance. After thinking about it, Liu called Hongji. Suluoluo had arrived in Beijing the day before yesterday, and the only person he knew in the Magic City of Alliance was Hongji. What? You haven't tested trainer yet? Hear the words. Hongji couldn't sit still immediately. He always thought that Liu was at least a middle-level trainer. I didn't expect that I wasn't even a junior. I understand. It's all up to me. I'll contact Alliance immediately and arrange a middle-level assessor for you. Wait a minute, I want to test high-level trainer directly. Liu interrupted Hongji. Hongji was stunned again on the phone. He knew that since Liu called him instead of going directly for the assessment, it probably had something to do with skipping a level. But I didn't expect that he would jump directly to the 3rd level. There is no elementary level, so just take the middle level directly? Isn't this not very stable? Hong Ji said with a trembling voice. Even though they are sure of Liu's strength, Alliance has never seen anyone pass the level 3 assessment before. He has no foundation at all. Rest assured, Liu only said 2 words, Yun Dan Fengqing. Hong Ji seemed to be comforted. He breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll contact you now and wait for my call. After finishing speaking, Hong Ji hung up anxiously and went to contact the high-level examiner angrily. 10 minutes later, a ding-dong sound came from the electronic screen. Liu, you can go directly to the Alliance Hall for the assessment at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I have already made arrangements. Good. After replying to the message, he put away the electronic screen. Keep training. The energy cube making machine at hand buzzed and began to vibrate. Another apex-level energy cube is about to be born. 1/5 of Liu's tree fruit gift package has been used. He has not been idle these 5 days. Have been doing simulation training at the club. Just today, he changed places. Arrive at the Magic City Wilderness area. Sure enough, compared to simulating illusions, I am still used to fighting with real swords and guns. Scyther just finished a battle. Just then, the manufacturing machine also stopped vibrating, and a faint fragrance floated out. Just smelling the exciting aroma, Black Scyther immediately let out a high growl. A pair of eyes stared excitedly at the apex-level energy cube. Liu handed it to him. Precisely. Scyther couldn't wait to hold it up with 2 sickle-like arms. He took a bite. Drop. Congratulations to the host for getting +10 intimacy with Scyther. Drop. Sign-in location, Magic City Wilderness area. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward ability activation pill. Ability activation pill. After taking it, it will activate the hidden ability of Pokémon without affecting the first ability. See the introduction of the system. Liu immediately understood the function of the ability activation pill. I felt happy. The activation pill can trigger a Pokémon's hidden ability, giving the Pokémon 2 abilities. This is very cool, especially during the battle. Adding the use of ability will have an even more unpredictable impact on the situation on the field. Powerful ability can change the battle environment, even if it is a little more normal. It can also enhance momentum and combat power. 3 Pokémon were compared respectively, and the ability bonus after the hidden ability is activated. Liu finally chose Black Scyther. Scyther, come here. Just. Scyther was still holding a small half of an energy cube in his hand and came to Liu's side obediently. He raised his head and looked at him curiously. There was a ding. A brown pill the size of a thumb fell into Liu's hand. Instantly, a strange smell emerged. Black Scyther's face immediately wrinkled. Even took a step back. With that look, if it weren't for Liu's instructions, he would have run away long ago. Liu was a little surprised when she saw Scyther's performance. Eat this. Liu opened the palm of his hand, revealing pills that exuded a strange smell. Hearing this, Scyther looked at Liu in disbelief with pleading eyes. Liu was unmoved. His expression didn't change at all. The hand holding the pill was pushed forward. Very cold. Scyther's expression seemed like the sky was falling. As if realizing there was no room for recovery, Scyther took a deep breath. He took the pills in one go. Gudong? Swallowed it directly. Afraid of tasting something that is hard to swallow. It has a confused expression. The next second. But he was stunned. Black Scyther felt a warm current welling up from his stomach. It covered the whole body in a moment. I saw a light flashing in its eyes, and its whole body was suddenly ignited with fighting spirit. Success. The unyielding heart is activated. Every time you encounter the powerful rival, your unyielding heart will be ignited and your speed will increase extremely. At this time, Scyther also understood how beneficial the pill was to him. She looked at him with a grateful expression. Drop. Congratulations to the host for getting +5 intimacy with Scyther. After Liu heard the electronic sound, he raised his eyebrows and shook his head in amusement. Then, I saw his palms turning. A fluorescent card suddenly appeared. It is the combination card obtained by signing in before. Use combo cards. The words just fell. The combination card turned into a ball of black and white light and flew towards Scyther. Wait until the light ball completely submerges into Scyther's body. Combo cards come into play. Scyther, use double team. Liu immediately ordered. Just. Hearing this, Black Scyther's eyes narrowed and he shouted. The next second, I saw 2 identical figures gathering around it. Second double team. Liu said with surprise. Because Scyther could only use 1 double team in the previous battle, but he didn't expect that he could form a second one in such a short time. But it didn't last long before he was happy. Just found out. The second afterimage was not solid, but vague, as if it would disappear at any time. Compared with the first one, which is fake and real, the second one is fake at first glance. At best, it can only cause confusion to the enemy's line of sight. Liu frowned and shouted, Scyther, gather your energy and unleash the power of ability. Liu frowned and shouted, Scyther, gather your energy and unleash the power of ability. Just. Scyther was lost for a moment. Open your eyes again and the contest condition has been adjusted. It was more focused, and the scythe on its arm was trembling slightly. Under his control, the second figure finally became solid and became more and more real. 5 seconds later, completely stabilized. Although the speed still needs to be improved. But seeing this scene, Liu is still very satisfied. Scyther, Fury Cutter. Taking advantage of the effect of the combo, Liu did not let it rest, but hurriedly issued the second order. After Scyther heard the instruction, he stood there blankly. How is it possible for it to use Fury Cutter while using double team? It's totally impossible. Liu's power heard Scyther's heart. I believe you can. He conveyed it silently in his heart. Hearing the sound, Scyther was shocked. He looked at the master movedly. The water in his eyes was looming. It quickly perked up. At this time, the ability of Indomitable Heart comes into play. I saw Scyther's figure flickering, and 3 figures jumped up and rushed towards soaring in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the 3 figures stretched out their arms in unison, like soldiers who had trained countless movements, neatly and sharply. They waved their sharp scythes at the same time and suddenly slashed towards the big tree. There were after images left in the sky. There seemed to be countless Scythers appearing. Swish, swish, swish. The Fury Cutter used by the 3 Scythers was dizzying. The giant tree in front of me. It was thinned by a whole layer. The big tree reveals its soft roots. The corners of Liu's mouth were slightly hooked. Just after Scyther fell, behind him are 2 Pokémon and the integrated union. It screamed excitedly. Obviously, he was extremely surprised that he could use 2 big moves in a row. When one person and one Pokémon are happy, a brown figure appeared in their field of vision. This was a huge brown bear as tall as him, with a yellow circle on its belly and a very ferocious appearance. Roar. After seeing Black Scyther, without saying a word, he bumped into him with his huge body. Scyther's figure flashed. A jump. 2 sharp sickles struck down hard. Sharp traces were drawn in the air. It is very eye-catching in the dark forest. Ursaring's speed was his weakness, so he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he stretched his thick-skinned arms across his chest. Just listen to it groan. Ursaring's arm was instantly cut open with a 30-centimeter-long scar, and blood continued to flow from the wound. But Ursaring seemed unconscious. The thick bear paw seized the opportunity, with a ferocious expression on his face, as if he wanted to eat rival alive. He's about to hit Scyther on the head in the blink of an eye. The distance between the two is less than 1 meter. The intimidation of the scary face skill and the close attack made Scyther freeze in place. Scyther, Liu shouted. Scyther was suddenly shocked. It's smelling salts from the intimidation, and at the same time a fighting spirit suddenly welled up from the bottom of my heart. The unyielding heart activates. Whoosh. Scyther disappeared from the spot. So fast that only an afterimage was left. Ursaring's castration was too late to be retracted, and it hit the air, with a rare trace of confusion on his face. It's weird. Why did the combination of scary face and slash, which was always invincible in the past, no longer work? But he hasn't figured it out yet. Swipe. Ursaring felt a pain in his back. It turned stiffly, and Scyther's scythe was like death coming. Hanging overhead. It's about to fall. How come it's so fast? Until the moment before fainting, Ursaring didn't even know why. It had never seen a Pokémon that was so fast. Liu's everlasting power accurately read its heart. But there was no way he could answer for Ursaring. Dip, Black Scyther's level has been raised to level 30. Hey, EXP share is starting. Gible gets 1,500 experience? The accumulation of 5 days of simulation training exploded. Scyther upgraded 2 levels in a row. Even Gible, who did not appear, shared half of his experience due to EXP share. It should be noted that the higher the talent, the harder it is to increase the level. 2 Pokémon, 1 quasi-elite, and 1 elite. Naturally, the level increase is slower than that of ordinary Pokémon. But this progress is really not small. Call. Liu breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave the wilderness area. Although Mewtwo's power began to gradually recover due to the Mew fragments. But under normal circumstances, it is still sleeping. This is used to restore mental damage. Liu would like to communicate more with it to increase the intimacy. However, Mewtwo is in a special situation. He has been in the slow recovery stage and is mentally depressed. Not at rest. Just on the way to rest. Gible is already in the club's training room, using skill discs to enhance his proficiency. And integrated. Its superior natural aptitude makes it learn very quickly. So the special training ended earlier than Liu expected. And he didn't regret visiting the wilderness area. Wilderness areas are wild areas that have not been fully developed by humans and evolved from secret areas. The Magic City wilderness area has been completely integrated into reality. In order to ensure the safety of trainers, elites with low-grade levels are not allowed to enter without permission. Liu successfully passed because he had a 3rd-level medal, equivalent to a quasi-elite. He was just staying under a big tree. This tree is the largest tree seen in the wilderness area, towering into the sky and extremely conspicuous. At the same time, it is also the habitat of many Pokémon. That's why Ursaring was attracted to come all the way. Liu deeply felt the difference in the wilderness area. The Pokémon here believe in being brave and aggressive, and most of them live alone. Beedrill, Spearow and other groups are extremely rare. That Ursaring just now, even if it's injured, we have to fight to the death. Let's go. Liu gave instructions to Scyther and summoned Gible. Flying directly out of the wilderness area. Dong dong dong. Liu is watching today's Pokémon news on the sofa. Then there was a knock on the door. He stood up and opened the door. Li Iz smiled naughtily at him, smart and cute. Li Yu let the door open. Xiao Ai, what's wrong? As soon as he sat down, Li Yu asked straight to the point. A true Orberg straight man. When Li Iz heard this, his little face pouted, looking angry. Brotherly, can't I come to you if nothing happens? To the end. You can even hear a hint of resentment. Cough. Li Yu laughed. The tone changed. Of course, you are welcome to come anytime. As soon as this sentence came out, Xiao Ai's face turned red uncontrollably, even her earlobes were stained with a light pink, and she suddenly lost all energy. Invisible teasing is the most deadly. Brotherly is so good at it. Li Iz lowered his head and mumbled coquettishly. Li Yu didn't hear clearly, just when he was about to ask. Then he saw Li Iz raise his head and muster up his courage. When Li Iz raised his head, he mustered up the courage to say, Brotherly, I am also going to be admitted to Beijing University. My family also agrees with this decision. They will arrange special training for me during this period, so I want to say goodbye to you in advance. Is it a preschool audit? Li Yu pondered for a while and asked. After being admitted to Peking University, Li Yu collected various information about Peking University on the internet. Preschool audit is one of them, but he didn't pay much attention at the time. After all, he had passed. The pre-study review is an opportunity for candidates whose graduation assessment points have not reached the admission threshold to try again. Xiao Ai, is this your own idea? Li Yu could feel Xiao Ai's dependence on him, and he didn't want the other party's assessment to be because of him. If that is the case, even if you participate in the review, I am afraid you will fail. Xiao Ai blushed and remained silent. Just when Li Yu thought she was going to acquiesce, Xiao Ai spoke. Brotherly, I do want to get into Beijing University because of you, but it's not just because of you. Xiao Ai bit her lower lip lightly. A firm belief flashed in his eyes. He said with determination, I want to become as strong as you. Fight alongside you. She didn't say the latter sentence. But this is what Li Iz really thinks. After watching the video recording in the secret realm, Li Iz realized Li Yu's strength. And he knows that there is a big gap between himself and him now, but it inspired her, giving her more motivation. Li Ai was originally a proud daughter of heaven. She was carefully cultivated by the Li family since she was a child and has excellent talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become famous in the Magic City by virtue of his strength and appearance. It's just that Li Yu's growth rate is too evil. Li Iz tried his best to catch up, but found it difficult. But even so, she won't give up either. Thinking of this, Li Iz's eyes ignited with a burning fighting spirit, which reflected on his delicate face, which was extremely beautiful, like a firework exploding. Even Li Yu was stunned and his brows moved slightly. Okay, I believe you. He looked at her seriously. The girl's pretty face exudes youthful beauty in the sunlight, and her slightly mature charm adds a different kind of charm. Li Iz was looked at with such eyes, and his heartbeat suddenly became disordered. You have to keep your composure on your face. In the end, I couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly made excuses to escape. Li Yu looked at her back and smiled softly. The next day, Alliance Lobby entrance. The Alliance building and Alliance Hall are separated. One is an office building and the other is dedicated to assessment. Different from the solemnity of the office building, the lobby looks full of grandeur, and even the door is guarded by two very domineering Pokémon. Wearing red armor, they stood majestically like soldiers. Li Yu's detection technique automatically scanned. The attributes of the two Pokémon automatically appear in front of you. Pokémon, Bishop. Qualification, Museum Owner Level. Level 54. Ability, Not to admit defeat. Attribute, Evil, Steel. Combat Power Value, 519. The other Pokémon's statistics were similar, but its qualifications were slightly lower. It was an Elite 1 level lower than the gym owner. The combat power value is also around 500. Li Yu was slightly surprised. The strength of the two Bish ARPs guarding the door alone has reached the elite level? This is enough to show how strong Alliance's armed forces are. Li Yu stepped inside. Drop. Sign-in location, Alliance Hall. Hey, the 1-star location sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the treasure hunting compass. Treasure hunting compass, when you enter the 5-kilometer range where the treasure is located, you will be prompted. Treasure hunting compass? It's not bad. See this reward. Li Yu did not ignore it just because it was 1 star. The treasure hunting compass may seem inconspicuous, but if it is in a secret realm with many treasures, it will definitely play a huge role. The treasure hunting compass looks unremarkable. Li Yu flipped it over a few times and put it back into the space backpack. Start looking around. Probably because of the rest day, Alliance Hall was particularly noisy today. Especially at the junior trainer level registration area, there is a long queue of novice trainers waiting in line. As soon as my name was read, I went in with nervousness and excitement on my face. When you come out again, everyone's performance is different. Some of them were full of excitement and energy, and it seemed that they had succeeded in the examination. But most of them are dejected and lost. Li Yu was watching with great interest. A young voice appeared behind him. Hey, what are you doing standing here? Is it possible that you want to jump in line? In order not to repeat the tragedy in the mall a few days ago, Li Yu wore a peaked cap on his head, which just blocked his eyes. Others have no idea what he looks like. He is waiting for the high-level examiner. I didn't expect to be misunderstood. Liu was about to explain. The young man with freckles on his face said condescendingly, anyone can be a junior trainer. How long will it take for Alliance to raise the assessment threshold? He sounded very dissatisfied. It was as if he was being condescended to come here. The freckled young man was indeed unhappy. In his mind, he was already strong enough to take the middle-level trainer exam. Maybe high-level can also hit it. But every time the assessment went wrong, either the qualifications were inconsistent or there were problems with the procedures. It's a shame to wait until you're in your 20s to take the elementary exam. He just wants to finish the exam and leave as soon as possible. Liu was standing in a position that blocked his way, preventing him from cutting in from the side. The young man simply chose to beat him up. In the past, if he did this, the other party would get out of the way. The young man believed that this move was invincible. Unfortunately, he was wrong today, destined to be taught how to behave. Liu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when she heard his words. Isn't this what keyboard warriors who give advice on the internet often say? Did he meet one in real life? He looked at the young man from top to bottom, with a strange and mocking arc in his eyes. Seeing the smile on his face, the young man felt very uncomfortable. I always feel despised. He said angrily, hey, didn't you understand what I said? Get out of the way, don't block. Liu raised his eyebrows, tisk, tisk, Alliance should really raise the bar. All cats and dogs can be allowed in. You. When the freckled young man heard this, he became furious and veins appeared on his forehead. He raised his hand to hold the pokeball at his waist. Fingers trembling. Seems ready to move. But considering that he was in the Alliance Hall, he gritted his teeth and put his hand down. Just wait for me. If you have the ability, go to the club and have a fight. Liu looked indifferent, just don't regret it. Haha, it's you who should be afraid. The young man was irritated by Liu's indifferent attitude. His whole body was like a dynamite barrel that was about to explode. Are you a candidate? Sudden. A voice came from behind. With eagerness. A voice came from behind. With eagerness. Liu turned around after hearing the sound. The man with dark complexion hurried over, sweat dripping from his head. When he saw the location photo sent to him on the electronic screen, he hurried over. As soon as he stood still, he said out of breath. I'm sorry, I'm Gible, the high-level examiner. I kept you waiting for so long. Fine. Liu nodded in greeting. Their voices were neither loud nor quiet, but when Liu had a dispute with the freckled young man, many people noticed them. As soon as Gible arrived, someone immediately screamed. Isn't that the card-level monster Gible? Fuck, it's true. Holy crap, how can I see him here? My brother has been stuck with him for 3 years, and now he's scared whenever this name is mentioned. I'm taking the junior trainer exam, right? Right. The trainers in line suddenly became confused. Gile's name is very famous among trainers, especially for trainers below high level. Like the devil. According to online information, the pass rate of the high-level trainer in his hand is only 15%. This probability is very scary. Thousands of trainers are kicked off the platform every year. Gile's reputation is growing day by day, and all trainers in Shanghai have heard about it. High level is already a hurdle for trainer, but with Gible, the level of difficulty is even higher. He's like the hardest NPC in the game. Therefore, it is also nicknamed a card-level monster by trainer in private. The freckled young man saw Gible. Eyes widened. It seemed like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He also rubbed it. After realizing that he had indeed seen it correctly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He couldn't help but take a step back. Others may not have heard Gile's words clearly, but the freckled young man was close enough to hear them clearly. Gible, a card-level monster, has an attitude towards Liu. It was something he had never seen before. It's not like treating an ordinary candidate at all. Thinking of this, a chill ran down the freckled young man's spine. Even on a hot summer day, I broke out in a cold sweat. Liu also heard the comments from the people around him and looked at Gible with strange eyes. Hong Qi thinks so highly of me. He raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that the other party would actually send me such a famous high-level examiner. Haha, I'm looking forward to playing against you. Gible touched his head and smiled. Coupled with its dark complexion, it looks a bit honest. But when the trainers saw this smile, they were silent for a moment and then made a noise. Gible actually laughed. It's so scary. I heard that every time he smiles, rival is in trouble. The freckled young man's body trembled. Especially when I saw the scene where the two were communicating, I suddenly realized a terrible fact. Gile's attitude towards him. Obviously he doesn't look like a candidate. But trainers with the same strength and equal status. His face suddenly turned pale. I'll take you to the high-level assessment area. Gible didn't want to waste time, so after finishing speaking, he walked to the other side of the hall. Liu had no objection after hearing this. He also wanted a quick victory. Compared to the bustling crowds in front of the junior assessment area, there was not even a single person in the high-level assessment area. I saw 2 people walking to the high-level assessment area. The crowd in line was blown away. Are you really taking the high-level exam? Damn, and the card-level monster personally received him. What is his background? No matter what, the junior assessment will come tomorrow anyway. I'll take a look at the high-level battle first. Everyone flocked to the high-level area. The freckled young man realized this was an opportunity. The body shrinks. Immediately hide in the dense crowd. Toward the door. Want to escape. He saw the door getting closer and closer to him. His steps became bigger and faster. He was about to run out. It just happened at this time. Liu suddenly remembered something. I saw him turn around. A few seconds later, I successfully found a figure from behind at the door of the hall. By the way, don't forget to go to the club to play with me later. After finishing speaking, seeing that figure froze with satisfaction, walk leisurely towards the high-level area. When Gible heard this, he turned around and made a gesture. The two Bish ARPs at the door immediately stepped forward, blocked at the gate and motionless. Like a door god, the young man froze on the spot. Don't dare to move. He was going against the current. After being stopped at the door, he was even more attracted by it. The trainers present all looked over there. Not a few people noticed the previous dispute. Tisk, tisk, some people just laughed at Block, but it turned out that they were going to take the high-level exam. This is really a slap in the face. How embarrassing. If I were him, I'd love to have Diglett dig a hole and get right in. SHH, keep your voice down. The murmurs of jeers were constant. All kinds of sarcasm and ridicule came into his ears, and the young man felt like a thorn in his back, feeling uneasy. Although these are uncomfortable, but it was just a momentary embarrassment. What he fears most is, the person he just mocked has really reached the level of high-level trainer. Then it's really over. How could he afford to offend high-level trainer? His social status is completely different from that of a junior trainer. The young man's legs were shaking and he was terrified. Impossible, Gile's passing rate is so low, he will definitely not be able to become a high-level trainer. He murmured, trying his best to comfort himself. On the verge of collapse, the onlookers rolled their eyes at this. They all rushed to the high-level examination room. Assessments above high level are allowed to be viewed and recorded. Different from junior middle level, it is also a sign of fairness and recognition of strength. The area of the examination room is 4 times that of the primary level, and it is divided into different venues according to attribute. Randomly assigned. Liu pressed the button. There was a ding. The electronic screen began to rotate. A few seconds later, stopped at a strange rock pattern. Gible laughed strangely when he saw it. Rock venue, it seems you are not very lucky. Yeah, Liu replied and smiled slightly. Seeing his reaction, Gible became a little curious. He just followed Hongji's instructions and came to assess the candidate's ability and identity. Not knowing, under the examination room, the trainers have already found the best place to watch the competition. Various speculations and discussions arose one after another. The entire examination room was extremely lively. Rock venue launch. The ground in the southeast slowly cracked from the middle. The ground made of gravel rises slowly and is rugged. There are also several boulders placed on the edge. Various sizes. As soon as Liu came on the stage, a group of trainers shouted, "Go ahead and defeat the card-level monsters." Hehehe, come on. It's just a matter of watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Liu found it funny. He just watched others having fun. Now it was others watching his excitement. After Gible appeared, the sound from the stands was stagnant. It's a lot quieter. Everyone still dare not openly call card-level monsters. After all, they are only junior trainers now. Sooner or later, you will meet Gible. If the other party holds a grudge, that's it. The high-level trainer assessment has begun. The battle rules are 2v2. Solation cannot change Pokémon during the assessor competition. The high-level trainer assessment has begun. The battle rules are 2v2. Solation cannot change Pokémon during the assessor competition. The referee comes on stage to announce the rules. Liu and Gible nodded to express their understanding. Pokémon appears. The words fell. There was a loud thud at the rock venue. Everyone looked around. A gray spherical boulder with a height of 1.5 meters and weighing 300 kilograms appeared. Golem. The audience exclaimed. This Pokémon looks much stronger than the normal Golem. Huge in stature, the rock venue can give full play to its strength. Trainers have begun to mourn its rival. Offstage, a certain middle-level trainer's expression changed. It seemed like memories of past fears were brought back. Golem smiled ferociously. He smashed hard with 2 fists, causing gravel to fly. Very irritable. There was a sudden silence in the stands. He seemed to be frightened by its aura. Gaybite, come on. Liu throws a Pokeball. There was a flash of light. Click. The blue skin stands out against the gray ground, and the dark golden eyes are fierce and fierce. The sound of roar appearing on the scene shows the domineering power of dragon Pokemon. Wow. Gaybite's appearance immediately shocked trainers' attention. Gaybite. How can it be? Fuck. Everyone's eyes widened. I never expected that things would develop like this. This is Gaybite. A quasi-god Pokemon that's just one step away. I remember that Mr. Liu had won. An audience member remembered the previous live broadcast and blurted out. Gible was also stunned. He only knows that Liu's strength is extraordinary, otherwise Hongji wouldn't ask him to do it. But how exactly? Hongji kept it secret and didn't explain clearly. He originally wanted to use Golem to intimidate, give him a show of strength. Who knew he actually had Gaybite? Now the person who is frightened has become himself. Hiss, the young people today are really amazing. Gible calmed down and looked at Liu meaningfully. At the same time, I also understood why he was so calm after choosing the rock venue. Some prejudices in my heart gradually dissipated. His eyes became sharp. He is completely different from the honest person he was just now. The assessment begins. The referee gave the order. Sandstorm. Liu strikes first? Hearing this, Gible circled and rushed towards soaring in the sky. Large areas of airflow gathered together. For a moment, sand and rocks were flying, and all the gravel on the ground was lifted up. Even a few boulders trembled faintly. It seems that along with the wind and sand, it will be involved in this huge dust storm of heaven and earth. The front row stands were severely affected by wind and sand. Everyone closed their eyes tightly. The shock was suppressed in my heart. This is a skill that can affect the entire exam room. But you can only see it in the live broadcast of the Silver Secret Realm, or in the Rookie King PK in the Tower of Babel. Who is Gible's trainer? Countless people began to speculate. The freckled young man in the last row had fear written all over his face. The arrogance at the beginning was completely gone. Keyboard warriors bully the weak and fear the strong. Now that he saw that Liu was really capable, he was almost frightened. In the examination room, the rock venue was completely engulfed. The wind and sand were so strong that Liu closed her eyes. In my heart, I am very satisfied with the results of the special training during this period. Gible finally mastered the sandstorm skill through the skill disc, and reached an extremely high level of proficiency. Take it to an incredible level? Gible felt his power carefully. Countless sand and dust enveloped him, and the exclusive ability Sand Hidden technique was silently activated. The figure flashed. It has disappeared. There is only dust all over the sky. Gible looked dazed in the examination room. An ominous premonition came over me. Based on past experience, he immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, "Golem, defense curl rollout." Grew. Golem realized rival's power during the terrifying sandstorm. The momentum subsided. A rare trace of fear appeared on his face. After he listened to Gible's order, he immediately wrapped his two long arms around himself, and his body was covered with a thin layer of gray light. Ho. Rock type comes into play. The sand and dust in the air floated slightly and began to drift towards the golem. A few seconds later, the golem's uneven potholes have been smoothed out. Defense power increases at the same time. See success. Gible breathed a sigh of relief. Defense curl plus rollout is Golem's signature combo. He relied on these two skills to defeat countless candidates. If you have not systematically learned the Golem series of moves, the possibility of cracking this move is very slim. And as far as he knew, this candidate has not yet attended Pokémon University. It is impossible to conduct targeted learning on Golem. Think of this. Gible is confident. Golem, find the enemy in sandstorm, attack immediately. Feeling empowered, Golem regains his confidence. Roll towards the center of sandstorm. But only for a while. They panicked. It stands to reason that in this overwhelming rock energy, Gible should have no place to hide. But after searching, Golem was stunned to find no trace of it. The wind and sand in the examination room were so strong that Gible couldn't see clearly and could only rely on Golem's rock power to feel it. Golem, found it. Grid. Golem gets nothing. Getting more nervous. A minute has passed, and Sandstorm still shows no signs of weakening. Liu opposite him showed a strange smile. Gible started to sweat. As a high-level examiner, I was a little scared for the first time. Because he knows. Golem can hardly hold on any longer. It has been using the defense curl rollout combo. There are pros and cons. In addition to being powerful, the energy consumed is naturally doubled. Golem's physical strength is on the verge of exhaustion. If it stops, Golem will definitely be attacked by Gible. At that time, I could only lie down and get beaten. Plan for today. Just take a gamble. Stop losses in time. Gible shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since he became an examiner, this is the first time that a student has forced me to this point. Golem, stop. The command penetrated Sandstorm and reached the Golem's ears. Golem stopped moving. The sand and dust covering his body floated into the air again. Its body changes back to its original shape again. The power is only 1/3 of the original. The dust-filled examination room obscured the audience's sight and hearing. Naturally, it also affects the trainer in the examination room. But this will not hinder Gible's actions. It's now. The time Liu has been waiting for has come. A ball of green light suddenly emerged from his palm. Green light spots loomed in the dust flying all over the sky. Liu's order was issued through the power of Viridian, Gible, Dragon's Claw. Gible found that he had been in the dust for a long time and began to have delusions. He seemed to see a green light, and received this order. Gible immediately took action. It's not its style to hide all the time, and it can no longer hide itself. A claw-shaped purple energy was seen condensing in Sandstorm. In a blink of an eye, the azure figure was like an arrow from the string, suddenly sprinting towards the golem in the center of the field. Garchomp is already faster than most Pokémon, even the unevolved Gible. Not to mention compared to the bulky golem. The difference between the speed of the two is simply heaven and earth. Golem didn't even have a chance to resist, he only felt a purple light flash in front of his eyes. The next second. Then he lost consciousness. The next second. Then he lost consciousness. Gible waved her arm. The sandstorm begins to dissipate. A few seconds later, the examination room finally regained its visibility. The audience couldn't wait to look towards the center of the field. Gible was flying in the air and looked down proudly, while Golem, who had already been unconscious, had a deep scratch on his chest. You can tell who wins and who loses at a glance. After a second of silence, the stadium suddenly erupted into cheers like a roaring tsunami. The card level monster lost. 666. Come on, fuck him. Have to say, the trainers have been grudged against Gible for a long time. That is both fear and fear. Now that I see someone who can defeat him, I feel refreshed. Even breathing becomes much easier. Liu tilted her head and said as if watching a show, Examiner Gible, you are really hated. Listening to the overwhelming cheers and cheers, Gible came back to his senses and couldn't help but twitching the corner of his mouth. He glared hard at Trainer in the stands. The stands were quiet for a second. Then the shouts broke out even louder than before, as if she wanted to go against him. Gible was helpless, but the shock in his heart could not go away. Liu's performance was so outstanding that it completely exceeded his expectations. Not only the strength of Pokémon, but what he valued more was Liu's control in command. All of Rival's actions are calculated by him. Successfully seized the loophole and attacked directly without any hesitation. Extremely calm and decisive. He admired this style of command very much. Hongji really didn't lie. This young man is really powerful. Gible touched his chin and looked at Liu with admiration in his eyes. Completely changed the previous politeness and alienation. If only we had completed Hongji's request before. That now, it was he who became interested in Liu. He wanted to know, who is the other party? Trainer, the genius of Shanghai Magic City, has been spinning around in Gile's mind. But he still couldn't make up his mind. Because Liu's command and battle style are so distinctive. So far, this was his first time seeing it. Gible, come back. Liu looked up. Click. Gible inspected the territory normal, circled once, and landed with a crash. Unexpectedly, he couldn't control the intensity. Landed too quickly. A large whirlwind suddenly blew up. Air currents roared overhead. By the time Liu reacted, his hat had already been blown off. This moment, the examination room and stands fell into an eerie silence. You can hear the needle drop. A few seconds later, just heard a pop from the stands. Like something hit it. Everyone woke up from their trance and turned around. The last row of stands. Suddenly one person fainted and fell to the ground. It was the freckled young man who mocked Liu before. At the same time, a bad smell came from him. Several trainers near him frowned and looked at him in confusion. Fuck, I peed my pants. Hear the words. The people next to him all retreated as if to avoid the plague normal. The girl who was closer screamed and quickly turned her head away for fear of getting her eyes dirty. After regaining consciousness, everyone looked at Liu on the stage in surprise. My heart was shocked. Very unbelievable. The candidate who just took the exam turned out to be the most popular person in Shanghai. Liu? And thanks to this big boss, they actually witnessed with their own eyes what real fear is. Liu heard this. He quickly tilted his head with a look of disgust. He said before that he was going to the club to play against each other, just to scare him. I didn't expect him to be so unintimidated. I haven't done anything yet. The light shows its face. The man was immediately frightened and fainted. Gible was shocked with a hint of realization. It turns out it's you, so there's no need to fight in the second round. Congratulations on passing the exam and becoming a high-level trainer. He just finished speaking. Everyone paused for a second and immediately let out a tsunami-like sound. As expected of a boss. God, look at me, look at me. You're so handsome. I knew there wouldn't be another person in Gible, the magical city. There was a commotion in the stands. Many people took out their electronic screens to take photos. It was simply a large-scale star-chasing scene, and the trainers were so excited that they were incoherent. During this time, the live broadcast of the graduation assessment has almost been broadcast by all major high schools. Most of these assessments are for junior and middle-level students, so naturally they pay the most attention to this information. Liu's performance as the strongest candidate. He has long been set up as a role model for young students by the Shanghai municipal government. No one in the Magic City knows it. He is the pride of the whole city. This is a generation of genius who has opened up new rules in the secret realm. Liu felt happy when she saw the enthusiastic scene in the audience. Thanks for dressing up when I came here, otherwise I would have been chased and intercepted. Gible froze on the spot, a little dumbfounded. It seems that it has done something wrong. He couldn't help but poke his head, curled up slightly, and glanced at Liu guiltily. That cautious, probing look was created by its strong body. There's something inexplicably stupid about it. Liu couldn't laugh or cry. He gently shook the pokeball in his hand, signaling him to come in quickly. Gible knew that he was not angry. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her back straightened as she shrank. Say nothing. Wait for Liu to press the pokeball. As soon as the light flickered, Gible was taken in. Gible frowned as he looked at the scene below. When you find that things are getting more and more out of control, just make a decision. Take Liu away from the stage. Security quickly separated the crowd on both sides with Pokémon. Clear a row of passages. Gible took him directly through the secret passages in the two buildings. Arrive at the Alliance building office area. The environment here is quiet and the staff coming and going are very dedicated. Even if I see Liu passing by, just looking at it from the corner of my eye, surprise flashed in his eyes. Then I didn't dare to look any further. Focus on the work at hand. Liu was relieved when he saw this. He didn't want to be surrounded wherever he went. However, now that public opinion is fermenting, he has been set up as a model by the Shanghai authorities. This is the period when the heat is highest. Avoid this period of limelight. That's fine. Liu, this is proof that you have become a high-level trainer. While talking, Gible took out a chip from his pocket. Liu inserted the chip into the electronic screen. 4 big words suddenly appeared. Pokemon Pokédex? The chip is actually included software? The Pokemon Pokédex is not only used to prove identity, but also to send and receive Alliance internal messages and tasks. When you encounter a new Pokemon you have never seen before, you can also choose to enter its information. This is Alliance's internal forum, connected to the Pokémon Center quest hall. There will be corresponding rewards for posting quests and entering information. Liu listened to the explanation. I understood immediately. After becoming a high-level trainer, only then can you truly be accepted by Alliance and be qualified to enter it. He clicked on the software with great interest. The posts are endless. The live broadcast of the Dragon Valley Secret Realm in Beijing has started. Who among the 3 quasi-elites will win in the end? Will they be favored by Dragon-type Pokemon? The Golden Secret Realm in southern Zhejiang is connected to the Fantasy Valley, urgently looking for elite trainer. Liu scrolled through these posts. When he saw the last item on the page, his eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, a familiar electronic sound suddenly sounded. Drop. Publish the designated check-in location. Drop. Publish the designated check-in location. Sign-in location, Magic City Green Secret Realm. Liu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Because of the last post he just saw, it clearly reads, does the level of the magical Green Secret Realm need to be redetermined? Hundreds of people have disappeared mysteriously in the Secret Realm. Obviously, just from the title of the post, you can tell that the Green Secret Realm is unusual. The risk factor is extremely high. However, the system publishes designated check-in locations. So far, there is no sign below Samsung. So, he must go. Liu pondered for a while and clicked on the post that accidentally triggered the designated check-in location. To his surprise, the comments are more shocking than the title. There's no way the Green Secret Realm only has silver level? My brother, an elite trainer, actually met Vileplume who was level 50 inside. Me and my Pokemon are the same. We have become level 2 disabled. I have no chance to be a trainer in this life. Strong protest. The entry threshold for the Green Secret Realm must be raised, at least for gym leader level trainers. I heard a mysterious news. It is said that the hundreds of missing people entered accidentally. This comment is right at the bottom of the page. Because it is too long, it folds automatically. Liu frowned and clicked expand at the back. Result. The forum refreshes automatically. This sentence suddenly disappeared. It's like normal never existed. Liu frowned deeper. He had a hunch that what the person just said must contain information about the inside of the secret realm. Maybe it explains the reason for the inexplicable disappearance in the Green Secret Realm. After all, such casualties and losses, even in the silver level secret realm, it is not common. There must be a reason. For some reason, Liu is particularly concerned about this. Ding. Sudden. The Pokemon Pokédex suddenly made a software notification sound. Liu clicks on the red mark. Demon City Alliance. After joint discussion and decision by Alliance, the Magic City Green Secret Realm will be redetermined in 10 days and will be closed to the public. Gan. Liu saw the official news. He couldn't help but uttered a curse word. It seems I have to speed up. Alliance Hall exam room. After Liu revealed his identity, people who had been watching stayed around for a long time. Lu Chen in the stands stared at his retreating figure, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. He didn't expect that. I can actually see Liu here? He still remembers this big shot. After all, when he was at his lowest point before, it was by editing Liu's videos that he rose again and regained popularity. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't find a chance to take a photo. Just when Lu Chen was about to get up and leave, he caught a glimpse of the camera next to the examination room. Sudden. His eyes lit up. A thought came to mind. The next second, Lu Chen said nothing. I ran directly to the front desk of the lobby. Hello, do you need any help? The lady at the front desk looked at the red-haired trainer who was running out of breath and asked in a warm tone. I want to ask about the battle video in your examination room. Can you give me a copy? Forward. The lady at the front desk was stunned for a moment. His expression was tangled for 2 seconds before he said, please wait a moment, we need to ask the leader for his opinion. Lu Chen nodded. Looks expectant. He has already thought about how to narrate and edit this video. This time he will return to the platform to take the first place in humorous commentary. Lu Chen looked ambitious. 8 p.m. The time of greatest traffic at night. Magic City topic area. The strongest candidate Liu appears in the Alliance Hall of Magic City. Liu crushes the card-level monster examiner Gible. Create the fastest grade examination record. Future quasi-god. Just one afternoon. News about Liu's exams in the Magic City quickly spread at an alarming rate. One of the explanation videos stood out among many marketing accounts, and its forwarding volume soared by hundreds. Less than an hour, the number of views on the Lily platform has reached 1 million. In the blink of an eye, it has replaced the original gourmet food broadcast and became the #1 in the rankings. Beijing City. Huh? Why is the mukbang missing? What's this? While Una was eating, she originally wanted to open the eating and broadcasting video on the Lily platform. As a result, I found out that the first one became what kind of big guy taught you to take the high-level exam? She clicked it with doubt. Next moment, the barrage that filled the screen almost dazzled her eyes. The first 10 seconds are all worship the boss and do it again. A high-level assessment, what about it? Doduo shouted in Yuna's mouth. I was very dissatisfied. I feel that the people in Magic City are ignorant that a small high-level assessment can cause such a big stir. If it were in their capital city, I'm afraid it won't even make a wave. Don't say anything else. Her father is a quasi-elite trainer. Una pouted, watching the video nonchalantly. When Gible came out, Una's back straightened immediately. And after Gible used Sandstorm, her head began to tilt forward unconsciously. Wait until the battle is over. Una's eyes were full of energy, as if they were shining normal. I couldn't help but applaud. After Gible made a mistake and accidentally revealed Liyu's appearance, her heart beat violently for a moment. The entire 5-minute video ends. Una still couldn't come back to her senses. Trance. He seems to be still immersed in the tall figure in the video and the humorous explanation in the background. Wait until the next second and the video starts playing again. She then typed the words with piety and trembling fingers. Worship the boss. Liyu didn't know that she had a really sweet fan. Considering that the green secret realm was about to close, he directly found a deserted place and summoned Gible again, heading towards the Sheshan Mountains. Boom. Almost the speed of sound. Under Gibe's rapid speed, it only lasted 10 minutes. He arrived at Sky in Sheshan. This is a lush green mountain range. It is more like a small peak made of trees than a mountain. Gible, get down. After circling Sheshan for a week, Liyu spoke. He has already seen the entrance to the secret realm. Right in the heart of Sheshan, there is a Pokemon troop of 30 people at the entrance. There were more people than when he took part in the annual graduation assessment. It shows how much Alliance attaches importance to the green secret realm. Brush. Gible landed steadily with Liyu. After Liyu stood still, he looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. As a silver-level secret realm, there are very few trainers coming here. He only saw a team of 5 people at the entrance, showing proof to the Pokemon troops. After passing through, they stepped into the light curtain one by one with heavy steps and depressed expressions. That look. It doesn't look like exploring a secret place to hunt for treasure, it's clearly a death penalty. However, Liyu noticed that the last person to leave looked back at him. The shocked look was like seeing a ghost. Lynn. Master Lynn, we have news about Liyu. It is said that someone saw him appearing at the entrance of the green secret realm, seemingly preparing to enter. The scarred man lowered his head and reported. There was joy in his eyes. He felt a sense of relief. During this time, Mr. Lynn had already fined countless people because of their mistakes in the mall. 3 of the 5 subordinates dispatched at that time were disabled. Even him. There is still a dull pain in my back. Thinking of the methods that young Master Lynn used to deal with him, the scarred man twitched his fingers slightly and lowered his head involuntarily. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan suddenly burst into laughter. Coupled with the uncertain expression, it makes people feel uncomfortable no matter how they look at it. Especially the slightly twitching burnt area on my cheek. It made his smile look particularly weird. When the scarred man heard the sound, his body trembled suddenly. After laughing, Lin Fan once again returned to his previous expression, even more sinister than before. The scarred man glanced at it and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look any further. Lin Fan seemed to remember something, turned his head and asked, "Is the suppressor developed at the branch base ready?" Back to Mr. Lin, because there is no data, the base can only make a semi-finished product. A bunch of trash. Lin Fan scolded coldly. His face became a little gloomier. Hearing this, the scarred man broke into a cold sweat and quickly added, "However, according to the researcher's explanation, the suppressor can be 80% effective as long as it is used when the opponent is mentally damaged." Lin Fan's expression indeed improved a lot. "Are you sure there are no survivors in the restricted area of the Green Secret Realm?" Young Master Lin, according to the information received by the family, it is indeed the case. Alliance has discussed raising the level of the Secret Realm to Gold level. The scarred man answered respectfully. "Haha, if you don't take the road to heaven, Liyu, let me see where you can escape now. Have someone bring a suppressor with me to the Green Secret Realm. This time I will take action myself." "Yes, Mr. Lin." After he gave the order, the scarred man immediately went down to gather people. The Lin family quickly started moving. Liyu walked to the entrance. He looked at the large vertical screen. The screen is divided into 8 grids. They are different live broadcast rooms, and the number of people in each live broadcast room is different. It clearly shows the situation in the secret area. Among them, the most popular one is undoubtedly the 5-person team that Liyu saw before. They seem to have a certain reputation in the secret live broadcast. Many of the barrages that flashed below called out the name of the 5-person team. He glanced briefly. The word I saw the most was Fire Dragon Adventure Team. The revenue share of each live broadcast room will be linked to the performance of the trainer inside. The slightly famous trainer has a separate live broadcast room sponsorship. Even unknown trainers can share the profits if they perform well in the secret realm. From this, a new profession was born, Secret Explorer. This career has spawned many celebrity trainers. Even because the Secret Explorer has a higher casualty rate, it is more popular. The Fire Dragon Adventure Team is apparently one of them. Liyu didn't pay much attention. What he focused on observing was the environment inside the secret realm. As he expected, the plants in the secret area were extremely lush, and it was like a large grass paradise. It looks green from a distance. Swarms of grass-type Pokemon jumped past. But for some reason, even the ordinary Oddish has a strong desire to attack. Liu saw an elite trainer fighting hard with several Oddish in the live broadcast, with Victreebel watching eagerly next to him. It's not at all as amiable as people think of grass-type Pokemon. He looked carefully. Sure enough, something strange was discovered. The eyes of several Pokemon were all red and even bloodshot. Spiritual contest condition is particularly uplifting. As if tireless. There's really something wrong with this secret realm. Liu saw the situation in the live broadcast room and already had speculations about the mysterious disappearance caused in the secret area. Thoughts are spinning. Liu's eyes flashed with determination, heading towards the review point of the Pokemon Force. After seeing it was him, the inspector was overjoyed at first, and then showed a hint of worry on his expression. Ding dong. This item is a 3rd level medal and is allowed to pass. You can enter. The inspector stepped back. The current entry threshold for the Silver Secret Realm is Elite Trainer. Liu's level does not meet the requirements, but the 3rd level medal represents a quasi-elite trainer. Naturally, the Pokemon army cannot stop Liu. Step into the light curtain. Heaven and earth change. The originally extremely hot summer suddenly became fresh and very comfortable. Drop. Sign-in location, Magic City Green Secret Realm. Hey, check-in at the 4-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Essence Fruit of Grass. Grass Essence Fruit, the original essence fruit of grass energy, with purify and recovery effects, re-giving vitality to the polluted environment and Pokemon. The designated sign-in is completed and you will get a random draw. Liu just opened his eyes. You will hear the notification sound that the designated sign-in is completed. Essence Fruit of Grass. There was no time to observe the surrounding environment. Liu looked curiously at the reward for signing in. The surface of the green fruit in the palm of your hand is surrounded by a layer of fluorescence, and it also gives off a faint natural aura. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Suddenly I feel relaxed and happy. Even my mood seems to have broadened. Sure enough, it is indeed a 4-star sign. Liu's eyes flashed, and he fell in love with this fruit more and more. What pleased him the most was the essence of the system mentioned in the system introduction. Just a small piece of the previous Mew origin fragment restored Mewtwo's mental power to 20%. Then the effect of this essence fruit is naturally greater, but he still has some doubts about the specific usage. But, not in a hurry to use it yet. As of now, he has no grass Pokemon. Liu knows that once the power of rules is involved, it can definitely greatly improve the strength of Pokemon. Such a killing weapon naturally needs to be used on the edge. As for the triggered draw, he planned to proceed after leaving the secret realm. The green secret realm seemed ordinary, but it always made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Liu didn't notice at this time. Below the essence of grass fruit, several grass plants that were originally seedlings suddenly jumped 10 centimeters. But the next second, it was twisted apart by the tall weeds next to it and was quickly swallowed up. Everything returned to calm. It's like nothing happened. Only the green spots at the roots of the weeds showed a slight change. Liu looked around intently. The scene inside this secret realm can be said to be spectacular. Lush forests, countless shrubs, and tall grass, and dense prairie in the distance. The weeds there are even several meters high. If this were placed in the outside world, it would be no less than a tree. But in the green secret realm, it is just a grass. Liu took a few steps forward, but suddenly stopped. No, it's too quiet. Liu looked serious and was alert. Liu looked serious and was alert. He clearly saw the Fire Dragon adventure team, and as soon as they entered, they were targeted by a group of grass-type Pokemon. But it has been 5 minutes since he entered here. But there was only the sound of the wind blowing through the bushes. There are no traces of Pokemon passing by. Mewtwo. Liu made a prompt decision. Immediately throw out the Great Ball. There was a flash of light. Mewtwo raised his head slightly, and a powerful pressure spread out of thin air. The weeds on the ground were reduced by an inch. The wind seemed to stand still. Mewtwo, check your surroundings. Liu ordered carefully. Don't forget to carefully observe the surrounding terrain and compare it with the map in the Pokemon Pokédex to determine the location. Mewtwo nodded reservedly. His expression is indifferent, even colder than Liu. A cold light flashed through his purple eyes, and his mental power was like a normal tentacle, slowly reaching out. Liu is waiting where he is. About a minute later, Mewtwo regained his mental power. It looked at Liu and shook its head slightly. Cherish words like gold. Seeing this, Liu's expression gradually became serious. Surprisingly, even Psychic didn't sense anything strange. Certainly, it is also possible that due to Mewtwo's mental damage, he can only display his quasi-god strength at the moment. But even so, it also proves that the weird things or Pokemon here in the morning are at least higher than quasi-gods. Liu found out after comparing the Pokemon Pokédex. The map of the Green Secret Realm is very rough, with only a few important locations marked. And here, you can't find it on the map at all. The strangest thing is that there is no scent of other Pokemon around. Not to mention the trainer who entered from the entrance, there is not even a single fruit in the tree. It was inconsistent with the information he had learned. According to Alliance internal data, in the Green Secret Realm, the most abundant resources are various tree fruits and herbs needed for therapeutic medicines. Most trainers risk their lives to come here to collect rare tree fruits. But Liu couldn't find even a common detoxifying grass as far as he could see. Just weeds everywhere. He walked for a while and stopped in front of a tree. In addition to the quiet atmosphere, the surrounding scene is also too confusing, and the gaps between the trees are as if they were measured with a ruler. Exactly the same. You can't even tell the difference between north, south, east and west. Master Lynn, Liu did not appear in the live broadcast. Check again. Lynn fan scolded. After he led people into the green secret realm, he lost track of Liu. It was not even found on the big screen at the entrance to the secret realm. Yes. The scarred man quickly used the electronic screen to connect to the signal. Try to find where Liu is from satellite positioning. It's just that the secret realm is different from the external environment, and the satellite positioning is seriously damaged. Only the location of the lens is accurate, and Liu seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. The scarred man was sweating profusely. Lin Fan's face was gloomy, almost dripping with water. What? My brother entered the green secret realm. When Luan heard this, he sat up from the hospital bed suddenly, his face turned pale. Your brother wants to find healing ingredients to see if he can restore your psychic. Don't worry yet. Luan's mother patted him hastily. But the green secret realm is too dangerous. The more Luan talked, the more anxious he became. He didn't even care about his headache and just wanted to get off the hospital bed. Don't worry, your Uncle Lu will follow. Hiss. Luan covered his head. After hearing this, I felt really relaxed. But I still feel a little uneasy inside. He looked at the TV in front of the hospital bed. On the screen was green grass and full of life. At the same time, many people also stayed in front of the live broadcast. The Magic City has just issued an announcement to close the secret realm. This point in time, there are not a few people who pay attention to the green secret realm. The number of people in the live broadcast room has almost doubled. What is displayed in front of the public is a magnificent natural scene with countless Pokémon. It was completely different from the weeds everywhere that Liu saw. Weepinbell, Chikorita, Tangela. Bulbasaur swung the Vine Whip with great force, giving the trainer who was attacked a headache. A hard fight in the secret realm. The barrage was a source of conversation. The secret green space is almost closed. It's really dangerous to go in at this time? No way, the secret green space is a herb garden. Didn't you know about the auction last year? I know. It is said that dozens of energy roots appeared at once. Silently asked, what is energy root? Tisk, you don't know this? Energy root is known as Potion King grass. One root can restore all the physical strength of Pokemon below elite. So fierce. If you give it to me, you can wake up laughing in your dreams. Nonsense. Last year a few dozen of them were sold for tens of millions, and the one that went under the hammer was the famous elite family in southern Zhejiang. Then if you pick a revival herb, wouldn't you become rich overnight? Upstairs, I think you want to eat shit. Revival herb has never been found in the green secret realm, and the probability of picking it up is about the same as winning the jackpot. Suddenly I think of a certain boss's amazing operation during the graduation assessment. +1. Liu, who was mentioned in the barrage, is thinking about how to get out of the maze. He took out a knife from his space backpack and carved a triangular symbol on the tree. Whenever you see a tree, mark it. 10 minutes later, when I saw the mark carved for the first time again, I couldn't help but think deeply. Correct. What did he think of? He quickly put down his backpack and took out his treasure hunting compass. Really? As expected. The needle of the treasure hunting compass kept vibrating. After a moment, it pointed steadily in one direction. Liu smiled. If the treasure hunting compass reacts, it must mean that there is really a treasure? Liu didn't say anything and just followed the direction of the treasure hunter's compass. The trees that were once marked were never seen again. There is no interference from similar scenery. Liu walked straight towards the southeast. About a quarter of an hour, the compass flashed. The next second, disappear into thin air, and Liu's feet suddenly relaxed. Haven't reacted yet. It hit the soft grass with a bang. Mewtwo, get ready. Liu hurriedly gave the order before he even got up. Mewtwo nodded slightly. Jump down and jump into the hole. Although he didn't sense anything unusual, he still raised his arm. There was a hint of nonchalance in his purple eyes. Liu took out a flashlight. Click. Vision returned to clarity. He looked over and his pupils shrank. Fuck, did I stab the herb nest? In front of me are herbs that are about to form a hill, as well as a few large trees with leafy branches. They bear green, purple, saffron, orange, and other strange-shaped fruits. The herbs under the tree were piled together as if they were free, so crowded that the edges were even bent. The most eye-catching thing is the herb in the center. Its leaves are curved in a wavy shape and tightly wrapped together at the bottom. The exploration technique is activated immediately. Centennial Revival Herb. This revival herb has been alive for 100 years. Once taken, the dying contest condition Pokemon will fully recover its physical strength and heal all injuries without any side effects. No side effects. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Liu's heart skipped a beat. After taking Normal's revival herb, there will be negative effects such as the Pokemon leveling up or the intimacy with the trainer being reduced. But now it is completely gone. This is an extra life-saving charm. Liu sighed as he continued to sweep towards several trees with his probing technique. Salac Berry. Hidden with the power of soaring in the sky, Pokemon speed increases by 1 level. There's even a Salac Berry. There is no need to say much about the role of Salac Berry. Apex level in tree fruit. Ignore the level and directly increase the Pokemon speed. If it is a tank-type Pokemon, such as Snorlax that is Gigantamaxed, it can also be accelerated to the same speed as a normal Pokemon. This apex-level tree fruit. It doesn't exist on the market at all. Liyu's heart beat rapidly. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and the thumping heartbeat was particularly obvious. He then activated the detection technique on those herbs. Power Herb. When the Pokemon carrying this item uses Stockpile's move, the stockpile turn will be automatically eliminated. White Herb. When the ability of the Pokemon carrying it is reduced, contest condition is automatically restored once. Energy Root. After taking it, restore 160 points of physical strength and reduce the intimacy level. Bend down and gently pick up an energy root. Liu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I can't hold it back anymore. He didn't expect that the treasure hunter's compass would give him such a big surprise. This is not treasure hunting, it is simply that all the resources in the Green Secret Realm have been collected in one go. Liu took a deep breath, trying to calm down. However, the smile on his face still revealed his mood at this time. At last, he focused his attention on the inconspicuous tree fruit on the edge. Figgy Berry restores physical strength in times of crisis, but emits a spicy smell, causing confusion in Pokemon. Wiki Berry restores physical strength in times of crisis, but emits an astringent smell and causes confusion in Pokemon. Liu scanned it hurriedly. The last one is the Mango Berry tree. It exudes sweetness and has the same effect as Figgy Berry and Wiki Berry. I see. Liu suddenly understood. One tree fruit that confuses Pokemon might not be effective, but so many of them together. All the smells mixed together. Even Mewtwo was affected invisibly. Can't tell the difference. He also fell into mental confusion after stepping here. Only then will you be confused by the scene. Once you realize what the problem is, things can be solved. Liu took out the invigorating spray she bought at the mall. He sighed towards himself. The next second. Feel refreshed. There is no change inside the cave entrance, but the location is different. Originally he was falling downwards. The hole should be facing upward. But now, a bright light came in from the right side. Liu walked towards the bright light. Hiss, hiss. At the same time, there was a strange noise accompanied by a rubbing sound. He stuck his head out. Suddenly he looked at Servine. Servine also seemed taken aback. Let out a shrill scream. The light green head was raised high, revealing the fangs at the side of its mouth. Body straightened. Moment. Ejected into the air. He was about to bite Liu's thigh. The next second, a blue light flashed. Puff. Servine's long body stiffened into a straight line and hit the ground, splashing dust. After a while, a pool of blood slowly flowed out from under Servine, showing the fact that it is dead. The whole process only takes 5 seconds. Liu turned around. Mewtwo lowered his arms with an indifferent expression. He continued to look at the strange-smelling fruit, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He didn't take the recent conflict to heart at all. It's like killing an insignificant ant. Seeing Liu looking over, he tilted his head without knowing why. Liu's throat went dry. This Servine's qualifications are at the gym leader level. It is very likely that he will be promoted to Superior, the king of snakes in the future. But he was killed by Mewtwo in one move. The whole process was so fast that I was caught off guard. But it has to be said. Liu felt very happy. This is proof of absolute strength. Here in Mewtwo, ordinary Pokemon can be killed as easily as they want, without any obstacles. After this little episode, Liu is ready to speed up the collection. The moment he turned around, he accidentally caught a glimpse of red light from the corner of his eye. He pretended not to see it. It's just that his hands moved faster. Master Lynn, we found Liu, said. The scarred man hurriedly enlarged the screenshot captured by the camera in 1 second. Against the background of Verdanturf's forest, there is a medium-sized cave entrance on the side of a small hill. The head at the entrance of the cave flashed away. It's clearly Liu. Lin Fan pondered for a long time and raised the corner of his mouth in a sharp arc. Come with me. He gave the order. 7 or 8 people followed quickly with Nura, Onyx, Venusaur and other Pokemon. This scene, the side shot of the grassland completely captures it. Some people in the live broadcast room noticed. What are they doing? Wow, so many powerful Pokemon. Why does the person speaking look familiar? I also feel that I have seen it somewhere, and the burn scars on his face are so obvious, I shouldn't forget it. It's a bit far away, it would be nice if I could hear what they said. Liu quickly collected the herbs and tree fruits in the cave and put them directly into the space backpack. Thankfully I changed my backpack, he said while putting the power herb in his hand into the compressed space. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be room for so many things. Just a rough count. 4 Salak berry and 1 century-old revival herb, 3 power herb plants and 2 white herb plants, 2 common revival herb strains. Except for such rare materials, there are 10 portions each of detoxifying grass, energy root, root grass which is the raw material of heal powder, and green grass which is the raw material of potion spray. As for those mango berry and others that produce chaotic effects, he did not let them go. 15 were picked out in total. Can I be considered rich overnight? Liu smiled. Not to mention things like figgy berry, a century-old revival herb alone costs at least $1 million. It's just the lowest estimate. Not to mention Salak berry, who caused a bloody storm in the auction house every time he appeared. The total price of these is tens of millions. Think about it. Liu squatted down and held the last energy root, but did not put it in his backpack. He just noticed the camera flashing past the cave entrance. The battle just took place in the cave, and he was not worried about exposing Mewtwo's strength. What matters is, he's been in here too long. As soon as he showed up, it's bound to attract attention. Liu is quite aware of his current popularity in Shanghai. If someone is interested in detecting his whereabouts in the secret realm, he might find something. Liu always plans ahead. He picked up his backpack again. Walk out of the cave. The sky is bright. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away. Yongjira, use confusion attack. A male voice ordered urgently. Yongji. Just heard Yongjira roar. Liu saw a ball of white light flashing in the air from a distance, then rushed straight to the opposite side and disappeared under the tree. Liu saw a ball of white light flashing in the air from a distance, then rushed straight to the opposite side and disappeared under the tree. At the same time, deep in the shade, there seemed to be red eyes twinkling. Apparently there are Pokemon watching. Liu found that the situation was more serious than he imagined. He gritted his teeth. System, draw now. Liu ordered in his mind. Then I heard a beeping sound next to my ear. In a random lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Volcarona gene. Volcarona gene. Volcarona is the only bug-type Pokemon that is not afraid of fire. It has been considered the incarnation of the sun since ancient times. After inheriting this gene, it is not afraid of fire and increases the ability of the flame body. Note, can only be used by bug-type Pokemon. This is so strong. Liu's eyes widened. Fire and insects have had a feud for generations, but Volcarona shattered that concept. Even the bug-type's strongest mythical beast, Genesect, known as the world-destroying bug, is afraid of fire. Volcarona is also the fastest insect other than the mythical beast, and the only Pokemon with the bug-type and fire attributes. This contradictory combination makes Volcarona function as a damage-type Pokemon. High speed and high attack, with great characteristics and tension. Needless to say, its genes are powerful. Liu's eyes sparkled. Not to mention that while inheriting its genes, you can also have the ability to have a flame body. The flame body can burn rival. During the battle, every detail can cause earth-shaking changes. The thought of Scyther inheriting genes. After the unexpected burn rival, the other party was instantly horrified. He couldn't help laughing. If it weren't for the fact that there is a live broadcast in the secret realm, I'm afraid Liu really can't calm down. Scyther. The Pokeball draws a parabola in the air. Flash Scyther appears. The blade on Black's arm flashed a cold light, and his sharp eyes stared into the distance. Don't worry. Looking at Scyther, who was ready to attack, Liu said quickly, afraid that he would rush over directly. Maybe it has something to do with the secret environment I've been in since I was a child. Flash Scyther has an explosive attack potential and is the strongest among all its Pokemon. And he often ignores his own injuries and trades injuries for injuries. Liu made corrections several times during special training. But this problem has not been completely eliminated. He also had some headaches for this. So, as soon as I saw Scyther who was about to move, I had the urge to cover my forehead. He was simply obedient. Just. Hear Liu's voice. Flash Scyther retracted his scythe and gave him a confused look. Mewtwo glanced at Scyther coldly. Take a closer look. There is speechlessness hidden deep in the eyes. Liu did not explain. Directly speaking to the system in his mind, let Scyther inherit the Volcarona gene. The moment the words fell, the Volcarona gene turned into dozens of fragments, flying all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, all the Ying fragments were submerged into Scyther's body. No part was spared. The scene suddenly became Mew. Certainly. This scene. No one else can see it except Liu. Drop. The Volcarona gene has been completely integrated into Scyther's body, and the blessing has been successful, activating the flame body ability. The next second, Flash Scyther's body suddenly glowed with light. The tip of the originally sharp sickle tail turned faintly red, and the air was burned into ripples. The temperature is horribly high. Flash Scyther stood stunned. He looked at his body in shock. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he realized what he was doing and screamed excitedly. Cha, cha, cha. Liu can hear its heart. I found that it seemed to want to fight quickly again. After testing its current strength, I felt a little dumbfounded. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Liu patted Scyther. I am also very satisfied in my heart. Flash Scyther looked at Liu gratefully. Drop. Congratulations to the host for getting +8 intimacy with Scyther. Liu was not surprised when he heard this. Activate the exploration technique. Pokemon, Scyther, different color. Qualification, Quasi-Elite, inherits the Volcarona gene, has a 50% chance of promotion. Level 32. Ability, 1 bug premonition. When the physical strength does not exceed 1/3, the bug type's power increases by 1.5 times. Ability 2, Flame Body. When receiving a melee attack, the attacker will have a 30% chance of being burned. Attribute, Bug, Flying, Fire, 10%. Skills, Quick Attack, Leer, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Double Team, Double Hit, Slash, Focus Energy, Cutter, Guard, Fiery Dance, newly activated. Combat Power Value, 380. Intimacy, 83. Fiery Dance is actually activated. Liu was even more happy after seeing the skill bar. Fiery Dance is one of Volcarona's exclusive skills, an absolutely lethal move. After use, it will cover the whole body with flames and flap its wings to attack. Increases speed and special attack at the same time. But what excites him most is the change in qualifications. Scyther now has a 50% chance of being promoted to Elite. Complete promotion. Just around the corner. In addition, although the increase in fire type was only 10%, it also surprised him. This proves that it will be easier to learn fire type skills later on. And when using the power of attribute, it can also carry a trace of flame. Liu was immersed in excitement. Sudden, bang bang. The sudden shock brought him back to reality instantly. Liu found that the battle just now had become intense. He took a few steps closer. I saw two long vine whips whipping through the air, colliding with the spiritual power. Seed. Bulbasaur on the opposite side did not stop, and with a flick of his head, countless sharp blades were thrown out. Swish swish. All of a sudden, leafage is flying in the sky. Use Psybeam. Liu stood behind the tree and happened to see a young man with deep eyes giving an order. The middle-aged man next to him stood with his arms folded. Nod occasionally. Yanji. Hearing this, young Gila turned the spoon in his hand slightly. Next moment, a swirling red vortex condensed. It suddenly attacked Bulbasaur. The incoming flying leaves seemed to have been pressed on the pause button at this moment, and they all condensed. Fight back. The young man looked calm. Liu found that his back was already soaked. Swish swish. After the command was given, Fei released the contest condition and quickly turned in a direction. Shoot directly towards the opposite side. The speed does not decrease but increases. Seed. Bulbasaur obviously didn't expect to get into trouble, so he didn't react in time, and a trace of panic flashed across his red eyes. In the blink of an eye, then he was cut by Razor Leaf. He fell to the ground bruised and bruised. The battle is decided. At this time, the live broadcast room was also extremely lively. Lu Qing is so awesome, they are worthy of being the twins of the Lu family, and his younger brother Luan and he are worthy of this title. After the decline of the Lynn family, the rise of the Lu family became stronger and stronger. Is this an elite level battle? Love it, love it. Huh? Is there a figure behind the tree? Was it a sneak attack? It wasn't just the barrages that noticed something was wrong. Who? The middle-aged man who had been standing beside Lu Qing suddenly shouted and asked. The middle-aged man who had been standing beside Lu Qing suddenly shouted and asked. Liu knew he had been discovered. He has no intention of continuing to hide it. I saw him slowly walking out from behind the tree with unhurried steps. Dada. Looking at the boy walking out from the shadow of the tree, Lu Qing and the middle-aged man were startled at the same time. The barrage went blank. They had seen the handsome and tall young man countless times in various large and small videos in the Magic City during this period, but so confronting. This is the first time. The middle-aged man gave a rare stutter and said in a hoarse voice, Are you Liu? Lu Qing remained motionless. Even young Jira forgot to recall and stared at him blankly. Liu nodded lightly. The expression on his face at this time was exactly the same as Mewtwo's cold expression. Lu Chen looked at the many live broadcasts with a headache. It's hard to decide at the moment. Oh, it would be great if the boss was here. Less than a second after he sighed, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, jaw-dropping. After seeing the title of the live broadcast room is The Secret Realm of Verdanturf, the Magic City, I was shocked beyond words. Did you go to the silver level secret realm so soon? He was in disbelief. After all, it has only been a month since the graduation exam. The entry threshold for the Silver Rift is at least an elite trainer. The progress of the boss Liu has reached an outrageous level. It's so scary. Lu Chen murmured to himself in surprise while not stopping the movement of his hands. Quickly press the screen record button. Until then, only then did he resume his thinking. No way. He took too many bonuses thanks to Liu. The brain has a conditioned reflex. Only 2 edits and narrations brought him back to the audience's attention, and now he has become the main fan of 600,000 on the Lily platform. If you make good use of this opportunity, he might be among the millions. As soon as he thought about this, he immediately smelling salts. His men moved quickly. When most people were in a daze, they quickly sorted out the few seconds of face-showing videos and posted them on the platform. After pressing the send key, only then did he finally take a breath. He opened his eyes energetically, fearing that he would miss a shot. 10 minutes. In the era of information explosion, it is enough to convey a message. Magic City list. Liu appeared in the secret realm of Verdanturf and suddenly ascended to the first position. The number of comments increased by dozens or hundreds. Almost everyone who paid attention to this news. The first reaction was shock. Then I clicked on the live broadcast of the Verdanturf secret realm with anticipation. Look for Liu. The barrage went blank for 10 seconds. Finally reacted. It exploded directly. F***CK. My god. I am not wrong, right? This is the secret realm of Verdanturf. Silver level? Simply. Lu Qing finally came to his senses. He looked at Liu with a complicated expression. He remembers the first time he saw each other during the graduation assessment live broadcast with his younger brother Luan. Who would have thought? So fast. He met himself. Lu Qing's uncle was also speechless. They come here. The purpose is to find the raw materials for the peaceful mental riot potion. Now that I have collected the 3 flavors, I am still missing the last 2 herbs. As a result, I met Liu. This scene. It cannot be summarized as a simple coincidence. Boss, the number of people in the Verdanturf secret live broadcast room has suddenly increased significantly. Do you want to increase the number of shots? What? Let me see. The boss looked at the Verdanturf secret realm live broadcast room with mediocre data in surprise. It was found that the background data increased to 100,000. The corner of his eye twitched. Quickly, use all camera permissions to focus on filming the Verdanturf secret realm live room. Liu didn't know the psychological activities of the two people. He simply heard the noise and came over to take a look. Now that there is no more excitement to see, he is ready to leave, and naturally he does not intend to deal with them. Liu turned around. Lu Qing didn't have time to think too much. Take a few brisk steps. He stood directly in front of Liu. Liu, I am Lu Qing, you. Liu didn't hear a word he said clearly, because his attention was attracted by the jade rocking around Lu Qing's neck. Suddenly, he had a wonderful premonition. The exploration technique is activated unconsciously, extending towards the jade. Haven't touched it yet. Instantly, there was a beep sound in my ears. The host accidentally triggers the special item sign-in task. Task time limit, 10 minutes. Sign-in item, Lu family's inheritance psychic gem. Reward, psychic develops potions. Please complete the sign-in as soon as possible. Can items also be checked in? Liu never thought of this possibility, but he had no time to be surprised. The bright psychic potion reward alone is like a carrot dangling in front of your eyes. No matter how, he must get this gem. Liu rolled his eyes. He interrupted the young man who was about to say something else. He didn't hear it anyway. What do you want to say? When Lu Qing heard this, his face turned green. He just introduced his identity for a long time, but the other party didn't listen to a word. Uncle Lu Qing couldn't help but turn dark. Looking at the expressions of the two people, the barrage was on the other extreme. Ha ha ha, I was laughing so hard. As expected of you, the boss, there is no one else who ignores the Lu family so much. My brotherly is the strongest candidate? What happened to being distracted? He is so confident, doghead. Why? What is the male god holding in his hand? I just saw it. Blind student, you discovered Hua Dian. I didn't say it, but no one had discovered it yet. Someone mentioned it. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but look at Liu's right hand. I saw a rhizome in my hand, not too big or too small, with an earthy yellow color as a whole. It's energy root. As the traffic in the live broadcast room increases, there is no shortage of well-informed people in the barrage. One sentence tells the truth. The audience before the live broadcast saw this sentence. Stunned. React to. Suddenly he uttered a curse word. This guy, who is he? This is a sentence that can't help but pop up in the minds of all viewers. Have to say, they once again refreshed their understanding of Liu. If it was strength before, now it's luck. Countless people have been looking for energy root for more than a year. Liu got it just after entering the secret realm? Are you sure God isn't playing games? This person is really compared to others. Are you sure he is not possessed by Emperor Oyu? This barrage elicited numerous recognitions. Lu Chen watched the live broadcast and nodded secretly in his heart. He's really lucky. Suluoluo, who accidentally paid attention to the news, lowered his head and smiled when he saw this scene. Instant style. Elite trainer Wang Zhang who was traveling with him was dumbfounded. The two of them were sitting on the plane. He asked, So Elite, what are you looking at? Suluoluo turned to the electronic screen and pointed at the screen with a smile in his eyes and said, You know Liu? He has entered the Verdanturf secret realm again and performed very well. Wang Zhang heard this, but his expression changed. Seeing Luoluosu's eyes looking at the screen, his eyes couldn't help but darken. Well, I know him. He forced a smile. He lowered his head and looked at Liu with a very unkind look. Lu Qing endured it. Finally took this breath. But I don't feel like repeating it again. Uncle Lu Qing had an ugly expression, and his eyes looking at Liu became somewhat hostile. At this time, he didn't know what he saw. The pupils shrank suddenly. The bad words he wanted to say were instantly swallowed. He lowered his gaze and noticed the yellow rhizome in Liu's hand, which he thought he had casually seen. A full 10 seconds. His eyes didn't even move. Little did he know that all this was seen by Liu. I have a plan in mind. What he fears is that others don't want anything. Since you want something, the initiative was naturally back in his hands. The possibility of exchanging inherited gems has undoubtedly increased. In fact, if the other party disagrees, Liu is also ready to snatch directly. After all, it's only 10 minutes. Anyway, with Mewtwo in hand, no matter how strong the opponent is, they can only defeat him with ease. The big deal is compensation afterwards. As long as he completes his check-in and develops psychic, none of this matters. After Uncle Lu Qing determined the true value of the rhizome, his eyes flashed and he said quickly, Qinger, come here. Lu Qing looked at Liu but hesitated to speak. Then he walked back to his uncle obediently. Surprisingly, this time Liu didn't leave at all. Instead, he looked at the two of them with interest. Lu Qing was confused. When I came back, I saw that my uncle was also looking mysterious, and he was even more confused. Uncle Lu Qing lowered his voice and was extremely excited. Qinger, have you seen the medicinal herbs in Liu's hand? Lu Qing heard this. He turned his head in confusion. Only then did I notice what he was holding, and when I saw that there were even mud lumps at the roots, I curled my lips in disgust. What's that soil root? It's dirty. Silly boy, that is the last herb we are missing, energy root. Uncle Luqing patted his shoulder vigorously. The tone of voice is that iron cannot become steel. Ah, Luqing screamed. He looked at the rhizome in Liyu's hand again with caution. He even said with a hint of horror, that kid just holds it in his hand so casually, that one can be bought for at least hundreds of thousands. Yes, even our Lu family is not so lively. The two of them looked at each other in unison. Well, the sigh was filled with unspeakable sadness and helplessness. After all, after risking his life and looking for it for so long, he defeated more than a dozen Pokémon that just attacked. As a result, Liu got what they wanted easily. Uncle Luqing nuzzled at Liu, gesturing for Luqing to go up and lobby. Luqing hesitated for a few seconds. Then he stepped forward. Scratching his head, he asked slightly embarrassed, Liu, you. He just spoke. Liu took the initiative and said, do you want the energy root in my hand? Luqing was stunned and nodded eagerly. Like a chicken pecking at rice normal. I can give it to you. The corner of Liu's mouth raised a hint of confidence. Luqing and his uncle smiled. But before the two people's smiles could expand, they heard Liu continue, but in exchange for the jade you wear around your neck. Impossible. The two people refused immediately. His face instantly darkened. The eyes looking at Liu were full of hostility, even worse than before. This is the cornerstone of their Lu family's inheritance. It is also the most important treasure. How could it be handed over casually? Liu is simply talking nonsense. Don't even think about it. Luqing held the jade in his hand angrily, his face almost twisted with anger. This moment, the impression of Liu dropped to the bottom. Lu family. The serious man slammed the table and stood up suddenly. He wants to be the enemy of our Lu family. Luan said nothing, staring straight at the live broadcast, looking lonely. There was still deep disappointment in his eyes. This year's Magic City graduation assessment students are all proud of Liu. He is no exception. Although he was injured in the secret realm and his psychic was damaged, Liu's outstanding performance in such a dangerous situation made him admire him even more. He even surpassed his brother Luqing at one point, but the moment he asked for the jade, click. Liu's tall image in Luan's heart was completely shattered. The Lu family was not the only one who was surprised when they heard this. The barrage is also full of doubts. Is this forced buying and selling? Damn, my filter on Liu is broken. What are you doing? Energy root is very precious, but the gem passed down by the family cannot be given to you just like this, right? Tisk, tisk, it's still floating. Isn't that so? After all, Liu is a representative of breaking the rules of the secret realm. He is not as useless as you say. Tisk, there are still idiot fans speaking for him at this time. He really doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. Even great people have their fans. Naturally, Liu can't stand it either. It's just that his reputation in the Magic City was too great before, and those people didn't dare to say anything. Find the opportunity now. Immediately everyone ran out as if they smelled something fishy. The barrage was instantly filled with chaos. Insults, quarrels, ill will abounded, you name it. Liu still had the same indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about anything. Certainly. Even if he knows what others say, he doesn't care. He saw Lu and Qing glaring at him angrily. Liu smiled. Don't worry, I just said exchange, but I didn't say how long. Really. As soon as these words came out, their expressions softened. I just want to appreciate the jade, and I will return it to you after I have seen it. Hear the words. Luqing and Luqing were shocked. They looked at Liu in disbelief. I thought I heard it wrong. After all, this price is negligible. Uncle Luqing's expression completely softened, and his eyes even looked ashamed when he looked at Liu. We misunderstood. We, the Lu family, are not those who forcefully take advantage. We will buy energy root at double the market price as a token of our gratitude. Liu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. No rejection. Is there any reason why I don't want the money when it's delivered to me? Neither Luqing nor Luqing doubted the reason why Liu borrowed Beiyu. After all, it is impossible to cultivate psychic in such a short time. The heirs of the Lu family have all worn precious jades since childhood, and have to cultivate their spirits through special means. There is a chance of activating psychic only after reaching adulthood. This probability is only 35%. The twins of the Lu family became heirs because they both had outstanding talents and activated psychic in their adulthood. Feel sorry. Luqing apologetically took off the jade from his neck and handed it to Liu carefully. Liu took it. At the same time, the energy root was also given to the two of them. Ignore Luqing and the others' ecstasy. Liu touched the transparent jade in his hand and said in his mind, System, start signing in. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task within the time limit. Rewards will be distributed now. Psychic develops potions. Liu was moved. A bottle of colorless and odorless transparent potion appeared out of thin air in his hand. But the size of a palm. Perfectly hidden in the palm of your hand. No trace is exposed. Perfectly hidden in the palm of your hand. No trace is exposed. No one present, neither the Lu family nor the audience watching the live broadcast, noticed Liu's actions at all. Liu put his hands in his pockets. Hidden potion. Then he pretended to admire the jade and returned it. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. The barrage is surprisingly quiet. Lu family. Luan watched Liu's movements with burning eyes. When Beiyu put it back on his brother's neck, his eyes lit up. It can be called radiant. Father Lu looked embarrassed and touched his beard awkwardly. Sit back in the chair as if nothing happened. Ahem, when Chinger comes out, be sure to invite Liu to the Lu family as a guest. Thank you for the money. Although energy root is available on the market, there are probably more than 100,000. But there is a price but no market. Especially at critical moments such as Lu En's mental damage. Not a single second can be lost. Liu is the great benefactor of their Lu family. When Father Lu spoke, no one had any objections, and Mother Lu wanted to express her gratitude for it. Why is everyone silent? Then I, the idiot like me, can explain it? No, it's all misunderstanding. I take back my words, Liu is a really respectable trainer, he is a role model for all our young people. I finally understand, some people just can't see geniuses. Brotherly is my lifelong idol. Una was slapped in the face when she saw the barrage. I couldn't help but my eyes turned red. She was called a crazy fan just now, but she didn't even cry. Now I feel a little aggrieved. She was not doing this for herself, but for Liu. Such an outstanding and talented trainer should always be high up and be looked up to by everyone. And not just because of a ridiculous misunderstanding. It was pointed out by thousands of people. You all owe me, brotherly, an apology. Una wiped her eyes and typed quickly. Not a moment. It created a topic. Una has considerable influence online. As soon as he was labeled as a Liu fan, he attracted countless people from the city. Fans who were originally loosely organized quickly found an organization. All gathered together. This time, it can be said to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Liu's fans were filled with indignation, and their hearts were filled with anger, by their strength. The topic of apology appeared on the homepage of the platform in a short period of time. The posts keep growing. Screenshots of some accounts that were malicious in the live broadcast were all found by fans, and call them by name one by one, without any choice. Even a group of keyboard warriors cannot withstand this kind of firepower. I can only apologize. As the number of people increases. In the end, tens of thousands of people gathered. An unprecedented scene of tens of thousands of people apologizing. Even in the future, it will be talked about by many celebrity trainer fans. And Liu's fans became famous in one battle. Una also began her career as the leader of her own support group. Master Lynn, they are there. The scarred man's ears twitched. After hearing the movement, he looked happy. He quickly turned around and reported. Lynn fan's gloomy expression finally changed. 7 or 8 people moved cautiously, carefully ambushed behind, ready to launch a sneak attack at the first order. Where's the suppressor? Lynn fan glanced at Mewtwo a few meters away and said through gritted teeth. That should have been his. The thought of this. He was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. Master Lynn, it's been activated. Okay, wait for my instructions later. Yes. Everyone lurked quietly in the grass. The Pokémon next to him were also silent and well-trained. The scarred man breathed lightly. Lin Fan stared at the opposite side for a moment. Storm is coming. Listen to Lu Qing's thanks. Liu is bored. Just trying to find an excuse to leave. He had his heart set on developing psychic. At this time, Mewtwo suddenly felt something, shaking his head in slight discomfort. Instantly, purple eyes condensed. Suddenly looked in the direction behind him. Liu noticed its movements. Look back as well. What's going on? Is the suppressor on? Lin Fan asked in shock and anger. The scarred man was sweating profusely. He immediately took out the disc-shaped black instrument in his hand. Make sure the red light is flashing, he said with fear. Lin, Master Lin, the suppressor is always on, but it doesn't seem to have much impact on Mewtwo. What did you say? Lin Fan was furious. Low kicked the scarred man and grabbed the suppressor to check. After discovering that there is indeed no problem, his face suddenly turned earthy. This is the key to their ambush. But he didn't expect it to be ineffective against Mewtwo. He couldn't believe it at all. Obviously, the suppressor can still have some effect on Mewtwo when he is at the experimental base. Isn't it possible that after being mentally damaged, it is useless? Lin Fan couldn't possibly know. Although Mewtwo today has not fully recovered mentally, Integrated Union has repaired Mew's rule fragments, and is naturally completely different from before. He truly inherited part of the power of super rules. Although technology like suppressors are effective, they will only make the body feel uncomfortable. Really trying to suppress Mewtwo's spirit with a suppressor is tantamount to wishful thinking. Lin Fan could only wait there angrily. Don't dare to act rashly. Under the endless deep darkness, there are tens of millions of tiny planets floating, rotate and float according to their own rules. It seems like it has been like this for hundreds of millions of years. Sudden, a shadow shrouded in a layer of green light, with golden lines all over its body and mysterious runes broke this rule. I saw it flying through space like a dragon swimming into the sea, playing with normal and stretching out the dragon claw. The next second, the small planets around it were like particles that suddenly turned into powder and dissipated into the universe. After playing for a while, it waved its paws boredly, about to fly away. In the blink of an eye, an orange-red Pokémon that looked exactly like a human flew towards it at extremely fast speeds, and was about to pass by it. It lifted the dragon claw slightly. The huge pressure suddenly spread, and everything froze at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a strong storm swept across the entire universe instantly. Meteorite came from the edge, thousands of them smashed towards the opposite side. The orange-red Pokémon kicked off its feet and had a sharp body, piercing straight through the meteorite crowd like a sharp blade. There is no stopping. Braving the storm, we rushed forward with indomitable momentum. Resolutely broke away from the coercive field of the green figure. The green figure's dark golden eyes widened. Seems angry. It looked down at the orange Pokémon, like an emperor looking down. I saw it opening its huge mouth, raising its head and roaring. Accompanied by the loud and high dragon roar, a beam of light filled with the aura of destruction of heaven and earth penetrated the deep darkness. Coming suddenly, seeing that the situation was not good, the orange-red Pokémon quickly switched its two linear arms and held them in front of the condensed crystals in the trachea. Boom! The purple-white energy cannon blasted out in a spiral shape, passed through the meteorite community and collide with the orange beam. The huge stars, under the impact of such terrifying energy, suddenly turned into powder all over the sky and dissipated without a trace. The huge stars, under the impact of such terrifying energy, suddenly turned into powder all over the sky and dissipated without a trace. Countless small planets have suffered disaster. The beam disappears after tackle. Although the purple-white energy cannon is slightly less powerful, the energy fragments that escape slowly float to various places in space. One of them flew towards the aqua-blue star. Instantly, the entire planet's psychic energy begins to go haywire. Changes in heaven and earth. This moment, no matter where they were or what they were doing, all the psychic Pokémon on Aquamarine were pressed to the ground at the same time, with splitting headaches. Greenery's secret realm is no exception. Lynn Fan lurked on one side, looking for an opportunity. Liu saw Mewtwo's reaction before, realized something was wrong, and was about to explore. Something unexpected happened? Mewtwo, who had been silent at first, suddenly shouted. A unique headache came over me. This is something it has never endured before, even far more than when it was controlled at the experimental base. Compared to physical discomfort makes no waves at all. Mewtwo covered his head and fell to his knees. It kept screaming and was in agony. Liu was shocked. Then there were two pops. He turned back sharply. It was discovered that it was Luching and his uncle who fainted on the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper, frighteningly pale. Liu took a closer look. The gem on Luching's neck was glowing faintly. At the same time, the live broadcast was interrupted by a burst of strange energy. Everyone in the audience heard a buzz coming from the camera. What sound? My brother suddenly covered his head and kept screaming. My sister fainted. What happened? Can anyone come out and explain? Look at the emergency broadcast on TV station. This barrage floated by. Everyone turned on the news one after another. I saw very conspicuous large characters across the center of the screen. Emergency report, emergency report. Global psychic energy is disordered, and children and the elderly with fragile and sensitive bodies may feel dizzy or even faint. Scientists and researchers are looking for the reason. Please be patient. Psychic owners, please act with caution and do not go out with salation. As soon as the news comes out, everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Always pay attention to the development of the situation to see if it will continue to cause harm to humans. In this case, the Lu family was basically not spared and fell into chaos. Countless barrages disappeared out of thin air. This strange phenomenon instantly aroused heated discussion around the world, and people discussed the cause of psychic energy disorder. In the secret realm, Liu was startled by Mewtwo. He briefly panicked. Mewtwo, what's wrong? He took 3 steps at a time and ran towards the opponent. A hand just rested on Mewtwo's shoulder. Mewtwo slowly raised his bloodshot eyes, filled with pain. This scene. How similar? It was clearly the first meeting when Mewtwo's mental power exploded and the Lynn family experimental base was destroyed together. Liu suddenly felt bad. Is this a mental disorder? He hurriedly took out various potions from his space backpack. But mental potions are not easy to make. Even the heirs of the Lu family had to go through a lot of trouble to find materials. He doesn't have any at all now. Blessings are unparalleled to Hex. Liu suddenly heard a howl. Then, a dozen black shadows emerged, looking at them eagerly. 3 Houndoom, 2 Neura, Onyx, Venusaur. Do you still have time to watch the live broadcast? TCH, what happened to watching the live broadcast? As if you can figure out the reason if you keep paying attention? I'm not the only single person in the live broadcast room. Me too. One person can eat enough and the whole family is not hungry. Psychic disorder really has nothing to do with me. Stop making noise. The live buzz is still there, but there are many people who are not affected. Although most of the audience left. But there are still some who are still holding on in the live broadcast room. Liu looked up and saw him. Sneered. It's you? The barrage also sent out countless exclamations. Damn, that leading man is so ugly, with such a big burn on his face. Huh? I think I've seen them? Finally something good to watch. At this time, the sinister young man suddenly said something. Let everyone be stunned. Liu, we meet again. Lin Fan laughed evilly. Liu was not surprised. Just seeing Mewtwo in pain, my heart felt cold. Although I don't know what happened. But he understands. Lin Fan will definitely take the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Use any means necessary to deal with yourself. He would never let go of this opportunity. Liu's face darkened. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. Lin Fan laughed strangely. Liu, don't think that you can be invincible with Mewtwo. Today I will let you see the strength of my Lin family. Even now, I can crush you to death with just one finger. It turns out to be the Lin family. What Lin family? That leader is Lin Fan, the heir to the first family in Demon City. One word awakens the dreamer. Many people realized this and hurriedly compared the photos they had seen before. How did he become like this? This was after the Lynn family was destroyed. Lynn Fan appeared for the first time. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that Lynn Fan would become like this. He used to be famous as a young talent in the Magic City, but he has become so terrifying. Liu discovered that Mewtwo was controlled. There was no hesitation. Just throw the Pokeball. A flash of red light. Mewtwo, who was suffering from a splitting headache, was included. Immediately afterwards, he just threw another great ball. With a burst of light, a Pokemon that looked like a shark appeared and let out a high-pitched roar. Flash Scyther scythes. He stared at the 7 Pokemon on the opposite side without blinking, his bloodthirsty light flashing away. As soon as they appear, full of aura, intimidated, the 7 Pokemon on the opposite side shrank and did not dare to move. Lynn Fan saw this and smiled coldly. Jealousy lurked deep in his eyes. Fuck me. The words fell. The 3 hot-tempered Houndooms were the first to attack. With a howl, they rushed towards Liu. Just in time. Even though the numbers were suppressed, Liu was not afraid at all. You can even hear a hint of calmness in his voice. Battles with unfair numbers. Instead, it inspired his desire to fight. More and more excited. Gabite, Sandstorm. Facing the 3 oncoming Houndooms, Gabite was not at all confused. The moment Liu gave the order, its pupils glowed with an earthy yellow light. The next second, a lot of yellow sand was thrown up throughout the forest. Overwhelming, yellow sand swept across the sky, and Gabite, who had the ability to hide in the sand, loomed in the sandstorm. There was no trace of the 3 Houndooms at all. My vision was blurry and I couldn't figure it out. Even when it was covered with sand and dust, I still looked confused. I don't know which direction to attack at all. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. When Lin Fan saw this, he lowered the corners of his mouth and ordered with a gloomy expression. Shuashwashwa. In the blink of an eye, Venusaur emits a burst of green light. 10 blades quickly condensed on its back, each of which was huge, as big as a volleyball, far larger than the Bulbasaur that was fighting Luching. Venusaur whistled and shook its leaves. In an instant, quickly attack Gabite in Sandstorm. Don't forget I have Scyther, Fury Cutter. Just. Scyther let out a soft cry, vibrated its wings, waved the scythe in his hand, and actively blocked Sandstorm. The next second, hit the sickle twice in a row. A cold light flashed through, like the light of a sword, as if it could cut through everything. I only heard a few swishing sounds. 10 blades were cut off. Crisp and neat. The remaining leaves wither and spin to the ground. Seeing the situation, Black Scyther put away the scythe. The cold eyes are like the most mysterious swordsman. Lin Fan gritted his teeth with hatred. A bunch of losers, what are you looking at doing? Why don't you get in quickly? He turned around and scolded the stunned man in black. Yes. The 6 people hurriedly agreed and issued instructions one after another. Sneasel, with Metal Claw. Icy Wind. The order is issued. The slightly larger Sneasel on the left gathered strength and ejected a strong airstream with extremely low temperature. This air current carries a biting cold wind. For a moment, all the tree stumps within 2 meters were frozen, and the leafage that was moving in the wind froze and stopped moving. The other Sneasel saw an opportunity and suddenly moved out, swinging its arms and revealing its sharp claws. Heading straight towards Scyther, a flash of metallic color flashed on his claws. At the same time, air conditioning permeates the air. Head straight towards Sandstorm and collide with it. Sand dust was affected and stopped strangely by the cold air. The storm pauses. Scyther, quick attack. Seeing Sneasel who was about to attack in the next second, Liu frowned and ordered. Scyther quick attack is activated, and the elegant figure stretches out, matching the black shape, like a reaper of life. Every step it took was accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, and it easily dodged Sneasel's sharp claws that struck its face. Another acceleration, rushing in front of Sneasel who sprayed out freezing wind, the 2 scythes were filled with fierce murderous intent. A cold light flashed in the air. The next second, the slightly older Sneasel was struck in the fatal part with a knife and passed out on the spot. Hiss. Liu pays for labor and management. Are you too optimistic? This is 2 against 7. I think Liu is dead. +1. Sneasel. A man in black screamed. The eyes that looked at Liu again were full of viciousness. Others were also frightened, and Lin Fan was secretly resentful. They didn't expect Liu to be able to hold on for so long even without Mewtwo's assistance. At the same time, the 3 Houndooms finally found Gabite in Sandstorm. At this time, they had also received several scars. Porphyrin. Venusaur behind him suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, Sandstorm stopped, and a knot of vines appeared out of thin air under Gabite, who was forced to reveal her body. Gabite stared at the 3 Houndooms without noticing. With an accidental pop, he was pulled down from the air. 2 Houndoom cover. Dehei uses bite. The scarred man was overjoyed. Take advantage of the opportunity and order immediately. Houndoom, who is the largest in the center and seems to be the leader, charges at a high speed. 2 small Houndoom nearby launch Ember Harassment. Gabite, Sand Tomb. Gabite heard the command and stood up again, a ball of cocky energy condensing on her claws in the blink of an eye. Stockpile with this ball of energy. The ground, which was already invaded by Sandstorm, began to have small quicksand whirlpools, and swallowed up other lands at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The quicksand swallowed it up very quickly. Before Houndoom could reach Gabite's side, his feet suddenly felt weak. The quicksand vortex has actually hit you? It's a pause. Immediately afterwards, the dog-shaped Pokemon called Daikoka crossed the quicksand whirlpool, using the tree trunk as a stepping stone. A jump? It came towards Gabite Sucker Punch from the sky with its mouth wide open. The four slender canine teeth are condensed with very strong evil energy, which is clearly visible. Scyther, use double team and combo combos. Liu ordered with a serious expression. Hear the words. Scyther's figure trembled. The next second. Then it split into another identical figure. Click. The crisp sound of sickle and tooth tackle sounded. Scyther's double team assist absorbed rival's reaction force, weakening its speed and giving Gabite a split second to dodge. After blocking Houndoom's full blow, the clone dissipated. Onyx, quick, use the rock slide. Lynn Fan shouted in shock. Afraid of missing this opportunity. Rock. Onyx kicked his eyes wide and flicked his tail. Dust from the whipped ground flew everywhere, and countless stones floated in the air. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye. Then he hit Scyther and Gabite hard. Onyx has a very high level and summons countless stones, seemingly endless. Scyther's scythe was swung with great force, but it still could not completely destroy the rocks in front of him. Gabite even uses extremely fast flying to dodge and dodge. Scyther, blade strike. Liu spoke calmly. Even in the face of such a crisis, there is still no tension. When Scyther heard this, the scythe suddenly stopped, Fury Cutter's momentum suddenly changed, and the scythe was retracted at an alarming speed. Brush it. The scythe crossed and fell sharply, but then spun and turned its back to Onyx. It's about to hit 7 inches. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Scyther's face suddenly twisted, showing a look of pain. At the same time, its back was burned by a stream of fire. Go on, big Houndoom, burn them all to death. Seeing this, Lynn Fan couldn't help but clenched his fists, showing an excited expression. There is still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes that his plan is about to succeed. No. Oh my god, Liu is really going to lose. Nonsense. This is 2v7? What a bully. How could the number 1 family in the demonic city actually attack by surprise? Liu, a talented trainer, wouldn't really die here. No matter life or death in the secret realm, if he is going to die, he can only say that his skills are not as good as others. Shameless. The barrages are full of indignation, some are pity, some are fearful, and some are regretful. A sigh of relief, but unexpected. No one could see a trace of fear on Liu's face. This is the line between life and death. Losing means death, and everyone can see Lynn Fan's malice. The boss is the boss, and he can be stable at this time. Sudden. Liu raised his head and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lynn Fan looked at it. There was a thump in my heart right now. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. No, it's impossible. Lynn Fan's veins twitched. Now, he doesn't believe that Liu can still escape. But the next second, his fantasy was completely broken by Liu. Now, it's my turn. I saw the other person spreading his hands and smiling confidently, but his eyes were as calm as an ancient well, bottomless. Lynn Fan felt a chill in his heart. Gabite, big split. Gabite spiraled up, letting out a deafening roar, and a tall shadow appeared behind him. It's clearly Gar Comp. Boom! The pair of dark blue wings flashed suddenly. A horrific scene happened. Gabite's arms and wings transformed into 2 divine blades, majestic. It is surrounded by a layer of cold light. Extremely fascinating. The shadow behind it turned into a ball of dark blue energy and sank directly into the divine blade. The next second, Gabite moved. The space in front of Lynn Fan was cut down hard by the divine blade, like a sword slashing across the sky. 2 black cracks appeared out of thin air. The dark color is different from the normal night. It is bottomless, and it seems that everything can be swallowed up. Black's cracks spread extremely quickly and will arrive in an instant. Lynn Fan was stunned for a moment, feeling as if the space around him had turned into a blender, and he was being rotated and torn apart by the overwhelming force. At the same time, a series of cracking bursts sounded inside the body. Because it all happened so quickly, he didn't even feel any pain, but after hearing the sound, he looked over in shock. Suddenly, his eyes were frightened. Lynn Fan's skin was dripping with blood, and his body was squeezed by an unknown force. A large amount of blood gushes out like juice. Lynn Fan became a bloody man, and that burst of crackling sounds was the sound of various joints in his body breaking apart one after another. This scene didn't just happen to him. The scarred man closest to him also had the same fate. But the situation is slightly better. At least it looks slightly respectable. He was pressed to the ground like a pile of rotten flesh, unable to get up. A pool of blood gurgled out from under his abdomen. The other 5 people had long been frightened. After reacting, there was a scream, and the sound was extremely sad. Blood bubbled from their pores. Houndoom, Onyx, Sneasel, and Venusaur trembled and fell to the ground in pain. In front of Black Crack, no resistance can arise. Venusaur twisted the blades and even wanted to run. But the Black Rift doesn't give anyone or Pokemon a chance. It extends the speed like adding a normal accelerator, affecting all the people and Pokemon in black in an instant. Just a trance came to them. Lynn Fan was already unconscious at this time. The cracks in space are getting bigger and bigger. Under the horrified sight of people and Pokemon, it spins and swallows them in. Click. A soft sound. The black cracks slowly closed together. The entire space was as if Lynn Fan and the others had never been there before, disappeared without a trace. Only the remaining blood in ground shows the traces of their time in the world. An ellipse suddenly crossed the barrage. The blank live broadcast room exploded as if it was awakened from normal. WTF. Nima, I'm stupid. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This is a space crack. Here I go. This is awesome. Is Gabite so strong? I remember Garcomp can't have this effect with one slash. This must be a self-created skill. Liu's. No one could have imagined that Liu actually had such a trick hidden in his mind. As soon as he took action, everyone was wiped out. The barrage suddenly burst out like a flash flood. Ahem. Liu Chen came to his senses in a daze and sprayed a mouthful of water on the screen in front of him, almost choking. He knew Liu was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. The shock in my heart is beyond words. Una jumped up from her chair. So excited. Life or death does not matter in the secret realm. Although Liu acted decisively, Una did not feel that it was excessive at all. After all, the scene just now was about life and death. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. In the end, if Liu didn't use this trump card skill, he might be the one who died. Fortunately it's okay. Una held her hands and prayed. This. Wang Zhang, who also saw this scene like Sululuo, was horrified. Liu's methods are amazing. The dark thoughts he had just popped up were put back in an instant. It's better not to be an enemy of this kind of person easily. However, Sululuo was extremely excited, and two fascinating looks suddenly burst out in his eyes. The charming cheeks are shining. It turns out I underestimated him. If she hadn't been so worried about being in public, she would have jumped for joy. She had high hopes for Liu. Now I feel that I have seen the right person. It was indeed the right thing to overcome all odds and recommend him to win the Alliance Level 3 medal. Beijing City. This is the student you recruited. How about it? When the old man heard this, he puffed up his chest in a showy manner. It's really awesome. The old man was about to laugh heartily when he heard the man opposite continue, but he is a bit too high profile. A tree larger than a forest will be destroyed by the wind. If this continues, sooner or later those people will notice him. No, maybe you've noticed it. When the old man heard this, his brows tightened and he was about to spell out the Chinese character Sichuan. But he also knew that what the other party said was true. All I could do was sigh. The mood to show off disappeared instantly. Liu silently watched the effect of the great slash, his eyes brightening. He knew that this skill was unusually powerful, so it has not been used. But I never thought that it would be so strong. Under the full force of the attack, a crack in the space actually appeared. Even he didn't expect it. It is indeed worthy of the 4-star signing, a powerful attack with all your strength. Liu was murmuring. Suddenly there was a thud from behind. He looked back. Shockingly, it was discovered that Gabite had fainted due to excessive physical exertion. Same. Flash Scyther, who had always been tense, fell from the air, with a hint of weakness in his voice. The burnt area on his back still ached. At this time, a rustling sound suddenly sounded in the grass. And not a bit. It was the whole bush that was shaking. He looked intently. Pairs of red eyes shone strangely in the evening, peering through the grass and woods, staring closely at their group. It seems like a group attack will be launched at any time. Mom, what is this? Come on, can't you? I was wrong. Liu is not the European emperor, but a non-European chieftain, a miserable bunch. The barrage was also shocked. Sululuo clenched his hands. Liu Chen's throat was dry, so he quickly picked up the water on the side and swallowed it. But this did not relieve the tension in his heart at all. In the secret realm, Flash Scyther quickly assumed a fighting form, but the scar on his back was pulled directly. Pain flashed in his eyes. Liu subconsciously squeezed the Pokeball, but suddenly realized that Mewtwo was still affected by the chaotic magnetic field. Now Gabite faints. Flash Scyther's combat power is beyond compare. He had to leave as soon as possible, and he couldn't get entangled with these mysterious Pokemon that didn't look right at first sight. Liu suddenly put away Gabite. Scyther, go. Scyther, go. Liu ran away after saying that, followed closely by Flash Scyther. The bushes were silent for a moment. The next second, countless grass-type Pokemon popped out. Groups of Snivy crawled across the ground, and Oddish lined up like a march. Gloom releases poisonous gas, and Vileplume, their leader, chases after them with claws and teeth. Countless vines waved in the air. Wherever you go, the trees were bare and all the leaves had fallen off. This isn't quite right. Look at their eyes, do they seem to be affected by something? Have you noticed? The edges of that Vileplume's flower are black. No wonder the secret green realm needs to be upgraded. Who can handle this? Hey, official announcement, Psychic Magnetic Field has returned to normal, but Psychic Pokemon don't seem to have smelling salts yet. The barrage has not yet recovered from the incredible skills displayed by Liu, but was stimulated by sudden changes. Overwhelmed. I didn't even have time to pay attention to the official announcement that Psychic's magnetic field had returned to normal. All my thoughts were focused on the live broadcast of the Green Secret Realm. Precisely. Flash Scyther looked eager. Because of the Volcarona gene, although he has not fully mastered the application of the flame body, he still needs training. But the burns on my back had healed. The Volcarona gene, which is not afraid of fire, comes into play at critical moments. So every time the Pokemon behind him was about to catch up, Scyther drew his scythe and swung it suddenly. A powerful side strike with burning heat. This caused the dozen or so grass-type Pokémon in the front row to take a step back. Among them is Vileplume. The grass type is most afraid of the fire type. Vileplume felt a trace of fire type in the scythe and could only retreat. Liu ran a few meters away. With Flash Scyther's cover, he had time to look behind him. He turned his head, eyes flashing. Liu was shocked to find that Victreeble's rhizomes were sucking the soil that had just been soaked with blood. That was what Lynn Fan left behind. The dark brown rhizome of Victreeble has turned blood red, matched with the big bloody mouth. Very scary. Liu feels like she has strayed into a modern horror film. How can this be? His first reaction was disbelief. But Liu knew that there was nothing wrong with his celestic eyes. It's obvious what went wrong. The secret realm is polluted. An idea suddenly came to his mind. In this case, Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, I saw him standing there with his eyes closed, motionless. Cha, cha, cha. Flash Scyther was almost dying of anxiety when he saw this, and the scythe in his hand swung faster, rustling in the wind. But its heat wave. The air was burned with a trace of ripples. What is Liu doing? Why aren't you running? Flash Scyther can't hold on any longer? Ah, I'm so nervous, I don't even dare to go to the toilet. It's better to go upstairs quickly. Liu is not dead in a while, but it will be bad if your bladder explodes. The barrage scared me to death. Everyone in the audience wanted to get in and remind Liu, because the atmosphere was too tense. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the new viewers who came after seeing the hot search for Liu's own skills were affected by the atmosphere. Hideki didn't dare to come out. At this moment, everything about psychic magnetic field restoration was forgotten by them. After all, people with special abilities, a small group of people in the world, have no connection with the general public. After ordinary people regain consciousness, world order is restored. Only scientists will continue to care about the causes of magnetic field disturbances, and most people's attention will be attracted by other things. And Liu's self-created skill/spacecraft has become a hot search topic. The number of people on Liu's live broadcast increased instantly. It was twice the number before the magnetic field was disrupted, and nearly 500,000 people watched it at the same time, under the spotlight. Finally, Liu moved. I saw a burst of green light suddenly pouring out of his palm. Green light flew into the air. The ball of light continues to expand. The light ball passes through a green line and pulls Liu below. He is constantly mobilizing all the strength of his body. I saw that the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat, and the sweat beads rolling down from them almost fell into his eyes. But Liu didn't dare to wipe it, because the group of Pokémon really stopped chasing and stood still. At this time, he didn't notice. The essence fruit of grass obtained earlier suddenly gave off a burst of light. The bright light merged invisible into the ball of light. Growing stronger, the power of life bursts out. Grass-type Pokémon with abnormal mental contest conditions will recover smelling salts instantly. His eyes were clear for a moment. They looked around blankly. It's as if he doesn't know anything about the current situation, which is very strange. The power of Changpan. Liu is actually a person with special abilities? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As soon as this barrage came out, people's understanding of Liu has been refreshed again. People with special abilities are too rare. Who among the people alive is not the heir of the family? Ordinary trainers can rely on themselves unless their talent is at the top level. Otherwise, self-awakening is impossible. But after the name of the strongest candidate was announced, everyone knew about Liu's family situation. Therefore, it was so shocking that he was a person with special abilities. In the secret realm, Liu seeing Pokémon stopped chasing, and without any hesitation, he quickly took out a bottle of colorless and odorless potion from his pocket. Lift the potion and open the bottle. He didn't even have time to look. He used his fastest speed ever and swallowed it with a loud thud. It can be said to be swallowed whole. This was indeed the case. He smashed his mouth twice and couldn't even taste anything. But in times of crisis like this, there is no time to worry about anything else. The moment when the medicine developed by Psychic is swallowed, in Liu's mind, a pink energy suddenly appeared out of thin air. It exuded a strange, mysterious aura, exactly the same as what he felt from Mewtwo. The next second, the sea of spiritual consciousness originally existing in the mind responds to it. A wave of dizziness came over my head. He suddenly felt weak. The green light ball above his head stopped rotating. Changpan's power is unsustainable. The eyes of the grass-type Pokémon that had restored smelling salts turned faintly red again, and they were about to mutate again. And the psychic in Liu's mind is still interacting with the sea of spiritual consciousness. Mutual integrated union. Wait until the last bit of pink psychic is completely integrated into the sea of consciousness. Liu opened his eyes, and his eyes suddenly burst out with light that was several times more powerful than before. The pink color in the depths of his eyes flashed away. His mind was lighter than ever. The mental power was like a big invisible hand, starting to spread to the surroundings. Psychic is really developed. Liu looked at his hands, feeling ecstatic. Psychic? This is the special ability he has always dreamed of. The most direct manifestation of psychic is that mental power can leave the body as a means of attacking rival. At the same time, you can also develop your own limits, such as teleport, mental exploration. At the same time, you can also develop your own limits, such as teleport, mental exploration. But not every psychic has this constitution. Most psychics only have the ability to telepathize with psychic Pokémon, but this is very, very unnatural in trainer. It is said that a top psychic can even imprison rival with a single glance. But Liu glanced at the camera behind the tree and put away his hands. Mental power is invisible. The live broadcast of the scene just now was not detectable. Only the power of Viridian was exposed. But seeing that Pokémon is going out of control again, the psychic he has developed is only enough to use teleport once. Therefore, he must ensure that he uses it without anyone seeing it. Liu turned around and continued running. Flash Scyther was relieved when he saw his master running away, and chased after him closely. When he saw that the distance between Liu and the Pokémon behind him was less than 2 meters, Liu noticed a chill in the air. Not far away is a clear lake. He ran over and immediately jumped into the water. With the cover of the lake, I simply used teleport. Then, his body was covered with a layer of pink fluorescence, which was weak enough to be ignored. With the light flashing, Liu disappeared out of thin air. Studio. The grass-type Pokémon behind them have various skills, and even if Scyther is able to resist them, they are still powerless. Seeing that the venom released by Vileplume was about to spray onto him, the hearts of the audience were closely entangled. The barrages almost flooded the live broadcast room platform. God, run. What do the Pokémon troops do for food? This is the Secret Realm's fault, don't you care? Brotherly is really in trouble, please save him. Liu plunged into the water. The audience's tone has not yet calmed down. Right now, the live broadcast room went dark. A line of subtitles appeared out of thin air. In view of the fact that the special area cannot be broadcast live, the live broadcast of Green Secret Realm has ended. Thank you everyone for watching. Audience. The audience before the live broadcast roared on the spot, each one like a wild beast. What's more, the electronic screen was almost smashed to pieces. Just be a human being. Damn it, I won't be able to sleep tonight, Gan. I was about to be scared to death, but you did this to me. I'm really impressed by the Doubter platform, live broadcast room. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Did Liu escape? Liu created his own skills, and you can see the power of that move. This is definitely the result of his own breeder. If this kind of genius dies, it will be a loss for all our trainers. People were extremely angry. Liu was named the strongest candidate. This capital has been officially certified by Magic City and its value is extraordinary. Now the issue of self-created skills comes out. The value has been upgraded again. Moreover, the identity of Viridian Power's special ability user was exposed, and his value increased again. Even Alliance executives are paying attention to this live broadcast. It ended unexpectedly, no one expected it. The director of Doubter Platform explained bitterly on the phone, I'm sorry, it's not that we don't live broadcast, it's just that there are no cameras in the restricted area. Restricted area. The top government officials were stunned. Only then did I remember Alliance's previous statement. Alliance and the government are not a system. The two parties work independently and cooperate with each other. Okay, I get it. After the senior executive hung up the phone, my heart felt cold. Everyone inside knows what the restricted area is like. Almost dead. Until now, not a single trainer made it out of the box alive. This fact was so terrifying that Alliance had been trying to hide it, but they didn't expect that Liu, whom they were optimistic about, actually went in. I am jealous of talented people. Soluoluo frowned as he watched the live broadcast on the black screen. Wang Zheng was overjoyed. In my heart, curse Liu just died in the Green Secret Realm. After all, the other party is a person with special abilities. If Liu grows up, his status will also be threatened. But he said hypocritically, don't worry, he'll be fine. Soluoluo had no time to talk to him and directly dialed the direct line of Alliance's decision makers. What came out was a disconnection sound. This means that the decision makers are in a meeting. She frowned and her heart tightened. Pity. The man opposite the old man looked at the dark screen, stood up and shook his head. About to leave. He won't die. Just as he opened the door, the old man suddenly spoke. The man looked back. He looked at this veteran teacher at Beijing University looking at him with unusual determination. The man didn't say anything and left silently. The incident was so shocking that the entry Liu is missing quickly became a hot search topic within half an hour. This time it's not the same city, but the whole country. Doubter Platform did not expect that things would ferment so quickly. Amidst the scolding, the announcement was quickly made. Do PR. Doubter Platform, after investigation, Liu has entered the restricted area of the Green Secret Realm. The magnetic field in the restricted area is chaotic and camera equipment cannot be placed. The live broadcast has been interrupted. We are also very sorry. Less than a few minutes. The number of comments increased sharply. Restricted area. It's over, that's a dangerous area beyond the Golden Secret Realm. No way. Junior trainer is confused. Can someone please explain? The restricted area is an area that exceeds the level of its own secret realm. The higher the level of the secret realm, the greater the possibility of a restricted area. The probability of a restricted area in the Silver Secret Realm is only 5%. I didn't expect that the Green Secret Realm would be that 5%. I just want to ask, can my brother Lee still come out? Well, discuss until the end. The situation is no longer optimistic. Some netizens even organized it themselves. A group of people came to a blank place, with only a bunch of candles, prayers, and silence emoticons commenting on the last notification automatically posted by the platform system. Some people even started the topic of moment of silence for Liu. UNA looked at the comments under Liu's account. His eyes instantly turned red. Magic City Wilderness Area. Vulpix, Vortex of Fire. Li's eyes glowed with Atrax brilliance and he hurriedly gave the order. Dugtrio on the opposite side was scurrying around with his head in his hands under the burning flames. At this time, she was in a daze. Under her influence, Vulpix's men also lost their sense of proportion. Escaped by Dugtrio. What's wrong with me? Liz looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Secret green space. Liu appeared on the opposite side of the lake bank soaked to the skin. Sudden. There was a buzzing in my ears. Flash Scyther looked anxious, afraid that something would happen to him. I'm fine. After Liu gently comforted him, he raised his head. Suddenly I realized something was wrong. Those grass-type Pokémon stopped firmly on the other side of the lake. No one followed. The red eyes flickered, seeming to indicate ominousness. After a few seconds, it dispersed automatically. Everything speaks of weirdness. At this time, the familiar electronic sound sounded again. Drop. Sign in location, green secret area restricted area. Hey, check-in at the 5-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The mythical beast Pokémon egg needs to be hatched. Like a death sentence. Gible spiraled up, letting out a deafening roar, and a tall shadow appeared behind him. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The mythical beast Pokémon egg needs to be hatched. Note, incubation conditions, genetic particles of mythical beasts. Liu was shocked, almost speechless. When he realized what he heard, he took a deep breath. Damn it, it's actually a 5-star sign-in, a mythical beast Pokémon egg. He immediately cursed. This secret realm is really holding back a lot. He had some regrets before. Why is it not like the graduation assessment secret realm, where you can sign in every area? But I didn't expect it. There is a restricted area in the green secret realm. Still a 5-star check-in that has never appeared before. The corresponding reward is also beyond all previous mythical beast Pokémon eggs, although there are hatching conditions. But this is not a problem in front of the 5-star sign-in. Don't say anything else. Due to mental damage, Mewtwo could only exert 20% of his combat power, but he still reached the quasi-elite level. This is the strength of the Divine Beast. And gene particles are actually easy to collect. Just a little hair associated with the mythical beast, maybe even eyelashes. All can be counted as gene particles. It really doesn't work. Mewtwo is around, so why not hatch a little Mewtwo? A thud. Liu's back sank. He put down his space backpack. Open gently. It turns out that the mythical beast Pokémon eggs have been put into it by the system. Just looking at the appearance, the mythical beast eggs are nothing special. It can all be called an ordinary sentence. But when you put your hand on it and activate your mental power, you can feel a majestic energy surging in the mythical beast egg. Like a sea with no visible edge. Energy comes in waves like waves. It seemed like it could drown him at any moment. In front of this energy, Liu decided that he was extremely insignificant. The system will not deceive me. This Pokémon egg really has the energy to give birth to a mythical beast. Liu was immersed in his own joy and did not notice that the surrounding environment began to change slowly. A dense haze rose from the center of the penalty area, spread into the air and continued to expand. The already dark sky began to brew a strange atmosphere. It's nighttime. Month celebrity is rare. Flash Scyther's senses are so sharp. Look up at soaring in the sky. Haze turned into a dark cloud and began to shrink rapidly. Soaring in the sky is like being /normal, being split in two by dark clouds, and a sharp hissing suddenly breaks through the clouds. Liu frowned. Soaring in the sky where the dark clouds broke, a figure suddenly appeared. That moment, the entire penalty area began to resonate. In a blink, the vegetation in the restricted area began to shake greatly, and countless plants turned into green energy visible to the naked eye. And a plant that loses energy is like losing life. Each one quickly withered. There was dead silence in the restricted area. The grass essence fruit suddenly burst out with an extremely captivating light, which was very conspicuous in the situation where the vitality of the restricted area was completely deprived. But Liu didn't have time to pay more attention, because amazing changes are happening above. Soaring in the sky, countless green energies gathered and wrapped themselves up, turning into a huge cocoon. Night sky. The green brilliance is getting thicker. When the light dissipated, a slender figure ran out. Shaman in the form of soaring in the sky, Liu exclaimed. But he quickly frowned, because this shaman was completely different from what he remembered. It looked like a puppy, but its hair color, which should have been white and green, was completely black. It steps out of the air. A pair of eyes actually contains crimson light, staring fiercely at Liu and Scyther below. The illusory beast that originally symbolized tenderness and gratitude was actually polluted into this appearance, with only a little green on the top of its head. It can also reveal the beautiful side of it. Exploration is activated. Pokémon, Shaman. Qualification, Level 2 God. Infected by dirty energy, the mental contest condition is abnormal, and the actual level and combat power cannot be detected. In the end, what happened? Liu was shocked when she saw the detected Pokémon panel. He finally knew why he signed the 5-star check-in. Shaman in the soaring in the sky form is inherently more aggressive than the land form, and her personality will also be affected. And now, looking at the bloody aura emanating from Shaman's body, a ready-to-move gesture, Liu knows. This battle is inevitable. But Mewtwo's mental power is strong, and the disorder caused by the psychic magnetic field is more serious, and he has not yet awakened. Gible has exhausted all its energy. Just rely on Flash Scyther to face Shaman in soaring in the sky form. It's simply asking for death. No matter how weak Shaman is among the mythical beasts, he can't compare to the likes of Rayquaza and Groudon, but he's still a mythical beast? It's completely different from ordinary Pokémon. What's more, the contaminated Shaman is extremely aggressive and loses his mind, just like the grass-type Pokémon he encountered before. It's too late, it's faster than that? A burst of intense light suddenly erupted from Shaman's body. This is the precursor to stockpile? It's time to show your trump card. Liu frowned when he saw that the situation was not good. Until this point, he has not used the props he obtained before. I'm just afraid that things will get even more out of control. The bead of the Divine Beast arrival, it's up to you. The bead of the arrival of the mythical beast was thrown by Liu and thrown onto soaring in the sky. Bang! The beads exploded directly in front, and a ball of fire lit up the night sky, looking like bright fireworks. The next second, there was a strong wind in the penalty area, and the thunder rumbled. With the sound of thunder, a huge hole suddenly tore open in the center of the semicircular moon, dozens of times larger than the space crack that Gible had cut open before. Liu rubbed his eyes. I thought I had seen it wrong. He looked intently. What was indeed discovered was that the center of the moon was occupied by an unknown hole. The semicircular moon is divided directly into two crescents, and the hole torn out in the center has no cal. It was darker than the night, so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. It seems as if all light will be swallowed up by this depth. At this time, two golden arcs suddenly lit up in the terrifying deep cave entrance. Under the arc, white light gradually emerged. The white light outlines the slender hand, bones and sternum, combined with the golden arc, to perfectly draw a mysterious bat-like Pokémon. But other parts of the Pokémon were blended into the darkness, making it difficult to see clearly. Only the stars passing overhead change reveals its true identity. At the same time, Shaman's stockpile is done. Even though he was mentally disturbed, he still felt the huge threat coming from another place in the sky. It turned around without hesitation. A ball of light with a radius of several meters was released. As the light shone, an astonishing shock wave also struck. Liu immediately used teleport. Stay away from the battlefield. Really? At the same time as the ball of light struck, all the trees and grass in the penalty area were blown away. A flash of astonishment flashed in Liu's eyes. It's unimaginable that Shaman's small body contains such huge energy. He knows this trick. It's Shaman's signature skill, Seed Flare. By absorbing the contaminated energy and purifying it after decomposition, the power of the skill will increase or decrease according to the amount of pollution absorbed. And now, looking at the black ball of light at the edge. Now this move is not a purify skill, but a complete pollution energy ball. After the mysterious Pokémon appears, the hole behind it closes. But the original semicircular moon has changed. It became a full moon. The clouds parted. Moonlight spreads down, clearly reflecting the mysterious Pokémon. I saw it standing proudly, exuding Lucas like a crescent moon, and its elegant figure was like the most gorgeous night sky. Lunala. Liu was stunned and read out the name of the legendary moon god. He no longer knew what to say. Even he marveled at his luck. As soon as I summoned her, Lunala appeared. This is a veritable first-level god. In the original work, it has been the incarnation of the moon since ancient times and is deeply respected. This moment, if it hadn't been for the deathly silence in the restricted area, all souls would have worshipped. Because even Liu, there was a slight wavering in my mind. Unexpectedly, he just finished speaking. Lunala suddenly crossed the distance of space and stared straight at him. Human, you summoned me. A voice suddenly sounded in Liu's head. Along with this sound, the psychic in the body began to become unstable. Telepathy triggered. At the same time, the shock wave carried by the ball of light arrived in front of Lunala in the blink of an eye, but he ran into an invisible barrier. Direct and invisible. But Lunala, the ball of light that was several meters thick, didn't pay attention at all. While talking to Liu, it opened the dual wing bead inlaid with golden moon arcs and slapped it hard at the huge dirty energy ball. All of a sudden, flying sand and rocks, wind blades blowing out. The huge polluted energy ball shattered in the blink of an eye and fell apart. The filthy energy ball turned into fragments and immediately dissipated in midair. Lunala, on the other hand, remained motionless, looking down at Shaman condescendingly, not taking him seriously at all. Shaman felt taunted, and his bloodthirsty eyes became more ferocious. Just listen to it let out a sharp neigh and rush straight down towards Lunala. The next second, a black vortex suddenly appeared under Lunala's body, and it moved slightly. Body dive. Subsequently, he merged into the black vortex out of thin air and completely disappeared. Shaman lost his target, and his body that was rushing forward suddenly stagnated, and he was stunned in place. Originally soaring in the sky was its domain. But now, Shaman didn't notice any trace of Lunala at all. The scene changes rapidly. Lunala suddenly emerged from the black vortex, and her wings outlined in golden arcs flapped hard at the stunned Shaman. Bang! Shaman flew out upside down. The stars above Lunala's head changed slightly. Immediately afterwards, A touch of morning sun soaring in the sky had already begun to appear, and the sky turned dark. There is only one full moon left. Lunala looked up. Just one breath. Moonlight poured into Lunala's body like water. In an instant, dazzling light burst out from Lunala's body, and a crescent moon appeared on Lunala's body. Liu subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands. Flash Scyther watched the battle between the two gods in soaring in the sky, his eyes shining as if he had some understanding. The moonlight radiating from Lunala's body was about to solidify. It was obviously moonlight, but it was more dazzling than the sun, and it hurt so much that it seemed to annihilate everything. Boom. Click. Accompanied by waves of rolling thunder, the restricted area soaring in the sky began to make a sound similar to the breaking of glass. Magic City Secret Realm Specialized Research Institute. Countless high-precision instruments that are unheard of by the public are playing their mission here. A staff member squinted at the flat data in front of him, feeling sleepy, just when he was about to fall on the table. In front of the instrument that detects energy fluctuations in the session area, the data began to rise like a cliff. The staff was so excited. Smelling salts. When he was sure that he had read correctly, he looked at the display screen with wide eyes, but found out. The data climb is strange at this time, and the red bar of destruction is already on the verge of reaching the top. There's just a long way to go. He immediately realized something was wrong. Professor Wei? Professor Wei. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even care about dropping one of his shoes along the way. Bang. The door was smashed open. The staff ran out of breath. Professor Wei, who was wearing a white coat with a few white hairs on his head, saw that his hair was disheveled and he even lost one of his shoes. His expression tightened. Then, just listen to the panting staff member say, Professor Wei, it's bad? There are abnormal energy fluctuations in the secret green space in Sheshan District, the magical city. It seems. In the middle of speaking, he swallowed in horror. Professor Wei realized something was wrong at this time and was sweating profusely. I saw him moving at a speed completely inconsistent with his age. He rushed forward with a strong stride. What's going on? Belch. The staff was about to cry, the secret green land will be destroyed soon. Professor Wei's body softened when he heard this. I fainted directly. The research institute instantly fell into chaos. Brother Shi, the polluted stones we placed in the secret green area of Sheshan District cannot be detected. What? The short-haired man who had closed his eyes to rest suddenly sat up in shock. His expression turned cold. What happened? We are investigating, and it seems that the heir of the Lynn family who is cooperating with us also. The short-haired man glared fiercely. The subordinate immediately trembled. Dead, dead. Brother Shi, a man with short hair, rubbed his head and clicked his tongue impatiently. The number one family in the demonic city has only this ability. You are also a waste. You can't even do this well. The person reporting below looked pale. It seems that he has a premonition of the coming fate. Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, the subordinate fell to the ground in despair. A Pokémon quietly appeared behind him, killed the screaming person in one go, and dragged him away without anyone noticing. Only the lingering blood on the ground proved that he had existed in this world. Oh, it's really troublesome to have to explain this to the boss. The short-haired man rubbed his head and murmured in distress. Green restricted area. In a trance, Liu felt as if he had seen the scenery of another world. But wait until he concentrates before looking. But found that it seemed to be an illusion. Indescribable shock in my heart. Both Shaman and Lunala are genuine mythical beasts. Lunala is a mega beast that surpasses the normal spirit ascension. In the original work, he single-handedly protected the peace of the Alola region. Liu was suddenly moved. His mind was spinning. Take out a black Pokeball from your backpack. Whichever one you catch counts. Liu held the Dark Master Ball in his hand and his expression moved slightly. Always be prepared to see opportunities throw themselves at you. But he knew. Most likely Shaman. After all, Lunala is much stronger. The probability of losing is almost zero. But under the influence of the Divine Beast Bead, Lunala had a strong impression of him. It must meet a small requirement of collecting gene particles. Not a problem. Just enough to hatch a soul formation egg. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After all, children make choices. Liu naturally wants them all. He will not let go of either of the two mythical beasts. Do not know why. Lunala, who was absorbing the energy of moonlight, suddenly trembled. Lunala, who was absorbing moonlight's energy, suddenly trembled. It seemed like he was being targeted by something. It looked behind it strangely. Found nothing. He was not aware of the young man's sinister intentions at all. In the end, I could only continue to absorb the brilliance energy with some confusion. Shaman is tainted. Strong desire to attack, no fear or pain. Even though it was flapped by Lunala's wings and its body was internally injured, it seemed like it couldn't feel normal. After a while, the whole body emitted a dark green light that was almost black. It quickly covered the whole body. Lunala sprints into the air. At the same time, the solid moonlight in the sky formed a dark beam of light, as if coming from the sky. It's like heaven's punishment coming to the world. Flash Scyther had the urge to crawl on the ground. Liu looked tense. My heart skipped a beat. The Dark Master Ball held in his palm was soaked with sweat. This blow determines who he can conquer in the end. Forbidden Sky. Shaman is wrapped in a dark green cocoon as thick as ink, facing Moongeist beam like a sharp knife. Boom! The two powerful energies collided together, and the air suddenly roared violently. The purple light with a bluish edge took over after a few seconds, constantly suppressing the dark green light group downwards. Liu watched their battle. It's clear that Shaman's strength is clearly not Lunala's rival, although he can barely resist the Moongeist beam for a while at this time. But in the end it was reaching its limit. He squeezed the Dark Master Ball tighter. As long as the opponent adds more strength, Shaman's side will collapse. It didn't take long. It was just as Liu expected. As Lunala further deepened Moongeist beam's output, Shaman was suddenly unstoppable. The Moongeist beam suddenly strengthened, and the thick blue-purple light instantly broke through Shaman's dark green light group and swallowed it directly. Liu clenched his fists. His breath stopped. His mood was even more tense than the two mythical beasts he was fighting against. Afraid of an accident, Shaman was beaten to death by Lunala. Then he would be missing a divine beast. This is all his hard work. Liu was worried. But I also know that at this time, I cannot act rashly. Otherwise, even if it is affected by the energy of the two divine beasts, it is probably a dead end. His fragile body could not withstand such torture. Simply Liu's prayer took effect. I saw the dark green light gradually disappearing. Subsequently, Shaman's figure appeared and fell straight down. He was about to be blasted into the lake. It's now. Liu's pupil shrank and he took advantage of the situation to throw the Dark Master Ball. The next second, the Dark Master Ball in the sky suddenly emitted a burst of black-red light. Just listen to a beep. Congratulations to the host for subduing Shaman. Build intimacy plus 80. Success. As expected, it is the Dark Master Ball, which immediately increases the intimacy level by 80, and is already not far away from Scyther. Before Liu could be happy, he suddenly felt dizzy. Immediately afterwards, awareness just smelling salts. Goosebumps appear in response to stress. Less than 2 meters away, he saw Lunala, the moon god, floating quietly in front of him. The body exudes endless coercion. It was the first time that Liu saw Lunala's appearance so clearly, and the first feeling that emerged was not fear. Instead, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. That's right. He was greedy. In his eyes, Lunala and even the changing stars above her head were extremely attractive. When he thought about cultivating a moon god in the future, his heart could not suppress his beating. Flashes of pink energy. Lunala's voice sounded in her head. Human, why did you summon me? Liu rolled his eyes. I want it to be blessed, said. Liu held out the mythical beast egg. Lunala looked over and felt an unusually vast energy in the ordinary Pokemon egg. Even it feels out of reach. Lunala was a little surprised. Psychic activates again. This time it expands the range of perception as much as possible. The result was the same as before. The energy contained in this Pokemon egg seemed to be endless. Lunala suddenly became interested. This little guy is pretty good. Liu sounded confused. He thought he heard laughter. But looking at Lunala's still mysterious expression, it's impossible to tell what her mood is. Subsequently, Lunala said, since you let me come to this world, I will do as you wish. In the blink of an eye, on Lunala's forehead, a third eye popped up unexpectedly. The eyes burst out with a red light. Bless the mythical Pokemon eggs. Compared to the Moongeist beam when attacking Shaman, this beam of light is mild in power. Liu is only at the edge of the light beam. They all seemed to be wrapped in a gentle embrace, like soaking in a hot spring, relaxing their whole body and mind. At the same time, a steady stream of energy comes out. Incorporate Pokemon eggs. Suddenly, drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lunala's genetic particles, completing the incubation conditions, and now starting the incubation. Hatching countdown, 30 days. Liu was ecstatic. A smile appeared on his face. He solemnly said to him, thank you, Moon God. Lunala glanced at the beast egg with soft eyes. It's like looking at your own child. Take good care of it. As it left, it stared at Liu and hesitated to speak. In the end, without saying anything, he threw himself into the moon again. Disappear. After it left, the moon returned to its original state. It's no longer the full moon state. Call. Only then did Liu relax. Although I could see the mythical beast, my mind was always tense during the communication process. Until now. Only then did he realize that the muscles in his body were sore. Flash Scyther also fell into a coma after absorbing part of the power of the moon. Sitting down on the spot, looking at the messy restricted area, he had a headache. Alliance won't let me pay, right? Soon. He just can't pay attention to such small details. Because the Dark Master Ball moved. This was the first time Shaman reacted since he captured it. Liu threw it out. Shaman is still jet black, but the green hair on the top of his head has become a little more. When Shaman saw Liu, his first reaction was to attack, but a humanized struggle flashed in his eyes. At this juncture, the essence fruit of grass was thrown out by Liu. Immediately afterwards, the essence fruit changes in the air and turns into the purest natural power. The originally silent restricted area began to change quietly. Press conference of the Magic City Research Institute. The green secret realm of the Magic City is about to be destroyed. Except for the restricted area, all other personnel have been rescued by the Pokemon troops. Buzz. There was a commotion in the audience. Reporter couldn't wait to ask, what is the reason for the destruction of the secret realm? Is there any sign of the destruction of the Greenland secret realm? Isn't Liu still in the penalty area? Do we have to give up on him? The audience was in a commotion, and the microphone was about to hit Professor Wei's face. Professor Wei's face turned pale and he was as silent as gold. Sudden. A staff member broke into the noisy press conference and shouted, "Professor Wei, the energy value of the green secret realm is declining." A staff member broke into the noisy press conference and shouted, "Professor Wei, the energy value of the green secret realm is declining." Bang! Professor Wei immediately ignored everything else, overturned his chair, stood up, and left in a hurry, leaving behind a group of confused reporters. Alliance office area in Beijing. Soluoluo heard what the staff said. His eyes instantly turned red. Quite a while. Tears rolled down her tender cheeks. Obviously I just heard that the secret realm was destroyed and it was fine. What's wrong with me? Soluoluo wiped the corners of his eyes and was lost in thought. Restricted area. The essence fruit of grass turned into green light ribbons, each one wrapped around Shaman. Shaman felt a familiar scent. The scarlet under his eyes dimmed. There was no struggle's obedient green light band surrounding it. Shaman closed his eyes. A hedgehog that quietly transforms into a terrestrial form, petite and cute. It's just that the original pink petals are covered by haze, and their true colors cannot be revealed. Instantly, let the light of the essence fruit of grass swallow it up. Magnificent vitality, flooding into Shaman. With the injection of life energy, Shaman actually changed with his eyes closed. For a moment, the body that had been dyed by that filthy power returned to its original appearance. Part of the body returned to a holy and noble white color. I saw the petals on both sides of its forehead opening and closing gently. Bloom suddenly, Shaman's eyes opened smoothly. Jamie, the little hedgehog covered in white and green, curled up and looked around. The crimson light in his eyes completely disappeared. Liu looked over with a smile. At this time, Shaman's 4 short legs were motionless. He looked at the surrounding environment uneasily, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Only when I saw Liu, then he shyly approached. But I was embarrassed to be too close, so I kept a distance of 1 meter. Liu was not surprised either. Shaman's land form has completely different personality than soaring in the sky form. Shy and impressionable, Astonish is also able to sense the gratitude of others. He used probing techniques. Pokemon, Shaman, land form. Qualification, level 2 God. Level 73. Ability, natural recovery. When receiving a mental confusion attack during a battle, the status condition will recover on its own. Attribute, grass, land form. Skills, growth, magical leaf, leech seed, synthesis, sweet scent, natural gift, seed flare, worry seed, aromatherapy, energy ball, guardian, sunny day. Combat power value, 4500. Intimacy, 81. Purify level, 60%. Purified 60%. I don't know if the herbs I picked are useful. Liu had an idea and took out the energy cube making machine. He tried throwing in an energy root. 5 minutes later, the machine buzzed. A green energy cube was born. It's really a grass type. Liu just took it out. Jamie, there was a sound of Charm Normal's growl in my ears. He turned around and saw Shaman, who looked quite anxious, circling around him. It's just for you. He patted Shaman on the head. Shaman's neck shrank, but he obediently took the grass energy cube. Then he swallowed it at a speed completely inconsistent with his temperament. Next moment, Shaman's body glowed with a green light. Only the short legs still have some black. At this time, the purify level shown by the probing technique has reached 65%. Liu was thoughtful. After all, the combat power value of Shaman 4500 is only in the land form. If it is in the soaring in the sky form, it should be higher. After being completely purified, it can exert greater capabilities. Before, he was always worried that Shaman was too contaminated. Now it seems, the essence of grass is worthy of the power of natural rules contained in it, and it was saved with one force. Shaman, who looked satisfied, felt sad in his eyes after seeing the dead silence in the restricted area. The next second, it shines with unprecedented light. For a moment, wherever the light reaches, countless surging life energy pours back into the surrounding earth, nurturing the entire green secret realm. The restricted area was affected and brought back to life. The first touch of morning sun pours down. Like Earl Dervish who started the resurgence of all things, all the haze and soaring in the sky disappeared and became Kianwood clear again. The desolate and lonely wilderness turned green, new green leaves grew on the dead branches, and young leaves the size of fingernails began to appear. Trees are sprouting, weeds are sneaking out, and everything is flourishing. The infusion of abundant life force is completed. Shaman suddenly turned dark. Mouth keeps opening and closing as if about to vomit normal. What's wrong? Liu hurried forward. Shaman vomited several times. Poof. A stone that was extremely dark and exuded a dark aura came out of his mouth. This stone is ominous. Liu felt very uncomfortable even when he was close. This is. Liu frowned, and his detection skills were swept away. A polluted stone contaminated with the breath of Yveltal will be swallowed up by the power of darkness until it is deprived of life if carried for a long time. Pollution stone. So this is the source of pollution. Liu suddenly understood. Shaman is a Pokemon that can purify the power of filth. He just knew it. How could Normal's pollution cause it to be affected as well? He understood when he saw that it was Yveltal. Yveltal is said to have the ability to absorb the life of living creatures and is known as the god of destruction. This is the only Pokemon that can contaminate Shaman. But, Liu pondered, the pollution stone cannot appear here for no reason. Something dangerous that would affect even Shaman. More like artificial placement. Liu felt that he was faintly touching something, but because he had no clues, he had to give up the idea first. The other side. Jamie. Shaman's body immediately relaxed after spitting out the pollution stone. It was tumbling around Liu excitedly, acting as it pleased in the way it liked. The pollution stone is gone. Yes, boss, the Lynn family is also ruined. Brother Shi, the short-haired man, had a bitter look on his face. He just went to retest it and confirmed that the pollution stone had really lost its fluctuation. This indicates that the contamination stone has failed. This stone was obtained from the ruins of a diamond secret realm, although there are still some. But every piece cannot be copied. They have achieved a lot with this stone. When the short-haired man reported this situation, he knew that he would be punished, but there was nothing he could do about it. Okay, I understand, you go down first. Unexpected. The boss didn't scold him, but Brother Shi became more frightened. I can only go down quietly. The green secret realm of the magic city. Before leaving, hearing a thoughtful voice in the air, his hair stood up and he ran away without looking back. A cave in Sheshan. Several figures flashed past. Liu and several Pokémon appeared at the same time. Flash Scyther, Gible, and Mewtwo are healed by Shaman. All restored to peak contest condition. Liu relied on Shaman's guidance and used teleport to get out of the secret realm. As soon as it appeared, the electronic screen restored the signal. There was a buzzing sound. There was a buzzing sound. Reminder: Liu received the message. He clicked it. The eyebrows are slightly raised. Hello Mr. Liu, we sincerely invite you to participate in the psychic activation ceremony within our family, and in order to thank you for your selfless help to the Lu family in the Verdanturf secret realm, we will reward you heavily. What follows is a ding-dong sound. A sentence floated on the electronic screen. 300,000 was received. It was twice the price of the energy root he gave. Psychic activated. Liu thought for a while and decided to go. He himself had no interest in these aristocratic families, but the Lu family was willing to let him visit psychic activation as an outsider. It's enough to show their sincerity. People with special abilities are very rare on Aquamarine, and there are only a small number of people. And psychic is even more precious among them. In particular, almost psychics are unwilling to disclose the methods of mental training and activation. Liu knew too little information about this aspect. He currently has less than a quarter of his mastery of psychic. So when I saw the rare psychic activation ceremony, I instantly became interested. As the only psychic family in the Dragon Kingdom, the Lu family must have its own secrets that are not passed down. He should have some insights during the activation ceremony. See, the date is tomorrow. Liu left Sheshan. The other side. The Lynn family in the magical capital. Master, our people saw Liu appear. Good. The very tired white-haired man slapped the table and stood up. Kill my son, I want him to die without a burial place. The man's eyes were blood red. The tired spirit was particularly invigorated. Lin Fan has actually taken complete control of the Lin family in the past year. The Lin family only listened to his instructions. That's why they reacted so slowly after Lin Fan's accident. The head of the Lin family's eyes turned red when he thought of his son's blood being sucked into the space crack in the secret realm of Verdanturf. I can't wait to eat Liu's flesh raw. But it was not just Lin Fan who was sucked into the crack together, but also the powerful Pokémon from their family. Now if you want to gather another team, it will take some time to prepare. Not to mention, everyone saw Gabite's skill. The head of the Lin family acted cautiously. Naturally, you need to make more preparations. After 1 hour, all the existing members of the Lin family were summoned to discuss how to deal with Liu. Brother, Liu is difficult to deal with, why don't we forget it? Nana, the younger brother of the head of the Lin family, spoke. Backed off. Liu's move during the live broadcast really scared him to death. In his opinion, it was really unnecessary to sacrifice the entire Lin family for Lin Fan's life. That kid Lin Fan had taken away all the rights from him before. After he pretended to shed 2 tears, his eyes began to roll, thinking about how to persuade the eldest brother to pass on the position of head of the family to him. Impossible. The head of the Lin family categorically objected. My Lin family and Liu are at odds with each other. When the Lin family leader's brother heard this, he curled his lips quietly, sat down, and stopped talking. Looks like it's time to use it. The head of the Lin family muttered dejectedly for half a minute, then determination flashed in his eyes. Brother, no. Master, this. Others became anxious upon hearing this. They all started to persuade. But the head of the Lin family was already determined. A very secret door opened from both sides. A glowing pink crystal stands on the only pillar in the center. It's clearly inconspicuous. But once the Lin family gets close, they feel dazzling. The head of the Lin family looked at it with memories in his eyes. It was thanks to that exploration of the secret realm that our Lin family was able to be where we are today. We relied on the only remaining hair in the ruins to create Mewtwo, and later relied on crystals to develop the suppressor. This is a crystal stone that can suppress the strength of Pokémon. You can definitely defeat Liu with it. Brother, the crystal has been minimized. If we use it against Liu this time, we will completely lose the crystal. The younger brother was sweating profusely. At this time, a burst of laughter came out suddenly. Haha, it turns out this is the Lin family's greatest treasure. After finishing speaking, the owner of the voice appears. It is a man with short hair. The head of the Lin family immediately showed fear on his face when he saw him. The reactions of others were no less generous. His face turned pale. Brother Lynn was so frightened that he sat on the ground. The boss said that since you are already useless, you might as well show your final value. The calm tone announced the end. Let's go. Brother Shi waved his hand. Countless Pokemon and people suddenly appeared at the gate. It's just that those Pokemon are completely different from ordinary Pokemon. They are covered in haze, and even their souls seem to be contaminated. The head of the Lynn family collapsed to the ground in despair. Already desperate, Brother Lynn yelled and ran away, but not yet close to the gate. Just hear a bang. A ghastly attacked like a ghost, reached out and grabbed his neck and pulled him. Pfft. The blood was spurred by the momentum and flew all over the place. There was no head, only a limp body lying on the ground. However, Ghastly let out a weird and arrogant laugh, licked the blood on the floor, and then moved on to the next target. All of a sudden, the whole Lynn family was in tragedy. It's like hell is coming. Magic City Alliance conference room. Hongji sat in the conference room silently, without his usual demeanor at all. In the first row opposite is Fang Lao, the president of Magic City Alliance. At this time, his face was extremely ugly. Bang! Everyone suddenly fell silent. The Lynn family was destroyed. What? Mr. Fang, what's going on? How could the Lynn family be wiped out? They were once the #1 family in the Demon City? They are all above the Lu family. That's right. Although this period is not as good as before, a camel is as skinny as a horse. If the heir of his family dies, isn't there still the head of the Lynn family? Is the Lynn family leader also dead? Who killed them? This is too cruel. After a few seconds of blank mind, many Alliance executives suddenly started talking in surprise. Hunky said nothing, but my heart was equally shocked. He knew about the entanglement between the Lynn family and Liu in the secret realm of Verdanturf. I was a little worried at first, but I didn't expect it. The entire Lynn family was destroyed overnight. The shadow organization is what they did. Old Fang said with a headache. Suddenly, the conference room was silent. Everyone was silent. The next day, the entrance to the Lu family manor. It was already crowded with dense crowds. There was originally a fairly small garden in front of the gate, but at this moment, at a glance, it was all filled with black heads. If it weren't for security personnel maintaining order, maybe it will be even more confusing. He stood at the door. Haven't made a sound yet. There was a Stephanie walking towards me. Mr. Liu, follow me. Walking through the crowd, Stephanie's face was still rosy. She peeked at him from time to time, and immediately lowered her head shyly when she was discovered. Liu followed her and entered the manor. The electronic sound sounded. Drop. Sign-in location, Luya Psychic District. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Sand Shield, Sand Shot, Special Skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Sand Shield, Sand Shot, Special Skills. Sand Shield and Sand Shot? What are these? Liu's eyes widened in shock. Staying motionless in place, Stephanie, who was leading the way, looked at her strangely, but Liu didn't care about other people's eyes and hurriedly looked at the system introduction. Sand Shield, Sand Shot, Special Skills. After combined with Pokemon Integrated Union, they can exert powerful protection and large-scale group attack effects. Note, exclusively for ground-type Pokemon. When he saw the introduction, his eyes lit up slightly. This is entirely a self-created technique. The biggest advantage of self-created skills is that the enemy cannot predict your actions. Not to mention, one protection and one group attack just make up for Gabite's current shortcomings, and this is the first time that special skills appear. I'm afraid even the defense doesn't reveal any gaps. The effect is absolutely outstanding. This undoubtedly improves combat effectiveness in battle. Liu is ready to make a move, but he glanced at the confused Stephanie next to him. I can only give up this idea first. Walk to the villa. Just stepped through the door. Then I heard a strong male voice say with a smile, Liu, I have heard about you for a long time, but this time I can see you. The man has a beard, wearing a pewter-colored suit. He had the aura of a superior, but he was the first to reach out his hand as an equal. Liu raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand to shake his hand. Master Liu. The head of the Liu family smiled and nodded. Before Liu came, he specially clicked on the Pokemon Pokédex app and found some family background of the Liu family on the internal forum. The heirs of their family are all psychic inheritors, and he is the pinnacle of psychics in the Dragon Kingdom. In the worldwide psychic Pokemon competition showdown on Aquamarine, the country has always relied on the Liu family and another family from Jing City to break into the top 10. Therefore, the Liu family is also supported by the government. That's why countless people came to support the psychic initiation ceremony. Even many people in Magic City are proud to receive the invitation from the Liu family, but the internal ceremony involved family secrets. Only a small number of people can actually visit. The activation ceremony will begin soon, Mr. Li, please. The head of the Liu family made a gesture in the direction of the hall. Liu is also welcome. Went straight over. The Lin family is destroyed. In the Magic City forum, one post went viral at an astonishing speed. The dispute between Liu and the Lin family has been the top concern of all trainers in the past 2 days. Now the news is out. Trainers were immediately attracted. Click into the post. After confirming that what the poster said was not a lie, he immediately expressed his opinion in shock. Most people are asking what's going on. Finally, under nearly 1,000 layers of questions, the landlord showed up. It is said that it was because that organization took action. The Lynn family cooperated with them before, but they did not expect to suffer the consequences. What kind of organization? How come the host is so secretive about what he says? Tisk, I saw a new guy upstairs. He was just promoted to high-level trainer not long ago. He hasn't even heard of them. They are too audacious to cooperate with the crazy shadow organization. Haven't the Lynn family seen so many precedents? If you see it, you won't be bloodbathed and wiped out. The original poster said that no one was left alive and all the Pokémon were taken away. When the police went there, they only saw the manor that had been looted. Shadow organization. It looks like there are a lot of newbies. Send me a private message to chat privately, otherwise I'm afraid of being harmed. As soon as he said this, others were also reminded. Fewer and fewer people are replying. The newbies are curious. I actually sent a private message to ask, but the other person turned out to be an advertising person. Very disappointed. But trainers who have just entered the app quickly discovered it. This kind of news only circulates in internal forums and is unlikely to appear on public platforms, because the impact is too great. It can cause panic. They also remembered the name of the shadow organization. In the hall, Lynn kept taking deep breaths. Nervous hands kept shaking. Don't worry. You have taken the prepared healing potion and activated psychic to get twice the result with half the effort. You will definitely succeed. Mother Lu comforted her. Yes, brother, believe in yourself. Lu Qing patted Lynn on the back. Phew, I'm ready. After the words fell, the hall fell silent. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the hall. Standing next to the head of the Lu family was a boy under the age of 20, who looked handsome and tall. Some young people's pupils immediately dilated, eyes full of shock. Certainly. There are also some older people who don't use the internet very much. Didn't recognize it. They thought it was another junior from the Lu family. Just when he thought so, he saw the head of the Lu family taking a half step back to let Liu go first. Such a gesture. This is all respectable. The older family heads and middle-aged people were immediately stunned. Not waiting for them to explore, the head of the Lu family announced the start of the ceremony. Then Lynn was seen standing almost hand in hand on the central stage. Put your right hand on the jade stone next to the microphone. Liu smiled when he saw it. It was the jade he used to trigger the special sign-in. In addition to this, there is a palm-sized piece of leafage on the stage. He was a little curious, not sure how to activate psychic with this stuff. When Lynn put his hand on it, the jade gave off a burst of fluorescence. Time passes minute by minute. Tens of minutes later, the fluorescence dissipates. The head of the Lu family said slightly nervously, close your eyes and concentrate. Liu heard this. I couldn't help but close my eyes at the same time. There are not a few people who do this. Everyone is curious about psychic activation, and many of them try it just in case. That pink psychic immediately comes to mind. The voice of the head of the Lu family was guiding. He continued, sit cross-legged, put down all the burdens in your heart, and look at the leafage to see if you can make it float. Everyone in the hall sat down instantly. Lynn frowned, staring at leafage in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Sudden, leafage stirred. Although it was only for a second, Lynn immediately exclaimed happily, successful. The head of the Lu family also showed a relieved smile, breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped his sweat. At this time, a hissing sound. Leafage floats out of thin air. The next second, with Liu's eyes turning, the stone pillar that flew to one side quickly made a sharp sound like a steel knife piercing it. The palm-sized leafage is completely submerged. Crunch. Sudden. The stone pillar gave a fragile warning, like it's about to collapse. The Lu family hadn't even realized what was going on. Seeing this, they could only shout and run with a look of horror on their faces. Hearing this, Liu took the lead. He ran out of the door in a few steps. Wait until everyone fled out of the hall with frightened faces. Rumble. The hall collapsed. A rare look of astonishment appeared on Liu's face. He didn't expect it to have such terrifying power just after trying it according to the Lu family leader's method. At the same time, hey, congratulations to the host for his psychic enhancement and the ability to control tangible objects. Hey, congratulations to the host for his psychic enhancement and the ability to control tangible objects. Anything tangible. Thinking of the scene just now, Liu was thoughtful. But other people's reactions were obviously not much better. Especially the Lu family. The first reaction of the head of the Lu family was to look at his son. Only when he saw Lynn taking out the inheritance gem did he take a deep breath. What followed was confusion. He knew his son's strength. He just activated psychic. It was obviously not him who caused this consequence. But the situation was complicated and he really couldn't identify who did it. Moreover, the opponent has the ability to control psychic. Not even him. Not only that, the other party must be the top psychic in the world. More than the vast majority. The head of the Lu family was in extremely complicated mood. He never stopped practicing psychic throughout his life. Work hard every day. Spread on this for at least 4 to 6 hours every day. But it only makes objects float. But it was obviously the first time for the other party to do so, and he failed to control his strength well, and ended up surpassing himself. He glanced at Liu vaguely out of the corner of his eye, doubting in his heart. Because the moment leafage flew out, at that time, he noticed that Liu's eyes were particularly focused. Confused with his son, the shock of the others present was completely different. So, he always felt that this matter had something to do with the other party. But then I felt that this fact was too ridiculous, so I shook my head and denied it. Liu already possesses the power of Changpan. It would be too shocking to have psychic. The head of the Lu family couldn't believe it. But no matter what, his evaluation of Liu improved again. And make up your mind to make good friends. Secretly ordered his subordinates to double the reward for thanking Liu. Regardless of whether he did it or not, Liu's future achievements will be limitless. Mr. Li, thank you this time. Otherwise, if my son is still undergoing treatment, how could I have done the activation ceremony today? Thank you so much. This is my little thought. The head of the Lu family said while taking out a check from his pocket. Liu glanced at it. I was slightly surprised. Lamenting the Lu family's wealth. There are 6 zeros after the one on the check. When he received the 3rd level alliance medal, it was only 1 million. Now it's free prostitution. The two feel completely different. But it's not over yet. The head of the Lu family waved. The person standing next to me came over, holding a present box in his arm. This is. The head of the Lu family smiled and motioned for Liu to open it. He took it. Opened the package. After seeing what was inside clearly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Inside are 2 Pokeballs with a black background and a saffron-colored ring stripe in the middle, which is an extremely mysterious contest. It can be distinguished from ordinary Pokeballs at a glance. Simply put, it's this ball that's filled with the smell of money. Is this a luxury ball? The head of the Lu family nodded and admitted. The luxury ball is among the highest level Pokeballs currently available on the market. One piece is as high as 800,000. After all, the Master Ball only exists in legends. I'm afraid only trainers above elite can have news about Master Ball. Don't even think about it as a normal trainer. In this case, the luxury ball itself is precious. Moreover, Pokemon captured with luxury ball will not only increase the capture rate, but also make them feel very comfortable and receive luxurious treatment. At the same time, it can also increase the intimacy between the tamed Pokemon and the trainer. Liu had wanted to buy a luxury ball before, but you can't find it on the market at all. I didn't expect that now I would just go to whoring for nothing. Or 2. Master Lu, you are really generous. The total value of these things is close to 3 million. Liu pinched the luxury ball and raised her eyebrows playfully. Mr. Li, our Lu family sincerely makes you our friend. The head of the Lu family said very sincerely. After all, if these things are given out, Liu can be favored in exchange. That was simply the most profitable business Liu had ever done. What an old fox. Liu read silently. The glimmer of expectation in the eyes of the Lu family master was not ignored. How could he not know what the other party's behavior meant? But this present is really satisfying. He's not pretentious either. Okay, I'll accept it. When the head of the Lu family heard this, he immediately smiled and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed out. Liu smiled slightly. The two of them smiled tacitly at the same time. Lu Qing next to him looked complicated. Thinking about the first time he met Liu, it was during his younger brother's graduation examination. Who knows, in a blink of an eye, he is already on an equal footing with his father. And his father still wanted to please him. The speed at which this person is growing is too terrifying. Waiting, and his son watched Liu go away. The head of the Lu family said seriously, you must not offend him in the future. He accepted present today just to give me some face. What you do next is up to you. Lu Qing remained silent, but finally nodded to show that he understood. Lynn was a little excited. There is adoration and yearning in the eyes, but more of it is determination. That is the courage to move forward. Liu went to the Magic City Battle Club. One swipe. Remind him that he has free access and can freely choose the training room. A multi-purpose training room was chosen. As soon as I entered, he nodded with satisfaction at the several hundred square meters of space. He released several Pokemon one after another. As soon as Mewtwo appeared, he lay lazily on the sofa in the training room. His posture was that of GEU's paralysis. Gible and Scyther were very excited. After looking left and right, they flew up and grabbed the rings that covered the heads of the training room. Two Pokemon battle each other. See who is faster. Shaman is much timid compared to them. Hiding in the corner under the barbell, he secretly opened his eyes and looked at a few Pokemon. Gible. Liu waved. Gible stopped competing with Scyther. The shark tilted its head and looked at Liu curiously. System, use special skills on Gible. For a moment, a beam of light shines straight at Gible. It is wrapped in it. As the light gradually dissipated, Gible let out a roar, and the entire training room seemed to be shaking. Dip, Gible integrated Union's special skills are successful, triggering, Sand Shield, Sand Shot. Liu cheered up. Immediately shouted, Gible, use the Sand Shield. The words just fell. With Gible as the center, the rock ground of the training room began to change. Immediately afterwards, rock turns into sand and gathers continuously. 10 seconds later, an extremely solid wall of sand formed in front of Gible. Liu stepped forward and poked gently. Fingers dug in. But it was like a punch punched into a sponge, unable to exert any strength at all. Mewtwo on the sofa saw this with interest in his eyes. Even the shaman you were hiding in the corner ran out of nowhere. Gible was very satisfied with her results, puffed up her chest, and looked at Liu expectantly. When Liu met its eyes, his heart softened and he was about to praise it. The electronic screen rang. Once picked up, Stephanie's urgent and crying voice came from inside. You, brotherly. Xiao AI. Xiao AI. Li Ai on the other end of the phone burst into tears when he heard Li Yu's voice. Li Yu was confused. However, he still waited for Li Iz to finish crying before asking strangely, Xiao Ai, what happened? After venting my fear, Li Iz also blushed a little and explained in a small voice. Brother Li Yu, it's all their fault. People on the internet said you were dead, it scared me. This explanation. He was immediately filled with questions. Don't worry, I'm fine. Remember to train well. After a few hurried explanations, Li Yu hung up the phone and quickly looked at the account number Li Iz mentioned. Li Iz listened to the beeping sound in his ear and pouted his mouth in grievance. But soon, thinking of the gentle voice of the other party on the phone, I couldn't help but smile happily. Suddenly I was full of motivation again. Keep investing in training. There are less than 2 weeks left before the entrance examination. As soon as Li Yu came out of the secret realm, she was invited by the Lu family. I really didn't pay attention to anything else. Now take the electronic screen and search. There are 5 entries about myself on the hot searches in the city. The topic list remains high. Seeing the silent prayer filling the screen, Li Yu suddenly had a black line. The internet has been a bloody storm these past 2 days. First he disappeared. Then the fans prayed. Then the institute released a press release. However, an interruption was announced at the meeting, and the energy fluctuations in the secret realm returned to normal. The research institute was ecstatic. The news that Li Yu was originally confirmed to be dead was overturned. Therefore, now there is a quarrel on the internet. Everyone was discussing whether he was dead or not. If you click on any local news, it will be related to him. Li Yu will not die. He has the power of Changpan and will definitely be able to escape this crisis. Why won't you die? That's a restricted area, and there's no chance of life. That's right, he's just a high-level trainer, so how can he be so capable? The leader-level trainer's chance of survival in the restricted area is only 40%. My boyfriend is the most jealous, he won't listen or listen. Is the brainless fan unwilling to accept the facts? The person upstairs is too venomous. If Li Yu is really gone, wouldn't it be a loss for everyone in Magic City? Sorry, I'm not from Mewtwo. Fans and gangsters quarreled and became a mess. Li Yu curiously clicked on the account that spoke to her and found that she was a very beautiful girl. But it's not as fierce as when they were arguing. The whole screen of the homepage is filled with myself. He even discovered that Stephanie had painted a picture of himself. Zoom in on the painting carefully. It is filled with prayers and hopes for myself. The comment section is filled with sincere prayers. Some even wrote that they were willing to sacrifice their life in exchange for his peace. Li Yu was silent. It's rare to be touched. For the first time, I realized that I really had fans. He didn't care at first, but he saw a group of people working hard to speak for him, arguing with gangsters and black fans. A warm current surged in his heart. Log into the account that you have managed since registration. He left a message in the building where Gangjing and his fans had been arguing for nearly a dozen floors. I don't have to worry about you, I'm not dead yet. The account with the red V is extremely eye-catching. It was immediately pushed up automatically by the platform system. Una rubbed her eyes, feeling depressed. But he soon became excited again, and the keyboard crackled loudly. Always on the front line. Sudden. The electronic screen dinged for a while. The private messages on the platform kept ringing. She clicked it. Countless messages came in, almost causing her electronic screen to freeze. Una, the male god has helped you defeat the bully. Oh, my brotherly, I'm not dead. Oh my god, the boss is paying attention to you? I'm so envious. Li Yu is indeed always awesome. Brush it. Una's eyes turned red instantly, and she hurriedly clicked on the private message link. Sure enough, I found the male god's account. Whoa. Una finally couldn't help crying. All the grievances accumulated during this period suddenly poured out. The attention and maintenance of the male god make her feel that everything is worth it. There has never been a moment when she was more determined than now about her original choice. Today's Cool Essay Award. After an hour, a repost with a screenshot posted by a certain platform celebrity instantly attracted the attention of many people. Titles such as Li Yu is back and the main character exits in person have attracted a lot of attention. It became a hot search immediately. After Li Yu finished her hair, she continued training in a happy mood. Gaybite, use sand shot. The words just fell. The shield formed into a wall of sand disappeared. The next second, earthy yellow energy emerged from Gaybite's body. The sand wall turned into yellow sand again. Gaybite was sweating profusely and panting rapidly. Under the watchful eye of Li Yu, the yellow sand was kneaded into warheads the size of pebbles. Emission. Boom. Following Li Yu's order, nearly 10 sand bombs drew white lines in the air, with the smell of gunpowder smoke. Puff puff. Instantly. Then they all shot into the Orberg wall of the training room. Several holes were left. It's not hard to imagine what would be the consequences if this force were shot at a person or Pokemon. Good. Li Yu patted Gaybite's wings. Gilyala. At this time, the sound of stomach growling sounded in the training room. Li Yu looked over in surprise. He found Gaybite looking at him with a slightly flattering smile. Are you hungry so soon? Gaybite nodded and rubbed her belly pitifully. After throwing out a high-level energy cube, it started gobbling it up. Shaman's eyes widened when he saw it. Li Yu sat there and thought. Something is wrong with Gaybite. In the past, it would take at least 2 more hours of training at this intensity before it would feel hungry. But now, Even though Sand Shield and Sand Shot are extremely energy-consuming, they shouldn't be hungry so quickly. After all, he didn't ask for the fastest speed and strength just now. It seems that since using the Great Slash, Gible has been particularly prone to hunger. They were all obviously treated by Shaman. Mewtwo has only consumed 1 Apex-level energy cube until now, and Gible has at least 10 yuan. Can catch up with the past month. Is it a sequelae? Liu frowned and thought. But soon, the constant ringing of notifications from his cell phone disrupted his thinking. After opening it, he looked at Ite, who was approaching tens of thousands of people. Surprise flashed in his eyes. The 5th hot search item clearly stated that the Breeder Family Association invited Liu to participate in an internal conference. The Breeder Family Association. Liu looked at it and was completely confused. Logically speaking, he has no connection with the breeders. But when I opened the account, I found that I had forwarded the comment that was ranked first. It's the Breeder Family Association account number Blue V. Mr. Liu, in view of the power of Changpan you demonstrated in the Green Secret Realm and the medicinal materials you obtained, we sincerely invite you to attend an internal meeting to discuss the future direction of the Breeder family. Click on the building in the building. It was so sour that it almost overflowed the screen. It actually alarmed the official authorities. What kind of god did Liu worship? This is the first time I have seen the Breeder Family Association take the initiative to invite a trainer. Liu must be too proud. Nonsense, he is a user with special abilities. He has surpassed many people just because of the power of Viridian. This is the only ability to heal Pokémon. In the past, when one appeared, they were the favorites of the Breeder Family Association. I heard that the Breeder Family Association has a mountain of Pokémon health supplements. Liu can eat enough Pokémon if you don't care about anything else. I'm just a lemonade. Liu understood. That being the case, he decided to go and have a look. The Breeder family and the Trainer family are different, but behind the elite trainer there will always be the Apex-level Breeder family to support them. Every Apex-level Breeder family is the focus of invitations from major families. There is a saying that goes well, a high-level trainer would rather offend a gym leader trainer than a high-level breeder. The aspect of connections. The Breeder Family Association is number 1. Liu looked at Gible who couldn't bear to look at her. Continue to consume like this. No amount of money can afford to build it like this. The previous tree fruit gift package has been exhausted. The energy cubes being manufactured now are all made of materials collected from the Greenery Secret Realm. Except for Salak Berry. Other tree fruits only produce high-level energy cubes. I can't even handle Gabite's big mouth. What's more, he also has 2 divine beasts. Their daily energy requirements are already higher than those of ordinary Pokémon. Besides, Shaman, gather your power and use magical leaf. Shaman heard this. Standing blankly in front of the sandbag in the training room, he tilted his head and wondered why. Scyther, come on. After Liu spoke, human helplessness appeared on Scyther's face. As a demonstration, it slowed down the swing of the scythe. Shaman saw this. He also condensed all his energy into a wind blade, shaped into a sickle, and swung it towards the sandbag. Poof. The sandbag was submerged by the green wind blade. The sand and the rope all hit the wall hard. A large piece of the wall above my head was torn off. The wall that had been shot empty by sand scattering projectiles. Under this blow, even more shaky. Needless to say, the attack power. But this has nothing to do with magical leaf. He glanced at the confused Shaman. Liu sighed. Shaman lost his memory. Its form can only remain on land and cannot be changed temporarily. Because it has not been completely purified in its soaring in the sky form, if it is forcibly changed, it will fall into mental disorder again. Except for the energy cube at the beginning. The second time I took it, it only had a little effect on Shaman's purify. Now it is like a newborn baby normal. Although he has skills, his proficiency is almost non-existent. It must be accumulated through experience. Jamie. Liu picked it up. Shaman closed his eyes obediently. Soon I felt the warmth of the embrace, and couldn't help but stretched out my head and nuzzled Liu intimately. Hey, congratulations to the host, Shaman's intimacy is +15. The electronic sound falls. Liu and Shaman looked at each other, their hearts softened for just a moment, and they soon increased their training intensity. He wants to train Shaman to be the strongest nanny? Continue. The next day, take a taxi and arrive in front of the Breeder Home Association. Different from the grandeur of the Alliance building, the Breeder Family Association is like an art gallery, filled with a medicinal and fruity aroma. Step inside. Drop. Sign in at Breeder Home Association branch. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a complete collection of Pokémon nutrient solution recipes. Trigger a random draw. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Liu found an empty room. After entering, say nothing. Just use the lottery opportunity. In a random draw. Congratulations to the host for getting the Hatching Nutrient Solution. Hatching Nutrient Solution, a supplementary prop that contains magical energy. Soaking Pokémon eggs in it every day can speed up hatching and increase the potential of Pokémon eggs. Note, soaking for 15 days will adjust the Pokémon in the Pokémon eggs to perfect Earl Dervish contest condition. Immediately afterwards. 1 weight backpack. It's like I gained 10 pounds out of thin air. He quickly unzipped it and looked. There is a large jar of transparent viscous liquid in a space of more than 20 square meters, and the smell is refreshing. Liu was immediately overjoyed. This is extremely useful for him who just got a Pokemon egg. Although improving qualifications is of little significance to the mythical beast egg, but who would think that qualifications are low? Maybe soaking it every day can really increase the chance of the mythical beast evolving again. Certainly. What he values most is speeding up hatching and adjusting to the perfect Earl Dervish contest condition. Pokemon hatched from Pokemon eggs are not necessarily perfect. It is even possible that due to poor care, the Pokemon may be weak, or even innate may have attribute or ability defects. This situation is not unique. Therefore, incubators emerged in this environment. Liu came to the Breeder Family Association and wanted to buy an incubator. It is said that only the Breeder Family Association has cutting-edge incubators. After placing the nutrient solution and incubator, he looked at the sign-in reward. Recipe Encyclopedia, nutrient solution covering countless nutrient solution recipes. There is nothing you can't think of, and there is nothing it can't do. Why does it look like an advertisement? Before Liu had time to be happy, the system's introduction made his face look blank. Boom! There was a bang in front of me. A book 3 centimeters thick fell to the ground. Empty floor. Suddenly a cloud of dust flew up. Liu turned to the first page. But he suddenly showed a look of surprise. Foundation building nutrient solution, used for excessive Pokemon wear and tear, to replenish required elements and strengthen the foundation. It's better to come by chance than by chance. This nutrient solution is just right for today's Gabite, even if it has not been tested by the Breeder Association. Don't dare to draw conclusions. But Gabite's side effects only appeared after using the Great Slash. The biggest possibility is to break through the limits. Causes physical wear and tear. After all, that move is too powerful. When Liu subsequently cooperated with Shaman to treat it, she discovered that Gabite's body seemed to have a bottomless pit. After inputting the power of Viridian, completely engulfed. There is no bottom line at all. I don't know if it's easy to do. Liu eagerly turned to the next page. Recipe, Lychee Berry Liquid, Oran Berry Liquid, Multank Milk, Energy Root Juice, Heal Powder, in the order shown in the picture. Put them into the vessel, stir, and cool for 2 hours. See this. He breathed a sigh of relief. These materials are common and not difficult to find. In other words, Heal Powder is a bit more expensive. And this page clearly outlines the order of inputting materials, as well as detailed mixing and cooling methods. Everything I can think of is really there. The system really doesn't lie to people. Liu smiled and continued to read the catalog. Low energy nutrient solution, maintain low energy consumption requirements, take long-term use, and replenish Pokemon's basic physical strength. Strengthened nutrient solution, adjusts Pokemon's physique and improves natural attribute defects. High energy nutrient solution. The recipes are dazzling. Liu's heart was filled with excitement as she watched. I can't wait to make these nutrient solutions right away. Mr. Liu. A voice suddenly sounded. Liu raised his head. There was a very cute girl in front of her, and she was obviously very happy to see her. The two big eyes twinkled. It's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time. The president asked me to take you to the conference room. Please follow me. Liu nodded. He put away the recipe book as if nothing had happened. Follow the girl towards the inside of the Breeder Family Association. The association is divided into 4 areas. In addition to the sanatorium at the entrance, there is mutual cooperation with the Elite Center. There is also a mission release hall. Liu glanced at him as he passed by. Discovery and Pokémon Center also have something in common, such as separated counters and large screens for posting tasks. Only the mission content. I can see a hint of the Breeder family. For example, want to buy Arbok Molt? 10 pieces? 3,000 apiece. In urgent need of Spearow and Pidgeotto Pokemon eggs, price is negotiable. Recruiting part-time workers, good at Breeder Fire-type Pokemon. Increase Fire-type attribute power by 15% in 1 month. Limited to elite breeder families. Remuneration of 100,000. Recruiting breeder far-fetched experts. The remuneration is determined. This is what I want. See the last sentence. Liu suddenly smiled knowingly. Rao feels the same. Far-fetched meat is plump and juicy and very delicious. Many people like it and even can't stop eating it. Even some meat Pokemon have a soft spot for it. This resulted in a significant reduction in far-fetched. As far as Liu knows, there are actually people who have made a fortune from large-scale breeder far-fetched. It's just that after evolving into a Scallion soldier, it's not that easy to deal with. Behind the mission hall, the central area is the Pokemon Beauty Salon. Although in the current environment, strength is still respected. But as people's lives get better and better, the trend of paying attention to spiritual enjoyment is becoming increasingly popular. The career of Pokemon stylist was born. Liu had seen it online. A good Pokemon stylist's monthly salary is not even lower than that of a middle-level trainer. There was also a styling contest held by the female elite, similar to the original contest competition. It's about competing on the Pokemon's appearance and the contest level of its moves. There are countless female trainers participating. It's even trending. There are also many boys. After all, changing your image occasionally can gain Pokemon's favor and increase intimacy. But look at the scene inside the glass. Liu suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. Left. A Growlithe has its creamy yellow mane on top of its head dyed with red paint by a stylist. Right. Meowth has no love in his life. Let the owner of the poop shovel perm his olivine hair into a heart shape. Is this, even the hair is in the shape of love for you? Liu joked with a smile. Little Stephanie chuckled after hearing this. It's a lot more relaxing. After all, the task of receiving Liu is one that the president attaches great importance to, so she was afraid of neglecting Liu along the way. Unexpectedly, the other party noticed it. Instantly, little Stephanie's cheeks turned red. I have a good impression of Liu. After the atmosphere relaxed, the two talked and laughed. Stephanie stopped in the last office area. There is a sign on the door of the conference room that no one is allowed to enter. Liu pushed open the door. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Countless complicated eyes came directly, but he stood still. This demeanor immediately made the eyes of the old man across the table light up. Immediately, walked towards Liu quickly. Little friend Liu, you are. Haha, I am President Zhou of the Breeder Family Association. Nice to meet you. Please come and sit here. President Zhou pointed to his position and bowed his head. President, is this inappropriate? The small-eyed man on the other side of the conference table spoke with a sinister expression. Liu is a trainer. It is out of line to come to the Breeder Family meeting. Now I am sitting next to you. That is the position of Vice President. Doesn't he still have such qualifications? The small-eyed man squinted one eye. He said angrily. I felt very unhappy. The current Breeder Association is in the midst of reform. Positions are exchanged frequently. He had just become Vice President. After his management during this period, he was even able to compete with the President. It is the spring breeze that brings joy. But what happened to Liu? Why should I sit with myself? Is he worthy? President Zhou frowned. Liu holds the third-level Alliance medal and is a rare person with special abilities. Vice President Zhang, you have overstepped your bounds. The man with small eyes choked. Then he thought of something and rolled his eyes. He said with a smile on his face, could it be that President Zhou wants to bribe this genius to increase his favor with the public? That depends on whether he is willing or not. Don't be too sentimental. You. President Zhou shouted. Very angry. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely stagnant. Everyone was silent, aware of the confrontation between the two top executives of the Breeder Family Association. Some people almost lowered their heads to the table, afraid of being affected by this terrible storm. Only one person can still be at ease. Liu didn't notice the tense atmosphere at all. As soon as he entered the conference room, he was attracted by the shelves on the wall. That's tons of Pokémon food? Brown granular coarse food similar to dog food. There are also snow white, rice-like particles that are similar to human consumption. Common feeds are uniformly marked. Multank fresh milk, orange and blue juice in plastic bottles. The other shelf is full of energy cubes, but judging from the quality, it's best to only have high-level ones. And then there are the desserts. Pokémon food makes waffles, puff pastry, cookies, and more. It seemed that I smelled the aroma. The luxury ball-carrying shaman suddenly moved. At last. It's exclusive food. According to the special customization of each Pokémon attribute, the price of the logo is calculated in tens of thousands. Liu's heart moved. He ignored the two confronting each other. As if unaware of the extremely tense atmosphere in the conference room, he said directly, President Zhou, let me get straight to the point. I am here to make a deal with you. The hair is not even long, it's really shameless. Who knows? President Zhou hasn't spoken yet. The man with small eyes was mocking from the side. Liu tilted his head. He glanced at the other party from top to bottom. Just the look. It makes men with small eyes sit on pins and needles. Oh, you are worthy of talking to me. Do you have keys? How many keys? Compared with yin and yang skills, he, Liu, has never lost before. He used to be a veritable master of yin and yang. The little-eyed man didn't understand at first. What key do you want to match? Confused. Pfft. Sudden. There was faint laughter in the conference room. Everyone had mixed reactions. Some people's cheeks were red from holding back, and some shoulders were hunched. Even President Zhou coughed. The smile that can't be hidden in the eyes. The small-eyed man reacted instantly. Just hear a bang. He smashed the table and got up. Extremely angry. You. This was the first time he had been humiliated in person like this, and he was so angry that he stammered. Looking at the way you talk, your rectum is connected to your brain, right? What am I? If you have a disease, treat it. I'm not a veterinarian. Liu took the matter seriously. Everyone has endured it until now, and finally can't bear it anymore. There was a roar of laughter. There was a roar of laughter. The small-eyed man was furious to death. The eyes that were originally squinted opened a centimeter. A shoehorned face turned red from holding back. In the end, I could only say, only a kid can show off his words. He sat down angrily. See this? President Zhou showed a big smile. I felt a rare sense of joy in my heart. Immediately I had a better impression of Liu. He didn't care about Vice President Zhang, who was about to faint from anger. He asked with a loving look on his face, little friend Liu, what deal do you want to make with me? But at this moment, he had already made up his mind. No matter what you do, as long as he can do it, he will try his best to complete it. Don't say anything else. After this experience, Vice President Zhang was embarrassed. He wanted to win over a group of people to speak for him as before. I'm afraid it's even more difficult. Prestige greatly reduced. From now on, the Breeder Family Association's say will return to itself. Do you want these? Liu took out the figgy berry obtained in the secret realm, placed it on the conference table, and looked at President Zhou tentatively. President Zhou was stunned at first. Wait until you see the orange and yellow, small top-shaped fruit. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This figgy berry. He picked one up carefully. After looking at it for a while, he asked Liu solemnly, of course we need it. This fruit is very effective in making chaos spray. I just don't know what Liu wants to exchange for it. President Zhou was worried. Although figgy berry is not the most cherished fruit, but it's not common either. In addition to making chaos potions, it can also replenish Pokemon's physical strength. The potions made with it are among the necessary medicines in the secret realm. The small-eyed man also opened his eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, in addition to the energy root that appeared in the live broadcast, I also collected figgy berry. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Other breeders also started to pay attention. The reason why the Breeder Family Association is able to develop today is because it has a reserve of medicinal materials that ordinary people cannot reach. Seeing the attitude of President Zhou and everyone, Liu smiled lightly. No words were spoken. Opening the backpack, he first took out the purple wiki berry. Immediately afterwards, then they took out the pink banana-shaped mango berry. There are 10 of them all. The conference table suddenly became colorful, and bursts of fruity fragrance wafted at the same time. President Zhou met. Eyes widened. I almost pulled the beard off my face. The reactions of others were no less generous. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. At this time, the small-eyed man didn't care that Liu had just humiliated him. His voice trembled and he asked in extreme shock. Are these what you want to exchange? Liu didn't bother to pay attention to him. The men don't stop. It seems like I have to keep digging. Gudong. The Breeder family, who were very close, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. President Zhou's fingers began to tremble. At this moment, Liu's backpack is no different from a treasure chest in the eyes of everyone. Under countless expectant eyes, Liu took out several more energy root plants one after another. Brush, brush, brush. More than a dozen people suddenly stood up. This time, all the breeders couldn't sit still. President Zhou's mouth twitched. I wonder if I am delusional. How precious energy root is can be clearly seen from the attitude of the Liu family. This medicinal material, just one step behind revival herb. Even the Breeder Family Association does not have a few plants in stock. But Liu came up with so much at once. It simply shocked everyone present. Hiss. The small-eyed man gasped. Eyes twinkling. Greed grows stronger instantly. It grows into a towering tree in a short period of time. The eyes that looked at Liu again were full of calculation. Liu saw everyone's reactions in his eyes. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Little friend Liu, what deal do you want to make with us? Pokémon food recipes. President Zhou heard this. Finally calmed down from the successive shocks. Well, we may not be able to agree. After all, Pokémon food is the foundation of the Breeder Family Association. You can buy it. But the recipe is a secret that has not been passed down. If it spread accidentally, it would be fatal to their Breeder Family Association. Other senior executives listened to Liu's request. The original excitement calmed down, but there was also a feeling that there was no pie in the sky. The man with small eyes lowered his head. Not a word was spoken. No one knew what he was thinking. All right. Liu spread his hands indifferently. He was about to put away the fruits and medicinal materials on the table, etc. President Zhou interrupted him. Although the recipes cannot be exchanged, we can contract the food for all your Pokémon for a year. Liu pondered. President Zhou gritted his teeth when he saw this and said harshly, 3 years. President Zhou. The senior breeders couldn't stand it and stopped them immediately. 3 years of all Pokémon food. They have all seen Liu's Pokémon in the live broadcast. Those few are powerful and consume a lot of money. Definitely not a small amount. It's at least over 1 million a year. 3 years. Isn't it at least 3 million? This is such a big loss. These fruit and medicinal materials add up to more than 1 million. President Zhou made a gesture to signal everyone to calm down. Little friend Liu, I am willing to offer this in exchange, but I hope that any materials you obtain in the future can be traded with our association. Of course, if you need to buy tree fruits and medicinal materials, we will also provide the best internal transaction prices. This is my sincerity. I hope that through this transaction, we can achieve future cooperation between the two parties. After President Zhou finished speaking, he solemnly stretched out his hand. Liu smiled. Good. He shook his hand back. An agreement between the two was reached. After signing the agreement, Liu left a few figgy berry and an energy root as a deposit. The Breeder Association also pays for a month's supply of food and drinks. He also purchased an incubator at a 30% discount. It cost 600,000. Compared to the lowest level incubator in the mall, which costs 300,000 yuan, this Apex Level 1 is simply worth every penny. Liu placed the mythical beast egg into the incubator. Then, incubation nutrient solution was injected into the system. Drop. The nutrient solution and incubator are detected, and the hatching acceleration effect is turned on. Hatching countdown, 15 days. It's directly concentrated in half. Liu was surprised. He looked toward the incubator. Under glassware, the mythical beast eggs are soaked in thick transparent liquid. Liu tapped out his spiritual power. I noticed that the mythical beast egg seemed to have solidified into an embryo. The energy fluctuations in the egg became more and more turbulent. The activity is enhanced more than just a little bit. Expensive has its advantages. Liu sighed. I also used the Breeder Family Association's equipment to test the contest condition of each Pokémon. Mewtwo and Scyther were as usual. Gible was just as he expected. It was indeed because his skills exceeded the upper limit of his physique, and his body was slightly damaged internally. If defined by the Breeder Home Association, it's already a very serious injury. There will be no further improvement in strength from now on. But because of the foundation building nutrient solution, Liu is not worried. After finally purchasing the tree fruits and medicinal materials needed for the nutrient solution, he left the Breeder Family Association. Not long after Liu walked out, a figure lurked, followed him quietly. Thinking that the mythical beast eggs can be born faster, Liu couldn't help but look forward to it more and more. After all, it was integrated union with Lunala's blessing. He made an appointment for a ride on the electronic screen. A moment of waiting. I glanced at a corner from the corner of my eye. The eyebrows are slightly raised, pretending not to see it. At this time, the scheduled car also arrived. Liu talked about the destination of the wilderness area. Through the side window, when he saw the figure driving behind him in a panic, he raised his lips. Ding, the 20 yuan payment was successful. Liu scanned the QR code and got off the bus. I found that the wilderness area was indeed deserted. Satisfied. So, what to do in a while? No one knows anymore. Liu walked leisurely to a grassy area. I successively took out lychee berry, multank milk, energy root, oran berry, and heel powder. Peel the fruit and crush the pulp in a special juicer. Energy root grated. The juice is extracted until it is free of impurities. Then, pour the multank milk first, then pour the juice of each tree fruit and energy root in order. Boil over high heat. Finally pour in the heel powder. Stir for a while, until thick. Leave to cool. What is he doing? The small-eyed man squatted down, very curious. Does he want to make a potion? Looking at Liu's technique, the man with small glasses was confused. Because the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. It was clearly a tool used by the Breeder family to make potions or nutritional drinks. Liu, a trainer. What is this doing? No matter what you want to do, I will make it impossible for you to come back today. The small-eyed man squeezed the Pokeball's hand tightly, thinking of the many tree fruits and medicinal herbs I saw in the conference room. The greed in his eyes is clearly visible. 2 hours later, Liu glanced at the time on the electronic screen. I can still keep my composure quite well. He raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that the other party would look at me in the dark for so long. Haven't done anything yet. The foundation building nutrient solution has also been produced at this time. A faint sweet fragrance wafted out. Liu took out the pellet feed provided by the Breeder Family Association. He smashed them all into pieces, and then took out an apex-level energy cube made by the manufacturing machine. Mix and compress it with the purchased instrument, and pour out a cup of nutrient solution. A nutritious meal is ready. Gible, come out. Liu throws a Pokeball. There was a flash of light. Chaka. As soon as Gible came out, it smelled very delicious. Gilyala. My stomach suddenly roared. Gible felt hungrier than ever. It could even be compared to the emptiness he felt just after using the great splitting slash. It glanced. His eyes were fixed on the meal made by Liu. A clear, suspicious liquid came out of the mouth. Eat. Liu raised his head and signaled. See his reaction. He knew his meal was a success. Gible heard this. Finally got permission. The words just fell. Just like a tiger pounces on normal, it pounces on him. Ouch. A howl. He opened his mouth and ate. Good guy. Liu was a little stunned. What Gible ate was like a mess. How can you see any trace of the quasi-god's aura in the past? In less than a few seconds, even the food containers were licked clean by it. Not a single residue was left behind. Gudong gudong. Immediately afterwards, he didn't miss the cup of nutrient solution either. He drank it directly from his throat. Belch. Dip. It's detected that Gible's physique has been repaired. Recalculating the level. Gible level has been raised to level 30. Level increased to level 31. Upgrade to level 32. Level 34. Depend on. Upgraded to 5 levels in a row. Liu couldn't believe it. Only then did he understand how serious the sequelae of that blow from the great splitting slash were. It seems that it cannot be used easily in the future unless necessary. Otherwise, don't say anything else. I don't know how long it took just to upgrade. He was weird before. After confronting 7 Pokémon in the secret realm, he obviously accumulated a lot of battle experience. But why was it that only Scyther reached level 38? And it's still 29. I get it now. Roar. Gible feels that her strength has returned again and is even more vigorous. Not only excitement swirled up. Circle around Liu. At the same time, the system also reminded him that the intimacy level increased again. It has reached 90. Sudden. A stream of flames shot out from the opposite right side. Gible saw this. His eyes flickered. Before Liu could give orders, the entire Pokémon rushed down like an arrow from a string. Before the flames hit, the wilderness area began to change quietly. The land is transformed into yellow sand and the green grass is submerged. The cocky energy on Gible's body disappeared in a flash. Sand and dust gathered on the ground, surrounded by countless winds and sand. A huge shield formed in front of Liu and Gible. 1.5 meters in diameter. Poof. The hot flames rushed into the shield formed by the yellow sand, but only emitted a burst of black smoke and then dissipated. In less than 5 seconds, progress has been made. Liu looked at the electronic screen leisurely to count the time. He didn't care at all that he was attacked just now. The small-eyed man's originally smug expression suddenly changed. Look at Liu's reaction. It was actually expected. How can it be? He stared in disbelief and yelled. There was deep fear in his eyes. Right now, the shield in front of Gible fell apart. Before the little-eyed man could breathe a sigh of relief. The next second, the dissipated yellow sand did not return to the ground, but condensed into bullets up to 5 centimeters thick. Wait a minute. Combustion, use flame charge to stop it. At the moment of life and death, the small-eyed man suddenly realized something and quickly waved his hand to give an order. At the same time, he grabbed Combustion's body and blocked it in front. Now, he regretted it immensely. He understood that Liu was not someone he could deal with. Combustion seemed to feel death approaching, and his body trembled. Whoosh! 10 sand projectiles were fired in volley, but there was only the sound of a launch in the air. Horribly neat. Puff puff. No. The small-eyed man only had time to utter a word before he was knocked to the ground by the momentum. There were several bloody holes in his body. After the sand shot passed through the combustion, its intensity remained unchanged, and the shot passed without any signs of weakness. At last, ground falling behind the small-eyed man, instantly vanished into nothing. The little-eyed man finally paid the price for his greed. Liu looked at his body and clicked his tongue in disgust. Gible sees this. Dogleg uses sandstorm. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the body was immediately covered. He summons Shaman. Shaman, use your healing powers. Shaman looked at the bare ground and nodded his head thoughtfully. After yesterday's training, he already had an idea of Liu's instructions. However, many skills are still unknown. But the healing power, it can still be understood. I saw Shaman concentrating his power, and green energy immediately penetrated into the land. Indescribable vitality suddenly burst out. With Shaman as the center, the barren yellow sand became green and tender grass began to grow. The wilderness area was restored to its original appearance and peaceful once again. Half a month later, at the entrance of Beijing University. Half a month later, at the entrance of Beijing University, Liu just got off the car and saw the scene at the entrance of the university. Feeling in my heart, countless people gathered from all directions. The destination is the same. They are all majestic and majestic school gates in the center. Look up. I saw that the gate of Beijing University is nearly 100 meters wide and is in the shape of a round arch. 2 silver-white marble columns stand on both sides of the door, one high and one low. It's like an arch bridge between 2 mountains. And like 2 open arms, embracing all the students in the world. On either side of the door stand powerful stone sculptures, one of Charizard and the other of Blastoise, like 2 majestic sentinels. The tall tree house stands beside the road, blocking the sky and the sun. The road outside the gate connects the city's express lanes and is one of the most prosperous centers in Beijing. A pure metal door plate hangs under the arched school gate, with the name Jingxi University written in gilt fonts. Under the school gate, there are young people with yearning in their eyes, and there are also parents who are constantly giving instructions. The most eye-catching thing is the various Pokémon around. They are either flying in the sky with suitcases in their mouths, or they are poking their heads with curious expressions on their faces. Various sounds mixed together. Inexplicably shocking. It is worthy of being the #1 Pokémon University in the Dragon Kingdom. Liu walked through the crowd. Difficulty moving. At a glance, there are huge crowds of people. The senior who maintains order at the door is sweating profusely from exhaustion, and there are so many people on the road. There wasn't even a place to stand. No solution anymore. Liu was helpless. Throw out the Pokeball. Bang. Gible suddenly appeared at the gate of Beijing University. The dual wing beat connected to the arm instantly created a whirlwind. The hair of everyone in front and behind Liu was messed up. The guy in the back had his hairline receding even more seriously. Seeing that he was exposed, he suddenly exclaimed loudly and quickly pushed his hair down with his hands. The next second, Liu took a step forward. So I got on Gible and flew directly into Beijing University. Many students were left stunned on the spot. TCH, who is that person? My friend with a receding hairline couldn't help but complain. Did you see that? That's Gible. Fuck, it's true. I'm definitely not wrong. The person just now looks familiar, but I just can't remember where I saw it. He probably wants to show off his quasi-god Pokemon, tisk tisk. Whoever he is, how dare he fly in front of Beijing University? This is illegal. I guess he is a country bumpkin from somewhere. He doesn't understand the laws and regulations of air supremacy. Really, Liu, the country bumpkin in the eyes of the students, has not flown more than 10 meters. Was stopped. Hey, who is that? Come down quickly. 2 rapid shouts came. Liu looked around and saw 2 policemen. Just command Gible to fall. The students discussing in the distance immediately became excited when they saw this. Quick, quick, he's been stopped. Haha, I was envious of him just now, but I didn't expect that he would be punished soon, so I pretended to be struck by lightning. There's a good show, go, go, go. A group of people threw their luggage to their parents. The crowd squeezed past, pointing at Liu in the center. The 2 uniformed police officers glanced at Gible with surprise in their eyes. One of them looked unkind and warned, "Student, Beijing University cannot do solation flying. This is the first warning. Wait a moment. He hasn't finished yet." Liu interrupted directly. The interrupted policeman frowned suddenly and looked at Liu with a serious expression. Apparently he thought he was trying to make excuses. Who knows? I saw Liu digging in his pocket. Open your palms. A brass-colored 5-pointed star crystal badge sparkles in the sun. Level 3 Alliance Medal. Another policeman was surprised. I stuttered when I spoke. The policeman who was interrupted also reacted. There was respect in his eyes instantly. Those who can get the badge are trainers who have made significant contributions. The two policemen knew it very well. Although the person in front of me is young, but to have this honor, you must have achieved something incredible. Suddenly, brush. The two policemen raised their hands in unison and saluted. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The onlookers were stunned and stunned. Everyone was as silent as a cicada. They didn't see clearly what was going on, but they could sense something unusual from the atmosphere. How can there be idiots among students at Beijing University? Thanks for your hard work. Liu knew their responsibilities and didn't say much. After putting away the badge, he continued on the Gible and flew into the school gate. And this time, the attitudes of the two policemen were completely different. Send him away with your eyes. His eyes were full of admiration. Until the two policemen also left. Only those students who were joining in the fun dared to speak. Fuck, who is so awesome? Damn, he's so handsome. Starting from today, I declare that he is the eldest son of our Beijing University. I remembered. He is my cousin's final analysis homework, the fierce man who changed the rules of the secret realm in the Magic City. When you said that, I seemed to have an impression. Who are you talking about? Can you please stop playing riddles? Beijing University is so awesome this year. There are even big bosses like this. It seems like there is no chance for me and other idiots to get ahead. The moment Liu flew past the gate of Peking University. As expected, the sound of the system rang in my ears. Drop. Sign-in location, Jingxi University. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Rare Candy *5, the skill Toxic Pin Missile. See the rewards of the system. His mood instantly brightened. Rare candy, candy full of energy, regardless of level, Pokemon will directly increase 1 level after eating it. Ignore the level. Liu saw this line of words. I couldn't help but clenched my fists in excitement. As we all know, as the level of Pokemon increases with the accumulation of experience, it becomes increasingly difficult to increase it. Especially Pokemon with outstanding qualifications and talents. It would be no exaggeration to say that the requirements for experience are bottomless. Liu feels the same way. In this case, ignoring the level, rare candy that is directly upgraded becomes extremely precious. After all, on the basis of level 99, upgrade 1 level, and upgrade from level 1 to level 2, the concept is completely different. Liu puts away the beautifully packaged rare candy. Be prepared to use it at critical moments. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the introduction of skill rewards. Toxic Pin Missile, this skill is extracted from the Insect King evolved through artificial interference. When launched, it can be condensed into several scattering particles, or it can be gathered into a huge poison barb and stabbed out. The toxicity is controlled according to the Pokemon's qualifications. Note, exclusively for bug-type Pokemon. So fierce. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. So excited. Have to say, this is simply tailor-made for Scyther. Still a growth category. From the introduction, you can attack in groups or fight enemies alone. I just don't know how toxic Scyther can be at the moment. Presumably as the strength increases, the toxicity of this skill will become stronger and stronger. Wait until you reach the highest level. It means death if touched. Liu searched in the air. After finding a secluded corner, he ordered Gible to fall down. Scyther is then summoned. As soon as it appears, the dark shell is uniquely shiny. Very attractive sight. As you get closer to it, the air seems to get hotter. This is because of the flame body ability. There was a ding. A glowing chip fell from the palm of his hand. The chip is aligned with Flash Scyther's forehead. In an instant, the chip turned into a ball of blue and black light. Under Liu's sight, rush into Scyther's head. Call out. Countless information is pouring in at the same time. Pictures of how to use Pin Missile appear in my mind one by one. Flash Scyther groaned, and cold sweat gradually broke out. Liu waited for a while. I found that it still closed its eyes and was immersed in the process of learning to absorb, so I temporarily put it back into the Pokeball. He knows. The more powerful the skill, the more time it takes to practice. After passing the busy school gate, the environment at Beijing University is particularly peaceful, covering an area of 10,000 acres. There are water tortoises and fast-swimming frogs having fun at the lakeside. The sea dot in the lawn falls on the branches, and the shroomish is in the wet corner, very inconspicuous. Follow the signage. Liu passed through the attribute colleges and training areas and arrived at the new student registration point. After reading the admission notice to the counselor, he entered the freshman conference auditorium. I just found an empty seat and sat down. The auditorium was filled to the brim with crowds of people, and the crowd was buzzing. Have you heard? This year's freshman assessment seems to be reformed, isn't it? I spent my summer vacation preparing for last year's freshman assessment, just to make a splash. Why reform? It seems that there are many incredible talents among the freshmen this year, which alarmed the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom and specifically gave these talents a chance to succeed. I know, I heard there are a few elite trainers this year. Grass? How big is that? You must be under 30. There is no age limit for Pokemon University's assessment. Tisk, elite trainer is so perverted compared to us. Liu listened thoughtfully. At this time, Jingle Bell. Xiao Ai. Brotherly, I passed the entry examination. The vitality in Xiao Ai's words infected Liu, causing the corners of his mouth to rise slightly. Congratulations then. We have to report in a week. I have been admitted to the Beijing Fire Department Academy. I will find you then. Xiao Ai was very excited. After all, the fire element is very popular at Beijing University. She passed the entrance examination and passed the selection. I was so tired that my skin was about to fall off. But the hard work is worth it. Xiao Ai's smile on the other end of the phone never stopped. As long as she can go to the same university as Brotherly, she feels that her 2 months of hard work have been worth it. The thought of this, Xiao Ai's eyes turned red. Before the tears were about to fall out, he quickly said, Brotherly, I won't tell you anymore. I still have to go through the formalities. See you later. Good. Doduadu. Listening to the hurried disconnection sound, Liu shook his head and said, this girl. After hanging up the phone, sudden. Ahem. A middle-aged man stood on the podium of the auditorium. He seems a bit Mediterranean. His expression was majestic. A quick glance. The group of freshmen below immediately stopped talking. The originally noisy scene became quiet. He knocked twice on the phone and said, I am the Dean of Beijing University. I welcome all the freshmen to Beijing University. Since the establishment of Beijing University, countless quasi-elite, elite, and even champion trainers have been born. After a unified decision, the freshman assessment will be reformed this year. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. The freshmen had painful expressions on their faces. After all, every reform, the unlucky ones are all current students. The dean looked at the screaming students and showed a satisfied expression. Then, he pulled out a remote control. Aim at the big screen and press. The screen suddenly lights up. Okay, without further ado, let's announce the assessment rules now. The words fell. The freshman who had been wailing suddenly sat firm. Everyone stared directly at the big screen on the podium. Now, written in the center of the screen are 3 big characters, Combat Power List. We will give all freshmen a month. During this month, the freshmen must work hard to get on the strength list. As soon as these words came out, the freshmen couldn't sit still anymore. After a moment of silence, more uproar movement broke out again. The auditorium was buzzing. How is it possible? Isn't the combat power list the rules of Babel Tower? Yeah, are you kidding me by asking us to break into the Tower of Babel? I might as well go home and eat my old age. At least I have a life. Although I came here because Beijing University students can enter the Babel Tower, it's not now. Isn't this looking for death? My sister is not even a gym leader level trainer, but she hasn't even entered the combat power list. No, you won't let me, a little middle-level trainer, go to the Tower of Babel, right? Instantly. The crowd is excited. That's not how reform works. Who doesn't know how difficult the Tower of Babel is? This is simply asking them to die. In the past, trainers forced their way into the tower and ended up being killed or maimed. That was pitiful. I don't want to see myself on the social news. This sentence expresses the sentiments of countless freshmen present. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Liu looked towards the stage. The dean seemed to have expected this. Stand confidently. Not a word was spoken. After the freshmen stopped talking, he explained, don't worry, there are protective measures for the freshmen to break into the tower this time. The space airbag jointly developed by Beijing University and the Institute will protect the lives of you and Pokemon. Hear the words. Everyone finally calmed down. It's okay, Beijing University hasn't lost its mind yet. A freshman next to Liu covered his heart and muttered softly. It's just that the students' faces are still ugly. The dean didn't care. Go straight on. He pressed the remote control in his hand. The big screen has also been replaced. The big 5 words rookie appeared in everyone's eyes. Of course, I know that it is too difficult to get on the overall strength list, so the key to victory is actually the rookie strength list. Call. Well, scared me. TCH, it's as if rookie's power ranking is not difficult. Many people complained. Liu looked at the big screen. At this time, the teaching director was carefully explaining the rookie strength list and the total strength list. The total combat power list is the list for all trainers in Dragon Kingdom, including elites and champions to challenge, and everyone can see it. The rookie strength rankings are internal rankings of major colleges and universities. They will only be seen by the respective schools and will not be announced to the outside world. Liu suddenly realized. Only then did we know the difference between the two. After all, no matter how good the students in colleges and universities are, they probably won't be able to directly achieve the elite achievement. As far as he knows, the record-breaking graduate from Kyoto University is a head-level trainer. The dean continued to turn the pages. A villa area with complete facilities suddenly appeared on the screen. Beautiful landscape. The floor area shall not be less than 1,000 square meters. The villas are far apart from each other. But that's not the most important thing. What really made the students in the audience couldn't help but stand up. Each villa actually has its own training room on the ground floor. The director enlarged the picture. Pokémon fitness rings, spring meters, tensioners. The students' eyes lit up as they watched, without blinking. The exclamations kept coming and going. What is this? The environment is so good. Damn, I can't even rent such good training equipment in the training room. Beijing University is my second parent. Wow, I never thought I could live in such a nice place in my life. Is the treatment for freshmen this year so outrageous? How much does Beijing University cost? Liu was equally surprised. I didn't expect Jingde to be so generous. The first thing you want is a villa. The accommodation conditions are a bit too scary. But within seconds, the director broke the students' illusions. You are overthinking this. This is the accommodation and treatment provided for those who are in the top 10 of the rookie rankings. SHH. Hear the words. The audience booed. My heart, which had just been lifted up, fell back with a bang. It's Liu. Something moved in my heart. Let's not mention anything else for now. Separate accommodation and training space for this. It really moved him. After all, whether it's Mewtwo or Shaman's identity, whichever one is taken out can scare people to death. Even if one of them is mentally damaged and has limited strength, one has not yet fully purified and lost his memory. But how can the combat power of mythical beasts be estimated at a constant value? The equipment in the underground training room is precious and you need to pay the rent out of your own pocket. Of course, in the next 4 years, the top 10 will have to accept the fate of being challenged at any time. Once they fail, they will need to give up their position in the villa area. This place is called Class A area. It will be where the top students from Peking University will be in the future. After the director finished speaking, the auditorium suddenly fell silent. Because, at this moment, everyone could hear Beijing University's ambition. Unprecedented treatment. Challenges faced every moment. What would a trainer trained in such an environment look like? No one dared to think about it. But they know that Peking University is all about selecting the best from the best and cultivating top talents. Beijing University office area. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Principal, are you still worried about Xiao Yu? He has always done things steadily. If Liu were here, not hard to recognize. The one who spoke was the old professor who came to the school to recruit him. I'm not worried about him. This year's reform is the most dangerous in history. In the past, the lowest limit for Babel Tower was elite trainer. Principal, you are worrying too much. The Space Airbag Research Laboratory has tested it and it is very safe. Well, the white-haired old man covered his forehead. Confused. Principal, the other 4 major Pokémon countries have been taunting frequently in recent years, and the Shadow Organization is peeking in. Our students must become stronger. The old professor spoke with sincerity. I see. The principal's expression became determined. Beijing Auditorium. 10 to 100, living in a Class B area, 2 people per apartment. This is not bad either. The students looked at the 2-bedroom apartment on the stage and talked about it. Although not as good as the villa area, but the apartment looks newly built at first glance, and the lighting and space are perfect. Most freshmen know that they don't have the skills to get into the top 10. Already the focus is on the apartment. I would like to add that only the second-tier district can challenge students from the first-tier district, and the second-tier district also needs to accept challenges from other students. Good. Liu was relieved. Otherwise, you will be upset if you accept various challenges at any time. After all, the students in the second-level district are very capable, can contribute some experience. After 100 people, it's business as usual. The dust settled after the director's words. Some students who were ready to act regained their composure. This time, Peking University has recruited 2,000 freshmen as trainers and 3,000 general majors. In addition, there are breeders, emerging industry stylists and more. There are 8,000 new students alone. This is just Beijing University. Rookie strength rankings have to compete with other colleges and universities. You can imagine how much pressure there is. If not under the director's nose, some people may have already started to give up. Level A area treatment apex level. The responsibilities assumed are naturally extraordinary. The second-level district requires you to accept challenges from other students all the time. The thought of this is very confusing. Then, some students immediately looked on as if it had nothing to do with them. Prepare to fool this assessment. Anyway, they just need to spend 4 years of college peacefully. Obtained qualifications from Beijing University. The future is limitless, so why take risks? The director saw the students' reactions. Disappointment in my heart. But there are expectations. Reform does not happen overnight. Besides, the conditions are strict this time, and the only ones who can pass are probably the top ones. Most people will probably stay on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. I don't even have the courage to go to the second floor. I'm done. Remember, there is only 1 month. After the dean finished his last words, he left the podium. A group of freshmen were left looking at each other. Let's go. Oh, why are we so unlucky? Who knows? Anyway, as long as you enter the Tower of Babel, you don't have to challenge it. Isn't this not good? What's wrong? Haven't you heard? Among the freshmen this year are fighting gym leader Ling Yi and water genius Hu Yun. It's impossible for us to be in the top 10, but I still want to break into the top 100. The sounds of students' discussions drifted past my ears. Liu didn't care. Because, drop. Publish the designated check-in location. Sign-in location, the 7th floor of Babel Tower. 7th floor. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat curious. He doesn't know the rules in the Tower of Babel yet. Just looking at Alliance internal forums, it seems extremely difficult. Each level is upgraded exponentially. Interesting, it seems I will definitely live in this villa. Liu, I've finally waited for you. The old professor pinched his beard. The look on Liu's face was very kind and gentle. Deep in his eyes, there was even a vague expression of looking at his son-in-law. Liu's scalp felt numb for a while. Professor Li, you asked me to come. Haha, I want to fulfill my original promise. The words fell. Professor Li took out a square box from behind his back. Opened the box, and under the light, the surface of a piece of pale golden metal coat is shining, which is extremely extraordinary. This is the apex level metal coat promised to you. Professor Li pushed the box in the direction of Liu, looking at him with a smile. Liu was seduced by the luxurious color of metal coat. Exploration is activated. Apex level metal coat. This metal coat is made of mega alloy and has certain resistance to fire and toxins. It can allow specific Pokemon to evolve to significantly reduce their weight, increase their level, and increase their talents and qualifications by 15%. Apex level metal coat. This metal coat is made of mega alloy and has certain resistance to fire and toxins. It can allow specific Pokemon to evolve to significantly reduce their weight, increase their level, and increase their talents and qualifications by 15%. As expected of Apex level. Looking at the results of the investigation, Liu was delighted. I admire the work of Beijing University. The promise of Apex level metal coat is truly unadulterated. Especially the mega alloy in the introduction. Not to mention the process of making metal coat, the mega alloy alone is estimated to cost more than 1 million. After all, once it comes to materials for improving qualifications, the value is inestimable. It is no exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of people are fighting for it. Liu saw it in the forum. A piece of supreme grade ore appears on the black market. It is said that carrying it for a long time can improve your qualifications by 10%. Caused a stir. Among the people fighting for it was a gym leader level trainer. The final auction amount was 900,000. This is just a qualification improvement. In fact, he has been looking forward to Scyther's evolution for a long time. Because Scyther only has one chance to evolve, and the keystones have not yet been collected for subsequent mega evolutions. So, Liu is very cautious. How about it? Liu glanced at Metal Coat without saying anything. Professor Li asked slightly confused. I thought he thought something was wrong. I am very satisfied. Liu closed the box, put it back in the space backpack, and smiled slightly. As long as you're satisfied. By the way, there are also the props we promised before. Let's go, I'll take you to the school's treasure house. Professor Li stood up first. Walked out of the office area. They walked through the teaching building. Fountains, groves, and a training area that bangs and sounds. After walking for about 20 minutes. Here. Liu pointed to the empty area in front, not knowing why. Professor Li smiled and nodded. In his puzzled eyes, he stepped on an unexpected stone on the ground with his foot. The next second, the land is loosening. Dust scatters. Wait until the buzzing stops. A dark iron plate was revealed, open to both sides, and a deep passage appeared in front of the two people. Liu was slightly surprised. Follow Professor Li and step into the passage. Behind the two of them, the iron plate slowly closed. The empty area returned to its previous tranquility. Go down the aisle. A large booth stood in the center. There are some small cabinets next to it. Each has its own code. Countless props and materials are displayed before your eyes. Energy cubes, repel, flute, precious gems. Categorize. There is also the detector Li you saw at the Breeder Family Association, the healing helmet once used by the Pokémon Center. These props are from Beijing University's last resort over the years. You can choose one here. Professor Li pointed at the booth. There was pride on his face. The booth included many quasi-divine level props found in secret realms, as well as some specially developed by specialized research institutes. Everything is a treasure. He didn't believe that Liu was not moved. He looked at Liu expectantly, trying to find shock or disbelief on his face. But the result was disappointing. The other party just glanced at it lightly and then began to carefully select the props, with the expression on his face not changing at all. This kid can really hold his own. Professor Li shook his head and sighed. Unbelievable. Think back to the beginning. When he first saw this treasure house in Beijing University, he was almost frightened. Trying hard to get first place in the league, just to be able to personally select a prop here. I didn't expect this kid to look young. His character is very calm, not shaken at all, as expected of the person my granddaughter likes. The old man felt happy. Little did I know, Liu himself has seen too many treasures. It's okay to scare an ordinary trainer with what he sees before him, but it's impossible to surprise him. He glanced across the booth. The first thing I saw was the terrain extender, which is a time-lapse prop. When the Pokemon carrying it uses moves or abilities to expand the field, the duration of the field can last for 5 to 8 turns. The second row is the scope lens developed by Special Research Institute. The function is to see the enemy's weaknesses. After being carried by a Pokemon, it is easier to attack the enemy's vital points. He hesitated for a few seconds, still passed by, because when the third row was detected, his mental power suddenly became active. Liu looked around intently. Don't miss any props. Special nectar, potions to improve physical strength, bold mint, leftover food. Saw what appeared to be food residue left behind. Liu couldn't help but have questions on his mind. After checking it with the probing technique, it was found that it was an item that could restore a small amount of physical strength during the battle. He passed it without interest. Finally, it settled on an inconspicuous piece of blue gravel. The stone had obviously been damaged and was falling apart. Incomplete. It looks like an ordinary stone except for its color. But, do not know why, but it is extremely attractive to Liu. When approaching, he could clearly feel that his mental power was surging more intensely. Liu frowned. I couldn't help but condense my mental power into a thin thread and stretched it out tentatively. At the moment of contact with the blue gravel, the next second, its appearance has completely changed in Liu's mind. No longer ordinary, but like breathing normal, full of life. It's a scent of soaring in the sky. Liu couldn't help but take a deep breath. I just felt that my mouth and nose were filled with that breath. It was the feeling of flying in the air, extremely free. There is light shining on it. Extremely magical. This is. Liu couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise. But what he saw was still the ordinary stone. Nothing has changed. It seemed like everything I just felt in my mind was an illusion. But Liu knows. My own psychic can already control tangible objects. After contact with gravel, it should make it shake slightly. But just after my spiritual power was revealed, there was nothing but the mysterious sight I saw. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Throw yourself into the abyss and get no feedback. Wrong. He regained consciousness and quickly used his probing technique. Mysterious gravel. It is difficult to identify the specific function of this item, but it seems to contain part of the original power of flying. See system introduction. Liu's eyes were stunned and slightly lost in thought. Conditions that cannot be detected by probing techniques. It's the first time, but he reacted quickly. Eyes sparkling? No matter what it is, since it contains the original power, it is definitely no small matter. Liu recalled that when the Mew fragments were only the size of a fingernail, Mewtwo's mental damage completely stopped and no more spills continued. Compare to. Subsequently, the assessment secret realm was almost destroyed. It's just a way of releasing energy. After all, he found out later. Changpan's power only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Physical damage can be repaired, but mental damage is difficult. The power of Viridian can fill Mewtwo's mental holes, but it cannot completely prevent the energy from escaping. If left untreated for a long time, loopholes will form again. But after using the Mew source power fragment, this phenomenon disappeared. Now, all Liu's previous plans were cancelled. There was only this small mysterious piece of gravel in sight. Professor Li, I want this. Professor Li, I want this. Professor Li saw Liu staring at the gravel in the third row. I immediately had a bad feeling. Wait until now. Look in the direction Liu is pointing. Suddenly there was a feeling that this was indeed the case. Are you sure you want it? Professor Li's face was complicated, with a trace of regret in his expression. In his opinion, there are obviously many props suitable for Liu, such as the silver powder on the top of the gravel, which increases the power of the bug type by 20%. The buff effect on Flash Scyther is very strong. This is the prop that suits him best. But he chose the most useless one. Still too young. I am sure. Liu was categorical. All right. Although this piece of gravel was taken out of a secret diamond realm, the Beijing Special Research Institute has been studying it for several years, but still found nothing. In the end, it can only be judged to be of great collection value. Professor Li explained helplessly, opened the lock on the glass, and removed the blue gravel. Pass it to Liu. He happily took it and rubbed the gravel in his hand. Show a satisfied expression. He had read the original work and naturally had doubts about the origin of the gravel. But if it is what he thinks, this gravel is a priceless treasure. He can get it unexpectedly. What a stroke of luck. But for now it's all just speculation. Gravel is ultimately incomplete. Once the gravel is completely pieced together, I'm afraid we'll know whether his guess was right or not. After placing the gravel, looking at Professor Li who was still feeling regretful, Liu said goodbye directly. Professor Li touched his nose and could only swallow it if he was invited to eat together. Reopen the authentic iron plate. Let him go. Wait until he leaves. Professor Li looked at his back and murmured. This guy doesn't seem to have a high emotional intelligence. I don't know why Xiao AI likes him so much. After leaving Beijing University, Liu is going to rent communication evolution equipment. Now with Apex level metal coat, everything is ready. Communication evolution is actually about exchanging Pokeball information through machines, transmitting it, and completing evolution. An energy is generated during the exchange of instruments. It is this energy that enables evolution. The process is very simple. Among countless difficult evolution methods, it is undoubtedly the simplest and most convenient one. Therefore, it has also been praised by many trainers. Only, most communication evolution exchanges are not really exchanges, but need to be sent back again. Therefore, the company that opened the communication evolution room was born. This type of company is the same as an egg hatching studio, specially lends equipment for trainers to use. And communication evolved this way. Currently only works with Flash Scyther. Liu just planned to rent. Although he bought some materials and incubators, he still has more than 2 million in his card. But this is particularly cost-effective for trainer. Who knows when it will run out? Liu walked towards the map navigation of the largest comprehensive rental company in Beijing. Are you going to rent the best communication evolution instrument? Right. Liu nodded. The front desk lady's eyes immediately lit up. Hurry out from behind the counter and take the initiative to lead the way. On the way, the two passed by a transparent egg hatching room. What you can see is countless incubators, inside which are neatly arranged breeders and countless Pokémon eggs of different shapes and patterns. It's just that their incubators are all shared. Very crude. The temperature of the incubation room is uniformly controlled. There is no need to change and customize each one based on the attribute. Liu couldn't help but think of the temperature controller on the incubator that changes according to morning and evening, and secretly sighed that it was better to be expensive. The hatching time is getting closer and closer. It will probably be in the next 2 days. 5 minutes later. Went to a room. The lady at the front desk gave some instructions and left. Liu pushed the door open and entered. As far as the eye can see, there is the only white machine. There is a big red button on the lower side of the machine. There is a start button marked on it. And the machine is right in the middle. It is a display screen of about 18 inches. There is a notch below the display. Next to the groove are 2 built-in spherical devices, used to place Pokeballs. Liu first summoned Flash Scyther, got out the apex level metal coat. The light golden alloy with its flowing brilliance made Scyther's eyes linger. Scyther, are you ready? Flash Scyther heard this and nodded solemnly. His eyes were firm and sharp. The eyes that occasionally look towards metal coat are full of expectation. Subsequently, I saw a flash from Scyther. The rich power of attribute covers metal coat. Apex level metal coat begins to blend into the body. Scyther's scythe flashes a layer of golden light from time to time, which is cold and cold. It's now. Liu quickly recalled it to the Pokeball. The next second, follow the prompts. Put in gently. Then, another great ball was taken out. Place it on another device. Subsequently, I saw him take a deep breath. Resolutely pressed the start button. At this time, the Pokeball containing Gabite suddenly moved. Liu frowned slightly. I understand. Put it out. As soon as Gabite appears, with his mouth wide open, he looked excitedly at the buzzing machine. That way, I am actually looking forward to it even more than Liu himself. Compared to the indifferent Mewtwo, Gabite and Flash Scyther obviously get along better. After all, Mewtwo has the majesty of a mythical beast, usually rough and tumble. Even if Gabite had 100 courages, he wouldn't dare to play with it. Shaman is still confused again. Do not know anything. Gabite's only playmate is Scyther. Gudong. Sudden. There was a suction coming from the groove. For a moment, Scyther carrying the Pokeball was sucked into it. Liu's palms were sweating. I have to say that this process is both painful and exciting. It made him feel itchy. The white machine starts working. The screen slowly showed the inside of the machine. The Scyther-like Pokeball swooped to the center. The other side. The shadow of the Great Ball also arrives at the same time. Half the battle is over. Liu looked at the screen and encouraged silently. Chaka. Gabite couldn't control her emotions and spiraled with joy. Just overexcited. Can't control my strength. I almost hit the ceiling by accident. It quickly looked down at Liu. I found that the owner didn't see the scene just now. He breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly fell down. There was a click. Liu removed the switching switch on the switching machine. Whoosh. 2 shadows flashed across the screen, and Liu couldn't even see them clearly. It was discovered that the Great Ball and Pokeball had swapped places. Success. Liu said in surprise. The words just fell. Plop. Plop. 2 sounds in succession. The Pokeball and Great Ball in the groove are back, just reversed. Liu's eyes were fixed on the Great Ball without moving. He knows. The evolved Pokemon is out there? Liu couldn't wait, and Gabite looked at Liu equally eagerly. I saw him reaching for the Great Ball. No hesitation. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of domineering momentum. A black and golden figure appeared in front of Liu and Gabite. The exquisite armor shone with a cold light. Sudden. A red light passed over it. It seems to have added a touch of blood. Like a soldier who has fought 100 battles. If it is close, it seemed that the cold air on its armor would sting slightly, but actually stepped forward. But he could only feel the sharp rise in the surrounding temperature. Compared to before evolution, today's Scyther is no longer pure black. Instead, it has a luxurious color mixed with mega alloy. Just looking at it, I dare not take offense at salation. Besides, Liu noticed. The biggest change is a pair of giant pliers. The original sickle turned into a pair of black gold iron fists, nearly the size of a human head. It smells like bloodlust. But what he cared about most was Scyther's feet. Its seemingly heavy body stepped on the ground, but it made no sound at all. As if there is no sound. Obviously, the armor that looks heavy is actually very light. At the same time, Pokémon, Scyther, Flash. Qualification, Quasi-Elite, Integrated Union Mega Alloy, 65% chance of promotion. Level 38. Ability, 1 bug premonition. When the physical strength does not exceed 1/3, the bug type's power increases by 1.5 times. Ability, 2 light metal, Integrated Union Mega Alloy, body weight becomes 1/3 of normal. Ability, 3 flame body. When receiving a melee attack, the attacker will have a 30% chance of being burned. Attribute, bug, steel, fire, 10%. Skills: Bullet Punch, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Double Team, Metal Claw, Slash, Focus Energy, Iron Defense, Iron Head, Fiery Dance, newly activated, Toxic Pin Missile. Combat Power Value, 650. Intimacy, 90. I no longer have an unyielding heart, but I accidentally activated the hidden ability Light Metal. After Scyther evolves into Scyther, although its defense and attack are enhanced, its speed will decrease. But it's different now. Mega Alloy Integrated Union activates hidden ability, the speed remains unchanged. Looking at Scyther today, Liu is in high spirits, although the level remains unchanged. But the increase in combat power value is not just a little bit. Directly past the high level and entered the elite level, even getting to the gym leader level only requires the accumulation of level experience. The qualification upgrade to elite is just around the corner. Scyther felt the power all over his body. A look of eagerness to try. Don't worry, I'll let you try it all. Liu patted Scyther's armor and comforted him with a smile. Scyther nodded. He looked at his two giant pincers curiously. He waved somewhat unaccustomedly. Gabite quietly stepped forward. Take the opportunity to rush forward. Scyther responds quickly. The original two clipped wings turned into golden translucent wings. It's obviously very small, but it can carry Scyther's seemingly huge body, flying lightly with it. The giant pincer collided with it. Bang! There was a roar like the collision of swords and Orberg. Both Pokémon backed away at the same time. Liu was smiling while watching the Pokémon fight, until his eyes focused on Scyther's forelimbs. Suddenly, the pupils shrank. Very shocked. I saw that the original giant pincers turned into a pair of thick blades, like a broadsword normal. Compared with the previous curved sickle, it is obviously more domineering and powerful. Scyther swiped in the air in surprise. The airflow made a hissing sound. There was a hint of heat left in the air. What happened? Liu was very surprised. 3 steps followed by 2 steps. He rushed forward with a quick step. When Scyther saw him coming, he obediently pointed the blade in his direction and waited in place. Liu gently touched the blade with his hand. Hiss. Pain came over me. But he looked at the scratched finger and smiled. You actually have giant pincers and double knives at the same time. He once thought he was hallucinating. Giant pincers and double knives in hand. You can advance to attack and retreat to defend. There is no weakness at all. This time evolution. It was beyond Liu's expectation. He was overjoyed. At this time, suddenly a fatal and critical question came to mind. Scyther, keep the dual blades unchanged for now. Scyther heard this. He followed the instructions carefully and never took back his swords. Liu looked at the electronic screen. Time in place. 5 minutes later. Golden light flashed on the 2 swords. The next second, the double knives bent and curled up, and the 2 pairs of pliers gradually took shape. As expected. Liu nodded slightly. Not too surprised. Everything has 2 sides. In the process of evolution, there is the blessing of Mega Alloy and Scyther's own flash ability. With the help of the 2 swords were accidentally retained. But the maintenance time is very short. For now, only 5 minutes. But then I thought about it. Liu was relieved again. The twin swords were an unexpected surprise. You shouldn't force it. So what about 5 minutes? As long as it can be changed at critical moments and used properly, it will still cause a huge impact on the enemy. The only thing to note, it's just about controlling time. He thought about it. Just think of it as having an additional double sword skill. Boom. So elite? It's not good. A figure hurriedly ran into the office. He didn't even have time to knock on the door. He rushed in with a hurried look. His face was stained with black air. Exhausted, he fell to the ground. Soluoluo looked up. Seeing the condition of the person in front of him, he stood up instantly. He quickly helped him up. What's wrong? She looked serious. She has a charming appearance, but unexpectedly reveals a majestic look. The dirty shadow organization has recently been frantically searching for trainers who came out of the Green Secret Realm. One of the trainers is clearing the Bronze Secret Realm in Beijing. They put pollution stones in that Bronze Secret Realm today, and the Pokémon began to mutate. He said this intermittently. After finishing speaking, then he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Unconscious. Upon seeing this, Soluoluo immediately called for someone to come. But my heart was ups and downs. After her report. Still on pins and needles. Think about it. I still made a phone call that I hadn't made in a long time. Soluoluo. Look at the caller displayed on the electronic screen. Liu was surprised and picked up the phone. So elite. Liu. After his name was called on the other end of the phone, there was silence. Liu waited for a few seconds. He still didn't speak when he saw the other party. I had to break the silence. So elite, what's the matter? Hear the words. Soluoluo, who was really busy, suddenly felt depressed and really didn't want to talk. But I thought the situation was urgent. Still he said. Liu, what I want to tell you next is the internal secrets of Dragon Kingdom and Alliance. Do you know, the Shadow Organization? Shadow Organization. Liu recalled for a moment. A flash of inspiration. I have seen this name in the Alliance forum. Those deeds, are they true? Liu is not 2G surf. He would normally not ignore any information he could get from the internet. Naturally, I have noticed this name from people's unclear words. It's just that I didn't pay too much attention at the time. Yes, their behavior is worse than what is said on the internet. Yes, their behavior is worse than what is said on the internet. The Shadow Organization is the largest dark organization in our country that has risen rapidly in the past 2 decades. They forced Snatch to sell Pokemon and killed without blinking an eye. The number of evil deeds committed is not tens of thousands, but thousands. But the most important thing is that 5 years ago, the Shadow Organization suddenly started dropping pollution stones, entering and leaving the secret realm, and even cultivated a sizable army of shadow Pokemon. Taint Stone? Evil shadow Pokemon. Liu was suddenly startled after hearing Sulualuo's words. Isn't the pollution stone the one spit out by Shaman? Is it actually related to this dark organization? It seems that what I expected at the beginning was correct. There was really intervention by someone behind the scenes. Liu was thoughtful. And Sulualuo also started to explain. The pollution stone comes from nowhere, but once it is placed in a fixed environment for a long time, both the Pokemon and the environment will be affected. It is possible to rescue Pokemon after short-term mutation, but their sanity will also be affected and they are extremely aggressive. They cannot be used as trainers Pokemon and can only be locked up together. And long-term mutations don't have the slightest chance of being cured. Their bodies and minds will be swallowed up by the power of darkness, and they will completely become irrational monsters. And these monsters are called Shadow Pokemon. Liu was rarely silent. He found it true that with great power comes great responsibility. Trainer who is not strong enough. I'm afraid I haven't even heard of these secrets. After all, Alliance's admission qualifications for even internal forums are high-level trainer or above. A trainer who really has no natural ability. It is impossible to know this information. Sulualuo knew that this matter would take time to digest, but the key point he wanted to give today had not yet arrived. Liu, I heard that you have a conflict with the Lynn family. What's wrong? Liu is strange. The Lynn family was wiped out. Why did Sulualuo suddenly talk about this? But it soon occurred to him. The collapse of the Lynn family is also related to them. That's right. Sulualuo's voice was heavy. It is said that the Lynn family is secretly cooperating with the Shadow Organization, and the purpose of this extermination is to steal the Lynn family's treasure, the pink pure crystal. What is that? It is said to be related to mythical beasts, but I don't know the details. Sulualuo sighed. Although they, Alliance, have done their best to investigate. But the Smear Organization did it too thoroughly. The entire Lynn family left nothing behind, and could only look for traces from clues. They used the latest developed precision instruments. Unusual energy fluctuations were detected in the Lynn family, which seemed to be close to mythical beasts. Only then did we make a decision. Do you know what attribute the Divine Beast is? Liu pondered. He asked after thinking for a moment. Looking at the test results, the laboratory determined that it is a super energy system. As soon as these words came out, Liu's heart suddenly stirred up a storm. But if it is as he guessed, all the previous doubts were solved in this moment. Liu finally knew. Why can the Lynn family control Mewtwo only by relying on the explosion of instruments and the suppressor they developed? Superpower mythical beast, pink pure crystal. All kinds of connections. The answer is ready to come out. Z pure crystal? It's just. I didn't expect that the Lynn family would get it. The results were disastrous. Now, the pure crystal was taken away by the tainted organization. Even if they don't know the specific use, they don't know what it will do. This is a big problem. Liu murmured. His brows were furrowed. The only thing he wasn't sure about now. I just don't know whether the Z pure crystal is a Mew's pure crystal or a superpower Z pure crystal. If it is the exclusive Mew pure crystal, you can feel more at ease. After all, this exclusive pure crystal has no effect on other Pokemon. But if it is super pure crystal. Liu, what did you say? Sulualuo felt a little strange when he heard the worried tone on the phone. It's okay, but after you confront the Shadow Organization, you must be more careful, especially the super-type Shadow Pokemon. Liu thought for a while. Still didn't plan to tell Sulualuo directly. Instead, tell him in another way. Otherwise he couldn't explain why he knew all this. Suralo represents alliance. The internal structure of any large organization comparable to a country is extremely complex. It is impossible for everyone to be like Solala normal. Liu responded. Still wary. Okay, I remember. Sulualuo heard the subtext in Liu's words. I silently noted this. Liu, the Shadow Organization has been making frequent moves during this period, especially against the trainer who came out of the Green Secret Realm. Many people have been injured. Sulualuo's fingers tightened on the electronic screen, teeth nibbling at lower lip. She was scared. She was afraid of making the same mistake again. She can't sort out her feelings for Liu now, but know something. I want him to be safe. So, only after struggling in every possible way did she broadcast the phone call. After all, although Liu has now received the 3rd level Alliance medal, he is not yet an internal member. She informed about this. In fact, it is against the regulations. Especially now that Alliance and the Shadow Organization are frequently clashing, this is a critical moment. But Sulualuo couldn't care so much. I see, Liu said after pondering. Listening to the voice on the phone, he seemed to see Sulualuo's earnest expression. My heart softened. Thank you, Lolo. On the other end of the phone, Sulualuo was stunned. The next second, thumping? After reacting, his heart suddenly beat violently. His cheeks instantly turned red. Looking at the pretty face in the mirror, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was glad that no one saw me like this. Then he said it was okay and hung up the phone in a hurry, for fear that the other party would discover his thoughts. Doduadu. Listen to the disconnection sound. Liu looked stunned for a moment. But thinking of what Sulualuo just said, other thoughts were temporarily forgotten. Shadow Organization. The next day. Drop. It has been detected that the mythical beast Pokemon egg is about to hatch. Please prepare the host. Electronic sound suddenly sounded. Liu, who was resting in the villa, stood up when he heard this. Be in good spirits. After reporting from Beijing University, it takes a month to get on the combat power list. But when the mythical beast egg was hatching, Liu did not challenge it immediately. Instead, prepare to wait for the Pokemon eggs to hatch. At the same time, in 1 month, students can choose to live on the Peking University campus or rent a house outside. Consider the safety of incubation. Liu rented a villa in the suburbs alone. 30,000 a day. Now, finally there is movement. Liu immediately took out the mythical beast egg wrapped in the incubator from his space backpack. The mythical beast egg is carefully placed in the incubator. A warm and soft light shines from under the transparent cover of the incubator, accompanied by water vapor. Temperature and moisture are adjusted to perfection. Next moment, I saw the mythical beast egg trembling slightly. Start. Only by a small margin. But as time goes by, the jitter frequency is getting stronger. Even the incubator began to vibrate. Fine cracks spread out and gradually filled the entire mythical beast egg. Brush. Gible flew straight over. Don't make trouble. Liu's faint words. Gible suddenly stopped in place. Don't dare to move. Only 2 eyes stared at the mythical beast egg, very curious. Scyther takes bullet punch back. Liu spent 20,000 yuan to buy it, and the sandbag made of Orberg had been beaten to pieces. It also had sharp eyes and stared at the incubator. Mewtwo finally woke up. Floating to the mythical beast egg, he hit yawn. Jamie, realize that a new life is about to be born. Shaman was the most excited. He kept shouting with joy. Just a moment later, 4 Pokemon gathered around him. The mythical beast egg also seems to feel normal. Click. There was a cracking sound. Liu opened his eyes wide and his heart started beating. Immediately afterwards, countless white lights emerged from the cracked cracks in the mythical beast's egg. The light became more and more dazzling. Extremely rich. It's obviously night. The entire villa was illuminated as brightly as daylight. Bang! The Pokemon egg explodes along with the incubator. The dazzling light made Liu unable to open his eyes and spread from the mythical beast egg to the entire villa. A full minute later, the light slowly dissipated. He opened his eyes expectantly, but froze in place. Didn't see anything. Sudden. Mewtwo moved. Its body was like electricity, and it instantly reached the center of the living room. He gently grabbed his hand in the air. The next second, a purple-blue gas slowly appeared. At first glance, it looks like clouds transforming into spirit normal. Very cute. Under the gaze of Liu and the Pokemon, the clouds like marshmallows kept changing like phantoms. Seems to be playing with them. Yunduo has 2 short arms on both sides of its head. The center is deep and dark, with a pair of golden eyes the size of mung beans. Eyes blinking. Looking curiously at this strange world. Kos. The first time I saw Liu, it let out a friendly growl, and then slowly floated to his shoulder. She rubbed him with her soft body, and a closer look. Liu discovered. Cosmog's body is like a condensed small universe, filled with little stars of light. Not sparkling, but attract. At the same time, the attribute panel of Cosmog also appeared in front of his eyes. Pokemon, Cosmog. Qualification, Level 1 God. Level 1. Ability, Simplicity. Pokemon with this ability ignores changes in rivals' abilities when attacking with moves. Attribute, Psychic. Skills, Splash, Teleport. Combat power value, 20. A combat power value of 20. Liu wanted to laugh a little. He also knew that Cosmog was indeed incompetent when he was born. There are only 2 skills that come with you after birth. But there is Teleport. He was quite satisfied. Don't mention anything else. At least keep yourself safe. Certainly. What relieved Liu the most was his qualifications. Just as he expected. With the bonus of the mythical beast egg and Lunala's blessing, Cosmog still has the potential to be a first-level god even if he has no combat power now. This means that there is no limit to its future strength. Cosmog has just hatched. He is curious about everything and pulls Gibe's tail. Circled around Mewtwo for a while. It seems that the same attribute power is felt in it. Among the 4 Pokemon, little Cosmog is obviously closer to Mewtwo. See this scene. Liu sighed. If it had just conquered Mewtwo, it would have probably dismissed little Nebula impatiently. His expression is cold now. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. It seems that he acquiesces to Xiao Nebula's close behavior. Jamie, Shaman, the embodiment of gentleness and gratitude, is very friendly to the little Nebula, and from time to time he will wrap it with the unfolding green energy. Let it roll around in its cocoon of energy. Only Scyther is a cultivator. After the visit, so he went back to practice alone. Liu looked at the Pokemon in the villa and smiled knowingly. Beijing University Forum. Freshman would like to ask, is anyone trying to break into the Tower of Babel? As soon as this post appeared, countless freshmen commented quietly below. I haven't gone yet. I also practice the dragging technique. Did you hear that? Those who were famous before entering the school have already passed the first level. Tisk, tisk, people are more annoying than others. Let them take over the top 10, I only want a small 100. Shameless upstairs. Hey, I'm going to break into the tower tomorrow. If I can get on the rookie power list, I will be a proud ancestor. Aren't the rookie strength rankings not announced? It's true that it won't be announced, but everyone inside the school will know. Smile. Fuck, the combat power list has been updated. Ling Yi appears at the end? He has actually reached the 3rd level. Damn, that's awesome. Stop talking, I'm going to watch. In front of the Tower of Babel. It looked like a majestic giant tower that had only 10 floors, but towered into the clouds. Li Yu was shocked. Really stand here. I can actually feel an extremely powerful mysterious force hovering in the sky, covering the entire area. The freshman stood in front of the Tower of Babel. No one moved. His face was pale and his palms were sweaty. Looking at this huge tower in horror, I can't even take a step forward, so what's the point of challenging it? The Tower of Babel is famous. So far, no one has made it to the 10th floor yet. The overall combat power list is extremely difficult and can only be reached once every 4 years. The rookie power list is different. Can challenge replacement. But only qualified trainers can enter. If Beijing University were not the #1 university in the Dragon Kingdom, it would not have the opportunity to allow freshmen to participate. The gates to enter the 2 lists are different. The overall strength list is the main entrance to the center. The side door is the entrance to the rookie power list. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In full view of everyone, we walked to the entrance. Red light swept across. The stone door slowly opened. A dark entrance was revealed, mysterious and mysterious. When the freshmen in the distance saw it, they were even more panicked and almost stunned. It's over. I do not dare to go. Whoa. Several voices came. Mixed sacks. Others' legs weakened and they fell to the ground. Li Yu turned back indifferently. Under his eyes, everyone couldn't help but become quiet. Then, everyone saw him stepping into the Babel Tower without fear. Not a trace of timidity. After he left, the freshmen finally recovered from their sluggish panic. Then, who is that person? I didn't dare to speak when he looked at me just now. Is there such a person in Beijing University? No matter what, I'm going to. That's right, if you stick out your head and hit it with a knife, if you shrink your head, it's still a knife. This kind of opportunity usually doesn't happen, so there's nothing to be afraid of. That's right, if you stick out your head and hit it with a knife, if you shrink your head, it's still a knife. This kind of opportunity usually doesn't happen, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Everyone was talking about it. A few minutes later, it finally quieted down. They looked at the huge floating light curtain. Arrange the names one by one from top to bottom, that is the total combat power list. Everyone above them is still at the top of the pyramid in the world, and countless people look up to them. That's their lifelong goal. And now, the freshmen looked away from the tightly closed central door, looked at each other, and walked toward the side door together. Li Yu's firm back. It invisibly inspired many people, and actually inspired a group of students to take courage. The stone door closed. The scene inside the tower immediately made Li Yu narrow his eyes slightly. This is a stone house about 20 meters square, completely enclosed from top to bottom, left and right. It feels very depressing. After entering, the first thing you see is the rules notice board on the side. Must see for entering the tower. Below the 5th floor, the number and level of Pokémon increase with the number of floors. The first level has a random attribute that has experienced 1 level 10, the second level 2 have level 20, and so on. P.S. As for the 5th floor and above, those who want to climb the tower should not be too ambitious and please pass the first 5 floors first. 3 giant exclamation points on the announcement. It seems to be mocking the people who broke into the tower for their ignorance of life and death. It is different from the total combat power list set up next to the Tower of Babel. The rookie power list is projected in midair inside the tower, clearly showing the ranking of each trainer. Li Yu looked up. Rookie strength list. First, Luo Hao, reaching the 6th level of the tower, Qingda. Second, Wei Min, breaking through the 6 levels of the tower, Central China. Third, Do Xing, reaching the 6th floor of the tower, Beijing University. Fourth. After 10, the number of tower levels reached will be 5. There are a total of 100 rookie players in the rookie power rankings, and the last one has the 3rd tower level. That is also the ranking with the most frequent name changes. Li Yu just blinked. 100 people changed 1 person. Not just 100, the area from 80 to 100 is the most frequently changed. Under his sight, you can see a Beijing University student named Ling Yi, who went from 98 to 90 in the blink of an eye. This situation is not unique. But generally the rankings changed are all Peking University students. Although there are people from other universities, they are not many. This time is considered an internal trial for Beijing University, and the trial times for other universities are staggered. After all, although trainers can challenge them together in the Tower of Babel, the teleported spaces are all independent. It's an absolute personal battle. Teams are not allowed to enter the tower. Even if they enter together, they will be forcibly separated. Based on this mechanism, the number of people who can break into the tower cannot exceed 10,000 for a period of time. Otherwise bugs will occur. For example, there are too many or too few Pokémon in the tower. The level is higher than the limited level, etc. This probability is also known by everyone. Because the Tower of Babel comes from the secret realm integrated union, no one knows how it was formed. We can only explore step by step. After Liu understood it, he took one step forward. He resolutely took out the Beijing University badge and pressed it on the groove in the stone pillar next to the bulletin board. The next second, boom, the rookie power rankings and bulletin boards have all disappeared. A red electro ball with a red top and a white bottom suddenly appeared in the stone house that was empty just now. The ball had an evil expression on it and stared at him fiercely. As soon as he saw Liu, he launched an attack. Liu looked calm. Just throw it away. The great ball drew an arc in the air. Suddenly, the black and gold Scyther appears. As if coming from the dark night, he stepped silently on the stone ground, staring at the electro ball with murderous eyes. If Ray Electro Ball were real, you will definitely feel intimidated by the momentum. But it's a pity. It has no self-awareness. I saw the Thunder Electro Ball following its mission, making a sizzling sound and being hit by spark. Liu didn't even have any instructions. Just a thin layer of green light flashed in the palm of my hand. Scyther glanced condescendingly. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes. It raised its huge pincers high and flicked them in the air. A whirlwind-like air current struck quickly. Brush. Straight out of its slash. With a loud bang, the Thunder Electro Ball didn't even have a chance to react before it exploded. At the same time, enthusiasm rises. It began to sweep through the entire stone house. And the Thunder Electro Ball was hit in the head by the airflow, cut in half from the middle, and collapsed on the ground half dead. Congratulations to the people who entered the tower for passing the first floor. The second floor is opened. Please lead to the stone staircase. A voice suddenly sounded in the Tower of Babel. Liu succeeded. And after this voice appeared, there was a clicking sound from behind the stone house. A stone wall began to rotate. When it turned behind and closed again, it was a stone staircase spiraling up. I see. Liu was thoughtful. Just about to get past the half-dead Thunder Electro Ball. At this time, bang, Thunder Electro Ball explodes. Set off a wave of air several meters high. Countless debris flew away, and several craters were blasted out of the stone ground along the way. Seeing that the air wave is about to affect Liu, a bloody stream of light flashed across Scyther's body. Just come forward. The black and gold shell is like the hardest wall. Both the flying fragments and the airflow during the explosion were blocked by the thick shell. Formed a solid barrier. Didn't make any waves. Liu just watched all this calmly. His expression didn't change at all. This was obviously expected. In fact, when he first saw Electro Ball, he was reminded of this Pokémon's tendency to use self-destruct to damage enemies. Therefore, when the opponent attacked, he used the Power of Viridian to warn Scyther. Let's go. After Liu finished speaking, he even called Yan out of boredom and stepped forward on the ground's debris. Scyther keeps up. Congratulations to the challenger who has officially passed the first level and has broken the fastest record. Reward 1000 battle experience. After saying this, a ball of light entered Scyther's body. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating Electro Ball. Battle experience plus 1000. A system tone sounded in my ears. Liu raised his eyebrows. I have a new understanding of Babel Tower in my heart. If the explosion just now is also included in the first level, it will indeed increase the difficulty. And normally, it is absolutely impossible for Scyther to accumulate so much experience by defeating a level 10 Pokémon. Is this a surprise reward? It's interesting. Liu's sleepiness finally dissipated a little. Subsequently, one Pokémon completely ignored this turmoil that stumped countless trainers. Go up the spiral staircase. Enter the second level. At the same time, I didn't expect it to be quite easy. It seems that the rookie combat ranking is not as difficult as they said. A freshman at Beijing University was also randomly assigned an Electro Ball, although he put in some effort because of the electric type. But Thunder Electro Ball is only level 10. After struggling for a while, I passed quickly. But just when he triumphantly bypassed the Thunder Electro Ball and was about to climb the stone stairs. Unexpected suddenness. An unimaginable explosion occurred. In a closed stone house, the consequences of an explosion are deadly. The scorching temperature spread, and the terrifying air waves scorched the nearby ground. The new student screamed. Just when he thought he was about to die, a small sound came from my wrist. Puff. Immediately afterwards, a warm feeling enveloped his body. The burned area is not exposed to flames, which provides great relief. It's a space airbag. After the new student finished speaking in surprise, with a tone that sounded like he was surviving a disaster, he fell asleep with ease. At the gate of Beijing University. Daiwu, until the ambulance leaves. A group of people still have lingering fears. Some people even couldn't help but shudder when they thought of the tragic scene they just saw. Isn't it too tragic? It's like this on the first floor. He should just be unlucky. The difficulty of entering the tower is lower than the overall combat power list, but there are still strong and weak points in the random allocation. That big brother just now is probably assigned to the hard mode. Hiss. The Tower of Babel is so terrifying. Everyone was shocked when they thought about the scene of burns they saw in the ambulance. The first level is so scary. To get on the combat power list, you have to reach the third level. The risks faced would be much greater. If it weren't for the space airbag, the freshman might not even be able to save his life. The consequences are truly terrifying. Many people were immediately persuaded to leave and left with twinkling eyes. Numerous posts were also opened on the Beijing University forum regarding this matter. Someone summarized all the experiences of breaking into towers that had been circulated before. There are also people who came out to speak out after the failure of the Tower of Babel. There are even data emperors who use charts to summarize and make probability statistics. The result was quite reassuring for the freshman. The freshman's experience was indeed special and not common. So far, this kind of special case does not exceed 10% of all tower climbers, and most of them are still classified in 90% of the normal modes. As for the 10%, they are the non-chiefs among the people. You can only seek happiness for yourself. The second floor has the same furnishings as the first floor. Only the stone house is twice as big. Rookie's strength list has been refreshed again. In addition to the first 50, there was a large number of replacements later. This means trainers, the top freshmen from Peking University, have already begun to enter the tower. It seems that I have to speed up too. Liu touched his chin. After a while, Zubat and Growlithe appeared in the room. Different attribute. There's something strange about him. Because I heard before that the Pokémon encountered on each floor of Rookie's Tower of Babel have the same attribute. Why is he different? But he didn't have time to think. Seeing Crobat hovering up, he opened his mouth and said, Scyther, pin missile. The order was given instantly. In the blink of an eye, Scyther stepped forward and dodged, and 2 huge poison barbs condensed in midair. The poison barb is 2 meters long. The needle glowed with a strange purple light, and the poison was intense. Immediately afterwards, the 2 poison barbs were like a stream of light, shooting towards Crobat and Growlithe. Both Pokémon sensed danger at the same time. Growlithe, who had a keen sense of smell, reacted the fastest. He quickly retreated, his body stretched to the left and right, trying to escape. But Scyther's poison barb is too big. No matter what Growlithe does, he can't avoid poison barb's attack range. The next second, poison barb was like a stream of light, heading straight towards Growlithe. Growlithe opened his mouth wide, the orange-red flame spit up, and at the critical moment, he collided with poison barb. Just listen to the sound. Poison barb went right through it. There is still a trace of flames left on the tip of the tail, but the purple and black part of the needle has faded away. Pfft. Growlithe was hit so hard that his feet left shallow marks on the stone ground, and his whole body flew backwards. Extremely fast. He hit the wall in the blink of an eye. There was a loud bang. The whole process took less than 5 seconds, and in an instant, Growlithe lost his combat effectiveness. Its body fell to the ground and twitched, its limbs turning black. The mouth was wide open, and the saliva dripped onto the ground, corroding a small dark black hole, which was terrifying. The other side. Zubat's fate was no better. It has a flying type, and when poison barb flies towards it, it quickly dodges it. Don't dare to force it. But what Zubat doesn't know is that Scyther can completely control the direction of pin missile. Before it could hide on the roof of the stone house, I saw the purple-black poison barb charging towards me, even faster than it. Woo! Zubat let out a miserable cry. The needle passed across the entire body, passed through the head, wings, and tail. Suddenly, Zubat was like a kite with a broken string, losing consciousness and crashing to the ground. Not a moment. The 2 Pokémon disappeared into thin air. Only the eroded holes in the ground showed what they had just experienced. There was silence in the room. A few seconds later, only then did I react to normal. Sluggish prompts him to once again break the record for the fastest tower entry. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating Growlithe and Zubat, plus 2000 battle experience. Dip, Scyther has reached level 39. Good. Liu nodded with satisfaction. Go to the 3rd level, the top floor of the Beijing University office area. The atmosphere is strange. A group of old professors gathered around the screen, but no one spoke. On the screen, astonishingly, it was Liu who stepped into the 3rd floor. This kid. Finally, it was the principal who spoke first. But after he said the first 3 words, his expression was complicated, as if he didn't know how to continue speaking, and he swallowed the rest of the words. Other professors also seemed to be awakened. Normal. Surprise flashed in his eyes. There were heated discussions. Principal, is he Liu? Yes, it lives up to its reputation. The principal stroked his beard and looked extremely satisfied. We have hope at Beijing University. An old professor clapped his hands on the table happily. Others also agreed with a smile and said, yes, Liu is indeed amazing. He is indeed the strongest candidate this year. Laoli, Peking University has contributed a lot to recruiting people this time. Professor Li looked proud. Very proud. Of course, it doesn't matter who is interested in the person. He suddenly realized the next few words and his voice became much softer. But teacher, who still had good ears and eyes, heard it and asked curiously, who is interested in it? Haha, I like it. After he finished speaking, he changed the subject and said normal. Ling Yi and Hu Yun have both reached the 3rd level and are almost on the 4th level. Judging from Liu's speed, it's not a problem either. We have a good chance of winning this school-level league. Well, I hope so. The principal sighed suddenly. The empty conference room also became quiet after sighing. Everyone seemed to have thought of something and stopped talking. Keep looking at the screen. On the divided screen, countless freshmen were working hard to direct their Pokémon to compete with the Tower of Babel. Liu's indifferent appearance is particularly conspicuous among them. The 3rd floor. Liu muttered silently and slowly took the last step. This time, he changed the Pokémon to Gabite. After all, the two levels just now are extremely simple, and this level is also not very difficult. It is a good opportunity to accumulate experience. Summoning Nebula and Shaman at the same time. Kos. Jamie. As soon as the small nebula appeared, it circled around Liu, looking at the entire stone house curiously, floating around above his head. Shaman stayed in the corner of the stone house, obediently motionless. The challenge begins. 3 Pokémon with different attributes appeared on the 3rd floor, namely level 32 Meganium, level 35 Haunter, and level 33 Charmeleon. The moment he saw the 3 Pokémon, Liu smiled. The first and second levels are not difficult at all, just like killing a chicken with a bullseye. Until now. This Tower of Babel is a bit interesting. The 3 Pokémon were like puppets. When they saw Gabite, they seemed to have normal life and burst out suddenly. Oncoming was a flamethrower. Compared with the second floor Growlithe, Charmeleon's flamethrower is already very mature, both in terms of temperature and flame size. The temperature of the entire stone house rose sharply, climbing steadily. Haunter laughed strangely, and for a moment, a pair of suspended hands clenched into fists and waved in the air. Several shadows condensed, rushed towards Gabite. At the same time, a green light flashed. Immediately afterwards, countless blades appeared throughout the stone house, spinning in the air and shooting towards Gabite. The blades were like blades, split inch by inch. The air was broken into cracks. Faced with such an offensive, Liu remained unfazed. Just in time, Gabite, Sandstorm. Roar. Gabite flew in the air, her wings whirling past. Just for a moment, the stone ground began to change quietly. The surroundings immediately blew up with yellow sand, as if they had suddenly arrived in a lonely desert. Sandstorm is like a monster with a huge mouth that can swallow all living things. Little Nebula looked at the changes around her, her eyes brightening slightly. Shaman glanced at Meganium on the other side, his eyes focused on Razor Leaf, and his eyes flashed with thought. The whole space suddenly transforms. Nothing but sand and dust. Flamethrower was engulfed by the yellow sand, causing no damage except for the higher temperature. Under the influence of Sandstorm, Haunter suddenly lost his target. It froze in place, at a loss. The next second, a figure suddenly rose from the ground at the foot of the endless sand. Haunter immediately felt the crisis. It wanted to avoid Gabite, but it was too late. Gabite didn't give it any extra chance. Spark Flint Room. It flew up, held down Haunter with its claws, a cold light flashed on its teeth, and bit down hard. Woo. Haunter let out a scream. But that's just the appetizer. Gabite Dragon Claw pressed down and twisted its head back. The terrifying bite force came into play during this breath. Just listen to the sound of brushing. A heartbreaking sound of flesh cracking appeared. It resounded throughout the stone house. Snap. Haunter's body, torn in half, fell from the air, then turned into a point of light and slowly dissipated. Meganium realized something was wrong, and the green energy on her body flashed, and Razor Leaf carried the sand and dust deep layer by layer, trying to find Gabite's true body. But soon, it finds its energy uncontrolled. Razor Leaf couldn't obey the command and attacked Gabite. It doesn't know. The petals beside Shaman's ears bloomed for a moment, then closed again. And in Sandstorm, Gabite is the undisputed king, and everyone listens to its instruct. Its figure is looming, perfectly hidden. Razor Leaf did not increase the power of the grass type and could not find the target at all. At this time, Gabite, Sand Shot. Sandstorm changes again. Strong winds erupted from Gabite's mouth again, mixed with a large number of reinforced yellow sand bullets, and the attack power was astonishing. Puff puff. Ejaculated one after another. Razor Leaf meets countless sand projectiles. The results can be imagined. The blades are not like rival sand bullets. They were hit by gravity sand bullets and immediately lost their strength and fell down. The sand bombs are still unabated. The strong wind is raging and countless quicksands are attacking. In an instant, they gathered around Meganium, and Meganium was restricted from moving. Soon, only one head is left exposed. At this time, finally arrived amid countless sand bombs. Brush brush brush. Meganium was like a living target, completely shot through, and dissipated without any room for resistance. Dip. Gabite defeated Meganium, Haunter, and Charmeleon, and gained plus 6,000 battle experience. Gabite reaches level 36. Drop. Cosmog Perception Energy detected, raised to level 5. Little Nebula. If Liu had expected the upgrade of Gabite, his sudden realization about Cosmog was a real surprise. It really works. He was a little surprised. I originally summoned Cosmog just to increase its knowledge, but unexpectedly it actually worked. The 4th floor spiral staircase appears. Beijing University official website. The rookie combat power list is refreshed from time to time. There are countless posts talking about Ling Yi and Hu Yun, as well as several other Peking University students who are firmly in the top 5. Everyone was quarreling over who was first. Everyone has a supporter and it's chaos. However, since Ling Yi has always been in the first place, his supporters accounted for 40%, firmly gaining the upper hand. No one was found at this time. One person's ranking on the rookie power list began to rise suddenly. Even if someone saw it at first, didn't take it seriously. After all, the updates for people in the 70 to 100 range change almost every second, so no one will pay much attention. But within minutes, With unprecedented speed, Liu passed countless new students in the blink of an eye, including the famous top 5 in the forum, even surpassing Ling Yi's 40 and ranking 35th on the combat power list. Instantly attracted the attention of countless students from Beijing University. The first-year students are not the only ones paying attention to this special test. Let me go, who is so fierce? Liu? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Who the hell is this guy? He passed the 3rd floor in 2 minutes. Fuck, don't lie to me upstairs, I'm young and can't stand being scared. All the students at Beijing University exploded. After all, this speed was not only unprecedented, but also so impressive that other people on the combat power list couldn't even see their shadows. Ah, it's still rising. 34 to 33, 30, this is cheating. It's definitely cheating. Why is breaking into the tower the same as drinking water? The entire Beijing University was eerily quiet at this moment. The hearts of countless people were pounding with the rankings, and screams were already rising in their throats. Tower of Babel. Boom. A strong solar beam suddenly struck, and a steamy aura instantly filled the entire 4th floor. Strong radiation hit the surrounding walls. Just touch it. The bare, deep wall was exposed. Scyther and Gible are about to be overwhelmed. Jamie, Shaman, who was originally timid and shy, suddenly moved. Jamie, Shaman, who was originally timid and shy, suddenly moved. Its entire Pokémon's aura changed, its eyes showed bravery and fearlessness, and it stood in front of Liu. Surprise flashed in Liu's eyes. The next second, a huge green light emerged from Shaman. Like the most powerful blade, torn directly from rival's solar beam, it appeared directly in front of Solrook, Sceptile, Infernape, and Whiscash. Jamie, Shaman threw his head back and chirped. It's obviously not loud, but it vibrated throughout the entire space, making people feel refreshed. In an instant, the vitality of color bursts out from Shaman. The turquoise light group was like the blooming of life again, resolutely surpassing the Sun Lucas at this moment. And it was faster than Aquatail, directly submerging it. With Shaman's chirping, the light group descended from the sky and exploded in all directions. Boom! Countless shock waves surged in all directions, erupt like destroying everything. Instantly, the 4th floor was shaken for a while. Whether it is Solar Beam, Aquatail, or Solrook and other Pokémon, they are all covered by green. All you can see is pure green. Wait until the shaking stops. All 4 Pokémon disappeared. Only the wall coverings that had fallen to the ground and the crooked gaps in the walls were left. Let Liu wipe his sweat. Scyther and Gible looked enjoying themselves. Bathed in the green light, they seemed to be reborn, breathing in the air deeply and feeling very intoxicated. The injuries sustained during the battle have also recovered one by one. Contest condition has returned to its peak. Shaman, thanks to you? Liu raised a smile, feeling very happy. There is no doubt about Shaman's fighting ability. Although I still can't control the intensity right now, I almost destroyed the 4th floor. But it also proves a point. Shaman is starting to get used to his abilities. It was just watching, but in the process it became more and more familiar with the battle, and saw that it and the 2 Pokémon were in danger. Come forward without hesitation. Suddenly activated the strongest seed flare skill. Compared with before, it has not improved at all. After all, it has lost its memory. Liu's requirements for it have always been gradual. But the Tower of Babel battle was a thrill. An accident contributed to the scene just now. It's faster than passing through the 3rd floor just now. Liu shook his head, touched Shaman's green fur, and then led several Pokémon to continue towards the 5th floor. The atmosphere among their group was relaxed. Breaking into the tower is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Little did he know that it caused an uproar in the outside world. Beijing University office area. What Pokémon is that? The principal was shocked. A lot of his beard was ripped off, but he didn't have time to cry out in pain. After being stunned for a long time, he quickly raised his head and asked other professors. But everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but no one knew. He lowered his head and said nothing. The principal frowned more and more as he thought about it, and immediately turned off the monitoring screen in the conference room. Boom. He slapped the table hard. Stand up directly. Suddenly, this group of older professors were all shocked. They were about to complain, but when they looked at the principal's face, they suddenly swallowed their words. Everyone was sitting upright, waiting for the principal to speak with serious faces. From today on, Liu's video of breaking into the tower will be classified as a level 2 secret and will never be exposed. I will eliminate this video. As for the scenes you saw today, treat them as if you have never seen them before. Do you understand? The principal rarely sounded stern. The professors present immediately agreed. Although I felt strange, I still swallowed all the questions in my stomach. The reason why the principal has reached his current position depends not only on his qualifications, but also on his ruthless vision and decisiveness. Now, no one will question it. Even if I have doubts in my heart, I won't say them out loud at this time. The conference room fell silent. The principal said that after the meeting was over, the others slowly left. Only Professor Lee remained in his original position with a strange look on his face. Laoli, you feel it too. After the principal pondered for a while, he broke the silence and said vaguely, well, I'm not sure. Professor Lee thought about his guess. He couldn't sit still. It's like there are 17 or 8 nails in the butt. I was worried about Liu and felt sorry for Beijing University. All in all, I felt extremely complicated. You acted quickly, otherwise others might have discovered it if it had taken longer, and it would have been difficult to deal with it then. Oh, that's it. I'm also afraid that someone will have thoughts that they shouldn't have. The principal really didn't expect that any student could be so good, otherwise he wouldn't have watched the video in the tower with everyone. Most of the professors at Peking University are trustworthy. But knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts. Now, the shadow organization is expanding rapidly, and no one knows where they have penetrated their power. I heard that a professor from Zhejiang University is one of them. He hides well. If the Golden Secret Realm hadn't suddenly connected to the Magic City and was accidentally discovered, then his destruction of corpses and traces would really have been buried. When I think about it, if there is such a person hidden in Beijing University, the principal felt shuddering. It should be fine, after all, even you can't be sure. Professor Lee comforted him. 2. The principal nodded slightly. The two of them were talking in riddles. He sighed at the same time. At this time, the entire Beijing University suddenly burst into deafening cheers. Immediately afterwards, it was just a howl of ghosts and wolves. Strange noises began to come from various corners of Beijing University. The number 1 high school in the Dragon Kingdom is like entering normal with monsters, and there is constant commotion. Someone is calling in, right? The principal was startled. The old man's face turned a bit pale. Professor Lee also looked ugly, but he did not speak, but took out the electronic screen. Wait until you see the latest list updated on the official website. He breathed a sudden sigh of relief. He laughed and cursed, these brats. The principal didn't know why. When he turned his head over, he saw that the 11th position on Rookie's strength list had become Liu. He laughed immediately. Ha ha ha, that's understandable. Let the children be happy. This moment, the haze in my heart suddenly disappeared. Hope again. No matter what, we must work hard to protect them, especially talents like Liu. The principal took the matter seriously, with a captivating brilliance in his eyes. The 5th floor of Babel Tower. The rules displayed on the bulletin board suddenly changed. It is no longer a battle based on the number of layers. New rules, above 5 levels, including 5 levels, the number and level of Pokémon will appear randomly according to the level, but there will be a simulated elite to command the battle. Simulating quasi-elite. Liu raised his eyebrows, a little curious, whether the simulated quasi-elite he was talking about was the perfected being that really existed, or was it a virtual one? No wonder it's ranked in the top 10 if it's above 5 floors. After seeing the rules, he suddenly understood the reason. After seeing the rules, he suddenly understood the reason. There is a huge difference between Pokémon battles with and without command, otherwise there wouldn't be so many high-level Pokémon in the wild being captured. The bonus of the quasi-elite trainer, the difficulty climbs off a cliff. These are just the rules of the rookie power list. If it is the total combat power list, the difficulty will be upgraded again. It's no wonder that the leader level trainer is the threshold level for the overall combat power list. The internal layout of the 5th floor is also slightly different. Compared with the first 4 floors, in addition to being larger in area, there is also an additional stone sculpture. But the face is blurry. I could only vaguely identify him as a man. As if sensing the arrival of Liu and a group of Pokémon, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the top of the tower and landed on the stone sculpture. Soon, the fluorescence dissipated. An old man with a dark complexion and white hair on his head appeared. Although the old man is old, his spine is very straight. The moment he saw Liu, his face became a little kinder, and even looked at him with admiration for his juniors. When he saw Liu's Pokémon, his eyes immediately lit up. 3 Pokémon were summoned immediately. They are Agrin, Rapidash, and Kingdra. The lowest level of these 3 Pokémon is also 55, and the highest is Agrin, which has reached level 59. It's only one step away from level 60. Exploratory sweep. Except for Rapidash, who has elite qualifications, Agrin and Kingdra have master level qualifications. As for species strength, they are all around 500. Far superior to any rival encountered before. At the same time, Liu noticed. A light flashed on Kingdra's body, as if he was carrying a prop. This is the first time the tower appears. It seems that the 5th floor is indeed unusual. Liu raised his lips and smiled, becoming interested. Haha, boy, I haven't seen a quasi-god Pokémon in a long time, and there is also Scyther. Today I can finally let my old bones move. The old man was very excited. As for Shaman, who was hiding in the corner like a hedgehog, he simply ignored him. After all, whether it is its cute and delicate appearance or its cute and shy character, it does not look like a mythical beast. If you don't show off your power, it even looks a little better than the newborn baby Nebula. Who would have thought that such a small body contains such huge energy? Boy, I'm not polite. The old man finished speaking. He directly ordered the 3 Pokémon to stand in a triangular formation. It's actually a formation that can be used for both offense and attack. Liu's eyebrows were raised high, full of interest. Agrin's huge body was in a defensive posture, and Rapidash was blazing fire from the top of its head along its back, protected by 2 Pokémon in the center. A cold light flashed from Kingdra's dragon horn, staring directly at Gible. The target has obviously been chosen. Liu also had a glimpse of the qualitative changes that took place in the Babel Tower after the 5th floor. Compared to the first 4 levels of Pokémon, which were like puppets and simply vented their power, they now not only have consciousness, They can also cooperate with each other and understand trainers' instructions. An idea suddenly flashed through Liyu's mind, but he didn't have time to catch it. The old man launched an attack. Rapidash, vortex of fire. Boom. The overwhelming ember came from the direction of Rapidash, and the flames began to grow and gather together in the sky. In a blink of an eye, Fire Spin was formed, enveloping Liyu's 3 Pokémon. Gible, Dragon Breath. Liyu made a decision immediately. The Cyan Dragon Breath was spit up, forming a hurricane in the air and blowing directly towards the Fire Spin. Fire Spin direction was forced to change. Brush. Suddenly, a green silver black's figure rushed out from the opposite side, raising its sharp right claw with a silver steel ring and grabbing Gible. Even if you are not close, the dazzling cold light can make people tremble with fear. Scyther, Metal Claw. The next second, the black gold armored Scyther immediately rushed forward, struck out with a pair of pincers, and instantly revealed a flashing red metal claw, slamming into a grin. Bang! There was a sudden explosion on the 5th floor. I saw the two retreating at the same time. Scyther took 3 steps back, while Agrin took 5 steps back. It turned out that Scyther had the upper hand. How can it be? The old man cried out in surprise. Agrin is known to have strong defense and is a steel-type Pokémon. It has never lost in a head-to-head encounter. But now, not as good as Scyther. Good boy. After being stunned, the old man suddenly shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. The other side. Gible casts Sandstorm. Laugh. The sky is filled with yellow sand, and Fire Spin is swallowed up in it, gradually melting into Sandstorm. Instantly, the air became increasingly turbid, and the entire 5th floor seemed to be in another world. Nothing could be seen clearly due to the dust. You even have to be careful at all times. Otherwise, you may be burned by the large particles of sand and dust. Scyther, Bullet Punch. Liyu covered her nose and used the power of Changpan to communicate. Suddenly, Shua. Scyther received the command, raised his head slightly, clenched his pincers, and made a volley in the air. There was a bang. Attack the Agrin on the opposite side unexpectedly. The movements are clean and crisp. The old man felt a flash of white light in the sand, and then heard the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through Orberg. Before he could react, I heard a series of banging collisions in the air, one after another. The punches hit the flesh, very violent. At last, even his ears could hardly tell how many punches he had received. Instantly, the old man turned pale, immediately realized that it was bad. Agrin, use Protect. But giving the order at this time would not help at all. Agrin was holding strong when he threw the first punch. Now, finally I couldn't stand it anymore. Possessing the body of Orberg, it felt the intense pain and couldn't help but retreat. But it forgot. This retreat. The formation established by Trainer was destroyed. Rapidash, the one with the weakest defense among the 3 Pokémon, is revealed. The old man panicked for a moment, but it quickly stabilized. He has experienced at least thousands of battles in his life. Although Agrin was hit just now, Scyther must use 100% of its power to get it injured. Scyther's energy must be exhausted. Next. It's still unknown who will lose and who will win. And Liyu didn't know what the tower guard was thinking, otherwise he would definitely think that the other person was whimsical. He felt the message coming from Scyther. A smile flashed in his eyes. Now, Shaman, give these 2 Pokémon your strength. The words fell. Shaman, who had been in the corner, suddenly burst into dazzling green light, covering Scyther and Gible in an instant. The exhausted 2 returned to normal in a second. It seems to have endless power. How can it be? The old man was stunned, completely imagining that Pokémon that had no effect in his eyes could be able to fully recover. This was completely different from what he thought. At this moment, the tower keepers became suspicious. Should you break into the tower yourself or the other party? He has lived for so long, but he has never seen anything like this. He has lived for so long, but he has never seen anything like this. The old man's face turned gray. Immediately afterwards, there was no hesitation. Liyu ordered. Scyther, use Fiery Dance. Gible, continue to strengthen Sandstorm's power. Hear the words. Sandstorm, who was already exhausted, stepped up again. The impact is wider. Seeing the situation, Kingdra opened his huge mouth and spit up the water column. Within seconds, it swept through the entire area. The sand and dust became mud. The 5th floor finally sees the light of day. Call. The old man just breathed a sigh of relief, but before he was halfway relieved, he was so frightened by the scene before him that he forcefully swallowed it back. Be cheated. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. The other party is guiding Kingdra to take action? The old man guarding the tower realized this, but it was too late. I can only watch. Scyther heard the command, closed his eyes, and the golden transparent wings actually carried him up to fly. Light metal ability activates? Suddenly he flew to the center of the 5th floor tower. In a blink of an eye, Volcarona's genes emerge, Scyther's body is covered in blazing flames, and he jumps to splash. Although his body looks clumsy, it is surprisingly light. As soon as Scyther's body rose and fell, Liyu immediately felt the energy on the 5th level begin to surge. In an instant, wisps of flames gradually gathered. Even the flames on Rapidash were attracted and gathered in the air, slowly moving towards the same goal. Countless flames appeared out of thin air. Not a moment. The entire 5th floor of the Tower of Babel became the Sea of Inferno. The amazing thing is, the flames only bypassed Liyu, Gible, Shaman and Little Nebula. didn't burn them at all. The old man's eyes flashed with the light of the 5th layer of flames. Extremely silent. It seems the results are already being seen. Surrounded by flames. Scyther has a different kind of charm at this moment, even the steel black gold shell is faintly glowing with red light. In the sea of fire, Rapidash screamed and turned into ashes and disappeared. Agrin was seriously injured. This time there is no more energy left. Also dissipated in the air. Only Kingdra continues to summon hydro pump and spit up a lot of water splashes. The flames were extinguished by a small amount, a large amount of water vapor condensed, and the vision became foggy. Seeing this, the old man's despairing eyes lit up for a moment. Kingdra, use hail. Unexpected. A white air conditioning hit, extremely cold. Countless ice crystals are formed. The moment the flame touches, the ice crystals melted again. But with the energy blessing of Kingdra, the melted water droplets rotated and condensed again. Sharp ice crystals fell from the sky. It flew straight towards Scyther. Seems to interrupt fiery dance. Poof. At this time, a huge sand bomb passed through Kingdra's body. The sharp hail, which was about to fall on Scyther's head, lost its command and slowly fell. It doesn't have any offensive effect. A thud. Kingdra fell to the ground. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there was a blood hole 30 centimeters in diameter right in the center of his heart. Not a few seconds passed. It also turned into fluorescence and dissipated. The old man stood on the heavily damaged 5th floor, his head lowered and silent. He was about to ask something. The tower guard suddenly raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Liu was startled. What are you doing? It's okay. I'm happy to meet you. I haven't stayed here for more than 10 years in vain. Thank you. After finishing speaking, the old man's figure began to look weak, and white light flashed on his body. Liu was confused. When the old man's figure was about to disappear, he seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, my scales are of no use now, so I'll leave them to you. Remember, the tower guard on the upper level has a bad temper and is not as easy to deal with as me. You have to be careful. The old man's figure completely disappeared. A voice in the tower congratulated him again for breaking the fastest record. At the same time, hey, congratulations to Gible for leapfrogging Kingdra and gaining plus 10,000 battle experience. Reach level 39. Hey, congratulations to Scyther for leapfrogging Agrin and defeating Rapidash, gaining plus 18,000 battle experience. Reach level 43. Hey, congratulations to Shaman for defeating Agrin, Rapidash, and Kingdra with his assistance. He gained plus 6,000 battle experience. This experience is really for nothing. Liu was satisfied when he heard that several Pokémon had gained a lot of experience and leveled up continuously. At this speed, isn't increasing your strength the same as riding a rocket? He said to himself as he looked at the upgrade lights emerging from the 2 Pokémon. But soon, he just shook his head. The overall combat power list is only opened once every 4 years. Rookie power rankings are only available in major colleges and universities. And there are only a few people who can get through this level. There are also limited hours. So, it is simply impossible to gain experience like playing a game. Just when he was thinking, a bright light suddenly flashed under his eyes. Liu looked at ground. Surprisingly, I discovered that where Kingdra disappeared, there was actually a shiny scale. The tops of the scales glowed with gold. The overall color is cyan blue, breeding strong dragon power. The first second Gible saw it, he sped past. His eyes stared at the scales with gleaming eyes. Is this, dragon scale? Exploratory sweep. Dragon scale, scales from ancient dragon-type Pokémon. The specific origin is ominous, but it contains deep dragon-type energy. It is extremely hard. It is immune to special moves, such as misty terrain, and increases defense by 80%. Nice one. The corners of Liu's mouth were slightly hooked. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. This scale is obviously carried by Kingdra when it evolves, especially since it is immune to special move. Kingdra is really strong. But when faced with the misty terrain created by fairy-type Pokémon, Dragon-type's power will drop by half. No matter how awesome you are, you still have to climb. There is no deterrent at all. But this dragon scale is immune. Judging from this alone, one can guess that the source of this scale must be extremely powerful. Not to mention anything other than that. There are also defensive functions. For Gible, it couldn't be more appropriate. Gible, take it now. Chaka. Gible opened her mouth wide, screamed in excitement, and quickly attached her scales to her body. Suddenly, a light flashed through the gaps between the scales. Fits quickly, melted into Gible's body. Roar. It roared, and Gible felt a warm power slowly flowing through her body. It spread to all limbs and bones in an instant. A few minutes later, Gible perked up and a green light flashed across her eyes. Liu detected. Now, Gible's defensive species strength has risen to 100, almost catching up with Scyther. This is quite incredible. After all, Scyther itself is a steel attribute, and it is blessed by supreme grade metal coat. In the process of evolution, an extremely perfect armor was created. Gible's previous defense value was quite different from it. But a scale. It actually made up for this shortcoming. It's getting more and more interesting. Kyoto University. Kyoto University. As night falls, the school is even more lively than during the day. This point in time, many people have stopped challenging and left the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel can hold the challenge record. No need to start from scratch. and Beijing University gave them a month, and most of the freshmen had the idea of conquering the second and third floors for a long time. After all, as long as they can get on the rookie power list, they will be in the top 100 and they will successfully pass the military training assessment. You can also compete for apartment accommodation benefits for the next 4 years. As for the villa, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I simply don't dare. There are also people preparing to contribute on the late stage. Exploded directly. Hundreds of students sat around the playground, discussing endlessly. Have you passed the first level? Just talking about it makes me angry. Totodile on the first floor suddenly exploded before he died and used Ice Fang Bite Myra Horn to freeze it. It's terrible. I was so burned by Charmander that I couldn't stand it anymore, so I voluntarily quit. It's too difficult? Haven't you heard about the one who encountered the hard mode? I heard. Trainer was almost disfigured. Smell the sadness and see the tears. More than a dozen people lamented. Team up with each other to keep warm. Denouncing the inhumane experience of the Tower of Babel. One person glanced at the big screen in front of the playground and suddenly became excited, but when I came out and saw Li Shen's speed in entering the tower, I was immediately inspired. Li Yu will always be awesome. He is amazing. He must be the #1 freshman this year. How about I go find a photo of the boss tomorrow and enshrine it? The mood of several people changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Li Yu's rainbow fart blew again. The compliments are nothing special, to the extent that online fans feel ashamed when they hear them. Tisk, a bunch of rookies who can't even pass the first level. At this time, a voice full of disdain sounded behind them. A dozen people turned back angrily. I saw a thin boy, but his expression was arrogant, as if he was the boss and the second child. What qualifications do you have to say that? One person spoke angrily. The faces of the others were not good looking either, full of hostility. Hear the question. But the skinny boy looked proud and pointed at the battle strength list that had not yet been updated with a smile. Did you see that I am number 98? Am I qualified now? The person who asked the question choked. His face became even worse. But he didn't dare to continue speaking. After all, his strength is indeed not enough to be on the rookie strength list. A trace of embarrassment also flashed across the faces of several other people. He lowered his head silently. The scene fell silent for a moment. See this. The skinny boy was even more arrogant. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at a dozen people. By the way, there is also Li Yu, who can catch the eyes of you rookies. Is he worthy of being called the god of Li? From the perspective of those of us on the list, it's just good luck. Maybe we'll encounter some Pokemon with a cultivation level of less than 400. This is worthy of your bragging. Step on to the 6th floor. Li Yu moved much more carefully and directly summoned Mewtwo. The Tower of Babel is getting more and more difficult. If it weren't for Shaman, the nanny who cheated on Normal, Scyther, and Gible would not have been able to complete the leapfrog kill. He was already starting to feel tired. The light shines down. The stone sculpture on the 6th floor turned into a graceful female trainer. She looks quite young, but there is a special charm in her movements. I saw her stretching slightly. The outlined lines are turbulent and quite attractive. Oh, finally someone is here. He's still a little girl. I'm so lonely that I'm going to die. Please come and relieve my boredom. Li Yu is rarely speechless. For some reason, he felt like he was being teased. Scyther, poison pin missile. His mood was subtle, but the instructions he issued did not waver at all. Scyther suddenly concentrated. Countless flying needles glowing with strange purple and black color rushed towards the opposite side. At the same time, tisk, today's boys really don't understand compassion at all. It's a pity in the mouth. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and she commanded the Nidoking in front of her to release a large number of toxic spikes. In the blink of an eye, the entire 6th level seems to be soaked in a poisonous pool, with poison barb above and toxic spikes below, with no place to stay. Vileplume and Roserade each show their talents. The petals on Vileplume's head opened its bloody mouth and spat out a large mouthful of acid. More than a dozen pin missiles were corroded in an instant. Acid is also consumed. But pin missile still has many straight passes across the opposite side. In terms of toxicity, Scyther is slightly better. As the pinnacle of the gym leader level, Roserade immediately jumped to the quasi-elite level. The seemingly small body waved lightly. A room filled with greenery. Countless spreading grass grows together with toxic spikes on the ground. You provide me with nutrients and I produce toxins. Instantly, a dragnet was laid. The purple and black toxic spikes instantly covered the entire 6th floor. Just waiting for rival to throw himself in. Murkrow and Persian were not to be outdone, with fierce eyes, covering each other and rushing towards Gible. Rock Tomb's way, don't let them escape the poison barb range. Li Yu ordered with a serious expression. Gible dual wing beat spins, dodges ground's Persian collision, and dodges again. Go around Murkrow, who has a black shadow behind him. Turn a blind eye to it. But the contest condition was still affected, and Gible's spirit began to be affected, but she still gritted her teeth and completed the instructions. The next second, earthy yellow energy emerged from his body. In the blink of an eye, the ground was torn apart, and countless rocks rushed towards the woman and 5 Pokemon. Who knows? Not close yet. The accompanying toxic spikes and grasses have also arrived, from which emerge countless slender vine whips. The next second, he whipped rock hard. Click. The rock in the air broke in the blink of an eye, falling into pieces, and then was strangled completely by the grass on the ground. Pin missile fired too much at once, and part of it was corroded, making Scyther very difficult to control. Sweat dripped down the armor, stained with a hint of coldness. Finally, Poison Barb broke through the grass strangulation range and immediately hit Vileplume, only to see Roserade take off in the air. For a moment, flower petals were flying in the field. Countless petals flew out from Roserade's body, making it even more gorgeous, accompanied by vitality and killing intent. Start rotating around it. Pin missile is affected by the petals, unable to follow up, and the direction becomes confused. Sudden. Shaman in the corner burst into a ball of green light. A burst of more vitality overwhelmed Roserade, suppressing it in midair and unable to move. The action of taking off stalled. Boy, you have some skills. The woman was stunned. He smiled coldly, but anger gradually grew in his eyebrows. Vileplume, petal blizzard. Suddenly, the petals on the 6th floor began to change, no longer surging with positive energy, but filled with twilight. The petals on the 6th floor began to change, no longer surging with positive energy, but filled with twilight. The petals begin to wither, showing a beauty that is about to wither. It's like autumn has suddenly arrived. This is completely opposite to the vibrant life before. The air became much more solemn. He, how dare you touch my Pokémon? Be careful, you will never come back. The corners of the woman's mouth raised. There was no trace of smile in his eyes. Like a femme fatale, she finally shows her true face. Persian and Murkrow's attacks were even more fierce, using wing attack and sharp claws in succession. Roar. Gible faced 2 high-level Pokémon and it became difficult. The Shield of Sand stood upright, but it's a bit thinner. Although he blocked many attacks, his physical strength was slowly exhausted. Confusion flashed in Shaman's eyes. A cross between Petal Dance and Petal Blizzard. It was obviously the most familiar grass-type energy, but it made it a little at a loss. Never faced this situation. If you look closely, you can even find the red light hidden under the eyes ready to move. Liu was always paying attention to the movements of each Pokémon and immediately frowned. The power of Changpan is revealed. Inside Shaman, under seemingly peaceful greenery. Sure enough, there was a small ball of black energy eager to try. It stretches out small filaments, like tentacles normal, clinging to the edge of the energy. Tentatively, it rushed into Shaman's body. This is residual contamination from before. Liu looked cold. Shaman can't continue to take action, otherwise he will be cross-affected by Petal Dance and Petal Blizzard, and the chaotic effects produced by the two will be superimposed. Having lost its memory, it is still unable to use its power correctly. Disillusionment cannot be completely resolved. On the contrary, giving black energy a chance to break through. Shaman, don't use your energy yet. Shaman stopped obediently. Petal Dance and Petal Blizzard instantly accelerated and fell out of control. The effect intensifies rapidly. Scyther and Gible were hit, and the direction of their skills began to change, becoming chaotic. The woman smiled coquettishly. What should I do? You are about to lose. Liu remained silent, but the woman thought she was about to succeed. Her face became more and more beautiful. Suddenly, Liu raised his head. He smiled jokingly. I'm not the one who loses. Mewtwo, Psycho Cut. Hear the instructions. Mewtwo, who was watching, moved. It closed its eyes and hovered above. Fingers intertwined. He snapped his fingers very gracefully in the air and played the sound of death. An extremely ominous premonition suddenly came, and the woman looked panicked for the first time. Subsequently, they saw Mewtwo's palm facing the opposite side and he shook it violently. Click click. Terrifying energy was born, and Psychic completely distorted the space on the opposite side. Don't. The woman shook her head in panic. Take a few steps back. He looked at Liu and Mewtwo in astonishment, no longer as confident as before. The first ones to notice something was wrong were Persian and Murkrow, who were closest. The two Pokémon were affected first, and the terrifying Psycho Cut took control of them. The air pressure was distorted, and the two Pokémon curled up. Pain appeared on his face and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Psychic even bends the angle of the light coming from the top of the tower. A brush sound. Ugh. In a piercing scream, Roserade and Vileplume were twisted into twists. Nidoking passed out. The grass and toxic spikes on the ground, as well as the fallen petals, were directly turned into powder under this blow. It only takes a few breaths. The 6th floor became a mess. Even the ground was in tatters, with countless pieces missing, and was crumbling. The consequences frightened the woman. Plop. Fell to the ground. You can't even take into account the image you care about most. You. The woman looked frightened and moved her shoulders in fear, looking completely different from before. Until now, there is still a trace of pity. Liu stepped forward, and under the woman's pleading gaze, he pinched her chin and looked at her for a moment. An unexpected question was asked. Are you already dead? The woman was startled and tried to shake off Liu's hand. But to no avail. Beijing University playground. The thin male voice sneered. It's like stabbing Ma Feng's nest. The onlookers who were watching the show suddenly felt unhappy. What are you farting on? A 98-year-old dares to give advice to a 11-ranked boss. Are you crazy? Do you really think 98 is a big deal? I'm afraid I won't see you again as soon as I refresh the combat power list. They are all freshmen. Everyone doesn't know Liu, but now the other party is truly the number one among the freshmen, and they will not allow casual insults. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a black hole for the new students? You can only represent yourself, not anyone else. At this time, A clear male voice sounded from the side. Everyone turned their heads. Suddenly he exclaimed, Ling Yi, it's really him. And Hu Yun. They all came out of Babel Tower. Standing in front of him was a young man with deep eyebrows and a straight nose. The girl next to him, who was exceptionally beautiful and had a cold expression, was also familiar to everyone. Both of them are well-known geniuses in Beijing, backed by two major families. He has been the pride of heaven since he was a child, best among peers. After the graduation examination, he became an elite trainer, and all the students of the same age in Beijing knew this. Compared to Li Yu, who is making rapid progress like a dark horse, everyone is obviously more familiar with them. The skinny boy was already short in height, but now compared with Ling Yi, his aura was even suppressed. It's on my behalf. I just can't bear to see them boasting about a kid who just appeared out of nowhere. Isn't this a shame for you? The skinny boy's tone was flattering. Facing Ling Yi, he felt like a different person. His head gradually drooped and his back bent a bit. SHH. Everyone couldn't bear to look at it. Ling Yi doesn't like this flatter at all. He frowned reflexively. Li Yu is a respectable trainer. He is a role model for our freshmen. That's right. The beautiful girl unexpectedly spoke, which made Ling Yi look at her in surprise. The skinny boy was afraid of the forces behind Ling Yi and Hu Yun. Didn't dare to refute. He retreated to the back of the crowd. Did not expect. He was actually held back by several people whose eyes were also full of jealousy. Brother, I agree with you. Li Yu is just lucky. Why should he? Ling Yi and Hu Yun are just relying on their family background. Haha, the rules change after the 5th floor. I don't believe Li Yu can still rise. 4 or 5 people were cynical, as if everyone was drunk and I was alone. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes as he looked at the crowd. The students who were close to them were disgusted when they heard this and stayed away, for fear of contracting something unclean. A large space was left open for a few people. Suddenly, the big screen in front of the playground flickered. Ah, look, the rookie power list is about to be updated. Brush. Countless eyes gathered, staring straight at the large LED screen in the center without blinking. Under the spotlight, the rookie power rankings are announced. Li Yu's name suddenly soared to the first place. Li Yu's name suddenly soared to the first place. Rookie strength list. First, Li Yu, reaching the 7th level of the tower, Beijing University. Second, Luo Hao, reaching the 6th level of the tower, Qingda. Third, Wei Min, breaking through the tower to the 6th floor Central China. Fourth, Dou Xing, enter the tower level 6. Perhaps because of the record breaking, Li Yu's name was enlarged and bolded, attracting great attention. Stable pressure for everyone. Countless people were dumbfounded. They stared at the rookie strength list in disbelief, their bodies stiffened, their mouths opened wide, and their eyes filled with shock. That moment. It's like the pause button has been pressed. Normal. Don't dare to move. I was afraid that I was hallucinating and saw such an incredible scene happening. A few seconds later, the overly shocked brain suddenly reacted. Instantly, discussions broke out on the playground like a tsunami. Fuck. First. Damn, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is so outrageous. Level 7 of the tower, Li Divine ability has passed the 6th level? Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. Isn't that the ultimate problem that countless college geniuses can't break through? Yeah, you got through so easily. Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? The thin man was the most shocked. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt struck him in the head. The whole person's eyes were dazed, and his body staggered back. Unable to bear the results he saw, he sat down on the ground. Impossible? Impossible. He looked crazy and waved his arms wildly, looking extremely embarrassed. The few people who echoed him also looked dull and pale. After reacting, one person's lips trembled and he said in a weak voice, "Should we leave?" The remaining people looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Several people poked their heads in the air, like a gutter rat that cannot see the light. He didn't even care about the thin man lying slumped on the ground. While everyone's attention was on the list, he quietly backed out, turned around and ran away without looking back. Humph, a nest of snakes and rats. Hu Yun looked at the few people walking away and the thin man on the ground, and snorted coldly. This kind of person is not even qualified to be a trainer. How do you deserve to mention Li Yu's name? Ling Yi stood beside him, his eyes dazed. Staring at the list, his eyes widened, as if in a daze. Hu Yun looked at him strangely and found that he still didn't respond for a long time, so he poked him with his finger. General Ling Yi will come back to his senses. What's wrong with you? Hu Yun asked. This was the first time she saw Ling Yi like this. Sudden. Ling Yi smiled bitterly and said with a disappointed expression, I just recognized my own strength. There are too many talented trainers in the world, and I don't count at all. It's really ridiculous. I used to be so complacent because of a little praise. Compared with him, I am nothing but a genius. Hu Yun was silent. Don't know how to comfort me. Both of them are the proud sons of heaven. But they had just reached the 3rd level in the Tower of Babel, and Li Yu had already broken the 3-year record and became the first. This gap. It cannot be made up for in any way. But it is different from Ling Yi. Hu Yun looked at Li Yu's first ranking. His eyes brightened slightly. His usually cold face glowed with an unusually dazzling brilliance. Principal's office area. First. The principal kept muttering these words, and his whole body turned into a repeater. After a while, laughed wildly again. The corners of the mouths of the professors twitching when they looked at him like that. Principal's right. Ugh, haha. Professor Lee's face was filled with tears, but his mouth was grinning. He was clearly crying with joy. Contest condition is no better than the principal. Several professors were originally very excited, otherwise they would not have rushed all the way into the principal's office after seeing the rankings. But seeing the reaction of the two people, they calmed down strangely. This is the first time that Peking University has won first place in the Babel Tower. Liu actually broke Xing Great Principal Hao's record. It's such a shame for me. Yeah, this has never happened before. The professors echoed the principal. Recalling past achievements, I feel disappointed. Oh, it's true. Luo Hao was the most amazing and talented trainer 3 years ago. I remember that his junior college championship won the interschool league. We were severely suppressed for the next 3 years and could not turn around. Stop talking, even Huazhong outperformed us last year. In short, this interschool league is the last chance, otherwise I won't have the shame to say that Peking University is #1 in the Dragon Kingdom for next year's admissions. Professor Lee said the last sentence. The principal's office was divided into silence. The atmosphere became extremely serious. As soon as the woman said a word, her figure trembled. The next second, Liu found that his hand was suddenly empty. The delicate touch that my fingers had just touched suddenly disappeared, and the person in front of me started to become blurry. The woman opened her mouth and said something, but I don't know why. Not a word was uttered. Subsequently, it turned into a point of light and dissipated along with her Pokémon. Liu rubbed his fingers, thoughtful. His guess was correct. The woman was indeed dead, and so was the old man he met before. The tower guard died, but survived in another form in the Tower of Babel, and the same goes for their Pokémon. Therefore, below 5 floors, those Pokémon are like puppets and only know how to vent their energy, doesn't use tactics. And above 5 floors, both Pokémon and the Tower Guardians retain their consciousness, and the difficulty suddenly escalates. The Tower Guardians also have different personalities and are not simply controlled. It's just, what exactly is she going to say? Do not know why. Liu is particularly concerned about this. I always feel that it involves the secret of the Tower of Babel. Liu walked up the stone stairs that appeared while thinking. Not a moment. Then we set foot on the 7th floor of Babel Tower. First of all, what comes into view are 7 statues, including trainer. Liu carefully distinguished them for a while, and scanned them one by one with the detection technique. Each one was above level 70. His brows furrowed slightly. Such a level. Even Mewtwo would struggle. After all, Mewtwo is only over level 40 now, and has recovered less than 30% of his mental damage. He wants to overpower 6 level 70 Pokémon. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. At this time, an electronic sound suddenly appeared in my mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the designated sign-in. Sign-in location, the 7th floor of Beijing Babel Tower. Hey, check-in at the 5-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Virtual Space Fragment *1. Virtual Space Fragment. This fragment can be used to build an independent space of 200 square meters, into which Pokémon can be transported through Pokeball. It can also be used to sense the power of the Earl Dervish tree in the world, or it can be used for Pokémon to understand space-based skills. Hiss. Liu took a breath of air. My heart was racing. Another 5-star check-in? And the reward is so outrageous? Just by reading the introduction, you can know that the so-called virtual space fragments have many uses, and each one is terrifying. Just by reading the introduction, you can know that the so-called virtual space fragments have many uses, and each one is terrifying. Needless to say, independent space. You can understand it from the literal meaning. It is a small world that exists alone. But it may be due to debris. Only 200 cubic meters. Understanding space skills is also very scary. This reminded Liu of Palkia, the god of space. It has the ability to distort space and create parallel spaces, and is the only divine beast that can use spatial rend. Gabite's Great Slash also evolved from this. Only played less than 1/10. A space crack occurs. It would be okay if the space skills learned were teleportation and the like. If there is another one similar to the Great Slash, just like Gabite normal, it consumes the body's foundation and causes sequelae. After that time, Liu still doesn't dare to let Gabite use Big Slash casually, and only dares to use it as an ultimate trump card to save his life. So although the space skills were awesome, Liu gave up after thinking about it. At last. That's the word that appears for the first time, the world's Earl Dervish tree. For that matter, Liu is no stranger. He had seen relevant information in the original work. The Earl Dervish tree in the world has a symbiotic relationship with Mew, and is also the origin of many fossil Pokémon, such as Aerodactyl, Omanite, Armaldo and other Pokémon. Therefore, the power of sensing the world tree mentioned in the system introduction. It should be related to Mew and the energy of these Pokémon. But how exactly? There is no way to know. It can only be known through practice. Just think about it for a while. He also gave up this option. After all, he had not seen the Earl Dervish tree in the world yet. Nothing is known about what happens after induction. Might as well solve the immediate problem. Think for a while. Liu still chose to build an independent space. Luxury Ball currently only has 2. Except for Mewtwo and Little Nebula, Scyther, and Gabite, and even Shaman did not enjoy the comfort of the Luxury Ball. Dark Master Ball capture rate is 100%. No mythical beast can escape. But the living conditions are not comparable to luxury ball. After all, there are specialties in the art. The areas of expertise are different. Especially, a parallel space independent of the world. Captivate for Liu is too big. Systems for building space. His throat was dry and he couldn't help but swallow. The words just fell. The crystal-like fragment in the palm of his hand slowly rose and floated to the top of the 7th floor. Liu closed his eyes. Following the guidance of the system, the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness slowly flows toward the crystal fragments. Suddenly, colors burst out from the fragments. Continuous input of spiritual power. By 3/5 of the way, Liu was sweating profusely. 4 out of 5. The body trembled slightly. Exhausted. A sudden feeling of dizziness came over me. Liu's body shook. Jamie, Shaman quickly approached, and a burst of green light enveloped him. The spirit was soothed and Liu calmed down. He opened his eyes. The crystal-like fragments suddenly flew straight towards him. The next second, go straight in from the wrist. Liu didn't have time to cry out in pain. I saw an extra diamond-shaped mark on my wrist, like a normal tattoo, appearing gray and black. Huh. Liu's spiritual power branched out and directed towards the mark. Call out. The wind howled. The colorful door suddenly opened. Liu's eyes flashed, and the scene suddenly changed. The stone carvings on the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel were completely gone, replaced by a chaotic space. Not much space. Liu walked 300 steps and reached the edge. The edges were foggy, as if covered with a veil, and nothing could be seen clearly. He reached forward. But it's hard to get in. The hand seems to have touched a transparent barrier, hindering progress. Liu closed his eyes and stepped out of the chaotic space. He pulled out the luxury ball. Summon Shaman. Brush it. A flash of white light passed by. Shaman's figure was teleported into the chaotic space through the luxury ball. Liu also entered it again. Bang. Shaman appeared out of thin air. It looked left and right with a cute expression on its face, obviously not realizing what was happening. Shaman's eyes were confused. It was obviously an extremely spacious and comfortable area with a sofa and a bed just now, so why did you end up here all of a sudden? And at the same time, Liu then teleported 4 other Pokemon inside. Little Nebula jumped up and down as soon as she came out, running around, and within a few seconds she bumped into barrier. He fell down dizzy. Scyther looked cautious and stood firmly in front of Liu. Gible howled excitedly. Even Mewtwo had a hint of curiosity in his eyes, suspended in the chaotic space. Feel the unique energy here. Gible used the power of attribute to guide downwards. There was a boom. Gibe's body glowed with earthy yellow light, and in the next second, the 200 cubic meters of ground became almost the same as the outside world. Liu squatted down again. Pick up a handful of dirt from the ground. He smelled it and touched it, but it was no different from the one on Aqua Blue Star. This is still a newborn world. Empty. Everything needs a slow recovery. Only heaven and earth are separated, and the rest still needs to be built. Shaman, use your power to spread energy to the ground. Liu took out the seeds of Salak berry, as well as the energy root, revival herb, white herb, etc. that had been collected in the green secret place. He originally kept 2 copies. A spare copy. 1 copy for emergencies. Unexpectedly, now is the right time. Under Liu's expectant gaze, Shaman chirped and took the Salak berry seeds in his hand. Jamie. Puff puff. A stream of green energy relies on the Salak berry seeds and shoots them evenly into the ground. The strange thing is, the space of each seed seems to be marked with a measuring stick. Extremely precise. Liu watched intently. I was also surprised at Shaman's ability. This is specialization in the art industry. Control over plants. No one can match it. Immediately afterwards, the surging greenery spreads down, and with Shaman as the center, Salak berry seeds begin to grow. Less than a few seconds, saplings gradually appeared. The space is suddenly full of spring and full of vitality. Half a minute later, Liu stopped. Salak berry saplings have grown. It became extremely tall, enough to hold 2 or 3 people together, just waiting to bear fruit. 5 Pokemon were playing near the tree, and the air became much fresher. Liu took a deep breath. Leave the virtual space. Get ready to leave the tower. He wanted to get the reward for signing in. Now that he got the reward, he naturally didn't want to continue. After all, the 7th level is too difficult. Even if he could pass, it would be very difficult, and it might even exhaust Mewtwo's energy, causing further mental harm. In front of the Tower of Babel. Holy shit. Why hasn't Li Shen come out yet? You're not going to break through to the 7th floor, are you? This is too scary. The freshman kept exclaiming. Many people come here because of their reputation and are extremely curious about what level Liu can reach. As Liu ranks higher, more and more people gathered. After the rookie battle ranking is updated, a group of people were so excited that they couldn't sleep at night. More than half of the people came, and thousands of people gathered in a dense crowd. More than half of the freshmen arrived, and thousands of people gathered in a dense crowd. Fortunately, it's surrounded by suburbs. Otherwise, you may be reported as disturbing the public. They didn't notice. Behind the crowd, there were even many old professors from schools waiting in front of the tower, looking at the Tower of Babel expectantly. Under the spotlight, Liu's figure slowly appeared in front of the Babel Tower. He just showed up. Are you Liu? I want to make friends with you. Hu Yun ran over quickly before anyone could react. The distance between the two was less than 1 meter. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Obviously he didn't expect Li Yu to be so handsome. He stuttered as soon as the words came out, his face turned slightly red, and he finished speaking in a shy and warm voice. Ling Yi was left speechless. This was the first time he had seen Hu Yun look so gentle since he was a child. Talk to yourself regularly. No word is too many. Is this still her? Ling Yi was in a daze, but he quickly realized that the secret passage was not good. Damn it, she got the better of me. He jumped up and was about to cross the crowd in front and squeeze into chat. I didn't expect this. Everyone else also recovered. Thousands of people buzzed and exploded. Sound waves rose up one after another, filling the sky with boiling water. All the freshmen rushed towards Li Yu with all their eyes, scrambling for the first place, and didn't care that their hair was scattered. He shouted excitedly, Ali Shan. Brotherly, the strategy for the Tower of Babel is here. Li Yu is the coolest. Brother, can you be my boyfriend? The noisy voices expressed their love for Li Yu crazily. Li Yu was startled. Seeing the scene of thousands of people rushing towards him, his eyelids jumped. Ling Yi just took a step slower, causing him to be crowded from left to right. His clothes were in a mess, and his previous handsome image was gone. At this moment, who can care about him? Several unexpected stomp events are about to happen. Enough. A low shout came from behind the crowd. The row of people who were about to rush in front of Li Yu stopped in their tracks as if they had been disabled. They were shocked to find out he couldn't move. The people at the back were slightly stunned when they saw the classmates in the front row frozen in place. He also stopped quickly. I just can't stop the car occasionally. He bumped into the back of the person in front of him, but the classmate in front of him couldn't react and fell to the ground in a daze. Bang! At this time, the classmates in the front row suddenly regained their freedom. Suddenly he lost control of his forward momentum and fell violently. Several people directly gave Li Yu a great gift of admiration. Forehead. Li Yu has black hair. I don't think I need to be so polite, right? Headmaster? Professor Li. Thank you, teacher. There was a sudden change in the new life. A group of teachers slowly walked out from behind the crowd, and the one in front was the principal. It turns out that the principal just used psychic. No wonder I can't move. The principal's psychic seems to have improved again. He is worthy of being the president of the Psychic Association. Professor Li is here too, and I want to take his class. Don't be delusional. Senior said that you have to stay up late to get a seat in Professor Li's class. Wow, thank you Queen for coming too, she is so beautiful. Why are all the teachers here? This battle is a bit too big. It must be for Li Shen, do you need to say that? Li Yu is also confused. If he hadn't seen that Professor Li in front of him was an admissions teacher he had seen before, he would not have recognized these as Peking University professors. When the principal saw Li Yu, his eyes immediately lit up. People haven't seen it yet. A teleport. The principal came to Li Yu, with tears in his eyes, and held his hands excitedly. Student Li Yu, you are the pride of our Peking University. Headmaster. Li Yu looked helpless. But I was shocked. The teleport speed demonstrated by the principal just now is definitely the best in the world. At least he can't do it yet. Tisk, this damn old man, let him take the lead again. A beautiful woman with a hot figure also followed. After seeing the principal's actions, he actually rolled his eyes. Then Professor Li and his party also arrived. Li Yu, you finally came out. We have been waiting for a long time. Professor Li's eyes were pleased. I sighed in my heart that this grandson-in-law is really good. Professor Li, what are you doing? As soon as Li Yu's question came out, the professors who had been holding back just now immediately started a war. Li Yu, I am the dean of the water department. I hope you can study in our department. You can get as many skill CDs as you want. An uncle came forward and said Chen Chen. TCH, Li Yu is not good at the water element. You didn't even do your homework and you still had the nerve to rob people. The rock element is the most suitable for him. Student Li Yu, come to Grass College, the fruit library will be open to you at any time. Hehe. Professor Li sneered. The most popular school in Beijing University is my fire department. I recruited Li Yu. You are still the dean. You are so shameless. Professor Li raised his head proudly. In his opinion, if there is a granddaughter in the fire department, Li Yu will definitely choose him. Sudden. The beautiful teacher appeared, and she walked up to Li Yu gracefully. Just standing there gives off a very strong momentum. I saw her charming smile. Lean forward and blink slightly. Classmate Li Yu, follow me, okay. The remaining professors looked at it blankly, and when they reacted, they immediately became angry. Thank you teacher, how can you use a honey trap? That's right, we want fair competition. The freshmen were all stunned. Like being possessed by slowpoke. Unresponsive. There was a storm in my heart. After a while, they looked at each other and bowed their heads together. Complain in the freshman group. Tisk, tisk, the queen actually knows this trick. Damn, isn't the dean of the grass department known for his strictness? Who is that one who smiles like a chrysanthemum? Ugh, I can't even make it to class. Is this the charm of a boss? I'm crying. We are all lemons at the moment. I'm going to think about it. Just when everyone was envious, a faint voice broke the noisy atmosphere. Let there be silence in front of the Tower of Babel. Okay, don't worry, let's go back to Beijing University first and see your accommodation. The principal said quickly. When the freshmen saw this, they were even more envious. All of them were crying and sad. It wasn't until Liu was taken away by the principal in a car that they sighed deeply. The Shadow Organization Division. Have all the matters in the Green Secret Realm been resolved? Brother Shi, there is another person. The subordinate lowered his head and reported. Who? Why did it take so long? Brother Shi's tone turned cold. When the subordinate heard this tone, he shuddered unconsciously and explained tremblingly. Brother Shi, this person has entered Beijing University, so it's not easy to do anything. Haha Jingda. I think your skin needs to loosen up a bit recently. Brother Shi, me? I'll solve it right away. Well, within a week, or you won't come to see me. Looking at the large, 3-story well-renovated villa in front of me, supporting lawns, green gardens, and small lakes. Grass. Liu secretly cursed. Liu secretly cursed. Only 100 meters away from the villa are the canteen, library, teaching building, laboratory, training area. Regardless of the accommodation environment, or the convenience of the location, all top-notch, this kind of house is placed outside the school and is priced at current housing prices in Beijing. At least 20 million. How's it going? Are you satisfied, classmate Liu? The principal looked at him expectantly. Liu smiled. Certainly. Hear the words. The principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. I saw that he looked quite confused. Then, classmate Liu, can I make a request? You say. Liu was actually a little curious. What could make the president of Beijing University so embarrassed? Do you know about the Interschool League? After hearing this, Liu recalled for a moment, remembered the history ribbon he had seen on the official website before reporting, and nodded slightly. As soon as the principal saw Liu's expression, he knew what was going on. Beijing University is no longer what it used to be, he said slowly. Liu didn't speak for a while. The Intercollegiate League is an annual competition for honor among major universities. It also determines the resource preferences of local city governments and alliance. Simply put, the school that wins the championship will naturally get the best resources, whether it is money, Pokémon props, skill CDs, training venues. It even includes access to secret realms. Everyone knows, secret realms appear more frequently on Aquamarine, and the resources brought by high-level secret realms are unimaginable. If a gym leader-level trainer has an adventure in a secret realm, maybe he will be promoted to quasi-elite in one fell swoop. This is the incredible thing about the secret realm. Not to mention, the Interschool League also represents a school's reputation. As the principal said, Beijing University has not ranked first in the past 3 years. But this year is the same. Beijing University will be officially deprived of its title of number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom, and will be replaced by Qingdao University or other universities. Alas, we at Beijing University only got 10 of the admission quotas for the Golden Secret Realm in Beijing last year, which was less than 1/2 of the previous number. Now let's talk. The principal was still aggrieved. His eyes began to turn red. Principal, what do you mean? Liu interrupted in time and got to the point. I would like to ask you to participate in this Interschool League. As a thank you, you can choose from all the courses at Peking University. The same goes for teacher. You can go to whichever department you want. The principal was a little embarrassed. Because logically speaking, freshmen can only participate as substitutes. If Liu agrees to go to the Interschool League, he can only appear as a substitute. Although in the official competition, it still depends on the strength. But a substitute doesn't sound good after all. The principal knew that most geniuses were arrogant, and he was actually mentally prepared. But I want to try it anyway. Liu is their last hope at Beijing University. To this end, he made arrangements in advance when he saw the ranking of the Tower of Babel. Except for Beijing University students, people from other universities can only see the previous rookie rankings when they log into the official website. This is also to avoid alerting the enemy. Gible. The principal swallowed nervously, his heart beating faster than when he saw his wife when he was young. He felt that if Liu rejected him, I'm afraid I'll faint immediately. At this time. Okay, I agree. Liu still had that indifferent tone. To the principal's ears, it sounded like the sound of nature. In fact, after knowing that the Interschool League was competing for points in a secret realm, Liu planned to agree. He came to Beijing University originally for the secret realm here. There is no reason to say no now. As for the replacement, when had he ever cared about what outsiders thought? Not to mention that the principal made a special exception for himself. He has never heard of anyone from Beijing University being able to choose any department, courses, and teachers at will. On Aquamarine, the more high-level a trainer is, the more valuable experience is. Different from the previous life, trainers only really learn the in-depth knowledge of Pokémon after entering college, study the theories of various departments, and accumulate practical tactics. The professors in the school are basically at the director level. Some deans are even quasi-elite. The experience they teach is a priceless treasure that is more valuable than Pokémon props, and most trainers specialize in a certain type of training. There are very few monsters like Liu who combine various aspects. So no matter which department you go to, this is a problem for Liu. After all, after choosing one department, you will automatically lose your qualifications to apply for courses in other departments. Now there is a commitment from the principal. This problem was properly solved. Student Liu, I would like to thank you on behalf of Beijing University. The principal was so excited that he almost cried. Liu couldn't bear his enthusiasm. After a few quick words of comfort, he quickly dismissed the principal on the grounds that he needed to adapt to the new environment. Passed through small gardens and small lakes. Liu looked at the smart door lock in front of him and aimed his eyes at scanning. Ding! Identify the homeowner Liu. The door is open. Iris recognition successful. A creak. The door opens automatically. Entering the villa, unlike the natural harmony of the garden, the house is full of a sense of technology. Call. Liu sat down on the soft sofa, contented. The next day, Liu just left Beijing University. With his mental awareness, he noticed that there was a hidden sight staring at him from behind. Not in good faith. After he judged. Continue walking forward as if nothing had happened. In fact, it is far away from the original route, heading to a sparsely populated region. The subordinate was delighted when he saw this. The original plan has long since been cancelled. He lifted the package in his hand. Follow Liu. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a construction site that was about to be demolished. There seems to be a shutdown here. The surrounding area is deserted. At this point, even a fool knows that Liu did it on purpose. A subordinate wearing a hat and a special mark on his chest walked out from behind a dilapidated house. The corners of his mouth under the brim of his hat curved in an evil way. This is the first time I've seen someone come to my door looking for death. He finished. Just place the package you are holding on the ground. Liu noticed. The moment it hit the ground, the package moved strangely a few times. Then the opponent didn't hesitate and simply threw a pokeball. A Macamp appears with 4 arms. The weird thing is, the skin of this Macamp was dyed dark. Eyes all red. The moment he saw Liu, he even licked the corner of his mouth. A wave of bloodthirsty malice rushed towards him. Liu frowned in discomfort. Exploratory sweep. Pokemon, Macamp, total contamination. Qualification, elite level. Level 45. Ability, perseverance. Attribute, fighting. Combat power value, 510. Liu suddenly realized when he saw the word complete pollution. He remembered the first time he met Shaman. But compared to the Macamp in front of me, Shaman's situation is obviously much better. At least there is a possibility of treatment. Is this the evil shadow Pokemon that Surilo said? This thought suddenly came to his mind. Look at the person opposite again. His expression changed. Shadow organization. The subordinate wearing the hat laughed evilly and said viciously, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. What a pity, you will soon be killed by me. The words fell. Macamp didn't hesitate anymore. A punch was struck hard, a hurricane was set off along the way, and the broken rock cracked instantly. A punch was struck hard, a hurricane was set off along the way, and the broken rock cracked instantly. At the same time, there is also a dark force slowly growing. Haha, the grass on the grave of the last person who said this has already grown as tall as you. Court death. This was the first time for the man in the hat to see someone still so careless after hearing about the shadow organization. He spat out 2 words coldly. Tell Macamp to speed up again. Seeing the fist wind approaching in an instant, Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. Psychic is activated in an instant and covers the whole body. Brush. The next second, his figure disappeared directly. Bang! Macamp's punch was empty and completely missed his target. He went straight towards the house behind him. Boom. House collapse. Stirring up tons of dust. Liu in front of the house has long since disappeared. The man in the hat was furious when he heard Liu's words, thinking he was struggle before his death. But I didn't expect it. Just a mistake. The other party cannot be found. There was a rare hint of panic in the subordinate's eyes. Sweat suddenly broke out on my nose. The next second, I saw him looking around suspiciously. Macamp, come back. The subordinate swallowed his saliva and felt his scalp numb for no reason, and a sense of uneasiness arose spontaneously. Macamp was like a dumb puppet, unaware of the weirdness of the surrounding atmosphere. Just blindly obey the master's orders. Came to the subordinates. Seeing Macamp come back, the man in the hat breathed a sigh of relief and hid behind it in a flash. Use him as a shield. For their shadow organization, evil shadow Pokemon can be created at will, but their own lives cannot be resurrected. Subordinates cherish their little life very much. At this time, suddenly there was a strange wind behind him. Plop. The subordinate faces the ground. It fell down and was covered in dust. He turned around in fear. Shocking discovery. The boy suddenly appeared behind him and looked at him condescendingly. And next to him, there is an overwhelming, black and gold Scyther. Just. The man in the hat looked at Scyther's upper body in astonishment. The place where the pair of pincers should have been was replaced by 2 black gold swords, with a bloody cold light flashing from time to time. He hallucinated for a moment. It always felt like the big knife had swallowed up countless blood and was screaming with hunger and thirst. The subordinates had no doubt about the lethality of the machete. If you cut yourself on the neck, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. One person and one Pokemon have the perfect aura of integrated union, the same indifference. It's like looking at the ants under your feet. This moment, the subordinates couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly he realized that the young man in front of him was not the trainer who had been slaughtered by others in the past, but a true strong man. The subordinate got up from the ground in shock, his expression no longer as proud as before. Take a closer look. You can even detect the fear lurking deep in your eyes. The aura during the battle is classified as important, and this person has been stabilized by himself. From now on, the initiative returned to Liu. He has seen the outcome of this battle. 5 minutes. Liu softly uttered a few words and then stood on the sidelines, looking towards the opposite side with an indifferent expression. The subordinates also heard this sentence. But I don't know why. But he had no time to continue thinking. Because the words just fell. Scyther moved suddenly. It instantly turned into a black gold light and shadow, completely demonstrating a terrifying speed that was incompatible with his burly figure. The broadsword dropped to the ground and was dragged along the way. A string of sparks appeared on the ground. It's like the trumpet of death blowing. The subordinates couldn't see Scyther's movements clearly. A panicked order, Macamp, dynamic punch. Scyther's speed obviously exceeded his previous common sense understanding of this Pokémon. Macamp saw Scyther rushing towards him. A strange laugh? The empty eyes suddenly shot out a bloodthirsty light. There was almost no need for the man in the hat to give orders, and the normal body of the hill was like a bulldozer running over him. Run with all your strength. You can see the clear footprints left behind on the ground. Suddenly, a black gold light and shadow flashed past, and the sword flashed with red light and slashed towards the opposite side mercilessly. Bang! A vertical leap. Macamp falls from the sky. With a weird expression, he punched the opponent. There was only a scoff. The two collided, and the sword light actually cut open Macamp's rock-like skin. And dynamic punch has arrived. The terrifying force blasted a hole out of the air. It can be seen that 100% of the strength was used. Boom! The jaw-dropping sound of Orberga's collision sounded. The relaxed expression on the subordinate's face suddenly stopped, and he looked at Scyther's body in horror. I saw Macamp strike with all his strength. It actually only left a shallow fist mark on its armor. Superficial. There wasn't even any internal damage. How can this be? The subordinate exclaimed, with disbelief written all over his face. But no matter. The facts were before his eyes, and it was hard for him not to believe it. But the contaminated Macamp does not know fear and is still unwilling to give in even when his master is frightened. Opening his mouth wide, he beat his chest with all four arms. With a loud shout, he raised his foot and landed bulldoze on the ground. Bulldoze? The next second, a powerful shock wave swept around, the ground buzzed, and several big trees along the road were broken. Go straight to the target. The ground shook and Scyther's speed dropped sharply, but its eyes are still very calm. Not affected in any way. Liu looked on and nodded secretly. Today Scyther's combat awareness is very mature. Have accurate judgment. Scyther was seen avoiding the scope of the shockwave radiation. The power of steel type is gathered in one breath. Covers two large knives. The twin swords wrapped in the power of Orberg just appeared. The blade sharply tore through the air. Macamp crossed his arms across his chest, trying to resist. But this is just a waste of effort. After Scyther covers the power of steel, the double swords are even sharper than before. It turns out that it can break through the body's surface defenses. Needless to say now, less than a second. Macamp was knocked backwards by the force of the sword. Hill Normal's body shape falls on ground. Like earthquake activated. A cloud of gravel and dust was thrown up. Scyther, continue. Liu smiled. There was a flash of interest in his eyes. He also wanted to see how far Scyther could use his dual swords. Just evolved before. Now I finally have a suitable sparring partner. It is necessary to maximize value. Isn't a meat mountain like Macamp much stronger than a shield bought with money? Precisely. Scyther heard the order without hesitation. The attack was fierce again, his body swayed, and his two swords were crossed in front of his chest. The green and reddish sword light flashed past. The power of bug type carries a faint trace of fire. The temperature in the air is rising? The subordinates' faces turned pale at times, with both hatred and fear on their faces. The other party was obviously playing a trick on him. Use Macamp as a target for practice. The man in the hat has long since regretted it. I felt that I was too impulsive this time, and I secretly planned to gather more people to come back later. He directed Macamp in front of him. Block him firmly. Seeing Liu standing nearby, as if he was nurturing spirit with his eyes closed, he retreated, quietly turned around and ran away. Thought no one saw it. Who knows, the subordinates thought no one saw them. Who knows? At this time, there was a flash before his eyes. A figure suddenly appeared. Run to where? The young man is like a ghost. Although his face is very handsome, in the eyes of his subordinates, he is no different from a devil. You. The man in the hat couldn't finish his sentence. His face turned pale. He fell directly to the ground. His eyes were full of fear and terror, and his body was trembling slightly, showing no signs of his usual domineering behavior. Just in time, Scyther swung two broadswords and came to Macamp in an instant, slashing hard. Macamp's body was actually thrown away by the wind of swords. Then, another knife. Use it continuously, with no gaps in between. It is Lynn. The lethality of the last knife is twice that of the previous one, causing the enemy 100 times the damage. There was a boom. Macamp finally fell. Even if it is strong, it cannot withstand what the opponent does. Macamp was exhausted, and the last knife cut into his heart, killing him instantly. Hayes's blood gurgled from the knife edge. When the man in the hat saw this, his pupils shrank and his mind went blank. The eyes could only see the blood flowing out of Macamp's body, and suddenly Macamp became himself. Fear suddenly swept through his body. His eyes went white. The subordinates know nothing. Macamp has numerous scars on his body. That's something I can't bear to look at. Liu saw this. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. 5 minutes passed exactly. Scyther also put away his machete and restored his original pair of pincers. Sudden, an indescribable stench hit my nose. Liu frowned, covered his face and looked towards ground. He hasn't made a move yet. The other party was so frightened that he peed his pants and passed out. Tisk. Is this the Shadow Organization? Liu's tone was very disdainful, and disgust flashed in his eyes. Even so, his vigilance only deepened. Because no matter the other party's words, deeds, or psychological quality, it is obvious that he is just a little guy. And a little guy can actually own a Macamp? What does this mean? It goes without saying. The Shadow Organization is more powerful than he thought. However, it can be seen that the other party is an unorganized sucker punch, otherwise they would not be unprepared. I'm afraid I don't know much about him. Liu touched his chin. It seems that the Shadow Organization has not investigated me. Since Surilo, you know that the pollution stone is their masterpiece, and you are still looking for the trainer in the Verdanturf secret realm. Liu kept an eye on it. It's about shaman after all, thinking they can detect what the contamination stone once contaminated. But look now, the opponent is not as broad as divine ability. It might just be able to detect energy fluctuations. The stone that contaminated shaman lost its effect, and they found something strange, so they launched a comprehensive investigation into the secret realm of Verdanturf. But how? I'm afraid I don't know. Laugh. While Liu was thinking, in the air, as more and more blood flows out, haze begins to accumulate. It's about to take shape. Scyther suddenly swung out his knife, and the flames from the tip of the knife touched haze for a moment. Haze hissed. A few seconds later, only then finally dissipated in the air. Liu looked at this scene with his eyebrows forming the character Sichuan. Not to mention anything else. The pollution of shadow Pokemon is too serious. It can have an impact even after death. Well, sudden. A strange noise came from not far away. Liu glanced across. I found that there was only one package in that piece. It was the one that the man in the hat put on the ground before the battle. What's this? He walked quickly to the package, but his movements were cautious. Not opened directly. Violently. The package moved again. Liu is close. I can see clearly this time. It seems to be a pair of legs that are kicking, but they are obviously very short. The first time he saw the package, he ruled out people. Is it a Pokemon? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Just in case, use Psychic to form a transparent barrier in front of you, then open the package. Liu looked over, eyes slightly open. It turns out to be a Pokemon that looks like Froakie. Why do we say they are similar in appearance? Because this Froakie was covered in blood and scars, it was obvious that it had been tortured badly before. If it weren't for the iconic big yellow eyes, he was also illegible. At this moment, Froakie's eyes were half opened, and his mouth was covered by a strip of special material, and he could only make a sound of ouch. It glanced at Liu vaguely. It seemed that he felt an aura of peace of mind from him. The last of his strength was exhausted. The head tilted. Passed out directly. Isn't he dead? Liu was startled and quickly used the detection technique. Pokemon, Froakie, endangered. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Level 15. Ability, Free Transformation. Your own attribute becomes the attribute of the used move before using the move. Attribute, Water. Combat Power Value, 205. Quasi-Elite level. Liu's eyes lit up. After seeing the ability to change freely, I was even more surprised. This Froakie is not only highly qualified, but his hidden ability is also activated. Being able to change freely is a very powerful ability. How awesome is it? It depends on how many attribute skills your Pokemon has. As long as there are enough, it has almost no weaknesses. This is just the defensive level. In terms of attack power, the ability to change freely can still play a role. When a Pokemon uses a skill with its own attribute, its damage will increase sharply, and the flexible transformation allows any skill used by the Pokemon to be its own attribute. The damage is naturally superimposed invisible. Not to mention, Froakie's final form, Greninja, is a powerful damage-dealing Pokemon and extremely popular. After Liu saw the results of the exploratory test, I was immediately tempted. Green light flashed in his hand, extending towards Froakie in the package. Not good. The results are the same as those of exploration. I don't know what this Froakie has been through, and it's almost exhausted. Several fatal injuries were extremely deep. The power of Viridian can only temporarily seal the wound. Treatment must begin immediately, otherwise I'm afraid he will really die. Liu looked tense. Move quickly. Quickly take out an empty Pokeball. There was a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, Froakie was included. It's too late to wait for anyone. Liu originally wanted to wait for the police to come and deal with it and get some reward, but now he has no time. It's not safe to leave the other person here alone. Who knows when he will bring back smelling salts. I saw Liu walking up to the man in the hat in a few steps. Scyther blasted out with a pincer. The opponent's head cracked instantly and shattered to the ground, leaving only a red and white patch on the ground. Liu didn't care much. Summon Gible. He took it directly to the Pokémon Center in Beijing. Not long after he left. 10 minutes later, soaring in the sky descended an eagle. A man with middle-parted hair, wearing a dark blue trench coat and a resolute temperament walked towards the body of the man in the hat. After seeing the miserable state of Macamp and the man, he frowned slightly. Did you just leave? He rubbed his fingers and wiped away the blood. After checking, he slowly looked to the southwest as he spoke. That's exactly the direction Liu left. The Pokémon Center in Beijing is located in the city center and its architectural style tends to be modern. Not as contest as the Magic City Pokémon Center looks, but it occupies twice the ground area of Magic City. There is an endless stream of trainers coming to play, and the number of visitors is at least tens of thousands in one day. Brush. Liu landed on Gible. As soon as I stepped into the Pokémon Center, a familiar reminder rang in my ears. Drop. Sign in location, Beijing Pokémon Center. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Mystic Water. Mystic Water, a drop-shaped gem that seems to possess part of the power of the sea. After being carried by a Pokémon, it increases water affinity and increases the power of water-type moves by 20%. No side effects. That's it. Liu was stunned. He is no stranger to Mystic Water. It is a rare and precious treasure for water Pokémon. He didn't expect that he could get unexpected sign-ins. Mystic Water is a prop that cannot be manufactured artificially. There is no qualification or upper limit for improvement. That means, as the level of water-type Pokémon gets higher and higher, the increased power of moves will become more obvious. After all, the water gun used at level 10 is not the same as the water gun used at level 50. Increased by 20% based on level 50. The change will be huge and absolutely visible to the naked eye. And the most important thing is that it has no side effects. There are no unlimited props on the market that directly increase the strength of Pokémon, and they are not as simple as millions. Once discovered, a bloody storm will ensue. Even major aristocratic families would be interested in props like this that would not dissipate and could be passed down forever and be passed down as family treasures. I found someone looking curiously around. Liu remained silent. There is no option to receive items now, and he just came in. Many people noticed it. Some are curious, some are jealous, and the majority are envious. There were even a few glances with malicious intent. After all, not everyone can have a future quasi-god reserve by their side. Gible is usually a bit silly in front of Liu and several other Pokémon, but at times like this, she can stand alone. Its eyes flickered, and the aura unique to Dragon-type Pokémon instantly appeared. Air condensation. Brush. Everyone looked at him curiously and immediately looked away. A few thoughtful people were even more shocked. It felt like Gible's eyes were pointed at him just now. Think of this. A layer of cold sweat covered his forehead unconsciously. Turning his head quietly, they looked at each other for a few times, not daring to make any unnecessary moves. Liu didn't have time to observe what was going on around her. He could feel that Froka's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he might not be able to hold on for long. I saw him taking 3 steps and doing 2. Quickly arrived at the counter. Excuse me, what do you need? The receptionist asked politely. I want to rent an operating room. When he tested it with Viridian power, he found that there were several purple-green poisonous spots under the blood spots. The poisonous spots are not fatal, but it contains toxins. It must be removed using special hospital equipment. That's why he came to the Pokémon Center. Operating room. The counter lady asked in surprise, as if she was doubting her ears. After all, I came to the Pokémon Center. Except for trainers who go to the mission hall to receive missions, most of them come here for treatment. There are rental treatment rooms for normal flesh injuries, but it's rare to see an operating room. The young trainer in front of me doesn't look like he can perform surgery at all. Is he conducting a biological Pokémon experiment? The lady at the counter lost her mind for a moment. The look in Liu's eyes became more and more strange. I have to apply for this now. The lady at the counter said bravely. This handsome trainer was very powerful and she didn't dare to just let him go. Okay, please hurry up. Liu frowned and stood there waiting. The people around who heard the conversation between the two looked over quietly. But this time I didn't dare to act openly. I only dared to glance quietly from the corner of my eye, whispering words. That person said he wanted to rent an operating room. Seems to be. You're not going to do the surgery yourself, are you? Who knows, young people are so courageous. They don't dare to think about anything if they don't take Pokémon as their treasure. The lady at the counter looked embarrassed and quickly dialed the phone. Hello, Director Lynn, it's not good. The counter lady huddled behind the glass and whispered. Look out furtively. I was relieved to find that the trainer didn't hear me. While covering the microphone of the electronic screen with his hand, he explained. Ling Wei frowned slightly when she heard the last part in the office. His face also turned cold. What should have been a classically beautiful appearance was partially covered up by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and there was a hint of seriousness between Normal's brows. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly took the elevator and went straight to the medical center on the 2nd floor. Liu waited for a moment. The lady at the counter still didn't move. I started to feel impatient. About to ask. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she waved and shouted to Director Ling. It was like seeing the savior. Sudden. Da-da-da. The sound of heels hitting the ground slowly sounded. Follow this footsteps. There were also sounds of greetings from everyone. Director Ling, you are here. Director Ling, thank you for treating my Weedle last time. Director Ling, do you think my swimming frog is recovering well? Liu turned his head. His eyes immediately met the woman behind him. The level of exquisiteness in her appearance is unprecedented in her life, and even wearing heavy glasses cannot hide it. It stands to reason that such a woman is very eye-catching. But she has a unique calm temperament. The two are contradictory. On the contrary, it will dilute the stunningness of the appearance. The woman in white uniform stopped. Across the crowd, he looked back without showing any signs of weakness. Liu raised his eyebrows lightly. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and finally the woman spoke first. Are you the one who wants to rent the operating room? What's the problem? Is there a rule against renting? If Liu still doesn't understand what's going on, it's a waste of time. It seems that it will not be so easy for him to rent the operating room today. See Liu's attitude. Ling Wei pursed her lips. No, but I want to see your Pokémon first. Such a long time. Liu has already lost his patience. The tone of his speech gradually became unkind. Okay, then hurry up and open an operating room to see it. I feel troubled. If he didn't need the assist device to remove the toxin, he could have saved Froke himself in the villa. No need to waste this effort. The two of them arrived at the vacant operating room one after another. A large group of spectators followed behind. They didn't dare to come in, so they just poked their heads outside. Liu throws a pokeball. A dying Froke appears on the operating table. Hiss. Everyone gasped. After Ling Wei saw Froke's miserable state, she couldn't help but slowly clasped her fingers. This is too tragic. It's the first time I've seen such a seriously injured Pokémon. I don't know how you got tortured like this. Even when training, you should exercise caution. This is enough to report Pokémon abuse. Even when training, you should exercise caution. This is enough to report Pokémon abuse. Everyone's crusade continued. But due to Liu's strength, he didn't dare to point his finger at him and reprimand him. Most of them hide outside the door and look weird. Some female trainers looked at Froke with distressed eyes, and then looked at Liu. Even though he has outstanding appearance, in their eyes, he is also disgusted. Ling Wei was the closest. He also sees Froke's miserable condition most clearly. Therefore, he had a very bad impression of the trainer in front of him. Regardless of whether it was an accident or not, at this time, he should obviously call for emergency treatment, but he still had to rent an operating room. This is a joke on Pokémon's life? Ling Wei's eyes were filled with anger, but she didn't say anything. She put on white gloves and touched Froke's body. She caressed its chest. After a few seconds of pause, his eyes gradually became misty. Immediately afterwards, try operating the instrument again to check. The special scanning light shines on Froke and looks at the various data presented on the screen. Ling Wei fell silent. He shook his head with a sad expression. Everyone knows what this means. Especially Trainer, who often comes here, immediately sighed. A sigh of relief. It's over. Director Ling said it's hopeless. Oh, what a delay. If Director Ling had done the surgery earlier, it might have been possible to save a life, but now it's completely over. Young people act too impulsively. This is a Yuzan family Pokémon, what a pity. Ling Wei lowered her head. The white and slender fingers clenched tightly, almost leaving marks on the palm of the hand. I felt quite guilty. He should have made a decisive decision when he saw Liu just now, and should not have left it to chance. Missed the opportunity. Liu sneered. It was extremely unexpected in the atmosphere of sadness and regret from everyone. Why are you laughing? Ling Wei raised her head sharply. Eyes red. Laughing at you. Opinionated. The 4 words Liu came out. Like a drop of water splashing into a frying pan. The crowd exploded with anger. How do you talk? Director Ling is a gold medal doctor in Beijing. Her judgment will not be wrong. Do you think you are a god? Ling Wei's face turned red with anger. The cold beauty's anger added a bit of vitality. But Liu was not in the mood to appreciate it. He's waited so long. Patience is exhausted. Froke was completely unconscious. If treatment is not carried out, revival herb will be useless. She can't, but I can. The words fell. Everyone's ridicule didn't even have time to leave their mouths. The young man took out a green herb directly from his space backpack. The next second, he forcefully opened Froke's mouth and stuffed it in. Immediately afterwards, a ball of green light appeared on the young man's hand. The green light assisted the medicinal herbs and slowly pushed them into Froke's throat. Revival herb is wrapped in the power of Viridian. Melt slowly. The moment it comes into contact with saliva, it completely turned into a ball of green liquid, flowing directly from the throat. Visible to the naked eye, Froke's fatal parts began to heal. The wounds gradually scarred and fell off. Froke, who was no longer breathing, also started to have his chest rise and fall. He regained his breath in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment, and his brain had no time to react. The voices of accusation have long since disappeared. Ling Wei's pupils tightened and she was extremely surprised. Looking at the most familiar surgical scene in front of me, but it felt extremely strange. Liu's hands kept moving, taking the scald hood next to the operating bed and rinsing it at Froke. Blood dripped mixed with water. People's eyes widened in shock. After the fatal injury faded, purple color began to appear on Froke's light blue skin. Toxin spreads. Liu did not hesitate, picked up the medical tweezers in front of the operating table, and carefully pricked the toxin spots on Froke's body one by one. Pus just started coming out. Behind it is venom. Wait until the color becomes normal. Only then do young people begin to look for their next target. During this process, he was always extremely calm and crisp. There was no sound in the huge operating room. Extremely quiet, as if afraid of disturbing him. When the poisonous spots are punctured, Froke finally wakes up. It suddenly opened its eyes, but felt severe pain. but living in the wild for a long time made him always cautious, and even in the face of this situation, he still didn't scream. Only the body trembled slightly. When Liu came here, the only classes she had taken in high school were Pokemon First Aid, and she was no stranger to toxin treatment methods. Froka looked at the man in front of him, but he can't even raise the slightest bit of vigilance against human beings. Do not know why. It felt inexplicably close to this person. You can even feel this person using energy to soothe yourself. There was a trace of doubt in Froka's eyes. What are you doing stupidly? Cooperate with me. Liu glanced at the other side lightly and said. Ling Wei recovered from the shock, biting her lower lip. Not a word. The edges of her lips turned white from her bite. Unprecedented guilt and loss hit Ling Wei's heart. She didn't dare to look at Liu, but the feet moved slowly. She took out the detoxifying spray from the medicine counter and sprayed it evenly on Froka's body with a professional technique. The two worked together. Froka's toxins were quickly eliminated. Even the body surface has returned to Cal's color. Saw this scene. Someone was stunned and said, awesome, awesome. Gudong. There was a sound of swallowing. The speaker didn't seem to believe it, and said tentatively, that was revival herb just now. He finished. Fuck. I go. Gan. Damn it, the boss is right in front of me. Normal's overwhelming momentum sent the entire Pokémon Center into chaos. Ling Wei also realized this. Complicated feelings. After she became the director, this was the first time she assisted someone in surgery, and she was willing to do so. Sorry, I was wrong. Ling Wei is not a coy character. Knowing that he had made a mistake in judgment and made an empirical mistake, after calming down, he immediately went to Liu and apologized. Liu waved his hand. At this time, a light suddenly appeared on Froka's body. It instantly blinded everyone's eyes. Light of evolution. Someone exclaimed. Another burst of foul language. Everyone can't calm down. Extremely excited. What could be more exciting than seeing an endangered Pokemon being revived and evolving in the blink of an eye? Ling Wei is also good at covering up with her hands. The corners of his mouth turned up. Suddenly there was a feeling of emotion in my heart. Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. Evolved. He muttered silently, not surprised in his heart. After all, revival herb has a lot of energy. After the toxins are eliminated and the body recovers, Froki, who was already on the edge of evolution, will naturally reach another level. The light of evolution waxes and wanes. Quack. A Pokemon that was slightly larger than Froki appeared. It turned dark blue and had a white scarf around its neck. But his figure was more flexible, and he jumped to the light stand on the ceiling in the blink of an eye, watching everyone cautiously. When Liu looked at it, Frogadier's attribute panel also appeared. Pokemon, Frogadier. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Level 16. Ability, Free Transformation. Your own attribute becomes the attribute of the used move before using the move. Attribute, Water. Skills, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Taunt. Combat Power Value, 215. Good. Liu nodded secretly. Judging from the data of the newly evolved Pokemon, Frogadier has outstanding qualifications and great room for growth. The skills it possesses include 3 attributes. They are Water type, Ghost type, and Evil type. Due to the ability to freely change, Liu wants Breeder to master more attribute skills. And not just limited to these 3. Quack, quack. Frogadier kicked off his legs, jumped down from the ceiling, and jumped in front of Liu in an instant. There was excitement hidden in his eyes. Obviously he is very satisfied with his power after evolution. But when facing Liu, his movements became slow and hesitant. I wanted to rub my head against Liu to express intimacy, but just halfway through, he stopped. Liu noticed Frogadier's extremely careful movements and knew that the other person still had the shadow of before. Although the intimacy level reaches 65. But I won't be able to fully open my heart to humans for a while. This is understandable. It's amazing. Frogadier can actually evolve. It seems like there are no side effects at all. Director Ling even apologized. Awesome. Who said trainer can't perform surgery? This is one. Turn the tide. There was a lot of discussion behind Liu. Everyone was severely restrained by his hand. His attitude changed 180 degrees, and he received endless praises. The few people who had just questioned the strongest ones had lowered their heads, did not dare to speak, and looked extremely ashamed. Frogadier, let's go. Liu finished. Frogadier barked in response. Just turned around. The crowd in front of the operating room was like Moses parting the sea of normal, revealing an aisle. His eyes were indifferent and his aura was strong. It was obvious that he was walking unhappily, but no one dared to discuss it in person, and the Pokémon Center became quiet. Until he left. Only then did the hustle and bustle of the past gradually return to. Ling Wei looked at his back and was in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she found that he had already gone away. She was in a daze. His footsteps moved forward a few steps unconsciously. I felt an inexplicable loss in my heart. Officer Zhang, after testing, it was found that this is a severely contaminated evil shadow Pokemon. At the same time, the information displayed in the DNA database shows that this person seems to have a criminal record. Hear the findings over the phone. The man in the trench coat was surprised when he heard this. So, it's not quite what I thought. He was lost in thought. I don't know what I thought of, but after a few seconds, I frowned and put on a serious expression. Traveling in a hurry. As they walked, they contacted their special department in Beijing. Report the situation. Jingda Villa area. Training room. As soon as Liu came back, he said to the system, receive the sign-in reward now. The next second, a drop-shaped blue gemstone pendant appeared in the palm of the hand. Small and exquisite. Suddenly a cool feeling came over me. The air throughout the house became damp. The water vapor content increased several times. Fragadier was looking at the villa curiously. But the moment mystic water appeared, I was suddenly inspired. Turn around suddenly. He couldn't help but walked towards Liu. He stared at the gem with his eyes, without blinking. The corners of Liu's mouth were slightly hooked. Place the pendant of mystic water around Fragadier's neck. I saw a flash of blue light. The dazed Fragadier's expression changed. Eyes closed. But his expression was extremely relaxed and comfortable. When he opened it again, a blue light flashed in his eyes. As soon as the dark blue palms are closed, water molecules in the air continue to flow towards it. In a blink, a ball of water-type energy surged and gathered, getting bigger and bigger. They ended up being about the size of a basketball. Suddenly, throw it hard towards the opposite side. There was a bang. Under the watchful eye of Liu, the target transparent material container exploded. Debris splattered all over the floor. Water droplets scattered. In an instant, the entire ground of the underground training room was soaked with water. It's hard to imagine that the basketball-sized water pulse actually contains so much water power. Liu is very satisfied with the effect of mystic water. Fragadier is only level 16 now. As the level increases, the power of water-type moves will increase dramatically. The time for the chosen course is coming soon. Liu tidied up briefly. He walked out of the villa and headed to the Fire Academy. The gate of the Fire Academy. Xiao Ai searched for someone in the crowd. When he found the target, he immediately jumped up excitedly. Brotherly, here. They haven't seen each other for almost a month since they parted ways after the graduation exam. The moment I saw Liu, the longing that had been suppressed in the past suddenly surged up overwhelmingly, sweeping Xiao Ai in the blink of an eye. Liu hasn't arrived yet. Xiao Ai's eyes had already started to turn red. She forcibly suppressed her sobs, her dimples appeared, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. Liu saw this. He couldn't help being infected, and the corners of his mouth rose. When the distance was less than 1 meter, Xiao Ai's ears suddenly turned red. After realizing my feelings, when I look at the other person, I feel completely different from how I felt before. She was at a loss and her heart was pounding. I don't know where to put my eyes. Liu saw her lowering her head and thought it was a long time no see. Sorry. He took the initiative to step forward and touched his black hair, which felt good to the touch. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Ai's heart beat faster. For a moment, she thought her heartbeat was so loud that Liu could hear it. Perhaps infected by the atmosphere of reunion after a long separation, Xiao Ai suddenly gained courage. Brotherly, I want to. Jingle. At this time, a prompt sounded from the Fire Academy. The students passing by quickened their pace. Some even started running. Xiao Ai's voice was completely covered. Liu looked around and said to Xiao Ai, let's go to class first. By the way, Xiao Ai, what did you just say? Xiao Ai bit her lip. Shake his head. He swallowed the words he wanted to say out loud. The two of them entered the teaching building together, found a large classroom that could accommodate hundreds of people, and just sat down. The classmates in the classroom looked over in unison. After discovering Liu, instant excitement. There was a lot of discussion immediately. Li Shen actually came to the Fire Academy. Hihi, Laoli is still more charming. Queen Xia lost. I still remember the grand occasion of snatching by deans of various departments. The video was a hot topic on the forum and received thousands of replies. Oh, I stayed up late and queued up to get into Laoli's class. I was so angry. Wake up, kid, why are you comparing yourself to the big guys? At first, people were still envious, but later, at some point, the girls in the classroom also joined in. At first, people were still envious, but later, at some point, the girls in the classroom also joined in. The topic has changed. So handsome, so handsome. Who is the girl next to him? I've never seen her before. Aha, I want to sit next to the male god too. Most of the girls in the classroom focused on Liu. The other boys were envious but convinced. After all, no matter from which aspect, they didn't dare to refuse. A few minutes later, someone came in at the door. It was Professor Li. As usual, he glanced around the classroom. He and Liu looked at each other inadvertently and were stunned for a moment. I thought I had seen it wrong. Rubbed his eyes. When he opened it again and found that it was indeed Liu in the 5th row, he immediately showed a bright smile. Classmate Liu has figured it out. Let me just say, our Fire Academy is the unique major of Peking University, and Liu will definitely know the ropes. Professor Li puffed up his chest and looked proud. At the same time, he glanced at Xiao Ai beside him, with a joking smile hidden in his eyes. Of course Xiao Ai knew what Grandpa meant. He looked at Professor Li angrily. He lowered his head with red cheeks. Professor Li couldn't help but smile even more heartily. How do you like Liu? Other students cheered. Godly, the fire element is the most awesome. Brother, you made the right choice. Let's promote the fire element together. Seeing that the class could no longer continue, Professor Li came out with a smile to stop him. Okay, let's start class now. Everyone knows that fire-type Pokémon have the hottest tempers, especially compared to the gentle grass-type Pokémon, which are naturally impulsive. So during the battle, Normal will act as a sudden advance and be the first to attack. When Professor Lee kept talking, the students also listened fascinatedly and kept taking notes in their hands. Almost everything Professor Lee said is regarded as a golden rule. As the Dean of the Fire Department, Professor Lee's understanding of fire-type Pokémon is engraved in his bones. Even Liu felt that he had gained a lot after listening to this class, especially when I heard Professor Lee lecture on research papers and patent applications. Very seriously, his expression was thoughtful. Over time, just when Liu was searching for information on Pokémon combination skills and preparing a patent application, the popularity of the Interschool League is growing day by day. Dominate major university forums and topic lists every day. The hot searches in the same city in Beijing remain high. The National College League is about to begin. Which university do you support? The voting link is as follows. Beijing University, Qingda, Southern Zhejiang, Magic City. The number of voters has now exceeded 100,000, and the statistical results will be announced tomorrow. Is the secret realm of the Interschool League more difficult than in previous years? Professor Mewtwo explained this. Individual battle for points, the number of examples ranked first among major universities in previous years. Has Beijing University already encountered Waterloo? The first place in Qingda University is worthy of its reputation. As soon as the title of this marketing account came out, the comments below were full of bloodshed. Marketing account Sima, reported for causing war. The number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom is Beijing University. When did Qingda University surpass us? You're just a loser. Qingda has been winning for 2 years and you don't know who your big brother is. Haha, the people at Beijing University are really angry. I'm afraid I've hit your mark. You can only be so quick talking now. Students from Beijing University and Qingdao University were quarreling, and everyone was blushing and necking. All kinds of greetings came out. The number 1 comment with the most likes and replies alone has already reached thousands of levels. The devil is watching and eating melons. Tisk, tisk, we Xiaozhe don't dare to speak. It's so scary. There are also many students from other universities fishing in troubled waters and causing trouble from time to time. At last, the marketing account's Weibo was forcibly deleted. The storm seemed to have subsided, but the undercurrent underneath never stops. Storm is coming. Lan Feng's media director's eyes lit up when he saw the tens of thousands of responses from the marketing account. What he saw was not students arguing, but living traffic. If we make good use of this opportunity, Lan Feng, will definitely control Zigua Media. While he was thinking, he had already turned on the computer. The keyboard won't stop. On the page, a plan gradually took shape. The Shadow Organization Division. The short-haired man listened to the report from his subordinates, his face uncertain. Waste. He suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. The 10 people below were instantly startled, and Nana did not dare to say anything. At last, the leader of the dozen or so people said bravely, Brother Shi, Liang's disappearance was so sudden. We can't find any relevant clues, not even the body. Brother Shi, who was standing on the stage, looked even colder when he heard this. The leader swallowed. Only then did he dare to continue to say calmly. However, before Liang disappeared, he said that he caught something good near Beijing University, which may have something to do with it. His subordinates were also guessing. You can't say they gained nothing, right? Otherwise, these dozen of them might be one step ahead of Liang. I don't know whether Liang is alive or dead, but there is still 1/10,000th chance of survival. If I and others don't know anything about it, they will be the ones who die. The short-haired man frowned and said nothing. However, everyone knew that he was thinking and did not dare to disturb him. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound from the electronic screen. A subordinate sitting below immediately turned pale and hurriedly picked it up, but he didn't know which button he accidentally touched. The content is read out automatically. The selection of school teams from major universities is about to begin. Beijing University, Qingda University, Shanghai. Before the words could be read out, the electronic screen was forcibly turned off. The subordinate held the electronic screen tightly. Sweat breaks out on forehead. Even the hair expresses nervousness. It can be called the most terrifying social death. After all, if the electronic screen of the company leader goes off during a meeting, at most it will mean a salary deduction or a bad impression of the leader. But in them they taint the organization. It will cost you your life? The men were frightened. But the short-haired man seemed to be reminded. An idea came to his mind, and he waved his hand for everyone to go down. The subordinate escaped death. Overjoyed. Even the leader said he was lucky. In the room, Brother Shi made a phone call. Boss, Interschool League. His voice drifted in the wind. A huge conspiracy is slowly brewing. The next day, the selection for the Beijing University team begins. The training ground, which covers an area across 3 major academies, is packed with people. The top 5 will participate in this Interschool League. 5 to 10 as substitutes. Freshmen are not eligible to participate in selection. Unless there is someone with outstanding talent, such as Liu, will be actively invited by the principal. Therefore, most of the people who came to the training ground today were sophomores, juniors, and seniors. The freshmen were mostly watching from a distance in the stands. Under the stands are deans, principals, and teachers from each department sitting as judges. Participants must be at least a high-level trainer. Elite trainers account for more than half. There are also a few at the museum leader level. And those few people are actually the focus of the judges in this competition. And those few people are actually the focus of the judges in this competition. They are all the hard work of Peking University. It is also the internal default top 5. If their strength reaches their level, even freshmen can compete. Selection begins. The 4 gym leader level trainers certainly lived up to expectations. Not long after it started, several challengers were eliminated one after another. It caused a heated discussion among the freshmen, especially the tacit understanding between them. At first glance, it seems that they often engage in group battles. Liu felt relieved. After watching a few games, I have some understanding of their respective attributes and command styles. Half an hour later, it's Liu's turn. Now his name is well known in Beijing University. The freshman immediately became excited. Look at that. Even more enthusiastic than facing elite. Even the 4 gym leader level trainers couldn't help but look over, with curiosity in their eyes. Is he the freshman who beat Luo Hao's record? The girl among the 4 asked enthusiastically. Yes, so I am looking forward to this competition. The boy with slicked back hair next to him smiled and nodded. The other 2 people did not speak, but their eyes were always fixed on Liu. The game officially begins. Liu glanced at the 4 people opposite and said, "You guys are coming together." There is a loudspeaker device in the battle arena. Not only the 4 head-level trainers were stunned by this sentence, but the teachers and professors were also shocked. Huh? As expected of the god of Li. Isn't this too arrogant? Senior sisters are not vegetarians. Liu should still be more cautious. Many people in the audience were suspicious. After all, Liu reached the 7th floor in the Babel Tower, and no one saw the specific battle process. I know he is great, but there is still no intuitive understanding of his true strength. I can't help but feel that Liu is a bit arrogant. The 4 of them were not angry when they heard this, but felt itchy hands. Okay, in that case, we won't be polite. Even when faced with other colleges and universities, the seniors were not so taunted, so they immediately went on stage together. Golem, Noctowl, Victreebel, Lynn appeared. That unified aura was enough to show the tacit understanding between them. Liu glanced lightly. Say nothing. Throwing out a green hedgehog-like Pokémon, it stood lightly on the ground, looking at the 4 Pokémon with cute expressions. Whether it's the size or the ferocity of his appearance. Compare the 2 phases. The picture is very conflicting. It's unbearable to look at. It's completely like 4 adults bullying a child less than 10 years old. What Pokémon is that? Wow, so cute. Huh? I don't think I've seen it on the Pokémon Pokédex app. Is this a new discovery? Do you want to defeat the opponent cutely and win without a fight? Ha ha ha, god ha ha ha, he's quite humorous. Everyone was laughing and joking. He didn't take this Pokémon seriously at all. Not to mention combat effectiveness. I thought Liu deliberately adjusted the atmosphere of the stadium. Even the 4 people on the other side thought so. The senior sister looked at Shaman with stars in her eyes and even wanted to touch it. Several teachers also looked at each other, feeling strange. Are you afraid that your reputation is not in vain? Thinking of this, the eyes he looked at Liu became complicated. Only a few deans and principals remained motionless. His eyebrows were very serious. There seems to be a hint of excitement in his expression. In laughter. No one found out. The moment Shaman appeared, 4 Pokémon appeared. The steps took half a step back at the same time. His expression tightened. The highest level golem's rock arms looked like muscles, and even trembled slightly unconsciously. The whistle blows. Junior Lee, stop playing and take out the Pokémon you compete with. One of the seniors was more steady and gave an admonishment. But the words just fell. But he found that Liu on the opposite side suddenly smiled. Do not know why. Senior's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition came suddenly. He believed in his hunch and saved himself countless times in the secret realm. Quick, prepare for battle. He hurriedly ordered without hesitation. Who knows, it's still a step too late. The battle stances of the 4 Pokémon have just been prepared. He saw a rich green light emanating from Shaman opposite him, and a large area of grass suddenly grew wildly on the training ground. In a blink, the ground beneath everyone's feet was covered with weeds. They looked at their feet in shock. He looked stunned and in disbelief. As for the battle center, the 3 of them are worthy of being the leader-level trainers. Realizing that it was coming quickly, they tried to resist and quickly let their respective Pokémon start to avoid it. But the grass is like normal. It went straight up and entangled 4 Pokémon with their roots, completely restricting their bodies. The 4 of them were sweating profusely. All kinds of instructions were issued desperately. But they were shocked to find that no matter how they chopped or cut with the power of attributes such as rock, no grass can be cut off. At this time, Liu softly uttered 4 words. Leaf storm. The next second, all the plants in the training ground were summoned at this moment. Intense grass energy poured out. The grass swayed crazily, and the green leaves turned into sharp blades. Swish. The 4 Pokémon were swallowed one by the green storm. Offstage. Belch. The smile on his face has not faded yet. Suddenly saw this scene. I was so frightened that I hiccuped. Okay, Shaman. Liu was afraid that if this continued, the 4 Pokémon might not just lose their ability to fight. Shaman responded obediently. The overwhelming green energy was taken back into the body. Leaf storm is dying down. The 4 seniors stared at each other. Seeing Victreeble lying unconscious on the ground, they immediately swarmed up. Be good. The principal murmured in shock. Unlike the screen in the Tower of Babel, I could feel with my own eyes the grass-based energy that had just swallowed up the heaven and earth in an instant. He was so frightened that he even spoke his hometown dialect. After a few seconds of dead silence, the training ground suddenly erupted into a tsunami of sound. Lishan, Lishan, Lishan. The 4 seniors were convinced. After putting away the Pokémon, he walked straight to Liu, called, Captain. Finally, with much anticipation, the Interschool League officially kicked off. Donjeo Secret Realm. 120 college students gathered here. They are all leaders among young people. It gathers the essence of 24 key Pokémon universities. Before entering, after an Alliance elite as a representative warned about the precautions in the secret area, the secret realm was opened. Just brush it. The light curtain reappears. After layers of testing, schools lined up to enter. Liu is hiding among them, nominally a substitute, but actually the commander of the entire Peking University team. Shuttle through. After the familiar dizziness, electronic sounds rang in my ears again. Drop. Sign-in location, Donjeo Secret Realm in Beijing. Hey, check-in at the 4-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward water system Z Pure Crystal. Water type Z Pure Crystal. You can use it to create Z Power Crystals that can be used in battles and can upgrade water type moves into Z moves. Trigger a random draw. Trigger a random draw. It turns out to be Z Pure Crystal. Liu clicked his tongue for a while. I didn't expect that I would get such a great harvest just after signing into Donjeo Secret Realm. Z Pure Crystal is the key item for Pokémon to launch Z moves. Need to train to wear Z Bracelet to stimulate. As for the Z move, the trainer activates Nature Power Z Power, which enhances the Pokémon's moves into powerful special moves. This move is far more powerful than the Pokémon's own moves so far. You can compare it to Gabite's Great Slash, but the same thing. It will put a huge burden on trainers and Pokémon. Not available for salvation. Look at the blue crystal with a dazzling luster in the palm of your hand and a black water drop mark in the middle. Liu was playing with it, while saying to the system, start the lottery. He didn't forget the lucky draw opportunity that was accidentally triggered. The lottery is as rare as a 4-star or even 5-star sign-in, in a random draw. Congratulations to the host for getting the special Z bracelet. Special Z bracelet, when using the Z move, you can skip the ritual action and attack immediately. Holy shit. Liu cheered up. The expression on his face was cheerful. He didn't expect that. I just got the pure water crystal on my front foot, and I got a bracelet on my back that can activate the pure crystal on my back. And you can also directly attack. As we all know, although the Z move is good, it requires a series of unintelligible triggering actions before each use. If rival seizes this opportunity, one hit kills. Then even Z moves won't be able to work. The special bracelet randomly selected successfully eliminated this drawback. At this moment, Liu even suspected that he had the halo of the protagonist. After all, such coincidences are rare. Am I really God's favorite? Liu thought narcissistically. But random. Thinking of his Caesarmga evolution stones, he still hasn't collected the keystone yet. The excitement calmed down a lot. He turned his palms. A silver-white bracelet appeared, with a diamond-shaped groove in the middle for a crystal. The size perfectly matches the water Z. Liu didn't hesitate either. Install the crystal directly. A piece of blue fluorescence was instantly attached to the silver-white bracelet, which looked sparkling under the sunlight. At the same time, countless media outlets guarded the secret area and broadcast live. But it's just getting started. Everyone's attention is focused on the varsity rosters of major universities. Roster of National Interscholastic League players. Qingde University, Luo Hao, Zhao Sheng, Panjianlong. Beijing University, Li Yong, Do Xing. Liu, substitute. Huazhong, Wei Min. Magic City. This is the last time Luo Hao from Qingde University will compete. With him here, Beijing University won't be able to regain the first place. Huh? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why do I see a substitute on the school team roster? There's nothing wrong with you. I think it's Qingde who's gone crazy and let a substitute come on. Haha, I'm afraid I didn't go through the back door. How come Beijing University has become like this? I am heartbroken. I will go to Qingdao University in the future. The list comes out. Countless doubts arose. Even Peking University's century-old reputation has been affected. The title of #1 in the Dragon Kingdom has been unstable in recent years, and now it is even more ridiculed. Demon City was the only region that didn't say anything. The students in Shanghai did not express any opinions on this matter, even in private. They were all secretly guessing. I feel that Beijing University is playing a big game. Lan Feng media director saw the discussion behind the data and had an idea. Instruct your subordinates immediately. Contact the Navy immediately to formulate a title for Beijing University's shady story. The subordinates heard this. There was some hesitation, but after being stared at by the director, I had no choice but to go down and do the work. For those short-sighted people, Qingde University is the one we want to please. Beijing University is already dead. Director Lan Feng looked at his subordinates back and said disdainfully. He looked ambitious. It seemed that he saw a great future that was about to open up for him. After 1 hour, hot searches for Beijing University inside story are rampant. With a soaring speed visible to the naked eye, he climbed directly to the first place. It is also followed by the word boiling. The number of hotspots has exceeded 3 million. Click on hot search. The first Weibo. Can freshman substitutes also enter Donjeo secret realm? Is this a mistake by Beijing University or a shady secret? The following content details the blogger's surprise after seeing the list, and then quickly collected a series of information about this substitute online. It's shocking. He is actually a freshman who has just entered the school less than a month ago. The content on Weibo is so ups and downs that people can't help but get involved and get angry along with it. The comments below this Weibo post are even more unsightly. The abuse continued. Especially many students from Qingda University are going crazy. Beijing University is over, and it has fallen to this level. The substitute can only play when the main players are unconscious. How can he be a freshman? Oops, that's disgusting. Beijing University does not deserve to be number one. In the end, this comment was posted on Hot One. The more upbeat media generated countless sensational headlines. There is also capital that sees business opportunities. Hire a famous commentator to start explaining the Interschool League live broadcast. The live broadcast room has just opened. Hundreds of thousands of people rushed in instantly. The director can't do it. Let me see what the substitute looks like. Sit back and wait to eat melon. At the same time, Liyu's fan base was in chaos. UNA was originally the group leader, but she also participated in this interschool league, so everyone had no backbone. Finally, someone came out and said, "Don't worry, everyone knows brother Liyu's strength. Let's not be anxious and don't argue with passersby." The fans couldn't hold back any excuses and held their breath. Just wait for the right time. It will explode. Liyu put on the bracelet. They were about to issue a signal for Li Yong and Do Xing to join together. But when I see a certain direction, he squinted his eyes. The finger that sent out the signal was lowered. Behind the tree. Is he the substitute? Yes, the photo on the profile is him. Deal with this person first. Captain Lan commanded. No one had any objection. After all, everyone knows the same truth. Persimmons should be picked soft and pinched. Since it is sending a freshman to compete, Beijing University must be prepared for misery. Several people lurked behind trees and bushes with their Pokemon. Just wait for Liu to come. Just attack. The live broadcast room was also very lively at this time. The famous Pokemon commentator Zilang saw this scene and said with a smile, "It seems that Landa is about to take action. Let us guess, how many seconds can this substitute last? 3 seconds. You will definitely lose in 2 seconds. 1 second? No more." The barrage went very fast. People joked maliciously. All of a sudden, the popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly increased a lot. The number of views has reached 1 million. Live broadcast background. The director smiled brightly and waved his right hand lightly, indicating that Zilang should continue to lead the rhythm. Donjeo Secret Realm. A few people from Lanzhou came prepared. Little did I know, when they ambushed Liu, they were already exposed. The corners of Liu's mouth were slightly hooked. Stepping closer and closer at a leisurely pace. Stepping closer and closer at a leisurely pace. When they almost reached the thick bushes over there, they suddenly stopped. Several people at Lanzhou University were anxious. The captain frowned. Just when several people thought Liu had discovered something, I saw him starting to walk away again. The 5 people breathed a sigh of relief. The number of barrages also increased again. But there are also sensitive viewers who sense something is wrong. Why do I feel a little weird, like this trainer is deliberately playing tricks on them? But this barrage just passed by. Sure enough, he was sprayed by countless people. Haha, I look like I'm a Beijing University student. Please pretend to look like one. Ugh, just him. If he can win, I will pee while standing on my head live. No one noticed that Liu, not far away, had a playful look in his eyes. Clatter. The last step falls. It's now. Captain Lan gave the order and rushed out with Pokemon decisively. 5 Pokemon rushed forward. The barrage kept cheering. Countless people are looking forward to seeing the tragic situation of this substitute. The shady stuff is disgusting. What's more, it is placed in the Peking University, which is number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom. The next second, I saw that the substitute seemed to have expected it. He was not surprised by the sudden appearance of several people. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Just in time. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit permeable." Even the barrage was surprisingly silent for a moment. He is then seen throwing a pokeball. There was a flash of light. A blue frogadier appears. Danmako was immediately relieved. The commentator Zilang laughed, spread his hands, and said, "That's it." Everyone laughed. "Get in line. That's it. That's it. That's it. Damn it, you almost scared me just now. Destroy the formation upstairs." But before he could say a few words of ridicule, his expressions all changed. Liu's frogadier appears. The 5 people from Landa didn't take it seriously at all, and even the captain completely dropped his last guard. Secretly scolding myself for being too worried. He really has the strength of a substitute. Hitmonchan, vacuum wave. Electabuzz, discharge. 5 people gave orders one after another. All moves are released. Obviously, Liu was not given any chance to escape. Liu was not as panicked as they imagined. I saw him caressing the silver bracelet on his hand. In a moment, the bracelet emits a dazzling blue light. The Water Z pure crystal was completely activated, and Frogadier seemed to have been summoned inexplicably. Close your eyes. At the same time, all the power of the water system within 100 meters radius was mobilized. The bush swept up from a stream behind the bush in an instant, spiraling in an incredible reverse direction, and reached Frogadier in the blink of an eye. Water dragon whirlwind gathers more and more. The surrounding small trees quickly withered and turned into dead branches and leaves in an instant. All moisture in the air is drained. The 5 people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. I just feel my throat is extremely dry. Captain Ian's pupils were constricted and he was about to be frightened out of his wits. He had never seen such a terrifying scene. This is not the kind of power that Frogadier can use. Not even Blastoise can compare to it, right? And he is the strongest among the 5. It is just one step away from the main level trainer. So he felt deeply. Suddenly, it felt like all the water nature power between heaven and earth was gathering in the direction of Frogadier. He can actually mobilize nature power. Be aware of this fact. Captain Lan completely lost his fighting spirit. The condition of the remaining 4 people was not much better, and the expressions on their faces were extremely frightened. The live broadcast room is completely blank. Sudden, a barrage seemed to float by with a voice. Is this Frogadier? The mystery of the pure crystal of Aqua Blue Star has not yet been solved, although there is a secret research institute that is aware of this power. However, no system concept has been formed, and only those who have reached a certain level, such as quasi-elite, can know a thing or two. Ordinary people know nothing about this power. The narrator, Silang, was dumbfounded. As a famous Pokémon commentator, he relied on his words to make a living, but he stuttered. Totally don't know what to do. He looked at the director pleadingly, but he found that the director was watching the live broadcast in the secret area blankly. I have long forgotten where I am. The blinding water instantly enveloped the 5 Pokémon. Their attack has not yet arrived. Has fallen into a whirlpool of terror. In the current, the terrible whirlpool is constantly turning and huge waves are rolling. The Pokémon just felt like they were in an endless tsunami, as if it would never end. Ouch. Zi. Pokémon screams came from Water Dragon Whirlwind from time to time. Wait until Liu flicks his left hand. Frogadier, who was having fun, suddenly froze. Bang bang bang. Continuous collisions sounded. There was a sudden spin. 5 Pokémon were violently knocked out by the current and landed on the withered grass. All lost their ability to fight. No exceptions? The 5-member Lanzhou University team froze in place, as if their brains were not their own. He lowered his head blankly. Looking at his Pokémon, he couldn't say a word. And this scene. It was also broadcast live honestly. Quiet. Unprecedented quiet. There was no one speaking in the live broadcast room that had just been uploaded very quickly. In front of the screen, many people's hands on the electronic screen trembled slightly. Until 5 minutes later, someone seemed to have recovered and typed tentatively, I'd like to ask quietly, isn't this the strength of the substitute? Instantly, the live broadcast room exploded. Mom, I saw a fairy. I was wrong. There was a big boss who put it in front of me, but I didn't believe it. I regret it now. Damn it, the marketing account is really not trustworthy. Brothers, please report it first. Wow, my Beijing University is the most awesome. After being slapped in the face. On the contrary, everyone was excited. Always be ready to charge into battle for Liu. They felt guilty and rage had been fooled, and then they immediately turned their grief and anger into strength, and united to scold the blogger who published the shady story of Beijing University. There are even technical emperors who immediately opened a marketing account. Find IP address. Fans went out to take screenshots of all the comments that mocked Liu before the live broadcast. One by one, ID accounts refuted. Especially one sentence. I want to ask, where is the brother who peed upside down on the live broadcast? Give me your room number and I will give you a present. Same as above, I just want to watch someone pee upside down. Lan Feng media director was completely panicked. He glanced blankly at the screen in the live broadcast room. He shouted suddenly, quick, spend money to remove the trending search immediately. Other subordinates were also sweating profusely. Nervous. The subordinate who contacted Suokun was even more disappointed. The matter was investigated. The unlucky one must not be the director, but myself. No. After a while of fussing, several subordinates said in horror, can't withdraw. They found that hot searches that were already on a downward trend were rising again, and the hotness index was even higher than before. Plop. Director Lan Feng fell into his chair. Desperation spreads in the office area. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating Hitmonchan. Frogadier successfully leapfrogged the challenge and gained 1,400 points of battle experience. Level increased to level 19. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating Electabuzz. Frogadier successfully leapfrogged the challenge and gained 1,600 points of battle experience. Level increased to level 21. Drop. Congratulations to Frogadier for reaching level 26. Congratulations to Frogadier for reaching level 26. The dust has settled on the last sentence. Frogadier's body flashed with an upgraded light. The light fades. He looked at his trainer in surprise, with gratitude and intimacy in his eyes. It found the strength enhancement too much. Except after using the Z move. Physical weakness. Otherwise I feel better than ever. A green ball of light emerged from Liu's hand, and he gently stroked Frogadier's head. Fragadier's eyes immediately brightened. He rubbed his head on Liyu's hand. Well, my stamina is exhausted, but there are no side effects. Could it be because of the upgrade? After testing it with the power of Viridian, Liyu felt relieved. He turned his head, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the 5 people sneaking around, preparing to escape, and said in a deep voice, "Where are you going?" The 5 people from Lanzhou were escaping for a moment. The next second, I saw them running away immediately. Captain Lan cursed in his mind, "You can't afford to hide from us if you can't offend us." Not a moment. A few people from Lanzhou ran dozens of meters away. It seemed like there was a ghost chasing me from behind. After realizing that Liyu was nowhere to be seen, Captain Lan gasped, held up his legs and said, Damn, that's so perverted. Beijing University is too shady, hide this trick." Fortunately, I ran fast, but it's a bit embarrassing. I hope our professor didn't see it. 5 people complained. But I don't know. At this time, a barrage floated across the live broadcast room. I saw it. "Brats, waiting for you to come back." It was followed by a smiley sign. The audience sees it. I can't help but observe a second of silence for the 5 members of the Lanzhou University team. Then the ha-ha-ha started. Netizens have never stopped watching the fun. The 5 of them still don't know what they will face when they return to school. When I was lamenting my escape, a flower in front of my eyes, a black shadow flashed. When they saw the Pokémon in front of them clearly, their colors suddenly changed. That Pokémon seemed to be coming from the darkness, but the dark gold color on the armor made it proud and indifferent. Especially the pair of large pliers with a red streamer on them, invisibly adding a touch of bloodthirsty. When it glanced at it, the 5 people's bodies froze. I just feel like the surroundings are getting hotter. One person was very surprised. It turned out that it was not his imagination, the surrounding temperature was indeed rising, and the moment Scyther appeared, it directly detonated the live broadcast room. "Isn't that right, sir? Fuck, is this Flash Scyther? The color of attract, the eyes full of evil, woohoo, it's just like the Pokémon in my dream. Damn, the rumors are really not credible. I worship the boss." At this time, a nightmarish voice floated from behind. "You don't have any points left, so you want to leave." Captain Lan slowly turned back. The whole person is like a machine. His neck twisted stiffly, until he found out that it was indeed Liyu. Pupils are constricted. The other 4 people were stunned for a moment and then suddenly exclaimed. They all made defensive gestures and looked at Liyu in front of them. I saw the other party jokingly looking at the packages they were carrying, as well as the points marked on the wrist machine. His eyes were like those of a hunter playing with his prey. 5 people felt chilly. Captain Lan gritted his teeth and said, "We admit defeat and think we can't beat you, but we are all college students after all. Is it necessary to kill them all like this?" "Oh, that's not what you said when you ambushed me." Liyu smiled like a spring breeze. Extremely handsome. No matter what. The 5 of them didn't feel that way at all. I even thought his face was terrifying. However, some female fans on the barrage screamed after seeing it. But the audience who are also trainers are still frightened and feel that Liyu is simply a devil in the world. It doesn't matter if you're defeated, you still have to clean up before leaving? This is obviously cutting leaks. One crop after another. Captain Lan had nothing to say when he heard this. He lowered his head as if resigned to his fate. "Lift your wrist." The other 4 people also looked depressed. After all, there's Flash Scyther lurking on the other side. They don't dare to be careful. Ding dong. Ding dong. Several times in succession, Liyu raised his wrist and took a look. 5 Earl Dervish's 10 points were all allocated to himself. He now has a full 60 points. Captain Lan put down his wrist and sighed, "Is it okay? There's something else." "You." Captain Ian's face turned red with anger. But there was nothing he could do against Liyu. How could the 5 of them combined not be as powerful as him? Bang! He rage placed his backpack on the ground. Never looked back. Just bypass Flash Scyther and leave. The other 4 people followed suit. Sighing, I put down my backpack and left with him. Wait until Liyu and the Scyther are really out of sight. The 5 of them collapsed on the ground. A look of despair. In the live broadcast room at this time, a barrage floated above their heads. Lanhua University team, squeezed dry, not a drop left. I laughed so hard my head fell off. It's really like eating everything and having to pack it up before leaving. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard I pooped everywhere. The popularity of the live broadcast room is rising steadily, but the topic was completely different from before. At first, they wanted to criticize Kyoto University and the substitutes. Watch live now. But it was like discovering a treasure. Seeing Liyu clean up all the things, it felt very real. No one rebuked. After all, Aqua Blue Star is respected for its strength. You are strong. You are the boss. If Liyu is really a substitute, I am afraid that such behavior is insidious and cunning, and he will be sprayed with blood. And now, everyone looked at the 5 backpacks in the live broadcast room with anticipation. They were extremely excited and felt like opening the blind box. Deep in Donjeo's secret realm, the scene of Inferno Normal keeps repeating itself. The Pokémon in the forest are exhausted, and are chased by countless Pokémon with evil auras. After a Rattata is caught, not a few seconds passed. Then he was bitten by several gray and black evil shadow Pokémon with different attributes, and licked the essence and blood. Visible to the naked eye, Rattata's body shriveled up. Contrast with that, one of the shadow Pokémon's bodies flashed with light. The level has actually risen? The Shadow Pokémon team is growing. They may devour the flesh and blood of Pokémon as their own nourishment, or infect high-level Pokémon with strong resistance. Join the army of evil shadows together. The degree of infection is limited in a short period of time, but it is also enough to cause a certain degree of pollution. Wherever they go, it seems that soaring in the sky is tainted with a layer of fog. How's it going? Boss, there are a large number of Pokémon troops stationed in the Donjeo secret realm and they are under strict supervision, but we can't get in, but the Pokémon can. Brother Shi, the short-haired man, was a little proud. Has the shadow Pokémon been put in? The other end of the phone asked in a deep voice. Yes, I think we will be able to make sure that the future proud ones will never come back. Brother Shi pressed his eyebrows. The tone was harsh. The person on the other end of the phone smiled softly. Well done, this matter has become a benefit to you. I contacted the internet audio company and, if necessary, controlled all the shots in the secret area. It can't be exposed yet. It can't be exposed yet. The short-haired man was surprised. As far as he knows, this time, the shots in Donjeo's secret area were all provided by Wanjian. Being able to cooperate with them gives me no worries. Studio. The atmosphere is exceptionally harmonious. Except for the man who wanted to broadcast the live broadcast of peeing while standing upside down. Everyone else looked at Liu on the screen with great anticipation. The number of viewers increased rapidly. Most people who pay attention to the Interschool League are directed to Liu. Even the number of people in the Kingda live broadcast room has dropped off a cliff. Kingda live broadcast sponsor, who thought he was a sure winner, is so worried that his hair is almost turning gray. At the same time, Liu opened the package left by the 5 people. A big bag of Pokémon snacks. The energy cubes are basically from middle level, not as good as what he made casually. There are a few berries, but they are of normal quality. He was uninterested. 2 words were clearly written on his face, that's it. The audience originally thought these things were good and considered a great harvest. But seeing Liu's expression, they all wondered if they were ignorant. I turned to the 3rd backpack and found that it turned out to be a lot of alliance coins. Liu was stunned. Are you stupid? Why do you come to the secret realm to pretend to be rich? Talking disdainfully. But he honestly put the alliance coins into his pocket. Beijing conference room. This boy. The principal couldn't help laughing and scolding when he saw this scene. The old professors also had smiles on their faces, but they said insincerely, this kid needs to be educated properly when he comes back. That's right, how could you plunder it so cleanly? It's nice to leave a backpack anyway. Everyone felt very relieved. It was trending before. Countless people cursed on Beijing University's official website. Now Liu takes action. The rumors disproved themselves. Public opinion rebounded directly. Beijing University's reputation is even stronger than before. I didn't expect this kid's method to be really effective. The principal recalled the conversation between the 2 of them in the office before entering the secret realm. He stroked the beard on his chin and grinned to the back of his ears. Actually, according to Peking University's ability, there is naturally a way to erase the word substitute from the announced school team roster. The principal plans to do the same. But before announcing it, he asked Liu for his opinion, but the other party told him to publish it truthfully. The principal didn't agree at first. But Liu asked himself if he wanted to improve Peking University's reputation. He hesitated for a while before agreeing. It actually works? Kingda. Whether it is a student walking in the school or a teacher in the office area. Everyone looked ugly. The principal slammed the table. Didn't you say that Liu is only a substitute? Fortunately, we have Luohao, otherwise we would have really fallen into Beijing University's trap this time. Silence spreads. The professors below are like gourds with a sawmouth. After a moment of relief, the principal of Kingda University calmed down. He sat back on his seat and said angrily, oh, luckily we also have a trump card, let's wait and see. Other colleges and universities with comparable strength to Lanzhou University. The forums are filled with prayer posts. There were thousands of comments. They are all praying that their schools will not encounter the evil spirit Liu, until Liu opened the 5th backpack. Suddenly, a sudden electronic sound sounded in my ears. The host accidentally triggers the special item sign-in task. Task time limit, 1 minute. Sign-in item, blue and white striped shells. Reward, mysterious map. Please complete the sign-in as soon as possible. Grass. Liu suddenly became anxious. Just give me a minute. Isn't this playing tricks on people? The countdown seconds ringing in my ears is like a reminder to normal. Tick-tock. He didn't have time to think too much. He turned the backpack over and shook it twice. Snap. Everything fell to the ground. Liu quickly looked for the target. Countdown to 30 seconds. He turned over the things one by one, but did not find the so-called shells. Liu frowned. I wanted to scold Captain Lan in my heart. What are you doing with so many things in your bag? Countdown to 20 seconds. Liu accidentally touched the lower right corner of the backpack and suddenly touched a hard object. His eyes lit up. He immediately put his hand in. Find where you were just now. Countdown to 15 seconds. Liu touched for a long time but couldn't find the hole. There is another countdown on the side. Immediately I ran out of patience. Take out the knife directly from the space backpack. Wow, the lower right corner of the backpack is torn. Click. There is a sound of a hard object falling to the ground. Liu glanced at it. It was a blue and white striped shell. Countdown to 5 seconds. He just picked it up. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task within the time limit. Rewards will be distributed now. Mysterious map. Would you like to receive it now? Liu just breathed a sigh of relief and turned around inadvertently after hearing this. After looking at the lens in the grass and the camera mounted on the top of the tree, think silently in your heart. No, although I am very curious about what the mysterious map is. But there is no privacy at all. Not safe either. He was still prepared to wait until he returned to receive the reward. I wonder if the interschool league is at a higher level, but the cameras installed here are much denser than the graduation assessment. You can still find ways to avoid the graduation exam. There is no place to hide here. Think of this. He pinched the shell and showed a disappointed expression. Studio. Everyone was surprised by Liu's actions just now. Found the shell. Liu was very disappointed. A sudden realization. He thought it was some kind of treasure. It's a pity. Oh, I thought so too. Captain Tang Tang Ian's backpack is just a pile of rags and has a pink hairband. It's so girly. Captain Lan, exposed, dangerous. See the barrage. Even the president of Lanzhou University looked at the professors in their department curiously. Could it be? The principal misunderstood. This belongs to his girlfriend. The professor was a little annoyed. You do not say. Now it is not only a matter of winning or losing, but also involves the personal orientation of their Lanzhou University classmates. It must be explained well. Within the secret realm, the machine on my wrist suddenly started flashing a red light. At the same time, show positioning. About 2,000 meters behind him. Were they attacked? Realize this. Liu said nothing. He immediately put away Caesar and summoned Gible. Go directly to your destination. Li Yong, have you sent the position to the captain? Do Xing remained calm in the face of sucker punch. Sent. Li Yong said hurriedly while commanding Golem tackle. Okay, let's stall for time until the captain comes. The three of them nodded in unison. Luo Hao on the opposite side sneered. Team leader. It's not the substitute, is it? Do Xing, you used to be my rival. How did you end up like this now, being bossed around by a freshman? What a shame. After he finished speaking, the other four people also started taunting. The five of them are already strong. Now it is even more stable in terms of quantity. Take this opportunity. Attack immediately. Do Xing, it's time to give up the title of number 1 in Jingde Long Kingdom. Do Xing, it's time to give up the title of number 1 in Jingde Long Kingdom. Charizard, Flamethrower. Luo Hao issued orders one after another. High-spirited. It seemed as if I had already seen the scene when Kingda won the championship. Fiery flames burst out from Charizard's throat, and the temperature within a kilometer radius suddenly rose. Even the stones on the ground seemed to be melting. The rock thrown by Golem was completely burned, and the ground was covered in black ash. The four of them were sweating profusely. It is burned by the air. Also anxious, Luo Hao was sure of victory and commanded the cooperation of four teammates at the same time. Prevent the opposing Pokémon from escaping. At the same time, Charizard rushed forward and rushed towards Do Xing's Victreebel. The mouth opened wide. Instantly, everyone saw a ball of flame coming out of Charizard's mouth, and then the flame covered his teeth in a few breaths. Fire Fang. The only Kyoto University sister shouted nervously. Do Xing quickly commanded, Victreebel, take back the Vine Whip and get out of the way. The surrounding temperature continued to soar, and Victreebel also felt the crisis. A forceful one. The Vine Whip was retracted instantly, but it was already too late to avoid Charizard's Fire Fang. Charizard made a leap and shortened the distance in an instant. Roar. It roared, held down Victreebel with its claws, aimed its flaming teeth at Victreebel's roots, and bit down. When the burning smell came out, the flames swept up from the Victreebel rhizome and gradually spread to the leaves beside it. In an instant, Victreebel's body became charred black. Charizard jaw lock. Even with the interference of Noctowl and Lynn, it was still to no avail. After all, there were four other people harassing her, and they couldn't concentrate on helping Victreebel break free from control. The power of the flames penetrated instantly. Victreebel was in unprecedented pain and let out a weird scream. The hot flames kept burning. Being afraid of flames, it became increasingly unable to resist, and even struggle's strength gradually weakened. There was a quarrel in the live broadcast rooms of Beijing University and Kingda University. Woo Victreebel. Kingda is shameless. 5 against 4. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Do Xing, the third oldest child in 10,000 years, still wants to compete with Luo Hao. Kyode pills. Do Xing's trump card Pokemon were all solved by Luo Hao, and the first place must be Kingda. The two live broadcast rooms were filled with smoke. Countless students showed up. Everyone was blushing, but the current situation is obviously not good for Beijing University. Qingdao students are proud of themselves. Beijing University was extremely worried. Right now, a barrage floated by. Look, Liu is here. Everyone's attention was immediately diverted. In the lens, a storm roared past. The ground in front of Victreebel, Golem and several Pokémon suddenly turned into quicksand, and Charizard's feet softened. Caught off guard. The teeth are loose. Victreebel is finally out of control. In a blink of an eye, the quicksand in front of the Pokémon gathered, forming a hard and thick wall of sand. Charizard's flames were immediately engulfed as soon as he spit up. The surface of the sand shield turned black. It seems to have lost some of its protective effect, but it firmly protected the four Pokémon. Who? Luo Hao shouted loudly. The wind howled. The next second, Liu rides Gible and lands on the ground. Doxing, Li Yong, and the others were all refreshed at the same time, and said with bright eyes, "Captain." Liu nodded slightly. He stared at Luo Hao opposite him. "Are you the substitute?" After Luo Hao was stunned for a moment, he suddenly smiled and said. There was a trace of sarcasm on his face. Hearing this, the other 4 people also looked at Liu with great interest. Their eyes were contemptuous, and they did not take him seriously at all. After all, no one would think so. The arrival of a substitute can change the current situation. Studio. Godly, teach them a lesson. Hey, after defeating a Lanzhou University student, does a Beijing University student really think that Liu is omnipotent? He even dares to call him Li Shen casually. +1, there is a wall between Qingda and Lanzhou. Beijing University students are becoming more and more shameless. The people from Qingda finally caught the opportunity. Previously, Liu made a big splash in front of everyone. They couldn't bear it long ago. Now the situation is reversed. Start spraying immediately. Peking University students were furious. But knowing that the affairs of the Tower of Babel could not be exposed for the time being, they kept silent and did not refute. Who knows? This situation. On the contrary, it made the school next door even more excited. Think they are the default. I can't help but feel proud and happy. However, within the secret realm, Luo Hao didn't wait for an answer. The other party just glanced at him indifferently and raised his right hand slightly. Before he could react, whoosh, several shadows suddenly flashed before his eyes. Too fast to catch. Immediately afterwards, woo, goo, kami. Several screams rang in his ears. Several members of the Qingda University team have not yet reacted. They saw their respective Pokemon's eyes sparkling and they fell to the ground. It was actually a face-to-face meeting. Lost directly? Their eyes widened in astonishment, and their whole bodies felt cold for a moment, and even their ability to think seemed to have stagnated. Luo Hao looked over in disbelief. It was found that bullet wounds with a diameter of 3 centimeters appeared on the vital parts of the 4 Pokemon. The wound is not deep, but deadly. 4 Pokemon were hit. Completely lost his ability to fight. Fuck, that's awesome. What kind of move is this? Why have I never seen it before? Damn, if you want to learn, please ask Mr. Liu for online teaching. I will definitely donate all my wealth to you. The live broadcast room was shocked. The quarrel ceased for the time being. None of the students at Beijing University expected that Liu's strength would reach this level. Instant kill in person. The barrage in the Qingda live broadcast room seemed to have been cleared. Blank. This, what is this? Luo Hao's pupils shrank and he asked with a pale face. The fight he expected. None are as normal as before. This completely exceeded his expectations. The 4 Qingda people felt like they were in mourning. They were targeted as soon as they met, and they eagerly jumped in front of the Pokemon. After discovering that the injury was only serious, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, several reminders rang in Liu's ears. Hey, congratulations to the host for defeating Wartortle and reaching level 42. Drop. Gible level increased to level 43. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly, upgraded 2 levels in a row. It seems that Qingda still has some strength. Originally, Gible was promoted to level 41 after intensive training before the Interschool League. Therefore, the power of each skill is greatly enhanced. Now use Sand Release Shot. Outstanding effect. It's just that his voice is neither loud nor quiet. Just enough for the 10 people present to hear clearly. The 5 people on the other side heard this. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit blood. Luo Hao's face was ugly, and he looked at Liu with extremely unkind eyes. Doxing coughed. He lowered his head and suppressed laughter. Li Yong's face turned red. Puff. The senior sister soon couldn't help it anymore and was the first to laugh out loud. It's too much. Luo Hao's eyes were about to burst into flames. This was the first time since he became famous that he had been so insulted. The opponent instantly killed his teammates in front of him. It was like tearing off his face and stomping it on the ground. Luo Hao has always been a proud man. How can I bear it? Charizard, Mega Evolution. Charizard, Mega Evolution. He shouted loudly and stretched his right hand to his neck. An inconspicuous stone hangs there. But this moment, colorful lights suddenly appeared. The evolution stone on Charizard's neck also emitted a ray of light. Meet it? The center where the light converges is Charizard. Its body suddenly changed. In the live broadcast room, everyone was originally shocked by Liu's methods, but the reversal happened too quickly. His eyes instantly focused on Charizard. Luo Hao can actually Mega Evolve. As expected of a genius, Liu is in danger now. Zhang is still old and cool. Luo Hao is about to graduate. He still has a trump card. Liu is careless. Passers-by take advantage of the situation. When I saw that he could Mega Evolve, I immediately became less optimistic about Liu. After all, compared to the Z move, which has yet to be studied, Mega Evolution is well known. It's just that the probability of this kind of evolution is too small. Unless you are extremely talented, or someone who is extremely lucky, only then can you have the chance to collect the Mega Evolution Stone and Trainer Key Stone together. Normal's trainer is even more suitable for this kind of Mega Evolution. Can't even think about it. The improvement in strength from Mega Evolution is huge. The secret research text had just been released that year. It caused an overwhelming response. Until now, No one knows it anymore. Kingda. The atmosphere on campus has changed. The principal of Kingda University relaxed his frown. Everyone in the conference room was also in the mood to joke. Beijing University has indeed produced a genius this year. I didn't expect Luo Hao to use his trump card now. Indeed, but Beijing University won't be happy for long. It's just a pity that this trump card can only be used once. There's no other way. With such a powerful weapon, it would be nice to have a chance. Yes, our goal is to be number 1. As long as we win this league championship, the title of number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom will naturally return. The principal's last sentence was very confident. Others echoed. The atmosphere is very harmonious. On the contrary, Beijing University is in a gloomy mood. How did he collect both the evolution stone and the key stone? The principal couldn't believe it. After all this difficulty, no less than a graduate passing the elite exam, the professors sighed. Professor Lee lowered his head and murmured to himself, "Is it really bad luck for me at Peking University?" His voice was lost in the wind. The conference room fell silent. Charizard took one step forward. The main skin color turns black, and the chin to the tip of the tail turns blue. 2 small black horns sprout from the top of its head. The most eye-catching thing at first, the flames on the tail were no longer orange-red, but turned cyan. A moment. The temperature rises sharply. Mega Charizards. Liu looked serious and said softly, "Exploratory sweep." The panel of Mega Charizards comes into view. Pokémon, Mega Charizards. Qualification, Museum Owner Level. Level 51. Ability, Hard Claw. When in contact with rival, the power increases by 30%. Attribute, Fire, Dragon. Combat Power Value, 1000. Fake. See the combat power value of 1000. Liu frowned. But when I noticed the pseudo-words in the brackets, I felt something was wrong. He detected this condition for the first time. Feeling strange, an idea came to my mind. The thought of temptation arose. But Gible has different qualifications after all, and he has a sand shield to protect him. He didn't panic. Mega Charizards, use Dragon Claw. Luo Hao shouted. Liu was not to be outdone. Sand Shield, also use Dragon Claw. He also wanted to use this method to test the strength of the mega-evolved Pokémon. What happened to the pseudo-words detected by probing technology? You don't know what you can do. Luo Hao snorted coldly. The words fell. The 2 Pokémon's claws glowed white at the same time. One goes up, the other goes down. Collide suddenly in the air. Suddenly, boom, the powerful explosion produced puffs of smoke. Immediately afterwards, Gible flew out of the smokescreen and backed up dozens of meters. The edges of Dual Wing Beat are burnt black. Mega Charizard's retreats. Just took a dozen steps back. Seeing this scene, the 4 people in Beijing University all clenched their hands. The youth university team felt very relieved. Luo Hao smiled. This moment, he regained the aloofness he once faced with rival. Beijing University live broadcast room. The barrage was full of bad news. No one thinks highly of Liu anymore. The Mega Evolution was so shocking that no one expected Luo Hao to have such a method. And Mega Charizard stole all the attention. Compared to, Gible was overshadowed. Qingdao students are full of confidence. Marketing accounts on the internet took advantage of the news. A Dragon Kingdom's #1 school changes hands, instantly reached the top of the topic list. Several people posted. Especially the students from Qingdao University. Every one of them is as if they have been injected with chicken blood. But when everyone thought that Liu would definitely lose, sudden changes occur. Gible. Liu shouted, and Gible Dual Wing Beat spun around. Arrives in an instant. His expression suddenly relaxed. It was just as he thought. The Mega Charizards in front of me is very weak. It has not reached the real level. Like a paper tiger. It breaks when you poke it. Otherwise, Gible is not just as simple as retreating a few dozen meters. After all, Charizard's species strength after Mega Evolution is even higher than Garchomp. He was convinced. Swish. Liu immediately threw out several beautifully wrapped candies. Gible didn't even ask. Open your mouth wide. Swallow it in one gulp. Drop. Gible takes rare candy *5 and her level rises to level 48. The moment the system sound appears in full view, Gible suddenly changed. Roar. I saw it looking up to the sky and roaring, its whole body bursting with dazzling light of evolution. Good boy. The president of Beijing University looked at the scene in the camera, his eyes shining with a captivating light. Shockingly bright. Jingle bell palmer for a while. The chairs in the conference room all moved back. All the professors, deans, and teachers could not help but stand up. He stared at Gible who was about to evolve with wide eyes. Don't dare miss a scene. Studio. The comments that were not optimistic about Liu a moment ago have not disappeared. The next second, all spectators had pupil tremors. Completely speechless. Lost all ability to think. Luo Hao's expression was stiff. The smile faltered. He looked at the other side with a confused expression. The whole person felt like falling into an ice cellar. Soaring in the sky in Dongjao Secret Realm also seemed to respond to the situation and suddenly became dark. At this time, a long dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Mega Charizard sensed danger. Normal's eyes widened and he took a step back. Boom. The dragon energy condensed behind Gible roared into white light. A huge momentum suddenly shot up into the sky like an explosion. The white light faded. A loud and rough dragon roar sounded, accompanied by a gust of wind. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads, look towards the source of the sound. After the white light completely dissipated, a Pokémon that looked like a shark, with a dark blue background and an inverted 5-pointed star yellow spot on the tip of its nose appeared. It roared, and the sharp cold light on its teeth flashed away. The irises are filled with evil spirits. The irises are filled with evil spirits. Liu looked at the silly Gabite from a distance. Now when he evolved into the mighty and domineering Garchomp, his eyes could not help but flash with a strange light. Pokémon, Garchomp. Qualification, Elite Level. Level 48. Ability, Sand Hidden. In sandstorm weather, the dodge probability is increased by 20% without losing physical strength. Attribute, Dragon, Ground. Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Sand Tomb, Dragon Breath, Bulldoze, Dig, Dragon Claw, Sand Shot, Sand Shield, Crunch, Sandstorm, Double Split, Rock Slide. Evolution Skill, Dragon God Dive. Combat Power Value, 905. The combat power value has jumped too much. Liu was pleasantly surprised when she saw the attribute panel. Garchomp just evolved, and its combat power increased by 300 points. His strength skyrocketed. He actually surpassed the elite level in one fell swoop and reached the owner level late stage. It's simply terrifyingly strong. And the evolved skill is actually Dragon God Dive. This skill can be said to be one of the must-have tricks for Dragon-type Pokémon in the late stage. Because it is so difficult, even the store does not sell its skill CD. It all depends on the self-realization of Dragon-type Pokémon. Garchomp is really talented? The group looked up at Garchomp in the sky. I was dazzled for a moment. The audience in the live broadcast room was not much better. No one bothered to post barrages, and his subordinates moved very quickly. Crazy screenshots and screen recordings. For fear of missing a trace of Garchomp's style. This is an extremely precious quasi-god. Countless trainers dream of it. How could I have had the chance to see him before? Alliance headquarters in Beijing. The few people who had been motionless finally lost their stability. One of the middle-aged men sitting in the main seat was in a trance, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. After so many years. The next words he said were swallowed back when he realized that the occasion was not right. He kept his eyes fixed on Garchomp and Liu on the screen. I always feel like that's who he is. But this is incredible. He shook his head to drive this ridiculous idea out of his mind. Watching the live broadcast seriously. Several people serve as judges. Come and judge this interschool league. But at this time, no one has this idea anymore. Liu's performance is too good, whether it is the water dragon whirlwind used by Frogadier or the evolution of Garchomp. They are completely beyond the strength shown by a single student. He has already been included in the 100-person elite plan in the Magic City and is just waiting to be observed. Now, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat waved his hand and immediately ordered, Liu has entered the 10-person elite project. After the interschool league, you can try to contact him. I understand, President. Donjao Secret Realm. Luo Hao looked at Garchomp in the sky. His fists were clenched and his teeth were chattering. The huge Hideki field emitted by Garchomp made people tremble. Luo Hao was immersed in the scene, as if he was in the boundless vastness. My mind was in a trance for a moment. But after all, he is the best among his peers. The palm of my hand hurts. He came back to his senses instantly. And his nails were already bleeding in the palm of his hand. Sudden. Sheila. Garchomp waved his right arm violently. The next second, its wings are wrapped with sharp claws, and the airflow in front of it seems to be cut out of thin air, emitting a series of sonic boom that breaks common sense. Ouch. Seeing this, Garchomp's eyes flashed with joy. Become familiar with the changes in your body. When he looked at the opposite side again, his eyes were cold and filled with fierce aura. In full view, Mega Charizard's was stunned, but was forced by the opponent's momentum and couldn't help but retreat. But it reacted quickly. Immediately he became angry. At the same time, Luo Hao's order was issued, Mega Charizard's, Fire Spin, Roar. The moment the order is given, the green flames in Mega Charizard's mouth flowed, spinning, and quickly condensing, and a sizzling sound came from the burning air. The surrounding temperature is ridiculously high. 10 people were soaked in sweat instantly. The rocks on the ground are showing signs of melting. But, facing the extreme temperature Hell Normal's Fire Spin, Garchomp's eyes flashed with human disdain. Liu has a good rapport with him. The orders arrive at the same time. Garchomp, Dragon God Dive. Brush. A moment. The flaming land shark disappeared with a bang. Immediately afterwards. Ouch. When it roared again, it was wrapped in a huge dark blue dragon shape and swooped down. From a distance, it looks like a jet with full firepower. Shocking speed. Mega Charizard seemed to be locked on by a mountain-like energy at this moment, leaving its eyes frightened, desperately trying to avoid it, but still to no avail. The vortex of flames condensed in the mouth has not even had time to be launched? No. Luo Hao also realized that the danger was coming and shouted with a pale face. How is it possible? It's too fast. He muttered. Incredible. An inability to accept reality. Midair. Garchomp charged at extreme overdrive speed. Stab, prick, prick. The airflow along the way was punctured and screamed. The next second, the dragon god swoops in and arrives. Boom! There was a strong roar, and the entire area erupted with dazzling white light, and countless dust escaped from the collision. not to mention the members of the Beijing University and Qingdao University varsity teams who were present. Even people watching the live broadcast felt their ears ringing and their minds were dizzy. A few seconds later, everyone calmed down. The first thing I did was stare at the live broadcast screen. The place where Garchomp and Mega Charizard fought was filled with smoke and dust. There was a bang. Mega Charizard, covered in black and gray, fell from the sky. Multiple serious injuries to parts of the body. Luo Hao approached dully. After seeing the miserable condition of Mega Charizard, he suddenly burst into a loud scream, howling. This scene, Liu was a little dumbfounded. Well, that's not it. I didn't let Garchomp kill them all. Mega Charizard was just injured and lost his ability to fight. After leaving the secret realm, it took more than half a year to cultivate and everything would be fine. After all, it's just an interschool league. It's not a life and death showdown. He just asked Garchomp to focus and teach the opponent a lesson. Who knows? That's it. Can this person still cry? Look at that. There was actually snot and tears coming down together. Liu had black hair, was disgusted and speechless, but his eyes were fixed on the keystone he was wearing. This picture. Be honest through the camera and broadcast in front of everyone. Liu's. His Garchomp's speed is too terrifying. Is this the strength of a dragon-type quasi-divine beast? Crush it with one move, no more beeps. Tisk, tisk, Luo Hao, a grown man, cries like this. Qingda is so embarrassed. Why is my focus a little skewed? Is Liu interested in the keystone and planning to take it away? Blind Sheng, you discovered Huadian. Nonsense. What bad intentions can my brother Li have? He just wants to find a good home for keystone. When did the secret realm become a place of harmonious coexistence? Without the ability to protect treasures, they will naturally be robbed. They are really a group of flowers in a greenhouse. Secret explorers have always been a high-risk profession, with the probability of death ranking first. Do you know what this means? They are really a group of flowers in a greenhouse. Secret explorers have always been a high-risk profession, with the probability of death ranking first. Do you know what this means? Although there is no lack of the presence of the Virgin, but most students felt that it was natural for Liu to steal the keystone. Within the secret realm, the situation of the Four Kingdom people is extremely embarrassing. They looked dumbfounded at the captain, who used to have a great reputation in his heart, crying like a child, and the four people's faces were as red as a monkey's butt. The four people from Beijing University did not expect this ending. Eyes facing each other. You look at me, I look at you. Luo Hao didn't care about other people's eyes at all. He cried louder and louder, feeling more aggrieved than ever before. I haven't been beaten like this since I was a child. First setback. It was hard to accept for a while. Just when he was crying, his vision went dark. From his blurred eyes, he could clearly see that Liu was coming. Luo Hao subconsciously raised his head. He saw the other person looking at the necklace he was wearing strangely. Luo Hao was stunned and immediately realized something. The crying stopped instantly. Is your keystone disposable? Liu frowned as he looked at the keystone, whose light was dimming and its mark was fading. Luo Hao was stunned when he heard this. Follow Liu's gaze and look down. The principal's instructions before coming suddenly sounded, and he kept his mouth shut. But he didn't need to say it. Liu has already guessed it. Liu was a little happy when she saw that Luo Hao had the keystone, and planned to take it after finishing the fight. But after discovering from the detection technique that the combat power value of Mega Charizard was wrong, he had been paying attention to the evolution stone carried by Charizard and the keystone carried by Luo Hao. Now, it was found that the problem indeed occurred on keystone. Mega Charizard is just pseudo-evolution and does not reach the level of true Mega Evolution. Being stared at by Liu's penetrating gaze, Luo Hao felt nervous and couldn't help but touch the keystone with his right hand. Click. The moment you touch it, the keystone suddenly shattered and fell to the ground. When the principal of Qingda University saw this scene, he let out a long sigh. After all, it cannot be compared with the real keystone. This keystone is the latest achievement of Qingda University Laboratory, but the success rate is very low, close to 1%. Only a dozen pieces were developed and distributed to the Beijing Alliance. There are also several families who have good relations with Qingda University. Qingda left 3 pieces, one of which was given to Luo Hao. I wanted him to win the championship in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Liu was born in Beijing University. All plans failed. It's all life. The principal of Qingda University stood up and left the conference room with a sigh, his back looking particularly lonely. In the secret realm of Dongjao, Liu took away the loot without mercy. Compared with Lanzhou University, Qingdao University is full of talent and has many more skill discs. He took them all without saying a word. At the same time, let the team members collect points. Captain, Qingda is really powerful. Luo Hao has 50 points, and the others also have 30 and 20 points each. Do Xing said in surprise. Thus, the championship belongs to Beijing University? The 5 members of Qingda University looked at the actions of the Peking University team in humiliation. Bang! Sudden changes. A firework exploded in the sky. Everyone looked up. Bang bang bang! Another series of fireworks. Everyone's expressions changed. Not good. This is a distress signal. What happens? Everyone was in shock and doubt, and even Luo Hao couldn't care less to continue complaining. At this time, painful howls and screams could be heard faintly from deep in the forest. Liu frowned. Look towards Garcomp. The Flameland shark nodded, circled upwards, and rushed out in the blink of an eye. The wait was extremely long. The faint smell of blood spreads in the air. Dosing shrugged his nose. The ominous premonition in the hearts of several people became more and more intense. 30 seconds later, sonic boom sounded. Garcomp appears carrying a man. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, all 10 people were shocked. I saw that he was almost a bloody man, with scars all over his body and even signs of being bitten. The right leg was broken in half. Blood flowed out from it. Eyes half open. He was about to die. Liu just spoke a word. He saw the other party spit out a large mouthful of blood, with fear in his eyes, and said in a weak voice, "No, it's not good. Pokemon is rioting, run quickly." He forced himself to finish this sentence in one breath. He fainted completely. I wonder if there will be a chance to wake up. Liu's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he took a few steps towards the camera placed by the grass, but found that the lens was not working. The red light connected to the power supply no longer flashes. What should I do, Captain? I can't contact the Pokemon troops. Dosing kept pointing his fingers. All I heard were empty numbers. Confused. The remaining 8 people were confused. They were all students who had not yet graduated. They had never seen such a miserable situation. Look at him. After finishing speaking, Liu had already thought of a possibility and immediately ignored other people's reactions. Immediately roar passed on the Garcomp. Everyone in the live broadcast room knew nothing about this. The Donjeo secret realm in the lens is particularly peaceful and can even be called beautiful. Huh? When did Qingda University and Beijing University separate? Yes, why did the camera suddenly shake? Did Liu take Luohao's keystone? Why aren't there any close-ups? I want to see a close-up of my boyfriend. The audience protested. But soon, they were attracted by the next battle. Watch carefully how the Kyoto University team deals with a very high-level Nidoking. But some people noticed something was wrong. The president of Beijing University watched the live broadcast. Mei Fang twists out the word Sichuan. What's going on? With Liu here, it still takes 10 minutes to deal with a Nidoking. Because there is no close-up view, everyone can only tell the battle situation from the clothes they are wearing. Professor Li was very surprised. Other professors also felt something was wrong. Something flashed through the principal's mind, but it was too fast and he didn't catch it. My heart sank. Brother Shi, the internet music company has controlled the live broadcast system, and the pictures they see now are all fake. The subordinate reported excitedly. Nonsense, this is the boss's arrangement. Men with short hair are full of energy. If we succeed this time, all the young elite seedlings of the Dragon Kingdom will be destroyed. Then our invasion plan can be launched. Boss, Brother Shi is wise and powerful. His subordinates immediately flattered him. At the same time, basement. The man in the shadow stared at the live broadcast. The corners of his mouth showed a strange arc. Alliance headquarters. Several judges looked at the live broadcast expectantly, but the next scene disappointed them. Have you accumulated enough points and are you ready to just hang out for the rest of the time? The old man who spoke questioned. Originally, my appreciation for Liu was much weaker. He likes talented trainers, but he prefers trainers who don't waste their talents and work hard. The president said nothing, watching the scene in the live broadcast room intently. When he glanced at the corner from the corner of his eye, his expression suddenly became serious. No, this is the live broadcast screen recording from last year, and that person is not Liu at all. The president stood up immediately. He walked out of the judging room in a hurry. The men made one call after another. Orders were issued one after another. Half an hour later, the 5 figures in the shot are fighting and retreating. Under the leadership of one person at the center. Beat Up quickly escaped from the Spiro clan. Why do I think Li Shen is a little strange? +1, I thought it was my imagination, and Liu's Garcomp didn't appear anymore. Yes, I have never seen Liu fight with this Trico. I always feel that this scene is a bit similar. Me too, I seem to have seen it somewhere. No, this is a video of Beijing University's Intercollegiate League last year. I felt something was wrong 5 minutes ago, so I immediately captured the previous screen recording for comparison. It's exactly the same. Oh my god, isn't that a lie upstairs? What the hell, what's going on? As soon as this barrage came out, the live broadcast room was full of chaos. Countless comments erupted. Keep questioning the live broadcast platform and director. Some speculated it was a test. It is also said that unknown Pokemon awakened, and mysterious power covered Donjeo secret realm, causing the current chaos. Some people even speculated that it was an invasion from other Pokemon Alliance countries. But the most common speculation is still artificial fabrication. After all, the scene I just saw was obviously someone deliberately using screen recording to confuse them. Now everyone is speculating on who is behind the scenes. What is the purpose? There are endless conspiracy theories, rumors, and everything. Silang stepped down midway through the commentary. Soon, the live broadcast is suspended. Black's live broadcast room suddenly made an announcement. The Alliance headquarters and the Beijing municipal government issued an emergency announcement. Donjeo secret realm is controlled by evil forces. We have contacted the Pokemon Force to rescue it as soon as possible. Please do not spread rumors. When there is news, we will inform you as soon as possible. Immediately following the announcement, public opinion had a moment of peace. But this is just the appearance. There are countless undercurrents surging in private, and some people have hidden agendas. Everyone is anxious. After all, this interschool league gathers the top forces of the younger generation. If something happens to them, they will. The next Dragon Kingdom will be immortal, facing unimaginable disaster. Whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, Liu is flying in the air. The scene he saw in just a moment made his pupils shrink. There is a huge shadow that is quickly spreading throughout Donjeo secret realm. He directed Garcomp to fly towards the shadows. Distress fireworks continue to explode in the sky. Garcomp is fast. Between a few breaths, he approached the area. After seeing it clearly, he said coldly, "It's indeed them." In front of him was a legion of hundreds of shadow Pokémon. They are fast. Most of the secret realm was destroyed and polluted. There is not even one Pokémon out of 10. Liu looked gloomy, and his hands moved quickly, throwing luxury ball, poke ball, etc. one after another. Pokémon appeared one after another. The momentum is soaring. The evil Shadow Legion also noticed Liu and his party at this time. The act of swallowing is a meal. I saw their eyes glowing red, surprisingly bright. He immediately gave up the Pokémon in his hand and rushed towards the few people. The evil Shadow Army is like a dark cloud. With its twisted evil face and bloody mouth, the Shadow Pokémon is no longer a normal Pokémon. Completely polluted, they are no different from devils. Liu acted on his own. Naturally, there is no need to worry about anything else. As soon as Flash Scyther appeared, he aimed directly at a group of Poniards on the opposite side. Poniard may be small in stature, but after becoming a shadow Pokémon, they are very scary with their own weapons. Even the blade was stained red. I don't know how much Pokémon's blood was stained on it. The leader, Bishop, smiled ferociously, rushing towards Scyther. Poniard was harassing him. Scyther took a step sideways to avoid the sneak attack. The pair of pincers transformed into a machete. Between wrist transitions, a cold light flashed. The afterimages swung by Scyther intersect, forming cold lines. Just a breath or two, lines traced Bishop's neck. Make the sound of an orberd collision. At the same time, Scyther stepped up his game again. The broadsword broke through the armor on his neck and cut directly into the tendons. A brush sound. Bishop's head flew out. Scyther didn't even look at the falling head. He struck directly at Poniard, who was wielding his knife fiercely. Boom! Wherever the blade goes, Poniard's head was completely severed, and black blood spilled all over the floor. The evil Shadow Army was immediately cleared away. The other side, Garcomp competed with normal and was also not to be outdone. With one claw, the strong Golurk was struck on the ground together with the shadow ball that was about to be launched. Boom! Just one claw from Garcomp made a hole several meters deep in the ground. Golurk's head was smashed by Dragon Claw. Shadow Pokémon cannot feel fear. Therefore, several other Golurks also swarmed up. The next second, Garcomp soared into the sky, and Sandstorm arrived in an instant, instantly swamping the dozens of huge Pokémon around him. Along with Noibaton soaring in the sky, they were swept and rotated together. Not a few seconds passed. Bang bang bang! He was hit hard by Sandstorm again, and his body was twisted and paralyzed on the ground. Life and death unknown. Central. Mewtwo's palms were upward, and a ball of energy exuding a terrifying aura was rapidly condensing. Look. It can definitely destroy the evil Shadow Army in one fell swoop. Right now, Alakazam. An Alakazam with a black body and red pupils jumped out. The spoon in its hand shook slightly. The moment Mewtwo's energy ball was emitted, Alakazam's spoon glowed and pointed toward the energy ball. This finger actually caused the energy ball to change its direction, turning 90 degrees, and rushed straight towards soaring in the sky. Like fireworks, normal explodes? The ground shook at the same time. The Pokémon all shook. After stabilizing, he started attacking again. Liu was stunned. How can a normal Alakazam stand up to Mewtwo? There is definitely a problem? Liu said nothing, and while it was using Psychic, its mental power spread towards the other party. Suddenly discovered. The spoon it just pointed at Mewtwo had a pure pink crystal embedded in it. Super Z Pure Crystal. After use, you can create a Psychic Z for carrying. After carrying it, you can use the Psychic type Z move. Super Z Pure Crystal. Liu instantly withdrew his mental power and opened his eyes, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had previously guessed that the Lynn family had a pure crystal in their possession. Just don't know if it's Psyche's or Mew's. Sololuo later informed that after the Lynn family was wiped out, he felt that he might have been taken away by the Shadow Organization. Watch now. It was just as he expected. No wonder Alakazam was able to withstand Mewtwo's terrifying attack. It turned out to be the Z move. Think of this. Liu looked at Alakazam opposite and smiled. Since it was delivered to your door, I will accept it. The words fell. The small nebula slowly floated in front of Liu. After Liu used Changpan's power to convey his meaning, Xiao Xingyun shook. Show understanding. Shaman, you protect it. Puff. The small nebula disappeared instantly. The small nebula disappeared instantly. Shaman nodded. He also left. With it guarding her, Liu felt relieved. Although Little Nebula is not of a high level, it has the potential to be a level 1 Divine Beast, and its speed of using teleport is only worse than Mewtwo. In a blink, Little Nebula came behind Alakazam and stared closely at the spoon. Yunduo trembled, a little nervous. After all, this was his first time participating in a battle. Before, he had watched several other Pokémon and learned from their experiences. Alakazam is currently fighting Mewtwo. The psychics of the two Pokémon kept colliding and intertwining in the air. Right now, the little nebula moved. It dodges. Like a ghost, the frillish-looking body instantly covered Alakazam's right hand, wrapping its spoon in it. Brush. Drop the spoon. The little nebula fled like flying. Xiao Huangda's eyes flashed with excitement. Alakazam sensed something was wrong, and with a flash of his eye, the weapon he relied on to attack was gone. His eyes suddenly glowed fiercely. Now, Alakazam raised his head and roared unwillingly. Blue light flashed in his eyes, and Psychic's energy group quickly gathered. The speed is so fast that it is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Even Liu frowned slightly when he saw this scene. It was about to attack behind Little Nebula. Sudden, a green energy group surged forward. Shockingly fast. Not at all weaker than Alakazam. The energy bombarded out instantly. Boom. With a muffled sound, green and blue tackle together. The competition between energy and energy, the power of destruction is extremely terrifying, and the successive shock waves will almost crush everything. The powerful and terrifying air pressure makes even the shadow Pokémon feel uncomfortable. Liu had some difficulty breathing. This is because the energy intensity reaches a certain limit, resulting in the lack of oxygen after the air is strongly compressed. He tilted his head. He looked at Shaman who was fighting with Alakazam. Shaman no longer behaved as well behaved in front of him, and looked at Alakazam with condescending and indifferent eyes. The momentum of the Divine Beast can be seen at a glance. Alakazam had already lost his weapon, and now he was fighting against a Divine Beast like Shaman, making it difficult to hold on. There was a bang. The green energy group was like a strong wind, crushing the blue energy and passing by. Alakazam just touched it. Ah! He let out a fierce scream. Extremely sad. It was as if his soul was being burned and pain invaded his whole body. At last, the living beings were compressed to death by the dazzling light. The seed flare issued by Shaman has the power of Purify, and Alakazam is helpless after being unable to use his Z-move. Shadow Pokémon are extremely afraid of the power of Purify. This move comes out. 10 meters around Alakazam were empty. At the same time, click. Liu directly broke off the super pure crystal from the spoon. Remove the water Z. It was easily installed into the groove of the Z bracelet. Instantly, changes in heaven and earth. Mewtwo closed his eyes, only feeling that part of the energy that had been sleeping in his body had awakened. I saw its legs dangling lightly, slowly floating in the air. Crossing his arms, the psychic in his body surged rapidly. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration in Donjeo's secret realm. Li Yang, do you feel it? Doxing suddenly stood up from the ground and looked to the north nervously. That's the direction Liu left. Li Yang looked hesitant. I was about to say no. At this time, there was another buzzing vibration, and small cracks even opened in some places. This time, not only Doxing, but also everyone in Qingda University felt it. Luohao was so excited that he immediately said, let's go quickly. 5 people from Beijing University took the injured trainer. The group of 10 people fled towards the exit. This happens in more than one place. Almost at this moment, all the surviving trainers in the secret realized something was wrong, immediately dropped everything they were doing and headed straight for the exit. The Pokémon troop that had just arrived outside the secret realm suddenly stopped, looking at soaring in the sky in surprise. Then, what is that? Everyone looked up in confusion. Even the general of the Pokémon force was stunned. Mewtwo opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, and his crossed arms suddenly opened. Boom! A huge wave energy explosion, centered on Mewtwo, exploded on the spot. Huge energy mushroom clouds spread crazily in all directions. Tsunami normal is overwhelming. The secret realm of Donjeo, which was originally lush and leafy, suddenly collapsed at this moment, causing devastating destruction. Countless stones, turf, and gravel were completely torn into powder. The ground beneath Mewtwo suddenly opened up a huge, bottomless pit. Whether it's Pidgeot soaring in the sky, or Vileplume and other Pokémon in the grass, all were not spared. In an instant, turned into minced meat. More than 200 evil shadow Pokémon were all destroyed. Just condensed, the small-scale evil shadow army no longer existed. Hiss. The desolation in front of him made Liu take a breath of cold air. Except for where he and a few other Pokémon were, the entire secret realm was destroyed. Shocked in my heart, remembering that he had just used a bit of mental power to explore. With Psychic's blessing, Mewtwo recovered 60% of his mental damage, and even his qualifications had some slight fluctuations. There appear to be signs of a breakthrough. Therefore, he sighed but was not surprised by this result. Just when Liu was thinking, click click click, there was a cracking sound underfoot. He recovered and lowered his head. It was found that countless cracks were spreading, and the vibration frequency of the entire Donjeo secret realm was increasing. It's about to collapse. Liu didn't hesitate at all. Mewtwo, who is exhausted after using the Z-move, is transported to the virtual space through the luxury ball and rests with Frogadier. Then put away Shaman, Little Nebula, Flash Caesar. Ride Garcomp quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Secret exit. There were bursts of light. Countless students ran away from the secret realm, looking panicked. Their clothes were all messed up in the process of escaping, but at this moment they couldn't care about their image. As soon as I got out, he just fell to the ground. Gasping, The Pokémon team responsible for responding quickly issued a series of instructions. Organized arrangements. The seriously injured Pokémon and trainer were treated first. Were taken to ambulances one after another. Secondly, those with minor injuries were given therapeutic sprays and medicines to heal on their own first. At this time, another burst of light flashed. The 10 people who came out were unkempt and their appearance was worse than before, and they were almost the same as beggars. Especially the unconscious one. Part of his leg was broken. The blood on his body soaked his clothes, and his injuries made countless people stunned. All the seriously injured trainers they had before were no match for this man. The Pokémon Troop General saw the momentum and raised his eyebrows slightly. Step forward. After the inspection, he found haze in the broken leg, and his face tightened. Get emergency treatment from the medical team immediately. At the same time, completely isolate the student from others. Some students who were not injured were taking a rest while secretly sizing up the group. After seeing the face clearly, a girl immediately exclaimed, "Dosing, you are Dosing of Beijing University." She shouted it out with this voice. The school team members of Beijing University and Qingde University finally recovered from the sense of crisis of escaping. The school team members of Beijing University and Qingde University finally recovered from the sense of crisis of escaping. The other students were reminded by her and started looking for someone with a purpose. They recognized Luo Hao, Li Yong, and others one after another. This time, everyone was stunned. They didn't think about it. I actually saw the scene of Beijing University and Qingde University together in my lifetime. The two schools have always been enemies. The students even start shouting whenever they get together. How can we live in harmony? And supporting each other to escape from the secret realm together? What happened? Everyone looked at them with strange expressions. At this time, exit. Another light flashed. Brush. The wind raged. Everyone narrowed their eyes inadvertently. Several girls' skirts were blown up and almost hit their heads. They hurriedly exclaimed and put them down. Wait until the wind blows. Only then did they see Liu get off Gar Comp. The eyes of the 4 members of the Peking University team immediately lit up. Swarmed up. On the contrary, the members of the Qingde University team trembled all over and backed away in fear. Luo Hao even covered his face with normal, afraid of being seen by Liu. The completely different attitudes of the two teams made other school teams who didn't know the situation particularly curious. Secretly listen to what they say. Dosing said, "Captain, you go." Not finished yet. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted at the exit of the secret realm. A flower in front of my eyes. The next second, under the spotlight, the secret realm is like a shard of glass normal cracked. The light curtain at the exit slowly dissipated. This is. The students didn't know why and were shocked and confused. But the faces of the officers of the Pokémon army were extremely ugly. The general frowned and said with a sad face, Donjeo secret realm was destroyed. After seeing the tragic situation of the student just now, he made a prediction in his mind. Until now, we have to admit this fact. What? As soon as this sentence came out, all the students who heard it were suddenly startled. At the same time, after a while, fear came to my heart. For a moment, they seemed to be in a world of ice and snow, and their whole bodies were shivering. Liu also had an expression of disbelief on his face, feeling slightly embarrassed. It's not my fault, who made this secret realm so fragile. Fortunately, the general couldn't hear Liu's voice. Otherwise, you will definitely be pissed to death. Do you think the silver level secret realm is fragile? There are less than 40 silver level secret realms in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is to Versailles. Liu is dressed very similar. Basically no one noticed anything was wrong. Except Dosing. He glanced at Liu out of the corner of his eye and felt vaguely strange. But I dare not make random guesses. He bowed his head and said nothing. Announcement, Donjeo secret realm is destroyed. 101 students escaped, 19 were dead and missing, 5 were seriously injured, and 13 were slightly injured. A huge scandal broke out on the internet audio platform. Is the destruction of Donjeo secret realm related to them? Reveal the truth. The Beijing Alliance China Unicom government issued an announcement that this major vicious incident will be investigated to the end. The destruction of Donjeo secret realm is like a stone entering the calm lake. Discussions started suddenly. People are dazzled by the countless news on the internet. Public opinion swirled around this incident. There are any guesses? There must be someone behind the internet audio company? Maybe it's some hidden dark organization, but we don't know about it. Other countries must be causing trouble. Alliance and the government have stepped up inspections and security checks. How come so many people died? Donjeo secret realm is too dangerous. Didn't anyone monitor it in real time before it was designated as the test site for the interschool league? Just tell me, no one is talking about this year's championship. The champion must be Beijing University. Is there any objection to this? No. The comments suddenly went awry. People are reminded of Liu's performance before the camera was controlled. And the reason why they were able to realize something was wrong so quickly was because Liu's previous performance was so amazing. The back part is pretty good, but it's not like his style at all. But even though so many people are talking about him, no one connected Donjeo's destruction with him. The other side, the headquarters of the Shadow Organization. The atmosphere was eerie and heavy. Everyone in the seats was silent, no one spoke. The miserable growl below is endless. Very frightening. The short-haired man bravely cut his subordinate's arm with a knife under the watchful eyes of everyone. Instantly, blood spurts. The short-haired man turned his head to avoid it, but blood inevitably splattered on his face. After the man screamed and wailed. It hurt so much that I fainted completely. Brother Shi, the short-haired man, turned around. The hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. This is one of his most loyal subordinates, but this time around the Donjeo secret realm, someone must be found to take the blame. Can't blame him. Think of this. He waved his hand, and two people walked out of the dark corner and dragged the subordinate down. A hint of gloom flashed in Brother Shi's eyes. He walked towards the leader's position. He whispered, "Chief, I was careless this time, and I am willing to accept the punishment." The man hiding in the shadows said nothing. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. The other dozen or so people didn't dare to speak. It wasn't until a minute later that the man said, "No one knows that Donjeo secret realm will be destroyed suddenly. Although this plan failed, Alliance will also feel uncomfortable. You should handle the follow-up well." "Yes, Chief." When Brother Shi heard this, his eyes filled with joy for the rest of his life. Leave quickly. But he didn't know. After he walked for a while, the man stared at his back and said almost sighing, "It won't be long." Those who are near hear the words. A sudden shudder. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. The noise outside has nothing to do with Liu. He just returned to the villa. He couldn't wait to say, "System, choose to receive the map." Drop. Moment. A piece of irregular parchment with yellowed edges fell from his hand. No more than the size of a palm. Is this a mysterious map? Liu looked disappointed. He curled his lips indifferently and covered the map with exploration techniques. Irregular map fragments have some mysterious power. Collecting the complete map can trigger unknown rewards. The red triangle mark represents the entrance to the sea ruins. This map is located on an unnamed island somewhere in the North Sea. Relics in the sea. Liu immediately changed his face, looking excited. Not to mention the rewards for collecting the full version of the map, the maritime ruins alone are attractive enough. Don't say anything else. Anything that can enhance the power of water type or improve the strength of fragadier is enough to make money. Liu lowered his head. This time I finally looked at the map in my hand carefully. Have to say, although the map is small, there are no blurry sections. The marked unnamed island route is also very clear. Believe. Just follow these instructions and you'll reach your destination in no time. But, Bihai. Liu touched his chin and fell into thought. This is a sea area jointly controlled by Alliance and the government. In order to prevent the invasion of foreign powers, there is even a lot of military deployment. Ordinary people want to go there. Not easy. It seems that we have to think of a solution. Wow, that's Liu. So handsome, his perfected being looks even better than on camera. That's true, but why did he come to Water Academy? I don't know. I heard that he went to a fire academy before participating in the competition. People from their academy have been complaining about it for a while, and they are always bragging about it on the forum. Haha, it's our turn now. Everyone stared at the back figure in front of them with burning eyes and talked a lot. The Intercollegiate League has not yet passed the limelight. Even now, officials are still investigating the destruction of the secret realm and the injuries to students. There is endless debate about this matter online. And among all the contestants, the most eye-catching one is Liu. He brought Beijing University back to the peak of glory, won the championship in one fell swoop, and his performance in the secret realm was praised by everyone. I think of the Qingdao University students who have been putting their tail between their legs on the internet recently, looking extremely low-key. The students at Beijing University felt very comfortable. In the past, the two major universities were separated by network cables. Whenever they met, they would yell at each other and recruit friends. It can even develop to the point where hundreds of people are yelling at each other, being watched by people from other schools. But now, Qingdao was completely intimidated and would take a detour when meeting someone from Beijing University. Don't dare to stand upright. After all, Luo Hao, who had been a top performer in their school for 4 years, howled and cried in front of Liu, and was even made into a ghost video by an unknown netizen, repeating the cry growl. It turned into a weird song, because the pictures and sounds are so magical. Very brainwashing. After uploading to Lily platform, the number of clicks has reached 1 million. Beijing University students even maliciously posted the video on the forum and pinned it to the top. Be sure to see it as soon as you enter the Beijing University forum. Spread the heat too widely. It's almost become a meme now. The two universities were quarreling with each other. Whenever someone from Beijing University mentioned this video, the student from Qingdao University would turn blue in the face. He could only swallow his breath and walk away in despair. This left a serious psychological shadow. I don't know who was the first to say it. Liu became the great demon king in the hearts of Qingdao University students. It seems like a threshold that cannot be crossed. Even when they saw Luo Hao himself, they no longer had the respect and admiration they had before. After all, the howling sound lingers in my ears. It's too brainwashing. Qingdao students looked at him very strangely every time. Luo Hao didn't know why. When he knew the truth of the matter, he really felt like crying. Of course, this is all for later. Now, the league ended unexpectedly, and even tragedy occurred. But it still cannot shake people's admiration for Liu, especially Kyoto University students. In their eyes, Liu is almost deified. He just arrived. It immediately caused countless commotions. Fortunately, Liu was careful and the dean came soon. The dean of the water department saw Liu sitting in the center of the classroom at a glance. No way. Although his eyes were dim, the students' eyes were all focused on one place, and it was difficult not to notice. The Dean of the Water Department's smiling faces were all squeezed together. "Ha ha ha, welcome to our great hero Liu. Now I feel more energetic in my lectures," said. The Dean of the Water Department puffed out his chest. That way, he immediately made 200 to 300 students laugh, and even Liu's lips curved slightly. "Okay, let me announce something next. The Triennial Society of Water System Researchers is about to be held in Bihai. I will participate this time. I will negotiate with other teachers for subsequent courses so that everyone is prepared." The words fell. The students were all excited. There was also a sturdy young man who stood up immediately and asked, "Dean, can we participate?" Someone takes the lead. A group of students immediately started to boo. "That's right, Dean, we want to participate too. Yes, it is said that Alliance, the government, and water professors and researchers from major families will go there to let us see the world." "Dean, are you missing a leg pendant? I'm light and can definitely hang it securely." Upon hearing this, the Dean of the Water Department waved his hand. He laughed and cursed directly. "Go, go. It's a beautiful thought, but not everyone can go. I, an old man, have survived until now and have written works, so I am qualified. You'd better study hard. I've been daydreaming all day long. Did I assign too few teaching tasks?" Huh. As soon as these words came out, the students were all silent. His head was so low that he almost reached under the table. His expression was miserable. This is the unspeakable secret of attending Pokemon University. Compared to middle school, it seems like there is less homework, but in fact the teaching task is as difficult as completing 10 homework assignments. Isn't this asking for trouble? The sturdy young man lowered his head with regret on his face. Only one person in the entire classroom, which covers an area of 400 to 500 square meters, can live safely. That is Liu. A flash of thought flashed across his face. Water System Research Association. Liu was worried about how to go to Bihai openly. After all, the controls there were too strict. It is impossible for ordinary people to get close. But the map of the maritime ruins happens to be on a small island in the North Sea. He must enter the inspection range. The only way is to use the reputation of the Water System Research Association to go in together. He had a plan in mind. After the class ended, I went directly to the Dean of the Water Department. Director's office. "What, you want to write a paper?" The Dean of the Water Department turned his head suddenly, almost twisting his neck. While holding the back of his neck, he gasped, "Hiss, you want to write a paper on Frogadier's moves in the secret realm?" Liu nodded. This is his plan. He had just checked, and the system of Z moves is not yet complete. The concept wasn't even brought up. People don't even know how to use pure crystal. After all, apart from him, there are probably not many people who own Z bracelet and Z pure crystal together. This leads to a lack of information in this area. He is a trainer and has basically never been exposed to the water system before. If he wants to be recognized by the Research Association in one fell swoop, he is bound to create a sensation. And, compared with the popular papers related to Mega Evolution, this unpopular series is more likely to stand out. Competitiveness is almost non-existent. Alliance, the government, and even major associations are all in the exploratory stage. As long as he can truly present the facts, it will not be difficult to achieve the results he wants. Certainly, Liu didn't intend to reveal the secret of Z-Move directly. This is nothing less than a Mega Evolution. Will shock the world. Although he has the power to protect himself now, he doesn't want to be coveted all the time in the future. So, his paper this time was just a beginning. Come up with an idea. Take the water dragon whirlwind that Frogadier displayed in the secret realm as an example. Okay, I'll help you contact Water Research Guide first. The Dean of the Water Department listened to what Liu said. He slapped the table with excitement and stood up. I was spinning around in circles, thoughts running through my mind. The eyes that looked at Liu were brilliant. What a genius. Could it be that my water element is going to rise from now on? His shock was beyond words. His shock was beyond words. The Dean of the Water Department has been in the industry for 30 years. This is the first time I have seen a student like Liu, who is extremely talented and intelligent, and has outstanding commanding and research abilities. But, when the surrounding people glanced at him, the Dean of the Water Department immediately softened his expression and said as if nothing happened, "Go back first. I will contact you if anything happens." After Liu left, the Dean of the Water Department breathed a sigh of relief. And as soon as he left, the deans of other departments immediately gathered around. "Old Zhao, what does Liu want from you? Is he going to the water system? I just heard about some paper. Lao Zhao, you won't use your research results to attract students, will you?" The deans murmured in disapproval. In his heart, he secretly scolded this old man for using such shameless tactics. Why didn't he think of it? If Liu could really be interrupted by the results of his thesis research, they would be willing to give up all their belongings? How is that possible? Classmate Liu just came to me to talk about the possibility of water-type moves in a paper. Dean Zhao of the School of Water Science looked helpless, but I was secretly happy in my heart. Do you know Liu's abilities? Dream? I can't let you compete with me. Before Liu's paper was successfully published, he had to hide it. Then I'll scare you old men to death. With a glimmer of pride in his eyes, the Dean of the Water Department pretended to deal with the other deans, and then began to contact national journals impatiently. After returning to the villa, Liu collected a lot of data on the Pokémon Pokédex forum. The next 3 days were spent organizing and editing, and all the keywords and abstracts were drafted. Attached is the chart produced. At the end of the paper, there is a video of Frogadier killing the entire Landa team in a secret area with one move. As an example basis. Snap. It's still a little bit less. Liu sighed after typing the last word. Compared to the many examples of Mega Evolution, there are very few Z moves. He even used the authority of his 3rd level medal to enter the hidden forum inside the Pokémon Pokédex. Still found nothing. He couldn't expose Mewtwo's move to destroy the Donjeo secret realm. Isn't this self-destruct? Without any choice, Liu hurriedly completed the editing and sent it based on the email address given by the Dean of the Water Department. The next step is to wait. The Water System Research Association will not officially convene for another month. As long as his published papers can be published in this month's Water Research Guide, he can catch up. Jihai City, Office of Water Research Guide. Professor Zhou, who is in his 60s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and has a gentle manner, is reviewing the manuscript. As editor-in-chief of a national journal, his work is very busy. The pen in hand determines the fate of countless researchers and scholars. At this time, ding dong, the email alert sounds. Well, Professor Zhou sighed and couldn't help but rub his temples. Review work is actually very boring. Day to day. Especially if I don't encounter a high-quality submission, it's just useless to read it, which is even more uncomfortable than being sentenced to prison. Professor Zhou shares the same sentiment. Clicked on this email. On the maximization conjecture of the newly discovered mysterious power moves. After seeing the title, Professor Zhou immediately frowned, displeasure flashing in his eyes. Lack of interest. Today's young people are really becoming more and more unstable. Do you dare to choose this kind of title casually? He just scanned it and found that the author wrote that he was a freshman at Peking University, and he didn't have much expectations for this paper. I just feel that young people today are so ambitious. But it was his duty, and even though he was disappointed, he frowned and continued reading. Who knows? This look. A full hour passed. Professor Zhou stared at the screen with his eyes red, and he was more immersed than ever before. Until the video finishes playing. He suddenly came to his senses. A look of obsession. It actually started playing again from the beginning, carefully dragging the progress bar. Pause frame by frame. Don't miss anything. Except for the movement of his fingers, Normal seemed to be petrified. Only the lips trembled, revealing his uncontrollable emotions. 10 minutes later. Yeah. Professor Zhou suddenly laughed loudly, as if he was having a psychotic episode. He ran out of the office in a frenzy. When everyone saw the normally steady professor with disheveled hair, everyone looked shocked. Just listen to him say, "Come in quickly, we've made a big discovery." The editors looked at each other and without any time to hesitate, they stood up and walked into Professor Zhou's office. There was a bit of murmuring in my heart. This was the first time they saw the editor-in-chief like this. Even when the successor of Mega Evolution, a branch of Mega Evolution, was discovered, it was not to this extent. What's going on here? Have no idea. Several people made eye contact and looked at Professor Zhou. I saw him staring at a paper on the screen, his eyes so bright. I found a treasure, look. At this moment, Professor Zhou seems to have returned to his most energetic 20s, and after everyone read the paper in a daze, I also understood Professor Zhou, because they too have gone completely crazy. The dignified Water Research Guide caused a stir because of a freshman paper. It triggered a tsunami-like impact. After Liu submitted his article, he only occasionally paid attention to email replies. No time wasted either. He is ready to challenge the gym. To participate in the Elite Trainer Assessment, 2 gym badges are required. His current strength has been reached, but there is no gym badge yet. The Elite Level Trainer Alliance gave him even more preferential treatment, and just the increase in the number of parts of the forum that he could browse was enough to attract him. And gym badge also involves future gym battles. Extremely important. Liu stood in front of Jingguan Gym. He looked up at the plaque. 1 step forward. Drop. Sign-in location, Jingguan Gym. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Gravity Vest item *2. Gravity Vest, an exercise prop that can be set with gravity. According to the Pokémon's endurance, Solation adjusts the gravity limit, and the maximum effect can reach 100 times. Gravity Vest. Liu turned sideways to avoid the people coming out and leaned directly between the pillars and corners of the gym. The next second, 2 dark vests covered with special patterns appeared. It was just much smaller than he expected. It's only half as long as his arm. Can it still be zoomed in and out? Liu had doubts. Be prepared to release the Pokémon in a moment. I just tried it out when I challenged the gym. In the lower left corner is a turntable-like button with scales of 0/10/20, 100. It's clear at a glance. After seeing the introduction of the Gravity Vest, Liu had countless training plans flashing through his mind, including how to increase speed, and use this item to train powerful skills like Mega Punch. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously. At the same time, Frogadier, Garchomp, and Flash Scyther were all playing in the virtual space. They all trembled. I always feel like I'm being watched. After summoning Garchomp and Frogadier, Liu adjusted 30 times gravity and 10 times gravity respectively. Hey, here's a good thing for you. Liu smiled strangely. Put on the prop vests for the 2 Pokémon. The two Pokémon were very happy, especially Garchomp. Although he has evolved, his previous personality will not change. I have great trust in Liu. Frogadier has not been with Liu for long, but because he saved himself, his trust in him has only increased. Hearing this, the two Pokémon couldn't wait. But the moment you put it on, the gravity device suddenly started up. Aha! Frogadier and Garchomp groaned at the same time. This moment, it felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on my back, and my stomach was punched hard. Both Pokémon's breathing became much heavier. Difficulty breathing. Especially Frogadier. He had not yet been trained by Liu, but for the first time he felt 10 times more intense, and his back suddenly bent. In contrast, Garchomp's adaptability is better. It's just that the steps are a little heavier, but they still live up to their original lightness. Garchomp looked at Liu sadly. His eyes looked extremely aggrieved, as if to say, is this the good thing you said? However, due to his childhood experience, Frogadier had a mature mentality and instantly understood the meaning of his master's move. He straightened his back silently. Not only did he not complain at all, but he seemed to cherish this opportunity extremely, always trying to adapt. Liu looked on, sighing silently. Frogadier still feels a little inferior. In the secret realm, Frogadier finally dared to get close to him, but this may have something to do with the poor treatment by the Shadow Organization. Frogadier's character is extremely withdrawn. Even if you enter the virtual space, you are alone. Don't play with other Pokémon. This is different from Scyther. Scyther has an aloof temperament and likes to enjoy training. And Liu noticed that Frogadier occasionally looked at Garchomp and other Pokémon, even with a hint of envy. Sudden, a desperate cry for mercy sounded. Liu looked at it in surprise. The position where he stood was just behind the pillar, very hidden. See the gym clearly. The whole gym was banging. All the sounds of fighting could be heard in his ears. Among them, the most eye-catching one is a tall and muscular man nearly 1.9 meters tall. The strong man commanded Steelix and rammed his head into the hammer standing on the pole. Buzz. Orberg roars. The spring under the hammer suddenly swayed greatly. Standing below, his body trembling slightly, a gym apprentice kept begging for mercy and his eyes widened in horror. It was too late to dodge. What's more, he didn't dare to hide after being given a death order by the owner of the hall. Bang! He was suddenly hit on the shoulder. The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded. Ah! I saw the apprentice let out a scream. He covered his shoulders and fell to the ground hard. The palms of my hands immediately started to bleed. It looked very miserable. Even Liu frowned slightly. The other apprentices in the gym stopped what they were doing at some point, and the whole gym was so quiet that one could hear the needle drop. Only the apprentice's shrill screams could be heard from time to time. But he soon stopped shouting, because the strong man looked at him condescendingly, as if he were looking at a dead man. The apprentice's screams were swallowed back from his throat. Even though his shoulders were shaking with pain, he didn't dare to make a sound. Useless trash. The strong man smiled contemptuously. The apprentice lying on the ground trembled again. Sudden. The strong man raised his head. A big wave of his hand. He laughed ferociously. Haha, another one is here to die. Just can't find a punching bag, Steelix, Ice Fang. He focused his gaze on where Liu was and didn't even ask. Directly signal Steelix to launch an attack. Call out. Steelix twisted his body in an S-line. He was obviously Orberg, but he moved extremely fast. It opened its mouth wide and bloody. The fangs in his mouth shone with frost. Coming in the blink of an eye, Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Liu didn't panic at all. Didn't even let Garchomp use his special move, just wanted to see what the gravity vest did. Boom! A huge collision sounded. With just a touch, Steelix opened his teeth and was pressed down on his head. A hole the size of a head was suddenly made in the marble ground. Steelix looked confused. It seems that he still doesn't realize what happened. But Garchomp got excited at this time. He was feeling depressed about what he was carrying and wanted to find a chance to vent. Now, is there a better tool to vent than Steelix? Garchomp's eyes lit up, and he turned all the gravity in his body into anger. Dragon Claw one after another. The hole was getting deeper and deeper. Looking at that look, he looked like he was about to crack his head open, which was so fierce and scary. Steelix was held down and wanted to struggle. His body kept twisting and his tail swung around, and the pillar was knocked down by it. Split the gaps. Garchomp glanced sideways. The anger in his eyes became even stronger. There is even some disbelief, as if to say, you are a tool, how dare you resist? The next second, Garchomp was caught off guard and flew up. Just as he took off, his body froze for a moment and the height dropped by 1 meter. It didn't fit into the gravity vest for a while. Staggered. I saw Garchomp looking at Liu faintly. Liu touched the tip of his nose guiltily and pretended not to know. At this time, Steelix finally got rid of the fate of being trapped underground. He came out of the pit dizzy. Smelling salts has not been restored yet. He heard the owner's panic shouting, Steelix, get out of the way. This was the first time Steelix heard his master so flustered, even scared. But it hasn't figured it out yet. There was a burst of blue light in front of my eyes. Buzz. It completely lost consciousness. Garchomp's Dragon God Dive explodes with powerful energy. Like a heavy bomb, it hit the center of Jingguan Gymnasium hard. Exploded with a bang. Liu suddenly ordered, Frogadier, use Lick on him. Seeing the direction he was pointing, Frogadier avoided the scope of the shock wave and arrived in front of the strong man in an instant. The strong man felt wet on his neck. My body suddenly went numb. Everyone's eyes were dazzled. When opened again, inside the gym, Steelix's life and death were unknown, and the gym leader was foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground trembling. It's like being paralyzed by poison. The apprentices in the training area watched this scene. The cold air suddenly jumped from the solace of my feet to my forehead. I got goosebumps all over my body. They couldn't help but look at each other with fear on their faces. One of them's eyes flickered, and he suddenly muttered, "I don't know anything." Then he walked straight out towards the door. His movements, it seems to have alerted others as well. The apprentices were all without exception. Even the apprentice who was holding his shoulders was picked up by others and ran out of the Jingguin gym. In the blink of an eye, the gym was empty except for the unconscious gym leader. Tisk, it's really unpopular. Liu looked at the strong man on ground, but inadvertently glanced at something from the corner of his eye. His spirit suddenly shook. Liu looked at the strong man on ground, but inadvertently glanced at something from the corner of his eye. His spirit suddenly shook. This is... Liu squatted down. He looked at the hole where Steelix had just been smashed. A small amount of cal emerged from the cracked gap deep in the pit. This is obviously unusual. Liu leaned down and could see more clearly. The cracks spread, and the place glowing with cal turned out to be an extended tunnel. Garcomp, blast away. He said nothing. Order immediately. Garcomp also became serious when he saw his master's expression. Terrifying dragon-type energy condensed from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, erupt, boom. The pothole was directly blasted open with force. The truth is revealed. Liu held his hand on the ground, jumped up and jumped down. Fragadier Garcomp followed. Looking at the dark and deep passage, Liu looked back at the two Pokémon and asked, "Do you feel anything is wrong?" Fragadier shook his head. Garcomp acted strangely and took a deep breath. See this. Green light flashed in Liu's palm. The meaning of Garcomp is conveyed. Soaring in the sky mixed with the smell of blood. Liu lowered his head and thought. Garcomp's description made him a little curious. He walked forward. Except for the glowing light bulbs on both sides, the tunnel was empty. After reaching the end, I unexpectedly discovered that there were stairs going up diagonally, leading to nowhere. Liu stepped forward cautiously without any pause in his movements. After stepping on the last step, a strong smell of blood floated over. In front of him is a wooden door. Liu suddenly had an ominous premonition. Without him having to say anything, Fragadier used the water gun to blast open the lock on the wooden door. See clearly the scene inside the stone gate. Liu's pupils shrank. Inside the stone gate, 3 dead Pokémon were hanging from the ceiling, suspended and tightened. Their identities cannot be distinguished. Apart from the fact that they all have wings, they can be vaguely identified as flying Pokémon. And just now, if Liu takes one more step, the dead Pokémon will be suspended above his head. The blood of the dead Pokémon was seen flowing down the body and dripping on a strange altar. There was an inconspicuous piece of gravel in the center of the altar, which was completely soaked with blood, and some of it had even solidified on it. Can't see the original appearance, but the lines that the blood flows through happen to draw strange symbols. It looks very mysterious. There's even a hint of antiquity. As I got closer to the gravel, I smelled a strange yet familiar scent. It's as if the freedom that originally belonged to soaring in the sky has been fettered, mixed with long-lasting resentment. Liu's exploration technique was activated instantly. Mysterious gravel, about to be contaminated by the power of ghost. It is difficult to identify the specific function of this item, but it seems to contain part of the original power of flying. Mysterious gravel. Liu was suddenly enlightened and suddenly recalled the gravel he had obtained from the treasure house in Beijing. The results of probing were almost identical. The only difference. This piece of rubble is about to be contaminated by the power of ghost. He immediately recognized this as an opportunity. He quickly took out the gravel that he had placed carefully before from his backpack. The moment it appears, mysterious gravel suddenly floated above it. Gradually it flew to the center of the altar. Liu couldn't help but swallowed, feeling nervous for the first time. He always felt. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Same. The moment to verify previous suspicions has arrived. Call. Scared me to death. Fortunately you are smart. Outside the Jingguin gym, many people surrounded the apprentice who ran out first, feeling very happy in their hearts. They have been tortured by the owner of the museum and have been complaining for a long time. If he hadn't been afraid of his life and felt that this job as a gym apprentice was rare, he would have run away early in the morning. I really can't stay in this crappy place anymore. Nearly a month. The owner of the Jingguin Hall is becoming more and more perverted. Before, he only scolded. Now he enjoys torturing them. Many apprentices secretly murmured that their master seemed to be obsessed with normal. The more violent and bloody he was, the more excited he became. Don't just treat them. The same goes for Pokémon. A ferocious look occasionally revealed. It's even more shocking. Let's wait a moment. It was the person who ran out first who spoke first. He seemed to be very popular among the apprentices. As soon as I finished speaking, the others nodded immediately. He looked into the gym with a worried expression. It's just that their door is completely opaque, so you can't see clearly what's going on inside. The gravel on the altar suddenly moved. Liu watched helplessly as 2 pieces of gravel gathered in the air. One blue and one black. A breath of soaring in the sky full of life, mixed with the resentment of being restrained. It looks particularly awkward. But that's it. Blink. Bang. The two pieces of gravel suddenly came together. The lines connecting them turned out to be exactly the same, and a burst of blue light suddenly burst out. In an instant, the entire tunnel was filled. The light was so dazzling that Liu couldn't help but use her hands to cover it. And when the light dissipated, he put his hand down. The gravel has merged into one, floating slowly in the air. It's just still incomplete. Liu's excitement was mixed with a trace of apprehension, and his probing skills extended. Droken Skyplate half contains the power of flying, one of the origins of the world, but because it is damaged, the power of flying contained is limited and needs to be understood by Pokémon. Note, if you need to wear it on a Pokémon, you must completely remove the ghost power still hidden inside. It's really Skyplate. Liu's eyes burst out with captivating style. I almost jumped with excitement. Although it was only one half of the broken stone slab, it did not dampen Liu's mood at all. After all, as long as it involves the power of Pokémon's original rules. Just extremely different. The reason why first-level gods are called first-level gods is because they each have the pinnacle achievement in the attribute field, that is, they can master the power of rules. Although the Skyplate is damaged, but it contains the original power, if it can be penetrated and understood by Pokémon. The growth will be huge. Maybe the second-level gods and third-level gods can be promoted to first-level gods in one fell swoop. And if the other half is found, maybe it can transform ordinary Pokémon into mythical beasts? This will completely break the current rules of Aqua Blue Star? Liu was amazed for a while. I never expected that I would make such a big discovery in an ordinary gym. Although it is not possible, you still need to clear the power of Ghost before you can have a chance to understand it. But he had a hunch. The day when you can wear a broken Skyplate is not too far away. North Sea, 40 meters under the sea. A sleeping being seems to be disturbed by the appearance of some special energy. Consciousness gradually returns. The sea water seemed to be summoned by normal, and suddenly began to fluctuate violently, with a huge frequency. In an instant, it opened its eyes. The sea was churning, causing huge waves, and dark clouds gradually gathered in soaring in the sky, becoming thicker and thicker. The originally sunny soaring in the sky suddenly turned dark. The color is dull. All this indicates that hurricane rain is coming. North Sea Laboratory. Professor Lynn, it's not good. The energy on the seabed is abnormal, and the test results show that it may trigger a strong hurricane rain. What? When the middle-aged man known as Professor Lynn heard this, he immediately stopped working on the ratio in his hand and frowned. Inform residents near the outlying islands of this news immediately without wasting any time. Yes, Professor. The researcher heard the order and ran out immediately. Professor Lynn paused. Are we going to postpone the Water System Researchers Association? He murmured, feeling indistinguishable in his heart. After all, he took the lead in organizing this meeting, prepared for it for a long time, and put in countless efforts. It was about to start, but I didn't expect that it would be long-lasting. A natural disaster is coming. Professor Lynn was helpless and sighed, but he did not forget to contact the government in charge of the North Sea area. Until after hanging up the phone, still frowning, very worried. The other side. After Liu synthesized the broken Skyplate, he temporarily put it into his backpack. After all, his current Pokémon does not have a flying type. Although Garchomp can fly and is extremely fast, it is Dragon type and Ground type, and its flying type skills can be used. However, props such as Skyplate, which are specifically designed to increase flying's original power, do not have the best effect on it. Shaman soaring in the sky form is okay, but if you want Shaman to transform into the powerful soaring in the sky form, first, you need to reach 80% purify level and eliminate certain hidden dangers. The second is the lack of an extremely important thing, the flower of Gracidia. But Liu is in no hurry. Such an awesome prop also needs to be cleared of Ghost's power first. Don't rush. Liu searched the room for a while, looking forward to finding out more. Unfortunately, except for the gravel enshrined on the altar and the corpses of a few Pokémon, there was nothing else. Before leaving, Liu took photos of the scene inside the altar. His eyes focused on the mysterious rune carved in blood, and he suddenly frowned. I wonder if it was his imagination. There seems to be less blood. Liu's eyes flashed, but his men did not stop their movements. He directly sent the photos he took to the police agency. Something is obviously wrong with the owner of Jingguan Gym, and judging from what he did, it seemed like this wasn't the first time. He had had several contacts with the Shadow Organization, but from the way they acted this time, he always felt that it was inconsistent with their past style. Out of the tunnel, the leader of the Jingguan Gym was still lying dead. Fragadier's move was 100% effective as the opponent didn't take the lead to defend against it. Paralysis contest condition lasts at least 2 hours. Before leaving the gym, Liu did not forget to take a gym badge from the opponent. This is the purpose of his trip to Earl Dervish. Badge is palm-sized and round in shape. The back is engraved with Kibun Gym, while the front shows Steelix lying in a cross-legged position. Liu raised his eyebrows at this. It seems that this gym started as Steelix. He pushed open the door. Just appeared. The 20 people waiting anxiously outside turned around. After seeing him clearly, there was a hint of awe and fear in his expression. The steps even moved back slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Liu didn't even pause, as if he didn't notice the fear of everyone at all, and walked straight past without changing his expression. Until I passed one of them. He only left one sentence: watch him carefully and wait for someone to come. That person was the apprentice who ran out first before, and his face was startled when he heard this. Wait for the reaction. Liu has already left. Over time, 5 days have passed since Liu submitted his article. He opened his empty mailbox. Still no reply received. It is inevitable to feel disappointed and wonder if the manuscript has been rejected. But he is not discouraged. After all, it is his first time to write a thesis, and the Z movement is a completely different new discovery for the current world situation. Even if it's just a guess, I'm afraid it's not easy to digest either. He thought for a while and then went to continue training Frogadier's Pokémon. Little did I know, the Research Association of Long Kingdom caused an uproar because of one of his papers. Water Research Guide is a national-level publication. Even if it is strongly recommended by Editor-in-Chief Zhou, if you want to put a paper on the cover and homepage, you still have to go through layers of review. If it is just an insert in the guide, this does not need to be the case. Editor Zhou can make the decision alone. But the cover is different from the homepage. It needs to be included in the National Academy of Science and Technology, and be listed on the homepage of Longguo Research Network, and be studied and discussed by everyone. The audits are carried out step by step. But the speed is unprecedentedly fast. Although this conjecture is very incredible, even a bit fantastic. But after seeing the video of Frogadier's performance, no one would have expected such power. This paper by Liu has successfully entered the field of vision of the scientific research community. October 25th. Early morning. A brief introduction with a video title instantly attracted the attention of countless trainers and breeders. Then, less than half a day, as time went on, a hot search quickly climbed up the list, reaching the top spot in the blink of an eye at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shock? A conjectural discovery comparable to the evolution of Mega? Has the conjecture of a mysterious power that has never been discovered broken the current world structure? Whether Frogadier's group destroys the elite is a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature, let us explore the truth behind it. Click on Hot Search. All kinds of Weibo marketing that destroys people's outlook on life are going into battle, but I'm afraid they're not enough to attract attention. But without exception. Although the Melaneaters were dazzled and didn't even understand the meaning of this conjecture, Frogadier's performance in the video shocked them extremely. Holy shit, is this Frogadier? This is Greenangia who has dwarfism, I believe it. It's so perverted, it's a complete abuse of food. Damn, he's so handsome, but who understands what this guess means? +1, same question. This is a matter for the scientific research boss. What are you doing as a trainer? Let's have a good fight. This comment was liked and quickly upvoted. But it didn't take long. Someone refuted it. The person who proposed this conjecture was Trainer. Who do you look down on? This time, suddenly it poked a hornet's nest. Trainer, who was still a little weak at first, immediately became energetic. The scientific researchers actually started to quarrel with Trainer, both of whom were discussing the true ownership of this conjecture. Liu became famous. Completely established a reputation in the academic world. Fart, why, he must be wrong. Baisan looked at the heated discussion on the internet. His eyes were red with jealousy. He has worked diligently at the grassroots level of the Scientific Research Institute for 10 years. I can still only work as a handyman to assist the scientific research leaders. How can a trainer who has become a monk get recognized by so many people? Baisan was unwilling to give in. He also didn't believe that Liu, a trainer, could really come up with useful conjectures. It's nothing more than sensationalism. It's nothing more than sensationalism. After all, after Liu became famous, his information was easy to investigate, and he had to admit that his talent as a trainer was outstanding. But it is completely inconsistent with the scientific research results shown. Besides, he had just entered Beijing University. How could he possibly write a conjecture that would change the world? Yes, then let you be my stepping stone. After Baisan calmed down, the more I thought about it, the more this happened, and the plan in my mind gradually took shape. At the same time, Liu also received publications from Water Research Guide and a well-packaged present. The title on the cover of Water Research Guide this time is the title of his paper. He opened the magazine. Under the paper, there are even introductory speeches by several senior figures from scientific research institutes. Liu raised his eyebrows at this, after reading them one by one. Then he looked at the package in his hand. He opened the package directly and found a check and invitation letter inside. The check amounted to 800,000. The content of the invitation letter is as follows. Mr. Liu, your conjecture is of great research value, but given that there is currently too little data, we can only postpone it. If possible, we hope you can join our research. The specific matters will be discussed with you at the Water System Researchers Association. We are sincerely invited you participate. Liu turned over the check and smiled, also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, for just a guess, I received a royalties of 800,000 yuan. This is an unexpected surprise. The police immediately dispatched the photos as soon as they received them. In less than 10 minutes, we arrived at Jingguan Gym. Meet them. Although the gym apprentices were a little confused, they were relieved. They told me honestly what was going on. Everyone led the police into the gym. After seeing the tunnel clearly, even the apprentices turned pale and took a deep breath. Astonished. They train here every day, but they never realize that there is a secret passage in the gym. The policeman wearing a trench coat frowned even more. He moved quickly and jumped directly. Other police officers followed. The person wearing the windbreaker was none other than Officer Zhang, who had accidentally discovered the murder of a member of the Shadow Organization. The group of people walked along the depths of the tunnel and climbed the stairs. After seeing the scene inside, even the policemen changed their colors slightly. Officer Zhang immediately issued the order. Seal the Jingguan Gym. The special branch investigation is just halfway through. Unexpectedly, we encountered another difficult case this time. He carefully observed the altar, and when he saw the mysterious runes with coagulated blood, his face suddenly turned pale. Is the mysterious conjecture just for publicity, or is it motivated by profit? Soon, an interview video took advantage of the popularity and immediately aroused discussion. In video, a researcher who claimed to have worked at Longguo Scientific Research Institute for more than 10 years revealed the recent turmoil in a helpless tone. Host finally said, "Mr. Bai, why do you think this conjecture is unrealistic? Let me put it this way, do you believe that the results of countless experts' research that have not been noticed for decades were accidentally discovered by a freshman?" Bai Sen spread his hands and asked. There was cunning in his eyes. Really? The host paused and did not speak. Instead, he lowered his head and fell into thinking. After a while, he raised his head and said solemnly to everyone, "Mr. Bai is right. Individual cases do not represent reality. Are we so excited this time that we ignore practical issues? It is worth thinking about." Finished. The interview video ends. The comment section was different from the previous shock, and suddenly there were voices of doubt. The number keeps increasing. That makes sense. I just realized that the person who proposed this conjecture was just a freshman. Tisk, tisk, it turns out there are so many tricks in the scientific research world. I really thought there was some major discovery. Too disappointed. At this time, damn it, it's reversed again. The boss of the Scientific Research Institute has refuted the rumor. What? The Melon Eaters were shocked. Not even an hour after the interview video became popular, it turned around again. Or will the boss end it himself? This time, everyone went to watch. Classmate Liu's conjecture is beyond doubt. Although he only published one video, we have done research on this topic before, and the data we have are as follows. The boss attached a picture. There are various data on the chart that are hard to understand. But in the end, the establishment of unified labeling is understandable to everyone. It seems to be true. Haha, this slap in the face is so harsh. It didn't take long for netizens to sigh. The Scientific Research Institute announced the suspension of researcher Bai Sen for spreading rumors about research results and slandering members of the Water System Research Association. There are less than 20 association members? As soon as the news came out, public opinion immediately soared. Beijing Mall. Liu stood in front of the jade counter and didn't move for a long time. Too long. So much so that the shopping guide stared at him cautiously, thinking he was here to cause trouble. Actually, drop? Discover virtual space fragments? The sound of the system at this moment was like the sound of nature to Liu. He stared blankly at a piece of jade on the counter. Jade is moist and delicate. Water drop shape, with a kind of beauty. But what attracts Liu is not this, but the layer of fluorescence attached to it. It's this layer of fluorescence that's obviously inconspicuous. But he noticed it at a glance. Now walk into the gem shop. Just when the shopping guide was about to call the mall's security personnel, Liu asked, "How much does this jade cost?" Hear the words. The shopping guide's face looked better, but there was still doubt in his eyes. 2,350,000. Even Liu was surprised when this number came out. He had a slight pain in his body. Still said pay the bill. Now, the shopping guide was really pleasantly surprised. Seeing Liu's eyes light up and his attitude changing, he led him directly to the front desk. Wait until the jade is obtained. Liu's balance is less than 1 million. Among them, 800,000 yuan is the remuneration just received. But after seeing the changes in the virtual space, the slight pain that just occurred has disappeared. The other side. Hurricane rain in the North Sea continues. On the third day, even the magical cities along the coast have been affected. Not to mention cities that are close to Bahai, the water in various places does not fall, and road sections are impassable, even because of serious water accumulation. Wild Pokémon actually appeared in the rivers inside the city. It caused quite a commotion. A large number of military and police forces were deployed to alleviate the situation, but the situation is not optimistic. Hurricane rain keeps coming. This image will continue to grow. To this end, the turmoil caused by Liu on the internet has gradually subsided. For him, it was also a quiet moment. The virtual space has changed a lot now. Fragments on Jade Integrated Union complete. Not only has the original area doubled, but most importantly, items can be teleported consciously. Through mental guidance, the contents of the space backpack can be transported to the virtual space via solation. This is undoubtedly a lot more convenient. Liu stood among them and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Eyes slightly bright. Even the air becomes fresher. Increasingly suitable for survival. Increasingly suitable for survival. But most importantly, Liu looked at the energetic fragadier and was extremely excited. Now the virtual space actually has the effect of restoring physical strength. Just tested. After the stamina is exhausted, it will be repaired directly as soon as the Pokémon enters the virtual space. The only regret is that there is an upper limit. The upper limit is stuck at 30%. This number is neither too much nor too little, but it does not affect Li Yu's enthusiasm at all. What does that mean? This means that Pokémon have a completely safe automatic supply station? If in a battle, randomly teleported through the Pokeball, the Pokémon's physical strength can be restored directly, with immediate results. Intangible increase is another big advantage, especially for group battles. This is the effect of the integrated union of two fragments. If the fragments of virtual space can really be put together, what great changes will happen to the entire space? Even Li Yu couldn't imagine it. For the rest of the time, he took advantage of the ability of the virtual space to train like crazy. Due to his low level, Frogadier also carries a gravity vest, which is the most significant improvement. Has been promoted to level 23. The current attribute panel is as follows. Pokemon, Frogadier. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Level 23. Ability, Free Transformation. Your own attribute becomes the attribute of the used move before using the move. Attribute, Water. Skills, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Taunt. New skills, Smokescreen, Round, Toxic. Z-move, Water Whirlpool. Combat power value, 305. What surprises Li Yu the most is the new skill Toxic. Because this means that Frogadier, who has the ability to transform freely, has another attribute that can be transformed. The poison type is in each attribute. It's very unpredictable, and you'll get caught if you're not careful. I don't know what we will encounter in the maritime ruins. After Li Yu finished training, looking into the distance and muttering to himself, due to hurricane rain, the trip to the North Sea was full of dangers, but it did not affect the association's activities. Because it is currently within the control of Alliance and the government, it just strengthened the armed forces. This can be seen from the complicated security check on board the ship. After Li Yu got on the boat, he was slightly startled when he saw the graceful woman in the center. The woman seemed to feel something. Looking back for a moment, her eyebrows are charming and charming. When Sululuo saw that it was Li Yu, he couldn't help but let go of his arms across his chest. The two looked at each other across the crowd. Surilo, one of the Alliance elites, bit his lower lip and suddenly felt nervous. The two hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months since they parted ways in the magical city. This is the result of Sululuo's deliberate avoidance. After all, Li Yu's performance is getting better and better day by day, and Alliance has long been interested in contacting him. After thinking about it, the Beijing city headquarters decided to let her go, who had been in contact with the Demon City before. Sululuo knew that she couldn't escape this time. He simply took the initiative to get on the ship as a protective force. Escort professors, water professors, researchers, etc. to Bahai. Of course, other families have their own power. It's no longer under her control. Li Yu, long time no see. At last, Sululuo walked through the crowd and walked up to Li Yu, speaking softly with a polite and distant expression. Just Li Yu noticed. On the surface, she looked as if nothing had happened, but her eyes frequently dodged when she looked at herself. And since she walked towards him, Ruao's eyes were looking at her on the boat, and he could naturally feel it. Li Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Luoluo, I still want to thank you for what happened last time. The word Luoluo came out. The atmosphere on the ship changed. The alienating atmosphere that Sululuo had deliberately created was suddenly drawn into it. She immediately looked at Li Yu slightly annoyed. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes. In fact, his behavior just now was due to the fact that he felt a little strange after not seeing each other for a long time, but the most important reason was because of the intermingling of the major forces on the ship. Triennial Association of River System Researchers. It wasn't just academics who participated. In this situation, how could he? Sululuo lowered his head. Only the slightly reddened ears revealed her true feelings when she heard the title. After Li Yu finished speaking, he looked back one by one with a half smile. The sights around him immediately converged a lot. Li Yu didn't care either. When had he ever paid attention to other people's eyes? After a few people looked away, they vaguely speculated on the relationship between the two. This will have new changes in whether they make good friends with Li Yu, or in measuring the value of Li Yu. Li Yu expressed that the two have a good relationship. Sululuo simply stopped hiding it, his lips were slightly pouted, and he sat down next to Li Yu in a rather broken manner. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Sululuo didn't want to pay attention to him. Didn't notice it at all. Her previous embarrassment and anxiety had already disappeared in 2 sentences. It's like going back to the first time we met. This scene. Many people saw it. Wang Zhang clenched his fists as he watched the two of them talking and laughing. It's this kid again. He secretly resented it. As the only female elite among the Elite Four in the Magic City, Sululuo is extremely beautiful and has many suitors even in Beijing. Wang Zhang is one of them. But no matter how attentive he was, he couldn't even get the other party to give him another look. But he is not an exception. Almost all Sululuo's suitors have this attitude. But until he watched the secret live broadcast and discovered the difference between Sululuo and Li Yu, the fire in his heart had never been extinguished. But Li Yu finally tore the space rift. It really shocked him. Keep him from taking action. But this doesn't mean that he can endure it again and again. Especially seeing with my own eyes the way Sululuo treats Li Yu differently. Wang Zhang clenched his fists, and a trace of scarlet gradually appeared in his eyes. Staring at the two people opposite, Li Yu tilted his head inadvertently. I just happened to see the person opposite. Wang Zhang was stunned, subconsciously unclenched his fist, and nodded with a stiff expression. But he didn't know how ugly his expression was. Liu immediately felt the malice in this person. Is this man crazy? He thought silently in his mind, frowning and ignoring it. He has always been casual. I don't want to do these superficial things. No matter who you are. Wang Zhang did not expect that when he took the initiative to say hello, he would be ignored by the other party, and the hatred in his heart soared. With his current status, there are still few people who are so disrespectful. The eyes looking at Liu became more and more evil. Soluoluo noticed Wang Zhang's eyes and was a little worried. He took the initiative and said, that person is Wang Zhang, one of the elites in Beijing, and he is also responsible for protecting the people traveling on this trip. Then, Soluoluo pointed to another place. He talked about several aristocratic families who came, as well as professor who had a great influence on the Dragon Kingdom. Liu glanced at them, but they all received friendly looks, especially those professors and professors. After the dean of the water department of Beijing University also boarded the boat, the group finally set off for Bahai. The ship is extremely fast, except the hurricane rain delayed some time. One day later we arrived at Bahai, just got off the boat. Everyone put on raincoats. Just got off the boat. Everyone put on raincoats. Liu looked up. Since entering this area, there has been no sight of the sun. Little sunlight appears. Soaring in the sky, the clouds are thick and heavy raindrops are pouring down. The shoes under my feet have long been soaked, and the water has reached the knees. Waited in front of the car. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The North Sea Laboratory is set up on the hillside of the coastal island. Go around a winding mountain road. After passing all the inspections and verifications by the Pokémon troops, everyone arrived at the entrance of the laboratory. The laboratory building is rectangular in shape, and I don't know what materials it is made of. It looks like it is wrapped in water. There were many people waiting in front of the door, most of them researchers and professors in white coats. Certainly, there are also quite a few powerful trainers. Look at the Pokémon around you. Without exception, they are all water-based. Click. The closed laboratory door opened, and a middle-aged man came out. His face was solemn. The wrinkles between his eyebrows are deep. At first glance, he looks like a serious old scholar. It fits very well with everyone's image of Professor Lynn. Professor Linear. Professor. Hello, Professor. As soon as he appeared, many human venerables shouted in respect. Trainer also called them all to express their awe. Professor Lynn nodded lightly. Not even a word was spoken, but no one had an opinion. Wang Zhang saw the situation and was about to step forward, ready to take the initiative to say hello. After all, he has reached the level of Professor Lynn. His contribution to the Dragon Kingdom even exceeds that of elite, especially in the water field, where he is extremely important. At least there are a lot of water-type trainers present. All because of his research. Got a lot of benefits. Only, he just took a step. Professor Lin seemed to be searching for something in the crowd, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw someone walk towards the other side. Completely missed him. Wang Zhang was stunned for a moment, waiting to look back again. I saw the direction Professor Lin was walking in, and it turned out to be Liu. At the same time, behind Professor Lin, a group of laboratory researchers followed closely. A large group of people arrived in front of Liu. This battle is really not small. Just when everyone was confused, they saw Professor Lin grabbing Liu's hand and shaking it up and down. You must be Liu who came up with new conjectures? I finally meet you. Professor Lin completely lost the image of a scholar in front of everyone. Facing Liu, his smile could make him squeeze out a bowl of chrysanthemums to make tea. The contrast is huge. Even the deep marks between the eyebrows have faded a lot. The group of people who came were stunned. Especially the people waiting at the door. Mouth slightly open. I was extremely surprised. Maybe he didn't expect that Professor Lin, who was famous in the water system, would do this to a junior? But when they looked behind Professor Lin, it seems that the researchers have long been used to it. There was nothing strange about his face. Professor Lin, nice to meet you. Liu responded politely to such enthusiasm, neither humble nor overbearing. This reaction. A flash of appreciation flashed in Professor Lin's eyes. While saying it was a pleasure to meet him, he invited Liu to go in with him. Liu was not polite either. The two walked into the laboratory first. Obviously there are many forces at the moment, and even the trainers who come here are not below the elite level. But that's it. Still have to follow Liu. Some children from aristocratic families were dissatisfied and secretly wanted to trip him up. It's just that they haven't done anything yet. I saw other professors also going in together. From the looks of it, they didn't mind at all. How can it be? Wang Zhang shouted in surprise, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wait until you find yourself reacting too much. He quickly lowered his head, hiding the ferocious look on his face. The hatred in my heart grew stronger. It's almost uncontrollable. Liu just stepped into the laboratory door with his right foot. Sudden drop. Sign-in location, Bahai graduate student. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the bad luck buff prop. Bad luck buff. After selecting any target to use, the opponent will be blessed by the bad luck buff. The bad luck will increase, and the probability of bad luck will increase by 90%. Combat attacks will often fail and the power will be greatly reduced. The effect will last for 2 hours? Fuck. Liu exclaimed. Professor Lynn next to him suddenly felt a little strange. What's wrong? Liu hurriedly muttered a few words. I was extremely excited. This bad luck buff is simply a weapon that can harm people. The most important is, God is unaware of it. After using it, except that the person involved will feel extremely unlucky, they will not notice the reason at all. Certainly. Liu also noticed. The attacks mentioned in the system introduction are ineffective and their power is greatly reduced. There are also arbitrary objects. This makes a point. In fact, this prop is not limited to humans, Pokémon can also use it. If you give a powerful Pokémon a bad luck buff during the battle, the situation will be reversed in an instant. When I think about it, I can't hit the opponent no matter how hard I try, or the damage is greatly reduced. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Thoughts are spinning. Countless uses for this prop have come to mind. All in all, this prop can be used to advance, attack, retreat or defend. It has a very good effect whether it is used on people or mentally. It would be nice if there were more. Liu thought silently with some pity. Fortunately, the system is only responsible for issuing rewards and does not know his voice. Otherwise, even if it is a machine, it will be so angry that it will vomit blood. Such a mysterious prop. How much more do you want? As soon as I entered the conference room, Professor Lynn couldn't wait to let Liu sit down, wanting to continue talking about new conjectures about mysterious power. Other professors also came over after hearing the sound. Liu, has your new hypothesis discovered anything else recently? That's right, Frogadier doesn't have any physical sequelae, right? How did you notice it? Is this power similar to Mega Evolution? Now only the water element can activate this power. The crowd gathered around him. A group of people with an average age of over 50 looked at him eagerly. Strong thirst for knowledge. Questions kept coming from his mouth. It is simply more difficult to resist than the reporter you encounter after coming out of the secret realm. Even Liu couldn't bear it. Fortunately, right now, others came in too. Seeing Liu surrounded by a group of professors, Wang Zhang immediately twisted his face. But it was only for a second. He regained his sanctimonious expression. No one else noticed. At the same time, the assistant also came to Professor Lin's side to remind others that they were all here and the meeting was about to start. All right. Professor Lin sighed sadly. Get up and walk to the main seat. Plug in the data on the electronic screen. Instantly, a scene appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked immediately. Even Liu raised his eyebrows slightly and stared up. This is the picture that the graduate student's satellite detector accidentally captured on the day when the hurricane rain started. Professor Lin started talking about business. A serious look on his face. And Liu didn't expect it either. He will be here. See it. Our current guess is that this is a Pokémon that has never been discovered, but Liu could no longer hear what Professor Lin said. Because right now, he suddenly heard the electronic sound coming from the system. Drop. It is detected that the host is only 3 kilometers away from the ruins in the sea, and the mysterious map automatically activates the tracking function.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.